Chapter 131 Psychic Potential, SSS Level. In less than a minute, rapid sounds of breaking through the air and chaotic but powerful psychic energy fluctuations were heard in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 50 figures quickly approached, forming a loose encirclement, surrounding the ruins where Chen Bin and others were located in the center. The young man in the lead was dressed in luxurious clothes, had a handsome face but carried a harsh arrogance. It was Long Alfeng. His eyes swept greedily and fervently over Nangongyu, Suya and other beauties, and finally landed on Chen Bin. He raised his chin slightly and shouted in a condescending tone. Chen Bin. Nangongyu. This young master is here, why don't you kneel down and surrender immediately? If this young master is in a good mood, perhaps I can leave you with an intact body, so that these beauties will suffer less. Long Alfeng turned to look at Nangongyu, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. Nangongyu, if you had just married me, you could have saved Tianxia City and lived a happy life as a young lady. I didn't expect you to have such poor taste. You'd actually follow such a loser who relies on women to get ahead? You've truly fallen into depravity. Chen Bin ignored Long Alfeng's barking. His eyes passed over the crowd and were instantly attracted by the cold and extraordinary figure beside Long Alfeng. The woman was wearing a moon-white battle dress, with a graceful figure, a peerless beauty, and a temperament as cold as an ice lotus on the top of the snow, as if she did not belong to this filthy battlefield. What shocked Chen Bin even more was that although the spiritual energy contained in her body was only at the A level, its purity and potential quality actually made him feel a slight sense of oppression. Almost instinctively, Chen Bin activated the system scanning function. Long Qing Shui. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 95. Psychic level, If 495-5900. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 0%. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Seeing the data displayed on the system panel, especially the dazzling SSS level potential, Chen Bin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm surged in his heart. SSS level potential? This is unheard of. No wonder it feels so special. The look in Chen Bin's eyes when he looked at Long Qingxue instantly changed from the previous indifference to an extremely passionate and determined look. I originally just wanted to catch an S-rank old fish to satisfy my hunger. I didn't expect it would come with a more valuable gift, a mermaid. Long Alfeng's taunts and foul language still echoed among the ruins, and his face, distorted by excitement and arrogance, looked particularly disgusting. Chen Bin didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and had no interest in talking nonsense with him. It is a waste of time and energy to waste words on an enemy who is destined to become a corpse or a prisoner. He didn't even glance at the yelling idiot, but just moved his mind slightly and gave a clear instruction to Fei Luo beside him. Fei Luo, who had been watching lazily, suddenly had a strange light flashing across her pink eyes. Her slender jade-like fingers flicked lightly, seemingly casually. A wisp of pink mist, so fine that it was almost imperceptible, spread silently as if it had life. Its speed exceeded the limit of visual capture. Almost the moment it appeared, it gently enveloped more than 50 elite soldiers from Longyuan City, led by Long Alfeng, Long Qingxue, and Zhou Ran. This mist has no pungent smell, no violent energy fluctuations, and even has a faint sweet fragrance. But this seemingly harmless mist contains the terrifying power of the Tree of Desire itself, extreme lust and confinement. The next moment, something happened that made Long Alfeng and others scared to death. All of them, including the S-level strongman Zhou Ran, discovered to their horror that they had completely lost control of their bodies. It was as if their souls were separated from their bodies. They could clearly see, hear, and feel everything around them. But no matter how frantically they urged their spiritual energy or how they struggled with their thoughts, their fingers could not move at all, their eyelids could not blink, their vocal cords could not vibrate, and even the spiritual energy surging in their bodies was like a frozen river, completely solidified. More than 50 people, including one S-class, 3 A-class, Long Alfeng, Long Qingxue and another deputy, as well as many B-class and C-class, all maintained the postures of the previous second, standing still like statues that were petrified in an instant. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear, disbelief and despair. The arrogance and lust on Long Alfeng's face completely solidified, turning into a funny and horrified frozen expression. There was finally a violent fluctuation in Long Qingxue's cold eyes, which was an incomprehensible shock and a hint of panic. There was endless horror and regret in Zhou Ran's eyes. This is Fei Luo's power, which comes from the power of the mysterious existence Fei. It is a dimensionality reduction attack against these psychics who are only at the early S level at most. Clean it up. Chen Bin's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. Nangongyu, Suyu, and Tong Yen, who had been ready for action, moved instantly. The starlight was like the sharpest blade, accurately passing over the necks of the imprisoned soldiers. The thunder was like the scythe of the god of death, leaping and weaving between their stiff bodies. The ghostly figure left streaks of blood, and the dagger pierced the heart accurately. The violet blood-red fist shadows directly blasted the human bodies into pieces. This is a silent massacre. Faced with an enemy that was completely unable to resist, the five women's killing efficiency was terrifyingly high. In less than 3 breaths, except for Long Alfeng and Long Qingxue who were deliberately avoided, the remaining 50 or so elite soldiers of Longyuan City, including the S-rank warrior Zhou Ran, they all turned into cold corpses before they could even utter a scream, falling to the ground, and their blood quickly dyed the ruins red. Throughout the entire process, Long Alfeng and Long Qingxue could only watch helplessly as the people who protected them were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The endless fear and despair almost burst their consciousness. Shenbin then slowly walked forward, grabbed Long Alfeng's neck as if he was picking up a chicken, and lifted him up. Long Alfeng's eyes were filled with fear and pleading, but he couldn't make a sound. Nangongyu also walked up to Long Qingxue and reached out to restrain her. "Let's go!" Shenbin shouted in a low voice without stopping at all. The figures of several people instantly turned into several streams of light and rushed towards Tianxia City at the fastest speed. Only corpses and a strong smell of blood were left on the ground, telling the story of everything that had just happened, which was short and cruel. And in the distant northern sky, the shocking battle between the SS class is still going on. Every time the scarlet golden flame phoenix collided with the dark space demon, a destructive wave erupted, as if to completely shatter the sky, completely unaware of the insignificant yet far-reaching episode happening in the south. Chapter 132 Dragon dominates the world. The high sky above the northern battlefield has become an absolute forbidden zone for life. The crimson gold flames and the dark space cracks intertwined, collided, and annihilated each other crazily. The flaming phoenix transformed by Feng Qingwu let out a long cry that shook the heavens. When its wings flapped, it created a raging storm of fire that burned mountains and boiled seas. Its sharp claws could easily tear apart the protective spiritual energy of an ordinary S-level powerhouse. Her attacks were violent and fiery, full of destructive beauty. The four-piloted King of Eternal Night was like the calmest abyss hunter, standing silently in the center of the storm. Its attack method is strange and efficient. Sometimes it folds space to exile the raging fire waves to unknown dimensions, and sometimes it condenses an invisible space blade to cut the body of the flame phoenix. Sometimes he suddenly clenched his fists, trying to completely crush the space around Feng Qingwu. The armor made a slight sizzling sound under the extremely high temperature, and occasionally was burned by the phoenix true fire, leaving shallow marks, but it would be restored to its original state in the blink of an eye as the dim light flowed. Every clash between the two unleashed a terrifying energy shock that was enough to eclipse the heavens and the earth. The mountains below continued to crumble, melt, and freeze. The armies of both sides on the edge of the battlefield had already retreated hundreds of miles in fear, fearing that they would be caught in the aftermath and be killed. Further behind, about 100 miles away, above a layer of clouds, Long Badian stood with his hands behind his back. His tall and majestic figure was as steady as a mountain, with a faint, sharp golden light flowing around him, as if he himself was a divine weapon ready to cut through the heavens and earth as soon as it was unsheathed. He calmly watched the earth-shattering battle in the distance, his eyes sharp as an eagle, as if analyzing the battle pattern and data of the King of Eternal Night. He had absolute confidence in his wife, and also believed that this was a perfect opportunity to get to know the details of the other party's strange S-class mecha. However, this tranquility was suddenly broken the next moment. The highest-level encrypted psychic communication he carried suddenly vibrated violently, and the panicked and even tearful roars of his subordinates were heard. "Lord City Lord! Something bad has happened. The young master. The young master and the young lady. They've been captured by Chen Bin." "What?" The calm and steady aura around Long Badian exploded instantly. The terrifying SS-level pressure erupted uncontrollably like a tsunami, directly shattering the clouds beneath his feet. A trace of disbelief first flashed across his handsome face, and then it was replaced by overwhelming anger and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Ao Feng and Shang Shui? Aren't they on the northeastern front? How could they be captured with Zhou Ran protecting them? What the hell are you talking about? Long Baishan's voice was like thunder in the sky, and the person reporting on the other end was shaken so hard through the communication talisman that his soul was trembling. It's true, Lord City Lord." The person on the other end of the line was nearly paralyzed with fear, his voice filled with despair. "Young master. Young master heard that Chen Bin appeared in the south, without the protection of a mecha, so he took the young lady, Lord Zhouran, and his personal guards to the south without authorization, intending to capture Chen Bin alive. But just now, their soul jade slips, except for the young master and the young ladies, which were still lit. All the others, including Master Zhouran's, were completely shattered. The observers we left behind also captured the final scene. It was Chin Bin and the woman in pink beside him who took action. They subdued everyone in an instant. Zhouran is dead too? Long Badian felt a rush of blood rushing to his head, and his vision suddenly went black. Zhouran is an S-level expert. Even if he was defeated, how could he be killed instantly without even being able to send out a distress signal? What kind of monster is that pink-dressed woman next to Chen Bin? The overwhelming rage instantly overwhelmed Long Badian's reason. Chen Bin, I will tear you into pieces. An extremely violent roar swept across the sky like a real shockwave. Long Badian no longer cared about observation or strategy. Clang! It was as if a divine weapon was unsheathed, and a sharp sound that tore through the sky was heard. An extremely bright and dazzling golden light burst out from Long Badian's body. The whole person seemed to have turned into a giant golden sword that pierced through the sky and the earth. Unparalleled sharp metallic spiritual energy surrounded his body, cutting countless fine black cracks in the space. Madam! Fomer and Schwer were captured by Chen Bin. Join forces. First, destroy this iron lump. Then, flatten Tianxia City and rescue Fomer and Schwer. Before the voice fell, the golden giant's sword had already torn through the sky and joined the battle, aiming directly at the King of Eternal Night. The originally stalemate battle situation suddenly became unbalanced. Long Badian's attack is extremely domineering and sharp to the extreme. He put his fingers together like a sword, and a 10,000-foot-long sword aura formed purely by the spiritual energy of Dengjin, like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world, carried a terrifying will to cut through all things and destroy all laws, and slashed fiercely at the King of Eternal Night. At the same time, Feng Qingwu also heard her husband's roar and the bad news about her son. Her eyes turned red in an instant, and she let out a cry of extreme grief and anger, and her attacks became more crazy and desperate. The flame phoenix folded its wings, condensing into a dark red phoenix true flame core that was compressed to the extreme and exuded an aura of destruction, and suddenly spewed it out. One on the left and the other on the right, one is extremely sharp and the other burns everything. The two SS-level masters who cooperated well with each other joined forces to attack angrily. The single eye on the chest of the King of Eternal Night spun wildly, and the dim light on his armor instantly became extremely bright. Space barrier. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, and layers of space barriers instantly overlapped and formed in front of its body. At the same time, a layer of space shield as thick as ink emerged on the surface of its body. Boom! The golden sword energy was the first to strike down. The sharp edge that was enough to cut through the law's shattered layers of space barriers and finally slashed fiercely on the space shield, causing an extremely harsh sound of metal clashing. The shield was severely dented and light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the dark red phoenix true flame core slammed into the same position. The earth-shaking explosion swept everything. The sharp golden psychic power and the crimson burning flame power intertwined together, forming an even more terrifying destructive energy storm that instantly engulfed the King of Eternal Night. The light of the explosion dimmed the sun. When the light faded slightly, the King of Eternal Night was seen being violently blasted away. On his huge body, a clear, deep cut made by the sword appeared on his chest. There were also large areas of hideous traces of being burned and melted by the Phoenix True Flame. The complex structure under the armor was faintly visible, and the dim light became flickering. It steadied its body, and the single eye on its chest still stared coldly at its opponent, but it was obviously at a disadvantage under the angry attack of the two SS-level powerhouses. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu showed up, both of them looked pale, and it was obvious that the joint attack just now had consumed a lot of their energy. They looked at the injured King of Eternal Night with extremely cold eyes, and their murderous intent was as real as substance. Humph. Let's see how long you can last. Long Badian's voice was cold, and the golden laws around him condensed again. For did not answer, but silently adjusted the state of the body. The dark matter armor began to repair itself, but the speed was obviously slower than the speed of damage. 1-on-2, facing two veteran SS-level masters, even a strong man like the Eternal Night King began to fall behind and was defeated. But it still resisted stubbornly, and each use of its spatial ability was exquisite, temporarily delaying the two people's crazy offensive. The balance of the battlefield began to tilt towards Longyuan City. The urgency of rescuing their children and destroying Tianxia City made Long Badian and his wife's attacks more crazy and reckless. Chapter 133 3 Days. The Gangjin energy around Long Badian surged into the sky, and every strike was like a divine sword slashing, tearing apart space. Feng Qingwu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the raging flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea distorted the sky around her. The two were extremely anxious and just wanted to get rid of this troublesome mecha as soon as possible, and then go to flatten Tianxia City to rescue their children. Just when the battle was at its most intense, Long Badian condensed a terrifying golden giant sword that spanned the sky and seemed to be able to cut off fate. Feng Qingwu also compressed the flames in the sky into an extremely hot destructive flame bead, and was about to give the King of Eternal Night the final blow. A calm yet strangely penetrating voice suddenly rang out in the center of the battlefield, reaching the ears of the two SS-level warriors clearly. "You two, are you enjoying the fight? Do you want to see who this is first?" The terrifying killing moves condensed by Long Badian and Feng Qingwu suddenly stopped. They suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a few more figures appearing at the edge of the battlefield. Shenbin held one in each hand, like two chickens waiting to be slaughtered, and held Long Alfeng and Long Qingxue by the neck respectively. Long Alfeng's face was filled with fear and despair, tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't make any sound. Although Long Qingxue's face was pale, there was still a hint of stubbornness and coldness in her eyes. Only her slightly trembling body revealed her inner fear. Beside Shenbin, Fei Luo was floating barefoot, her pink dress swaying gently in the energy storm, with a lazy smile on her beautiful face, as if the devastating battlefield before her was just an interesting scenery. The King of Eternal Night, who had just suffered serious damage, flashed through space and instantly retreated behind Shenbin. His cold single eye locked onto his opponent and he entered a defensive posture. "Feng Schwer!" Feng Qingwu screamed, and the flames around her fluctuated violently, almost getting out of control. Seeing her children in such a miserable state, her heart was bleeding. Long Badian's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His eyes, which contained the image of the collapsing stars, stared at Shenbin intently, and the terrifying murderous intent was almost materialized. "Bin. Let them go." Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, carrying endless coldness and threats. Facing the death stares of the two SS level masters, Shenbin seemed calm and composed. He even weighed the two men in his hands, which caused Long Alfeng to struggle violently again and Long Qingxue to groan. "Let go? Of course." Shenbin's lips curled up slightly, "but not now. What do you want?" Long Badian suppressed the urge to crush Shenbin into powder immediately, and his voice was as low as thunder. "They are afraid to act rashly because their children are in the hands of the other party, so no matter how powerful they are, they dare not act rashly. It's very simple." Shenbin said calmly, "I think your son and daughter have extraordinary talents, so I want to invite them to stay in Tianxia City for a few days. 3 days. In 3 days, I will send someone to discuss the issue of ransom with you two in detail." "Be a guest? Ransom?" Feng Qingwu was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and the flames around her rose again. "Shenbin, you are looking for death. Am I seeking death? You too can try it." Shenbin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the hand that was pinching Long Alfeng's neck slightly tightened. The latter's eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and his face turned from red to purple, as if he was going to die in the next second. "But I promise that before I die, these two distinguished young masters and young ladies will definitely go first, and the process will be extremely painful." "Stop!" Long Badian shouted hurriedly and forcibly pulled back Feng Qingwu, who was about to go berserk. He stared at Shenbin, his brain working rapidly. The other party came prepared. The woman in pink was unfathomable, and coupled with that strange S-class mecha, even if they could win, they would definitely not be able to save their children before the other party hurt them. "Good. Shenbin, you're great." Long Badian almost squeezed out these words from his throat. 3 days. Just 3 days. In these 3 days, if my sons and daughters are harmed in the slightest, I, Long Badian, swear to the heavens that I will use all the power of Longyuan City to completely wipe out your Tianxia City, regardless of gender, age or status, from this land. I will make you and all your people regret coming into this world." His words were like the most vicious curse, weighing heavily on the entire battlefield and making everyone who heard them shudder. "Don't worry, Tianxia City is a hospitable city and will definitely satisfy you too." Shenbin seemed to have not heard the terrifying threat, and his smile remained unchanged. "So now, shouldn't we stop your army's offensive for a while? It hurts to see you. What if your hands shake accidentally? Long Baishan's face turned ashen. He waved his hand fiercely, and an order containing Supreme will instantly spread throughout the Long Yuan army through spiritual energy. All troops, listen. Halt the attack. Retreat 100 miles and set up camp. No one is allowed to move without my order. Suddenly, the battle lines that were originally filled with deafening shouts and fierce clashes began to change rapidly. The army of Long Yuan City retreated like a tide. Although they were in order, they were all confused and unwilling. The Tianxia city side also took the opportunity to gather its troops and consolidate its defense line. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked with awe and gratitude at Chen Bin, who was confronting two SS-level powerhouses in the northern sky. Long Badian finally glared at Chen Bin with a cannibalistic look, as if he wanted to eat him alive, and then he didn't say another word. Carrying Feng Qingwu, who was still burning with rage, he transformed into two terrifying rainbows, one golden and one red, and fled in the direction of Long Yuan's army's retreat. The terrifying SS-level pressure receded like the tide, and the shattered sky gradually returned to calm, leaving only the devastated earth and countless debris, telling of the thrilling battle just now. Shenbin looked at the direction they disappeared, the smile on his face slowly faded, and his eyes became deep and cold. Let's go back, he said lightly, carrying two precious hostages, Feiluo and Si, and flew towards Tianxia City. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but everyone knew that this was only a brief and fragile calm before the storm. The real test will come 3 days later. Chapter 134. 3 days later, is your daughter still your daughter? In the Hentang Garden Villa, the atmosphere was solemn yet with a hint of relaxation after surviving a disaster. Rays of light fell into the courtyard, and Lin Wanguo, Leng Qingqiu, Hua Meier, 12, as well as Yunxi, Yun Miao, Lin Wei, Lin Yu, and other women all collected their mechas or showed up. Most of them were covered in blood and traces of battle, their eyes were tired but sharp, and they quickly gathered in the living room. Nangongyu, Suyu, Sun Xiaoting, and Tong Yan also returned after Chen Bin. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two trophies in Chen Bin's hands, and the four people behind him whose auras were slightly fluctuating. Ben, what now? Nangongyu, as the city lord, was the first to speak, with a worried look on his face. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu will never give up. Within 3 days, they must be planning an even more frenzied counterattack. Although we have bargaining chips in our hands, we have also become the most obvious target. And the threat from an SS-level expert is too deadly. Lin Wanguo wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, although 4 can contend, 1 against 2 is too much. Next time, they will definitely come prepared. The girls nodded, and the atmosphere in the living room became tense again. The gap in hard power cannot be made up in a short period of time. Shenbin casually threw the two people in his hands onto the soft carpet in the living room. Long Alfeng was still in a coma, like a dead dog. Long Qingxue was partially released from his restraints. Although her spiritual energy was completely sealed by Feiluo's power, she could already move and speak. She struggled to sit up, gritting her teeth, her ice blue eyes filled with humiliation and cold hatred. She stared at Chen Bin like a wounded cub, yet still maintained her innate coldness and arrogance. Facing everyone's worries and Long Qingxue's hateful gaze, Chen Bin seemed unusually calm, with even an elusive smile on the corner of his mouth. What should we do? He repeated Nangongyu's question, his eyes slowly sweeping over the beautiful women present, finally settling on Long Qingxue, who was trying hard to remain calm. I do have a way to solve this problem once and for all. Maybe if it's done well, it can even greatly increase our strength, he said slowly. The women all looked at him in confusion. Shenbin suddenly raised his foot and kicked Long Alfeng on the back of the neck, causing him to fall into a deep coma and ensuring that he would not wake up for a while. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at Long Qingxue, who was sitting on the ground. Why not just make her ours? Chen Bin's tone was as relaxed as if he was discussing what to eat tonight. We have one of our own in Long Yuan City as an insider. With the help of both inside and outside forces, we shouldn't have any trouble dealing with them, right? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. The girls looked at each other and instantly understood the meaning of Chen Bin's so-called method. He completely conquered Long Qingxue. Although Long Qingxue didn't quite understand what becoming one of us meant, her intuition told her that it was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. Her face turned pale instantly, her forced composure completely shattered, and she screamed, "You're dreaming! Chen Bin! Even if I die, I will never betray my parents and become your accomplice. You can't succeed." Chen Bin walked towards her step by step, looking down at her with a look of control and amusement in his eyes. "This is not your choice." He winked at Fei Luo beside him. Fei Luo smiled sweetly, stretched out her slender jade finger, and lightly tapped an empty wineglass on the coffee table. A wisp of pink mist overflowed from her fingertips and fell into the cup, quickly condensing into a small half-cup of crystal-clear liquid that exuded an alluring yet dangerous aura. It was the terrifying water of desire. When Long Qingxue saw the cup of liquid, although she didn't know what it was, her female instinct and psychic intuition made her feel extremely terrified. She couldn't help but shrink back. "You, what are you doing? Don't come over here. What am I going to do?" Shenbin bent down, picked up the glass of liquid, and his smile became a little evil. "Of course, fuck you." Such vulgar and blunt words, spoken from the mouth of a powerful person, were so insulting that Long Qingxue felt angry and ashamed, trembling all over. You are shameless. If you dare to disrespect me, my parents will tear you into pieces and raze Tianxia City to the ground." Wait until your parents can do what they say, then say those harsh words." Shenbin didn't care at all. He grabbed Long Qingxue's chin and forced her to open her mouth. "Now, let me feel good first." No. Long Qingxue struggled desperately, but with her spiritual power sealed, how could she compete with Chen Bin's strength? That small half-cup of lustful water was forced down her throat. The liquid entered her throat and instantly turned into a violent hot stream, sweeping through her limbs and bones. Ah! Long Qingxue uttered a groan that sounded like pain and intolerance, and her originally cold and pale cheeks instantly flushed with an intoxicating blush. Her eyes became watery and blurry, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and an unprecedented fire of desire that almost burned her sanity to ashes erupted violently from the deepest part of her body. She felt her body become extremely sensitive, and the slightest friction in the air seemed like an electric current passing through. She even looked at Chen Bin with a hint of desire involuntarily, but her remaining rationality made her feel extremely ashamed and desperate. The effect is good. Chen Bin looked at her changes with satisfaction, and picked up Long Qingxue, who had become soft like a pool of spring water and was struggling with a blurred look in her eyes, by the waist. Chen Bin. Huameyer couldn't help but speak, as if she felt that this move was a bit. Shenbin looked back at her with a deep look in his eyes. "This is the fastest and most effective method, for Tianxia City and for us." After saying that, he no longer hesitated, and strode towards his bedroom, holding Long Qingxue, whose consciousness had begun to blur and who was instinctively rubbing against him. The door slammed shut. Then, there were faint sounds of clothes tearing, Long Qingxue's sobs that sounded like tears or joy, and the bed shaking violently. In the living room, the women had different expressions. Some blushed and lowered their heads, some had complicated eyes, and some seemed to be thinking about something. But no one objected. They all understood that in this doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak, sometimes extraordinary measures had to be taken. Moreover, didn't some of them, in a similar way, transform from enemies and captives into insiders who are now closely connected with each other? Bite. Bound target, Long Qingxue. Appearance score, 95. Psychic level, a 355-9700. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 1%. Daily feedback, 10 power points, 10 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 50,000. Conquest points plus 50,000. The system prompt sounded in Shen Bin's mind, but he had no time to look at it carefully at the moment. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, the bedroom door was hardly ever opened. Only Fei Luo would occasionally bring in the newly condensed water of lust, and blushing sounds would continue to come out from inside. Long Qingxue's voice gradually changed from resistance, crying and cursing at first, to high-pitched and accommodating, until finally there was only endless obsession and demands. Shenbin almost used all his strength and mobilized all means, cooperating with Fei Luo's water of desire and the power of the system, to conquer the body and mind of the princess of Longyuan City who had SSS-level potential day and night. In the evening of the 3rd day, when Shenbin finally pushed open the bedroom door and walked out, there was a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were unusually bright, full of satisfaction and a strong sense of power. And Long Qingxue, who followed him out, seemed like a completely different person. She was still stunningly beautiful and cold, but the hatred, humiliation, and arrogance in her ice-blue eyes had vanished, replaced by an attachment, admiration, and gentleness that ran deep into her bones. There was an undying blush on her cheeks, and she walked a little unsteadily, but she followed Chen Bin closely and naturally, as if he was her whole world. The look he gave Chen Bin was filled with undisguised love and submission. Long Qingxue. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 95. Psychic level, a 357-5900. After 3 days of feedback and rewards, strength has been improved. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 10,000 power points, 10,000 conquest points. The peerless genius with SSS level potential, the princess of Longyuan City, completely fell in love with Chen Bin after 3 days of hospitality and became his most loyal collection and insider. Chen Bin put his arm around Long Qingshue's slender waist and gave a smile that showed everything was under control to the women waiting in the living room. Okay, the preparations are complete. Next, it's time to have a good talk with those two from Longyuan City. Chapter 135 Negotiation. 1 year? As soon as Chen Bin stepped out of the bedroom door, Nan Gongyu and other women immediately surrounded him, with obvious anxiety on their faces. The roar outside the city, which rumbled like thunder and was full of rage and eagerness, said it all. Chen Bin! You despicable villain! The 3 days are up. We're here. If you have any dirty demands, tell us now. Release my son and my daughter immediately. Long Baishan's voice was like a thunderclap, echoing over the entire Tianxia city. The SS level pressure poured down without any concealment, making the city, which had just been peaceful for 3 days, shrouded in fear again. Chen Bin's lips curled up into a sneer that showed everything was under control. He turned his head to Long Qingxue, who was following him closely with a gentle and infatuated look in her eyes, and whispered, "Return to your old self and remember what I taught you." A trace of struggle flashed in Long Qingxue's eyes, but her 100% degree of conquest made it impossible for her to disobey any of Chen Bin's orders. She took a deep breath, and the gentleness in her eyes quickly faded away, turning cold again. However, beneath that coldness, it was an unconcealable humiliation, grief and anger, and a hint of just the right amount of weakness. The blush on her face was forced back by her psychic power, turning pale. She perfectly transformed back into the princess of Longyuan City who had just suffered a huge blow and was trying hard to stay strong. Let's go. Chen Bin grabbed Long Qingshue's arm with one hand seemingly roughly and nodded to see. The three of them flew up in an instant, broke through the special passage on the top floor of the villa, and appeared in the air outside Tianxia City, facing the two figures as dazzling as the scorching sun in the distant sky. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's eyes instantly locked on Chen Bin, and Long Qingxue, who seemed to be imprisoned in his hands, with a pale face and angry eyes. Schwerer! Feng Qingwu was the first to let out a cry of extreme heartache. As a mother, she instantly felt that something was wrong with her daughter. It wasn't just the weakness caused by having one's spiritual energy sealed, it was also a kind of lethargy caused by the loss of one's primordial yin, and the energy and spirit having all suffered a huge shock and change. Especially the humiliation and despair that could not be concealed deep in those eyes. Long Baishan's perception was even sharper and more domineering. He confirmed a certain guess almost instantly, and an indescribable rage that was enough to burn away his sanity erupted. Shan Bin! What did you do to my daughter? Long Baishan's roar caused the clouds in the sky to shatter, and the golden Gangjin energy condensed around him like billions of sharp swords, as if it was going to cut Chen Bin into pieces in the next second. What did you do? Chen Bin wore a malicious smile and deliberately used more force on Long Qingshue's neck, causing her to groan in pain. Hasn't your people in Longyuan City nicknamed me the lecherous demon a long time ago? I'm just living up to my reputation. These words were like the most vicious knife, stabbing fiercely into the hearts of Long Badian and Feng Qingwu. I will kill you. Feng Qingwu went completely crazy, the red gold flames erupted uncontrollably, and she was about to rush over regardless of anything. Mother! Father! Leave me alone! Kill him! Avenge my daughter! Long Qingxue screamed at the right time, her voice was shrill and desperate, tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes, and her performance was vivid and her resolute eyes deeply hurt Long Badian and his wife. However, it was their daughter's cry of sacrifice her life for justice that acted like a bucket of cold water, quenching the madness that was about to erupt between Long Badian and Feng Qingwu. How could they disregard their daughter's life? Long Badian clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, and blood flowed out. He forced himself to suppress the murderous intent that threatened to burst through his chest, his voice becoming hoarse and distorted with extreme anger. Chen Bin, what exactly do you want, to let my children go? Chen Bin admired the other party's helpless expression, which seemed to want to eat him alive, and said slowly, let them go? It's not impossible. But I have to ensure my own safety, right? I'm scared of you two SS-level bosses heading towards this station. We swear. Long Badian practically roared, we swear on our souls. If you release my son and daughter, we will withdraw our troops immediately, and from now on, Longyuan City and Tianxia City will not interfere with each other. If you break this oath, I will cause our spiritual energies to backfire and destroy our souls. Chen Bin just sneered and shook his head. Oath? Ha, that's the most worthless thing. I don't trust your character even more. Let's do this. He paused and proposed a plan he had already thought of. You can only choose one of them to take away now. The other one has to stay with me as a hostage. As for the deadline, 3 years. Within 3 years, as long as you in Longyuan City behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble, I will ensure that he returns safely after 3 years. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu roared almost at the same time. 3 years? And you have to choose between the two? This condition is extremely harsh. Chen Bin. Release them immediately. Otherwise, even if Shuer gets hurt today, I will make your Tianxia city die with it. Long Badian spoke in a stern tone, trying to exert final pressure. Chen Bin remained unmoved. Instead, he tightened his grip on Long Qingshua's neck, making it even harder for her to breathe. Her face flushed red. He said coldly, "Looks like there's no room for negotiation? Then let's fight to the bitter end. After all, I, Chen Bin, will not be at a disadvantage if 2 SS-level masters' precious children are buried with me." As he said this, he made as if to take Long Qingxue back to Tianxia City. Wait! Feng Qinggu shouted anxiously. Her heart was broken when she saw her daughter's painful expression. Long Baishan's face turned ashen and his teeth were chattering. He stared at Chen Bin, then looked at his painful and desperate daughter. A long, suffocating standoff. In the end, Long Badian seemed to have been drained of all his strength, as if he had forced all his anger and humiliation into the abyss. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Okay. We choose. He and Feng Qingwu looked at each other, their eyes filled with pain and struggle. Their son is the heir, but their daughter has SSS-level potential and is the apple of their eye. This choice is incredibly difficult. Finally, Long Badian spoke with difficulty. We choose Qingxue. But 3 years is too long. 1 year. 1 year at most. After 1 year, you must release Ao Feng back intact. The reason for choosing Long Qingxue is that her SSS level potential is more important, and my daughter has just suffered such a great humiliation and must be brought back to my side as soon as possible to be comforted and treated. As for my son, I can only let him suffer for the time being. Chen Bin sneered in his heart. 1 year? Just give him a few months to plan. But his face showed an expression of reluctantly accepting the loss. 1 year? Humph, fine, just 1 year. In 1 year, I will release your precious son. I hope you will keep your promise and stop causing any more trouble with Tianxia City. He pushed Long Qingxue forward and at the same time released some of the seals on her psychic energy, allowing her to fly on her own. Long Qingxue staggered towards her parents, turned around, and glared at Chen Bin with eyes full of deep hatred. Her acting skills were impeccable. Feng Qinggu immediately flew forward and hugged her daughter tightly in her arms. Sensing that her Vitaline had indeed been lost, she felt extremely distressed and burst into tears. Shuer, my Shuer, you have suffered. Long Qingxue lay in her mother's arms, her shoulders shaking, and she was crying silently. Long Badian used his psychic power to check carefully and confirmed that apart from the loss of virginity and a slight loss of psychic power, there was no other permanent damage. He was slightly relieved, but the murderous intent and humiliation in his heart became even more boiling. He stared at Chen Bin intently, his eyes seeming to say, "In a year, I will kill you. Let's go." Long Badian held his daughter in his arms and roared low and dangerously towards Chen Bin and Tianxia City. Chen Bin, remember what you said. 1 year. If my son is harmed in the slightest, I will make you regret being born into this world. After saying this, he did not hesitate at all. Together with Feng Qingwu, they transformed into 2 shocking rainbows and fled towards the Longyuan City army with boundless anger and humiliation. The huge army also began to retreat slowly. Chen Bin was suspended in the air, looking at the direction they disappeared, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth that seemed to be in control of everything finally bloomed unscrupulously. Long Qingxue, the most perfect chess piece, has been sent back. And the hostage Long Aofeng was just a cover to stabilize the other party. Chapter 136-1. Longyuan City, the main hall of the city lord's mansion. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the silence before a storm. Long Badian and Feng Qinggu sat high on the throne, their faces so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of them. Down below, Long Qingxue, who had just been brought back, changed into a new dress, but she still couldn't hide the haggardness between her brows and the humiliation that seemed to penetrate deep into her bones. She lowered her head slightly and remained silent. The huge army of Longyuan City has withdrawn, but what it brought was not a triumphant return, but an unprecedented setback and the great humiliation of the master humiliating his son. Father, mother, are we really going to have to wait for a whole year and be controlled by that little thief Qinbin? Long Qingxue raised her head, tears and resentment in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. Brother, he's in Qinbin's hands, and I don't know how much suffering he will have to endure. Feng Qingwu held her daughter in her arms with heartache and comforted her softly, but the look she gave Long Badian was also filled with anxiety and unwillingness. Long Badian punched the armrest of the throne made of black iron hard, making a dull loud noise, and the armrest twisted and deformed instantly. Wait? How can I possibly wait? He growled in a low voice, like a trapped beast. In a year, there are too many variables. Besides, how could I allow my son, Long Badian, to be imprisoned and humiliated for a whole year? Then what should we do? Long Qingxue asked anxiously. Father, you are extremely powerful. Can you sneak into Tianxia City and quietly rescue my brother? Long Badian's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he had thought of this. With his SS level strength, if he tried his best to hide, ordinary defense would be difficult to detect. But Feng Qingwu immediately rejected this proposal. Her face was solemn. No. Badian, have you forgotten our previous speculation? Qinbin and his men were able to kill SS-level psychic beasts outside the city, and they deliberately tried to lure us south. Tianxia City, especially where Fenger is imprisoned, must have some extremely terrifying backup plan. Just waiting for us to fall into their trap. If you rashly sneak in and get discovered and surrounded, the consequences will be disastrous. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Long Badian's impulsive thoughts. Indeed, Qinbin is cunning, the unfathomable woman in pink, and the powerful S-class mecha all made him wary. In his eyes, Tianxia City is now a den of dragons and tigers. Is there really no way out? Long Qingxue murmured in despair, tears streaming down her face. We don't even know where my brother is being held. The hall fell into a suffocating silence. The three of them pondered and thought hard, only to find that they seemed to be in an unsolvable dilemma. A strong attack would cause too much loss and would be a dangerous move. The risk of infiltration is extremely high, almost suicide. Waiting is impossible. As this atmosphere of despair permeated the air. Buzz. Without warning, ripples appeared in the space in the center of the hall, spreading out like water waves. A figure stepped out silently. The man was wearing a tight dark purple combat uniform, which outlined his breathtaking and proud curves. She has long hair like flowing amethyst, casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was extremely beautiful, yet cold without a trace of human emotion, and her deep purple eyes seemed to contain endless emptiness and destruction. Her aura was extremely restrained, but just standing there, she gave people a terrifying pressure as unfathomable as the abyss. The sense of threat she brought was no weaker than that of Long Badian and Feng Qingwu. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's expressions changed drastically in an instant. They stood up suddenly, and subconsciously released SS-level pressure, locking onto this uninvited guest. Long Qingxue was so frightened by this sudden change that she hid behind her mother. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Longyuan City Lord's mansion? Long Badian's voice was cold, full of vigilance and murderous intent. The person who can enter the City Lord's mansion so easily must be extremely powerful. The purple-haired woman seemed completely unaware of the pressure from the two SS-level masters. Her cold purple eyes swept across the three of them, and finally paused for a moment on Long Qingxue. Then she spoke, her voice as cold as the collision of ice crystals. You can call me 1.1. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu looked at each other and saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They had never heard of this name, but the other party's aura and the way he appeared indicated that his origin was not simple. Don't be nervous. The woman who called herself One said calmly, I'm here because we have a common enemy, Qinbin in Tianxia City. She paused and continued, I can help you and rescue your son. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Long Badian and the other two instantly flashed with brilliance. What did you say? Can you save Fenger? Feng Qingwu asked anxiously, but still remained extremely vigilant. Who are you? Why should we trust you? I come from an organization whose name you don't need to know. Yi's tone remained unchanged. One of the reasons we came here is to eliminate people like Qinbin and wipe out Tianxia City. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Her gaze fell on Long Qingxue again, and her purple eyes that seemed to see through everything narrowed slightly. Before discussing cooperation, I suggest that you first check your daughter carefully. Chenbin possesses an extremely strange and special ability that allows him to completely control women physically, mentally, and even spiritually, turning them into slaves who are absolutely loyal to him. If I'm not mistaken, she is probably no longer the daughter you once knew. These words were like thunder from the blue sky, instantly exploding in the hearts of Long Badian and Feng Qingwu. You're talking nonsense. Long Qingxue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She instantly became agitated, her face flushed red, her eyes filled with anger and grievance at being slandered. Father! Mother! Don't listen to her nonsense. How could I betray you in Lonyuan City? I'm your daughter. It was that devil Chen Bin who insulted me. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. She must have been sent by Chen Bin to drive a wedge between us. She was tearful and emotional, and her performance was flawless. Feng Qingwu immediately protected her daughter behind her and looked at him sharply. Sir, you must have evidence for what you say. Shuer is my flesh and blood. How could I not know whether she has any problems or not? Although she said so, she and Long Badian subconsciously released their tremendous mental strength and psychic energy again, like the most sophisticated scanner, carefully and inch by inch exploring the origin of Long Qingxue's body and soul. Even the slightest fluctuations in the soul and changes in emotions were not missed. However, the result is the same as before. Although Long Qingxue's spiritual power was somewhat depleted, her foundation was intact, her soul was intact, her consciousness was clear, and there was no sign of her memory being modified or forcibly implanted. Apart from the immense humiliation and hatred, and the loss of vital energy caused by losing her virginity, everything about her was the same as before, and the feeling of blood connection was extremely clear. Snort! Long Badian retracted his investigation, snorted coldly, and looked at Yi with a malicious look. There is nothing wrong with my daughter. If you're here to cooperate, show your sincerity. If you're here to sow discord, don't blame me for being rude. A hint of doubt flashed across those cold purple eyes, but quickly disappeared. She did not detect any obvious signs of control from Long Qingxue. That strange control power seemed to completely surpass conventional detection methods. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yi said calmly, no longer dwelling on the matter. Since there's no problem, that's great. She changed the subject. Well, now we can talk about cooperation. I can use my power to help you find the exact location where Long Alfing is being held captive. I can also provide technical support and assist you in formulating a perfect rescue plan. I can even personally take action to contain the strange forces surrounding Chen Bin if necessary. But the prerequisite is that Lonyuan City must fully cooperate with us. Our ultimate goal is the same, to kill Chen Bin and completely wipe out Tianxia City. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu looked at each other and could see the intention in each other's eyes. Although the origin of this one is mysterious and her previous words are unpleasant, the cooperation she proposed is undoubtedly the best way to rescue her son and avenge her hatred. Okay. We agree to cooperate. Long Badian said solemnly. Specific details. Chapter 137 The Plan to Kill Chen Bin. At this moment, he suddenly interrupted him, his eyes swept over Long Qingxue again, and his tone left no room for doubt. The specific action plan that follows involves our confidential information. As a precaution, she cannot participate. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu frowned. Although they were sure that their daughter was fine, Yi's insistence and the huge mysterious organization she might represent forced them to think carefully. After a brief pause, Long Badian said softly to Long Qingxue, Shuer, go back and have a good rest and recuperate. Leave the task of rescuing your brother to father and mother. A trace of grievance and reluctance appeared on Long Qingxue's face, but she nodded obediently, glared at him with hatred, and then left the hall looking back every few steps. After watching their daughter disappear outside the palace gate, Long Badian and Feng Qingwu turned their attention back to one. The strongest soundproof and anti-spying psychic barrier was set up in the hall, and the three powerful men standing at the top of the wasteland world began to plot. Long Qingxue walked out of the heavy hall door, and the aggrieved and unwilling expression on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by an absolute calmness. She casually raised her hand to gather the hair beside her ear, and a wisp of pink mist, so fine that it was almost imperceptible, quietly floated out from her fingertips, like dust with life, silently merging into the powerful psychic barrier that enveloped the hall. This barrier can block sounds, psychic fluctuations and even mental detection, but it has no effect on the special mist that comes from the Tree of Desire itself. After the fog merged into the barrier, it did not destroy the barrier at all, but it was like the most secretive eavesdropping device, transmitting all the movements within the barrier to the other end in real time. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was still solemn and full of calculation. "Tell me, do you have any specific method to ensure that my son Alfing is rescued?" Long Badian asked in a deep voice, his eyes as sharp as a knife, trying to see through the true and false of the mysterious woman in front of him. Yi's voice remained cold and calm, as if he was stating a plan that had nothing to do with him. "Two options. First, I will provide you with the precise location where Long Alfing is being held captive, and I will use my power to help you contain the most difficult pink-dressed woman beside Shinbin, or that S-class mecha, the Eternal Night King. Send your most elite soldiers to carry out the rescue. The success rate is about 30%. The risk is that if we are delayed, your death squad and Long Alfing may be wiped out in an instant." Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's expressions became even uglier. A 30% success rate was too risky. "What about the second option?" Feng Qingwu asked anxiously. "Second." A cold light flashed in Yi's purple eyes. "Kill Chen Bin directly. He's at the heart of it all. As long as he dies, Tianxia City will be leaderless, and those women who were controlled by his strange means are likely to regain consciousness or fall into chaos. By then, rescuing Long Alfeng will be a piece of cake. We can even take over Tianxia City and solve the problem once and for all. Let's choose the second one." Feng Qingwu said it with absolute certainty without any hesitation. Her hatred for Chen Bin was overwhelming, and she just wanted to tear him into pieces. Moreover, this plan sounded like the most thorough one. Yi's eyes swept towards the palace gate again. Although Long Qingxue had already left, she still said, "I hope you two won't get angry with what I'm going to say next. I still stick to my judgment. Your daughter, Long Qingxue, has most likely been controlled by Chen Bin." Seeing Long Badian and Feng Qingwu about to refute, she raised her hand to stop them and continued coldly, "Chen Bin has two extremely powerful women by his side. One is our organization's defector, 4, the pilot of the Eternal Night Monarch, and the other is 12. Their strength and willpower far surpass your daughter's, but without exception, they have all been completely controlled by Chen Bin in a way we cannot fully understand, turning them into absolutely loyal slaves. I don't think your daughter will be an exception. The only way to save her now is to kill Chen Bin. Only when the source of control disappears can the controlled be freed." Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's expressions were gloomy and uncertain, and they were struggling fiercely in their hearts. Intellectually, they felt that ES analysis was reasonable, and Chen Bin's methods were indeed strange and unpredictable. But emotionally, they really didn't want to believe that their precious daughter had become a puppet of the enemy. There's clearly nothing unusual about that blood connection. After a long silence, Long Badian took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the confusion in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice, "There is no need to argue about this matter anymore. Let's talk about the second plan. How to kill Chen Bin. We will fully cooperate. But we must make one thing clear, Qingwu and I must not easily approach Tianxia City, especially its southern area." A trace of deep fear flashed in his eyes. Chen Bin had previously deliberately tried to lure us south, even using himself as bait. There must be a terrifying backup plan hidden there that could threaten or even kill an SS-level expert. We will never be fooled again. He nodded slightly, as if acknowledging their caution. Of course. We won't let you take the risk of forcing your way into his trap. To kill Chen Bin, we must lure him out to a slaughterhouse we have carefully prepared for him. She paused, her gaze falling on Feng Qingwu's beautiful face full of mature charm, and said something earth-shattering in a calm tone. Based on our analysis of Chen Bin's behavior, he is extremely lustful and has an almost obsessive desire to collect beautiful women with high potential. He is surrounded by beautiful women. And to lure him out, you need a bait of sufficient weight. What do you mean? Feng Qingwu felt an ominous premonition in her heart. I need to ask Madam to be the bait myself. There was no fluctuation in Yi's voice, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Madam, you will go to the southern wilderness alone, preferably near the area where they are rumored to have killed SS-level psychic beasts, and hunt another SS-level psychic beast in a high-profile manner. We will let Long Qingxue learn this news accidentally. After Chen Bin learned about this through Long Qingxue, given his personality, there's a high probability that he would be tempted. Whether he covets your beauty and SS rank potential, or wishes to weaken Longyuan City's combat power, or simply out of sheer arrogance, he is very likely to personally lead a team here to take advantage or attempt to capture you. As long as he leaves Tianxia City, stays away from his unknown backup plan, and enters our ambush circle. A purple light flashed in Yi's eyes. The masters of my organization will set up a killing formation in advance. By then, you two can also provide support from the outside to prevent any accidents. We will make sure he never returns. This plan was extremely vicious, fully exploiting Chen Bin's weaknesses and putting Feng Qingwu in danger. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Let Feng Qingwu be the bait? This is a huge humiliation and risk to the Lord Mother of Longyuan City. The hall fell into deathly silence. Long Badian clenched his fists, and veins bulged on his arms. Feng Qingwu's delicate body trembled slightly, and her beautiful face was full of humiliation and struggle. However, thinking about her son still suffering, thinking about the control and insults Chen Bin imposed on her daughter, thinking about the great humiliation suffered by Longyuan City, this humiliation and risk seemed to have become a price that had to be paid. After a long psychological struggle, Feng Qingwu gritted her teeth, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Okay. I agree. For Fonger, for Schwer, for Longyuan City. I'll be the bait. Long Badian closed his eyes in pain and finally nodded heavily. Next, the three began to plot the details of the plan, the choice of ambush location, the determination of the specific time, the number and capabilities of the mysterious masters that one can mobilize, how to naturally let Long Qingxue know the news, the method of signal transmission, the remedial measures for unexpected situations, etc. They thought that this conspiracy was perfect and could never be known to a third person. Thousands of miles away, Tianxia City, Henteng Garden Villa. Fei Luo lay lazily on the sofa, her pink eyes half open and half closed, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. At her fingertips, a wisp of pink mist of the same origin as that released by Long Qingxue was slowly swirling. Oh? Using your own wife as bait? You're really willing to spend a fortune. She murmured softly to herself, as if listening to some interesting broadcast. The ambush location is Black Wind Valley? They're quite good at choosing a location. 3 peak SS rank warriors who are good at combined attacks? That's quite interesting. Chen Bin, she used her mental power to pass on the entire plan she had overheard, word for word, to Chen Bin, who was lying on the bed in the training room receiving daily feedback. Not only did the fish bite, but they also took the initiative to help us choose the cooking method and table. In the training room, Chen Bin kissed Long Qingxiu and then kissed Lin Wanga. This was the first time they were together in Chen Bin's bed. Very good, since they've set up the stage so enthusiastically, let's go and put on a good show. Chapter 138 Tong Mei. Tianxia City, Henteng Garden Villa, main training room. The air was hot and charming, the rich energy almost condensed into substance, mixed with a strange and fascinating fragrance. Shenbin let out a long sigh and slowly sat up from the warm and soft jade. Bite. Bound target, Lang Qingxiu's conquest degree reaches 100%. Daily feedback increased to 10,000 power points time, 10,000 conquest points time. Bite. Bound target, Lin Wanji's conquest degree reaches 100%. Daily feedback increased to 10,000 power points time, 10,000 conquest points time. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded in Chen Bin's mind, accompanied by 2 extremely pure and vast energy feedbacks pouring into his body, further consolidating his already unfathomable foundation. So far, the most important core fighters around him have all been perfectly conquered. Chen Bin felt the surging power in his body, his eyes shining with brilliance. Fei Luo had already told him word for word about Long Badian and Feng Qingwu's conspiracy. Far from feeling the slightest bit of fear, he was filled with anticipation. Since you want to play, then I will play a big game with you. Chen Bin raised the corner of his mouth with a cold arc. For the next month, Chen Bin hardly stepped out of the training room, and it could even be said that he hardly left the specially made big bed. The feedback after perfect conquest is amazing, and every deep integration can bring huge benefits. He was immersed in an extreme practice, or enjoyment cycle. With every feedback, he could steadily gain 10,000 psychic points and 10,000 conquest points. His strength was rising like a rocket. The reserves of conquest points have also exceeded 10 million and are still growing rapidly, enough to cope with any emergency. That evening, a secret message from Long Qingxue, delivered through the system contract, came through psychic communication. Master, the plan has been activated. Feng Qingwu is set off and is expected to arrive at the southern Black Wind AO area at noon tomorrow. The target is to hunt the SS-level psychic beast Mountain Shaker Titan. The news was accidentally revealed to me. Got it, well done, he replied. Just as he received this message, Nangong's slightly strange voice came from outside the training room. Chen Bin, the person from the Battle Axe City Marriage Alliance, has arrived. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows. Battle Axe City? The Battle Axe City that always said that the woman in the marriage alliance was in seclusion to break through to S level? I will choose the right time. He calmly finished his feedback and walked out of the training room. The atmosphere in the living room was a little subtle. Nangongyu, Tong Yan, and other girls are all here. Everyone's eyes were focused on the new woman in the middle of the living room. Just one glance, and Chen Bin's gaze froze slightly. There stood a woman whose beauty was not inferior to that of Nangongyu and Long Qingshui. She was even more charming because of her unique temperament. She has long, wavy hair that is like fire and is casually draped, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Her face is extremely charming, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seem to be filled with spring water at all times, and her eyes are captivating and charming when they move around. Her figure is so exaggerated that it is astonishing. Her already proud baby face actually looks a little petite in front of her. Her plump breasts, slim waist, and peach-like buttocks formed a breathtaking S-shaped curve, wrapped in a fiery red tight leather armor, full of fatal attraction of wildness and temptation. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from her body had reached S level. Although he had only just entered, the degree of refinement and the implied violent power far exceeded that of an ordinary S-level cultivator. At this moment, Tong Yin was standing in front of her, her pretty face flushed, her eyes filled with joy and shyness. She shyly pulled the woman's hand and whispered, "Sister, why are you really here?" This stunning beauty is none other than the woman who came from Battle Axe City to propose marriage, Tong Yin's biological sister Tong Mei. Tong Mei extended her slender fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, and gently lifted her sister's chin. Her voice was so charming that it could make bones soften. "Oh, my little Tong Yin, it's only been a short time since I last saw her, and she has become so beautiful. It looks like it's been well moisturized." She glanced meaningfully at Chen Bin, who had just walked out, and a hint of bold scrutiny and interest flashed in her peach blossom eyes. Tong Yan's face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out, and she stamped her feet and said coquettishly, "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tong Mei giggled, her body shaking, and her exaggerated curves rippled out into an alluring arc. She let go of her sister and walked up to Chen Bin with a cat-like, elegant and seductive pace. She looked him up and down without hesitation and stretched out her hand. "Are you Chen Bin? You look good and have quite the aura. No wonder you were able to subdue my arrogant sister and even make those two old guys in Longyuan City look bad. I'm Tong Mei, and I'm here on behalf of Battle Axe City. From now on, please give me your guidance." She walked close to Chen Bin, almost sticking to him, her breath as fragrant as orchid and with a fiery breath, and she boldly issued a direct provocation and invitation. Chen Bin glanced at the passionate and powerful beauty who came to his door. The system panel appears. Tong Mei. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 96. Psychic level, S10234500. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 0%. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Give me some advice? He stretched out his hand and unceremoniously grasped Tong Mei's surprisingly elastic waist, pulling her towards him, feeling the amazing touch. Of course I will give you a lot of advice. Tong Mei let out an alluring chuckle. Instead of resisting, she leaned into Chen Bin's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. "Oh? Then, thank you very much." Sparks flew between the two, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous and tense. Nangongyu and other women watched from the side, with different expressions, but they all tacitly kept silent. He thought to himself that Battle Axe City was indeed willing to do him a favor. Not only did they send him an S-level potential marriage partner, but she was also Tong Yan's sister. The relationship instantly became much closer. Moreover, Miss Tong Mei's strength and charm are obviously even better than described in the intelligence. Just when Chen Bin was about to learn more about this sudden reinforcement, Long Qingshui sent another message. Feng Qingwu was injured, master, come quickly. There was a glimmer of confidence in Chen Bin's eyes. This scene is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 139, A Surge in Strength. Chen Bin's psychic communicator vibrated slightly again, and Long Qingshui's deliberately lowered voice, filled with urgency and worry, came from it. "Master, are you almost there? My mother, she can't hold on any longer. That sky-splitting golden pong is too powerful." Chen Bin sneered and replied, "Got it. We'll be there soon. Let your mother hold on for a while." He put away the communicator and glanced at the people around him, four with a deep and cold aura, 12 who was as silent as a shadow, Fei Luo with a lazy smile on her face, and the new member Tong Mei, whose eyes were full of wildness and curiosity. This S-class beauty from Battleaxe City was looking at Chen Bin and his collection with great interest. There was no trace of stage fright in her peach blossom eyes, but instead she was filled with wild curiosity and a desire for challenge.
Come along, Chen Bin said to Tong Mei in an unquestionable tone.
An S-level fighter who came to our door on his own initiative, there is naturally no reason not to use him.
Tong Mei smiled charmingly. Of course, how can I be absent from such a lively event?
It's a good opportunity for me to see what my future husband can do. Chen Bin said no more and turned to walk towards Lin Wang'a. He took out a psychic space ring with an ancient shape and inlaid with dark gems and handed it to her. Wanggu, Tianxia City is handed over to you. Chen Bin looked at her with trust in his eyes. Inside, there is a new partner I prepared for you.
Don't worry, this one is a bit special and you can handle it.
If there are those who are short-sighted and want to take advantage of the situation, please don't be polite. Lin Wanggu took the ring, probed with his mental strength, and a trace of shock that was difficult to conceal flashed across his cold eyes. She could clearly sense the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the mecha standing quietly in the ring space, which far exceeded that of the star judge. This is definitely a terrifying war machine that has reached SS level, and she can control it. She nodded heavily, saying everything. Don't worry, the city is with me.
Let's go. Chen Bin then took the four of them and flew away, seemingly not caring at all about the defense of Tianxia City.
In fact, he really didn't need to worry. With the almost crazy feedback and resource allocation during this month, the strength of all the women under his command, except Lu Huilan, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Nangongyu, Suyu, Suya, Linwei, Linyu, Yunxi, Yunmiao, Sun Xiaoting, Huameier, Lang Qingqiu, all members were promoted to a level.
Lin Wang'a is just one step away from reaching S level. 12 even broke through to S level.
4, with the help of Chen Bin, she is close to SS level. I believe it won't be long before she can break through with the help of Chen Bin.
There is also the Repaired Academy mecha team. Tianxia City's defense power has reached an unprecedentedly terrifying level. Chen Bin really has absolute reason not to worry. Set off.
At Chen Bin's command, 5 figures instantly soared into the sky, transformed into 5 long rainbows of different colors, and rushed towards the southern wilderness at an astonishing speed. 12, 4, Fei Luo's speed is needless to say, but what surprised Tong Mei a little was that Chen Bin's own flying speed was also ridiculously fast, not inferior to her, an S-class psychic.
Chen Bin also reached S level.
An hour later, the 5 people quietly landed on the outskirts of a desolate and ruined mountain range.
From a distance, you can feel the terrifying energy collision and earth-shaking roar coming from there. In the distant sky, an extremely huge bird with a wingspan covering the sky, a body covered with dark golden feathers, and claws as sharp as if made of divine gold was attacking madly. It was the SS-level sky-splitting Golden Pang. And the one who was fighting fiercely with it was Feng Qingwu.
She was surrounded by raging red-gold flames at this moment, but she was clearly at a disadvantage. The gorgeous flaming phoenix feathers were a little messy, and there was a trace of golden blood at the corner of its mouth. It was obvious that it had suffered serious internal injuries. The few masters from Longyuan City that she brought with her could only carry out diversionary and harassing operations from a distance and did not dare to approach the main battlefield at all. On a mountain further out from the battle zone, Long Qingxue was watching anxiously, with worry written all over his face about his mother. Chen Bin and the other 4 concealed all their auras, hovering far away in the clouds, watching this wonderful performance coldly.
TSK, she's really working hard. It looks like she's spent a lot of money to lure you into the trap.
Tong Mei licked her red lips and commented with interest. She naturally realized that this was a trap. Chen Bin had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle as he scanned the surrounding space. On the system panel, the balance of conquest points is an astronomical figure, enough for him to instantly exchange for a powerful weapon that can change the situation of the battle.
Host, Chen Bin. Status Overview. Psychic Level, S.
Current power points, 27,389,000. Current conquest points, 16,578,702.
Bound targets, 14.
He is no longer the Chen Bin of a month ago. At the same time, Feng Qingwu was fighting hard below, and Long Beishan's voice, suppressing his excitement and murderous intent, rang out through the psychic communication.
Qingwu. They're coming. They're coming. Although they're hiding well, the spatial fluctuations can't be hidden from my perception. There are at least 4 extremely strong auras, one of which must be that little bastard Chen Bin. Feng Qingwu's heart trembled. She suppressed the surging blood and energy and tried her best to sense. Sure enough, she caught a few extremely obscure but powerful fluctuations in the clouds in the distance. While she was struggling to fend off the attack of the sky-splitting golden pang, she subconsciously glanced at the figure of her worried daughter on the distant mountain out of the corner of her eye. At this moment, seeing Long Qingshua's flawless worried expression, combined with one's previous judgment and the fact that Chen Bing really appeared as expected, Feng Qingwu only felt a bone-chilling chill instantly rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. All the luck mentality is completely shattered. She finally had to believe it. Her daughter, Long Qingxue, her precious daughter with SSS-level potential, whom she was proud of, had really been completely controlled by Chen Bin from body to soul using some incredible means. Become the enemy's perfect puppet and accomplice. An indescribable heartache, anger, and murderous intent instantly overwhelmed Feng Qingwu. She almost couldn't control herself and screamed to the sky. But she held it back. The show must go on. Only by luring Chen Bin into the killing array can he rescue his daughter and avenge her. The pain and despair in her eyes instantly transformed into an even crazier fighting spirit, and she launched a more violent attack on the sky-splitting golden pang, as if she wanted to pour out all her anger on this poor SS-level psychic beast. In the distant clouds, a cold and cruel arc appeared at the corner of Chen Bin's mouth. The bait is fragrant and the trap is obvious. But now, it's time to switch roles between hunter and prey. Chapter 140 Must Kill? The torture trick was still going on below. The collision between Feng Qingwu and Lietian Jinpeng erupted with a deafening roar, and the energy shockwave destroyed the earth wantonly. Chen Bin's eyes were icy as he gave the order without warning, for attack. Target Feng Qingwu, don't hold back. C, who had been standing still like a sculpture, suddenly burst into a cold light in his ice-blue eyes. Buzz. The space rippled like the surface of water, and the S-Class Mecha Eternal Night King, covered with pure dark matter armor and with a huge dark red single eye on its chest slowly rotating, came down like the god of death jumping out of the abyss. The location where it appeared was extremely tricky, right in the blind spot where Feng Qingwu and Lietian Jinpeng had just fought each other and their old strength was exhausted but new strength had not yet been generated. The King of Eternal Night raised his huge metal arm, spread out his 5 fingers, and aimed it at Feng Qingwu's back. Space annihilation. A gray-black energy beam that distorted the light, was silent but emitted an aura of absolute death and destruction. It instantly shot out and went straight to Feng Qingwu's vital point. If this attack lands, even if Feng Qingwu is an SS-level expert, he will definitely be killed or crippled. However, at the same moment when the four launched a sneak attack, something strange happened suddenly. We've been waiting for this moment. Chen Bin, die. Long Baishan's furious roar was like thunder from the sky, exploding between heaven and earth. He transformed into a dazzling and sharp golden light. It rose up from a hidden valley below, and the power of Gengjin condensed into a giant sword that could split the sky. With the will to cut off everything, it did not attack the King of Eternal Night, but went straight for Chen Bin's body in the clouds. But this is not the most deadly thing. The void higher up was suddenly torn open like a curtain. A terrifying mecha that is so huge that it is breathtaking, with an even more ferocious appearance and a sense of oppression far exceeding that of the King of Eternal Night, slowly emerged from it. This mecha is nearly 400 meters tall, and its entire body presents a primordial darkness color that is deeper than the dark matter armor of the King of Eternal Night, as if it can devour all souls in light. Its lines are smoother and full of destructive power, and its joints are covered with hideous horns like black crystal. There is also a huge single eye on the chest, but the pupil is a constantly rotating, dizzying dark purple vortex, as if leading to an endless void hell. On its back, a pair of huge wings made of pure dark energy, like the wings of a devil, spread out. When they flapped gently, the surrounding space collapsed and reorganized. This is exactly what E is driving, a fully upgraded version of the King of Eternal Night, the SS-Class Mecha, the Emperor of Dark Night. On both sides of the Emperor of Dark Night, space ripples appeared again. The two Eternal Night Kings were almost identical in appearance to the fourth one. But the S-Class Mechas, each with slightly different details, appeared at the same time. Their cold gazes locked onto the Eternal Night King and Chen Bin's group below. The dark purple vortex eye of the Dark Knight Emperor lit up slightly, and a cold and ruthless electronic synthesized voice, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, sounded, sentencing him to death. Clear command confirmed. Target, Chen Bin and his associated anomalies. Execute. Buzz. The Emperor of Dark Night raised his huge arm, without using any physical weapons, but just pointed his palm in the direction of Chen Bin. A complex dark purple energy matrix was instantly generated, compressed, and then exploded. A torrent with a diameter of more than 100 meters, composed entirely of destructive dark matter, poured out like the Milky Way, instantly annihilating all space along the way, and rushed towards Chen Bin. The terrifying power of this attack far exceeded any previous attack by the King of Eternal Night. At the same time, the two S-class Eternal Night Kings beside it also launched an attack at the same time. Two slightly thinner but equally deadly space annihilation cannons were fired crosswise at the fourth Eternal Night King, intending to lock her up completely. Long Badian-esque Gangjin Giant Sword, the dark matter torrent of the Dark Knight Emperor, and the space annihilation cannons of two S-class mechas. For beings with combat power comparable to SS level launched a fatal attack on Chen Bin at the same time. This ambush. This killing spree. Brutal, precise, and merciless. They didn't care about Fengqing Wu's life or death, they just wanted to kill Chen Bin with one blow. Faced with this terrifying combined attack that was enough to annihilate a giant city in an instant, Tong Mei's face turned pale instantly, and she felt the deadly breath of death. 12's eyes were sharp, and he was about to stand in front of Chen Bin in an instant. However, there was still no trace of panic on Chen Bin's face, only a kind of indifference as if he knew everything. He didn't even look at the devastating attack, but just said softly, "Fei Luo." Fei Luo, who had been hanging lazily beside him, had a hint of solemnity in her pink eyes for the first time, but more of it was a kind of displeasure after being provoked. She took a light step forward, and her slender jade-like fingers gracefully drew a perfect circle in front of her. Desire barrier, absolute protection. In an instant, an extremely rich pink mist, as if condensed from the purest lust and life energy in the world, suddenly spread out with her as the center, instantly enveloping Chen Bin, herself, and 12 and Tong Mei beside her. The mist looks ethereal and weak, without any power. But when Long Baishan's Gangjin Giant Sword, the Dark Knight Emperor's Dark Matter Torrent, and the two space annihilation cannons crashed into this pink mist area. Shichi shishi. It was like a hot piece of iron encountering an endless deep ocean. The sharp sword energy that was powerful enough to cut through the laws was quickly dissolved and decomposed in the pink mist. The dark matter torrent that could annihilate everything rushed into the powder mist like a drop in the ocean. Its speed dropped drastically, and its energy was madly absorbed and assimilated. The two space annihilation cannons failed to even create ripples before they were penetrated by the ubiquitous pink mist, destroying their internal stable space structure and causing them to collapse prematurely. All the attacks were actually blocked by this seemingly weak pink mist. Although she successfully blocked it, Fei Luo's originally solid figure became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, which obviously showed that she had consumed a lot of energy. The pink mist slowly dissipated, revealing Chen Bin and others who were unharmed. Long Badian, the one among the Dark Knight Emperors, and the two S-class mecha pilots were all thrown into a brief state of shock and deathly silence. Their meticulously planned, decisive ambush and combined attack were actually blocked by the enemy in such a bizarre way? How is this possible? What kind of monster is that woman in pink? Long Badian exclaimed in shock. In the Dark Knight Emperor, one's cold voice was filled with disbelief. Analysis failed. Energy properties unknown. Extremely high priority. Threat level reassessed. After a brief moment of shock, Long Badian was the first to react. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Although he was horrified in his heart, he said sternly, "Chen Bin. So what if you can block a blow? Your backer is no longer viable. I wonder how much longer she can hold out. You will surely die today." One also controlled the Dark Knight Emperor, and the dark purple vortex I began to condense even more terrifying dark energy again. The target's energy fluctuations have been greatly attenuated. Continuing the attack will surely break through the defense. Execute the second elimination plan. The two S-class Eternal Night Kings also adjusted their gun barrels again. Facing the opponent's more fierce murderous intention and the upcoming second round of fierce attacks, as well as Fei Luo's slightly transparent state, Chen Bin remained calm, and even a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Backer? Who told you that she is my backer?" Chen Bin's voice sounded calmly, as if stating a very simple fact. "Besides, who told you that I only have one backer?" As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure that was no less than that of the Dark Knight Emperor, and even more ancient and majestic, spread out like an awakened ancient giant. The target of that pressure was precisely locked onto the Dark Knight Emperor and Long Badian in the sky. The expressions of Yi and Long Badian changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 141 Heart of Origin. Long Baishan's fierce shout and the cold and ruthless second elimination plan command. And the terrifying energy fluctuations condensed again by the 2S level Eternal Night Kings are like the death knell, about to ring. Although Fei Luo's figure was slightly transparent, her eyes were still arrogant, but her energy consumption was indeed huge. Tong Mei and Sure Air felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and were ready to fight to the death. However, instead of fear, Chen Bin's face showed a hint of mockery, as if everything was under control. Just before the opponent's killer move was about to unleash again, his mind sank into the system interface. The 9-digit conquest point balance dropped by 10 million in an instant. Ding! Consume 10 million conquest points and successfully exchanged for the SS level growth type Ultimate Mecha Heart of Origin. System prompt: since mecha type creations are inanimate objects and their energy cores are directly bound to infinite energy by the system, the exchange price is only 1/10 of the same level strength increase or rule level power. Remaining conquest points, 657,8702 points. Almost at the moment the exchange is completed. Buzz. An indescribable ancient humming sound, as if it came from the beginning of the universe, rolled in from the southern sky. It was not harsh, but carried an indescribable majesty and grandeur, instantly drowning out all the sounds on the battlefield, even covering the roar of the sky-splitting golden pang and the roar of the energy explosion. The entire sky, and even the earth below, trembled slightly at this buzzing sound. Then, under the horrified gazes of Long Badian, Wan, and all those who were watching this place, the space behind Shin Bin and others was no longer torn apart, but began to twist and blur violently like the reflection on the water. Then, a mecha that could not be described as huge slowly appeared, as if it had descended from another dimension, revealing its true appearance. Its height could not be measured accurately, as if it stood tall and straight. Its mere appearance made the previously gigantic Emperor of Dark Night seem to be a head shorter. The whole body presents a streamlined silver-gray color like the beginning of chaos. It does not have a cold metallic luster, but a soft glow that seems to contain life and stars. The surface of the armor is covered with countless tiny golden light paths that are constantly flowing and changing like a neural network, as if a living thing is breathing. Its shape perfectly blends strength and beauty, and every line conforms to some kind of universal truth. The head is not a traditional helmet or one-eyed design, but a suspended, brilliant crown of light made of pure energy. In the center of the crown of light is a slowly rotating colorful gem that contains endless wisdom and power. It is like the eye of God, overlooking all living beings. Its shoulder armor is as broad as a mountain, with naturally generated energy vortices like nebulae on it. The arms and legs are long and explosive, and the joints are covered with crystal-clear energy crystals like the core of a star. There are no thrusters behind it, but 6 pairs of huge light wings formed by pure light energy, covering the sky and the sun. As the wings of light flapped gently, endless dust of light was scattered, and the surrounding space automatically stabilized and energy spontaneously gathered. It stands there, as if it is existence itself, the source of power, and the embodiment of rules. Completely different from the pure silence and destruction of the Emperor of Darkness, the Heart of Origin exudes creativity, tolerance, and endless possibilities. What is that? Long Baishan's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a completely different, yet equally heart-pounding, terrifying pressure from the mecha, even worse. For the first time, the one in the Dark Knight Emperor uttered a voice filled with violent emotional fluctuations. Impossible. Energy reading, infinity? Compliance with the rules, 100%? This goes against all existing mecha laws. It seems to be alive? Shenbin didn't even turn around to look at the ultimate mecha that belonged to him. He just glanced at the distance lightly. There, although the 4th sneak attack was interrupted by a sudden change and failed to complete its mission, the aftermath of the space annihilation cannon still severely damaged Feng Qingwu. She vomited blood and flew backwards, her breath weak. The sky-splitting golden pang also retreated temporarily in shock and doubt. 4. Put away the mecha. Chen Bin ordered. C did not hesitate. With a thought, the S-Class Eternal Night King instantly turned into a faint light and was taken back by her. At the same moment the King of Eternal Night disappeared. Buzz. A soft but irresistible colorful beam of light shot out from the colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin, instantly enveloping Qinbin, Fei Luo, 12, 4, and the still somewhat dazed Tong Mei. The 5 figures disappeared from their original position in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in a cockpit that was so vast that it seemed to have no boundaries. There is no trace of the cold mechanical feeling of traditional mecha here. Under your feet is a silver ground with golden light flowing on it. Surrounding it is a huge 360-degree panoramic screen with no blind spots, which clearly presents everything outside. The air is filled with pure and gentle energy, and just one breath makes you feel refreshed. Shenbin stood in the main control position. The moment he appeared, countless huge streams of information poured into his mind like rivers flowing into the sea. That is everything about the Heart of Origin: infinite energy core, full attribute rule adaptation, absolute defense force field. Switching between creation and destruction modes, hyperdimensional computing units, cross-space strike capabilities, and countless incredibly powerful skills. No need to learn or adapt at all. The mecha achieved 100% synchronization with him in an instant. He is the mecha, and the mecha is him. He could even feel that even if an ordinary person entered here, he could easily unleash the power to destroy the world with the help of the mecha. I see. Is this the true power of the system exchange item? Shenmin felt the surging, seemingly omnipotent power in his body, and finally a truly unbridled smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and his eyes locked onto the Dark Knight Emperor, who was facing a formidable enemy, the 2S class Eternal Night Kings, and Long Badian, whose face looked extremely ugly, through the panoramic screen. Now, the game really begins. His voice came out through the Heart of Origin. It was no longer an amplified electronic sound, but like the whisper of the laws of heaven and earth. It was calm, but carried the majesty of judging everything. Just now, were you having a great time fighting? Chapter 142: The Powerful Heart of Origin. Shenbin's whisper, which seemed like the laws of heaven and earth, was still echoing in the air, and the huge body of the Heart of Origin had already moved. Without any warning or charging, the 6 pairs of light wings behind him just fluttered slightly. Buzz! The entire sky seemed to be pulled suddenly by an invisible giant hand. The huge body of the Heart of Origin disappeared from the spot in an instant. It was not a space jump, but a pure extreme speed. All that was left was a circle of slowly spreading space ripples and a piercing sonic boom cloud. The next second, it appeared like a ghost above and to the side of the SS-class Emperor of the Night. Grip of Judgment Thunderfire. Shenbin's mind moved slightly, and the huge right arm of the Heart of Origin stretched out, and violent purple thunder and red flames that burned everything were instantly intertwined on his palm. 2 completely different but equally destructive energies merged perfectly, transforming into a giant purple-red energy palm that covered the sky and the sun. With the will of judgment and destruction, it grabbed the head of the Emperor of Dark Night fiercely. ES pupils suddenly shrank in the cockpit. She had never seen such a strange and swift attack method. Space jump. The Emperor of Dark Night reacted extremely quickly, and the space around him fluctuated violently, trying to make a short-distance space jump to avoid it. However, the golden light path around the palm of the Heart of Origin suddenly lit up, and an invisible force field that interfered with space instantly spread. Space is stable. The spatial fluctuations around the Emperor of Dark Night became violently chaotic, like the water surface where a stone was thrown, and the spatial jump was forcibly interrupted and interfered with. What? E was shocked. How could the other party interfere with the power of space so easily? There is no way to avoid it. Space barrier, fully activated. The dark purple vortex eye on the chest of the Emperor of Dark Night was spinning wildly, and a layer of extremely dense space shield was instantly expanded to withstand the terrifying attack of thunder and fire. Boom! The purple-red giant palm of thunder and fire slammed hard on the dark energy shield. Thunder exploded and flames surged. The shield groaned as it could not bear the heavy burden, twisting and fluctuating violently, and even tiny cracks appeared on the surface. The scattered lightning and fire hit the mountains below like a rainstorm, instantly blowing several peaks into dust and sending lava flowing everywhere. The huge body of the Dark Knight Emperor was suddenly sunk down by the terrifying power contained in this palm. Just as Chanbin launched the attack, the other 2S-class Eternal Night Kings also moved. They were like the most loyal guards, flashing across space in an instant and appearing behind both sides of the Heart of Origin. Space-cutting cross-slash. The sharp blades on the 2 mecha's arms popped out and swung crosswise. 2 twisted black cracks, enough to cut space itself, slashed in a cross shape towards the light wings behind the Heart of Origin. Attack the enemy where they must rescue. However, Shenbin didn't even look back. The 6 pairs of huge wings of light behind the Heart of Origin just flapped lightly. Absolute defense, barrier of light. Countless pure light energies gathered in an instant, forming an extremely huge, crystal clear yet indestructible wall of light behind the mecha. Laugh. 2 space-cutting cracks slashed on the light wall, making a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. The wall of light flickered violently, rippling countless ripples, but it stubbornly remained unbroken. The laws of light and space conflicted violently, erupting into a dazzling light. Humph. You're using unorthodox tactics. Take my sword. Long Badian roared and seized the opportunity. He transformed into a golden stream of light and circled to the front of the Heart of Origin. The Gangjin giant sword condensed again, and its size even doubled. With all his strength as an SS-level warrior, he fiercely stabbed the colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin. He saw that it was the energy core. At the same time, Feng Qingwu, who was barely suppressing her injuries below, also raised her spiritual energy and let out a sad and angry phoenix cry. Phoenix true flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Endless red-gold flames surged from below like a tsunami, transforming into 9 huge flaming phoenixes, which entangled the limbs and wings of the Heart of Origin from different directions, trying to restrict its movements and create opportunities for Long Badian. For a moment, the Heart of Origin controlled by Chen Bin was surrounded by enemies. In front of him was Long Badian's full-strength attack, on both sides and behind were the space cutting of 2 S-class mechas, below was Feng Qingwu's flame restraint, and in front was the Dark Knight Emperor who had just stabilized his body, staring covetously. In the cockpit, Tong Mei and 12 held their breath, Xi's eyes were cold, and Fei Luo frowned slightly. Shen Bin remained calm, and there was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. Come on. I'll show you what absolute power is. The colorful gem on the chest of Heart of Origin suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. Elemental Storm, full release. Boom boom boom. With the Heart of Origin as the center, a completely out of control and destructive elemental storm broke out instantly. Endless thunder was like the wrath of Thor, transforming into a sea of thunder covering several kilometers, madly striking the 2 S-class Eternal Night Kings, forcing them to retreat again and again, and their space shields flickered violently. Violent flames gushed out from under its feet, engulfing Feng Qingwu's 9 fire phoenixes and even rolling back, burning Feng Qingwu into a miserable state. A biting cold air burst out from its left arm, instantly freezing a large area of space on the left. Even the black marks cut through the space were frozen and shattered. The heavy power of the earth condensed in its right arm, turning into a giant rock fist comparable to a mountain. With one punch, it shattered Long Badian's Gangjin sword energy, shocking him so much that his blood surged and he flew backwards. The 2 completely opposite spiritual energies of pure light and deep darkness intertwined and swirled around it, forming a chaotic energy field that combined offense and defense, offsetting and annihilating all the space rays shot by the Emperor of Dark Night. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, thunder, except for the mysterious attribute of time, almost all known elements and rule powers are perfectly and terrifyingly presented in the Heart of Origin. It seemed to be the embodiment of spiritual energy, and every move it made was like a force of natural disaster. This battle completely turned into a collision and carnival of psychic energy. The spatial power of the Emperor of Dark Night is strange and unpredictable. Sometimes it folds the space for defense, and sometimes it tears the space for a surprise attack. The 2 S-class Eternal Night Kings also cooperate tacitly and continuously carry out spatial harassment. Long Badian's Gangjin law is indestructible, and every strike carries the sharpness to cut through everything. Feng Qingwu's law of fire burned the sky and boiled the sea, trying to melt everything with extreme high temperature. Chen Bin's Heart of Origin is like a kaleidoscope, with powers of various attributes at his fingertips and switching perfectly. Sometimes he uses thunder to fight against space, sometimes he uses ice to freeze flames, and sometimes he uses the earth to fight against Gangjin. The battle scenes are grand to the extreme. The sky was shattered, energy storms of various colors raged, and the land below kept changing its topography, sometimes turning into scorched earth, sometimes into glaciers, and sometimes being cut into bottomless canyons. The fight was hard to decide and both sides were evenly matched. Although the Heart of Origin is powerful, the opponent is, after all, a SS-class mecha of the same level, a combination of 2 S-class mechas and 2 SS-class powerhouses. They cooperate well and are experienced, and no one can do anything to anyone for a while. The intense energy consumption caused both sides' movements to slow down a bit. One calculated frantically in the Dark Knight Emperor, trying to find the core law of the energy of the Heart of Origin, but found that the other party's energy seemed to be really endless, with no signs of decay. Long Badian and Feng Qingwu became more and more frightened as the fight went on. They had never encountered such a tough opponent before. It seemed as if they never got tired and always had endless tricks up their sleeves. Chen Bin was driving the Heart of Origin, feeling the pleasure of exerting his power, but his heart became calmer. He knew that if he continued to consume energy like this, he would have unlimited energy and would definitely win, but he didn't want to continue like this. His gaze once again locked onto the Emperor of Dark Night, who was constantly maneuvering with the power of space. Chapter 143: Breaking the Situation. The psychic bombardment in the sky is still going on, and the energy turbulence makes the sky look bizarre, as if the end of the world has come. The evenly matched stalemate made both sides extremely nervous, looking for even the slightest flaw in the other side. Chenbin controlled the Heart of Origin and seemed to be still fighting fiercely with the Emperor of the Dark Knight and Long Badian and his wife. The energy torrents of various attributes collided and annihilated each other. But most of his computing power has quietly locked onto the 2S-class Eternal Night Kings that are constantly flashing in space and waiting for opportunities to launch sneak attacks. The spatial attribute is indeed troublesome, but it is not invulnerable. Chenbin's heart sank. Every time a space jump occurs, and the moment the jump is completed, there will be an extremely brief period of space coordinate stabilization and the driver's own adaptation delay. Although it's only a few tenths of a second, but it's enough. He deliberately exposed a flaw. After the Heart of Origin clashed with the dark matter torrent of the Emperor of Dark Knight, the huge fuselage seemed to be unnaturally stagnant due to the reaction force, and the energy fluctuations of the light wing on the right side behind it also decayed instantly. This flaw is extremely small, but for the 2S-class Eternal Night Kings who have been looking for an opportunity, it is undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Now. Space thrust. The two Eternal Night Kings made judgments almost at the same time and jumped through space instantly. Their figures disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, they appeared on the right rear side of the Heart of Origin where the defense seemed to be weak. The highly compressed space blades condensed on their arms stabbed fiercely at the root of the light wing with energy fluctuations. If this attack hits, it will be enough to severely damage the mobility of the Heart of Origin. However, just as they completed the space jump and the space blade was about to touch the light wings, a sharp light suddenly burst out from Chenbin's eyes. "I'm waiting for you to jump over." The light wings behind the Heart of Origin that seemed to have decayed in energy suddenly burst out with light brighter than the sun. Countless extremely fine energy chains composed of pure light spiritual energy are like tentacles with life. It ejected at a speed beyond imagination and instantly wrapped around the two Eternal Night Kings that had just finished jumping and were still in a short adaptation period. Light imprisonment holy chains. These chains of light psychic energy are not a violent attack, but have extremely strong purification, sealing and interference properties. They were like maggots on the tarsal bones, instantly crawling all over the body of the Eternal Night King. The holy runes flowing on it flashed wildly, strongly interfering with the spatial energy operation of the mecha and the internal neural connection system. The movements of the two Eternal Night Kings suddenly froze. The space blade on the arm quickly dimmed and dissipated, and the space fluctuations on the surface of the body became extremely chaotic, making it even difficult to maintain suspension. "Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Break free!" 2 and 3 screamed in the cockpit, frantically mobilizing their psychic energy to try to break free from the strange chains of light, or to initiate space jump again. But how could Chenbin give them a chance? Want to run? Gravity abyss, 10,000 times superposition. Heart of Origin pressed the left palm towards the two temporarily imprisoned mechas in the void. Buzz. An extremely terrifying gravity was instantly exerted on the two Eternal Night Kings. The surrounding space was slightly distorted due to the sudden increase in gravity. The two mechas seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand and suddenly fell to the ground below. The bodies of the mechas made metallic groaning sounds as they could not bear the heavy weight. The chains of light combined with 10,000 times the gravity made them lose most of their ability to move in an instant. "Bastard! Let them go!" Long Baishan's eyes were bloodshot and he roared, turning into a golden sword and rushing forward, trying to cut off those chains of light. Liberate space. The one among the Dark Knight Emperors was also shocked and angry. He controlled the mecha to shoot out a huge space crack, trying to cut the chains and interfere with the Heart of Origin. Feng Qinggu below also endured her injuries and spewed out a large amount of Phoenix True Flame, burning towards the chains of light. Their reactions were extremely fast and their attacks were extremely fierce. But Chenbin was more prepared. The Heart of Origin waved its right arm, and an extremely thick shield that combined the laws of the earth and the devouring power of darkness condensed in an instant, blocking Long Baishan's sword energy and the spatial crack of the Dark Knight Emperor. At the same time, the light wing on the left side of its back flapped gently, scattering endless ice crystal mist containing water spiritual energy, which instantly greatly weakened and froze the power of Feng Qinggu's Phoenix True Flame. In the split second that it took to fend off all the reinforcements. Closing the net. The colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin flashed, and two soft but irresistible colorful traction beams accurately enveloped the two falling Eternal Night Kings. This beam of light seemed to contain higher-level spatial rules, ignoring the mecha's own defense and struggle, and directly penetrated the armor. The next moment, something shocking happened. The cockpit covers on the chest area of the two huge S-class mechas were forcibly opened and peeled off by this colorful light beam. Two women wearing tight driving suits and with pale faces of fear were revealed. They were drivers 2 and 3. No! Amid the desperate screams of 2 and 3, the colorful beams of light, like living tentacles, instantly wrapped around them and pulled them out of the cockpit. The two Eternal Night Kings, having lost their drivers, suddenly fell stiffly towards the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two colorful beams of light were quickly retracted into the body of the Heart of Origin and disappeared along with the captured 2 and 3. In the cockpit of the Heart of Origin, a colorful light flashed, and two women who were tightly tied up with chains of light, their spiritual powers were completely sealed, and their eyes were full of fear and disbelief, fell to the cold ground. It was the prisoners, 2 and 3. The whole process seems complicated, but it actually happens within a very short few seconds. When Long Baishan's sword energy was deflected, the spatial crack of one was offset, and Fengqingwu's flames were frozen. What they saw was there were only two huge mechas that had lost their pilots and were falling to the ground, and the huge body of the Heart of Origin that was still standing tall as if nothing had happened. Their rescue attempt failed. 2. 3. In the Dark Knight Emperor, one made an angry and unwilling electronic sound, but it was also full of powerlessness. The opponent's methods are too strange and precise. Long Badian and Fengqingwu also froze in mid-air, their faces looking extremely ugly, with a huge sense of frustration and chill in their hearts. The other party had actually captured two S-class mecha pilots alive right under their noses, in such a nonchalant and unbelievable manner. Shenbin looked at the two new captives under his feet, then looked at the two fallen Eternal Night Kings outside, and a satisfied arc finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. The deadlock was broken. Now, it's 3-1. Chapter 144, Victory is decided. Two S-class pilots were captured, the mecha crashed, and the battle situation instantly became unbalanced. Long Badian and Fengqingwu's expressions changed drastically, and for the first time, clear fear appeared in their eyes. The precise calculations and terrifying strength displayed by that strange mecha far exceeded their expectations. Although the Dark Knight Emperor, driven by E, is still powerful, it cannot stand alone. And Shenbin, naturally, would not miss this excellent opportunity to expand his victory. Now, it's your turn. The colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin shines brightly, like an ignited new star. Without the two annoying fly-like S-class mechas restraining it, it can finally let go and focus most of its focus and energy on the three targets in front of it. Elemental Frenzy, Infinite Bombardment. Shenbin's mind moved, and the 6 pairs of light wings of the Heart of Origin unfolded completely, just like a god spreading his wings to control the laws. The next moment, a scene that made Long Badian and ES scalps tingle appeared. No more need to switch attributes, no more deliberate manipulation. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, thunder. Horrifying attacks of various attributes poured out from every part of the Heart of Origin body as if they were free. On the left, an endless thunderstorm transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, pouncing towards the Emperor of Dark Night with bared fangs and claws. On the right side, the raging flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea condensed into hundreds of giant flaming birds, screaming and covering all the space for Long Badian to dodge. Above, the extremely sharp Gangjin rain poured down like a waterfall, mixed with extremely cold ice crystals that could freeze the soul. Below, the earth was torn apart, and countless huge rock hands broke out of the ground, grabbing Fengqingwu, who was trying to lower her altitude. The energy torrents of light and darkness are like intertwined spirals, attacking the space shield of the Emperor of Darkness and constantly eroding and dissolving it. The strong wind turned into countless extremely sharp invisible blades, cutting indiscriminately from all directions. This is no longer a battle, but a saturation attack of natural disaster level launched by the Heart of Origin alone, covering the entire battlefield. Every attack contains terrifying power. Crazy. Is this guy's energy endless? He screamed in the cockpit. She had never seen such a crazy and reckless attack method. The dark energy shield of the Emperor of Dark Night flickered violently under the bombardment of various attributes, the energy readings dropped wildly, and the surface of the body was constantly scratched by attacks of various attributes, leaving behind charred, frozen, and cut scars. She could only use her space-folding ability to the extreme, constantly distorting the space in front of her, struggling to resist and deflect most of the attacks, but she was still in a miserable state, like a small boat in a storm. Long Badian is even more miserable. Although he is an SS-level warrior, he is mainly good at attacking rather than defending. Faced with this overwhelming bombardment with different attributes but equally deadly, he could only condense the Gangjin spiritual energy into layers of swords and shields to protect his body, and wave them frantically to block. Boom! A bolt of lightning shattered the golden light of his sword and shield. Swish! Countless wind blades sliced through his protective spiritual energy, leaving streaks of blood. Bang! A huge rock fist hit his back hard, making his throat feel sweet and almost vomiting blood. His speed was completely suppressed, and he could only struggle to hold on, without any ability to fight back. Feng Qingwu was already injured, and was now in even greater danger. The flames were extinguished by ice water, and the space for movement was blocked by the giant rock hands and the sharp wind blades. Several times, he was almost swallowed up by the violent energy aftermath. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she could only rely on the high speed of the phoenix's true body to barely maneuver around, but her injuries became worse and her breath became weaker. No! If this continues, we will all die here. Long Badian was furious and yelled frantically into the communicator. 1. Find a way. Xingwu, come closer to us. In the Emperor of the Dark Night, one's voice was hurried and helpless. The enemy's firepower is too strong. The space is disturbed by various energy storms. Large-scale space jumps require time to prepare. We can only endure it. I can't bear it anymore. Long Badian looked at his constantly depleted spiritual energy and the increasing number of wounds on his body, and saw that Feng Qingwu was in danger. Finally, a glimmer of resolute madness flashed in his eyes. Separate. We can't die together. Qingwu, break out. Yi and I will cover your retreat. Quick. When Feng Qingwu heard this, a trace of pain and struggle flashed across her beautiful face, but she knew that this was her only choice. She gritted her teeth and let out a mournful wail. The phoenix fire in her body burned to the extreme. She withstood the cutting of several wind blades and ice crystals, transformed into a stream of red gold light, and fled frantically to the back regardless of everything. Want to run? Have you asked me? Chen Bin sneered, and the huge arm of the Heart of Origin was raised, pointing at the direction of Feng Qingwu's escape, and the colorful gem light gathered. Chaos Annihilation Cannon. A torrent of energy that was a fusion of multiple destructive energies and appeared strangely gray-black in color tore through the sky and slammed into Feng Qingwu's back at a speed several times faster than hers. If this attack hits, Feng Qingwu will definitely die. Don't even think about it. Long Badian roared, and regardless of his own defense, he rushed to the front of the gray-black energy torrent, concentrating all the Gangjin spiritual energy in front of him. Hegemonic body, indestructible golden body. He transformed into an incomparably dazzling golden giant and crashed headfirst into the Chaos Annihilation Cannon. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Long Baishan's indestructible golden body was instantly covered with cracks. He flew backwards, spurting blood. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his breath instantly weakened to the extreme, but he finally blocked the fatal blow. Almost at the same time, the Emperor of Dark Night also unleashed his final strength. Space splitting. One controlled the mecha and detonated a large area of the surrounding space at all costs, creating an extremely chaotic space fault zone, temporarily blocking the pursuit of the Heart of Origin. Back Ian. Feng Qingwu turned around and saw her husband's miserable appearance, and let out a shrill cry, but her escape momentum did not slow down at all. Instead, she rushed towards the south even faster, with tears floating in the air. Go! Long Badian roared hoarsely, his body falling down weakly. The Heart of Origin was slightly hindered by the chaotic space fault for a moment. Shenbin looked at Feng Qingwu, who had escaped for a distance, then looked at the seriously injured Long Badian, who fell, and the Dark Knight Emperor, who was also seriously injured in trying to support Long Badian. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. His main target from the very beginning was the SS-class mecha and the Long Badian couple. Feng Qingwu fled to the south? That was exactly what he wanted. 4-12, go capture Long Badian, dead or alive. Feiluo, lock onto that black mecha and don't let her run away. Shen Bin quickly ordered. The figures of 4 and 12 instantly flew out of the cockpit of the Heart of Origin and shot towards the falling Long Badian like two lightning bolts. Feiluo also tried to cheer herself up, her pink eyes locked on the Emperor of Dark Night, who was trying to jump through space. The invisible power of desire interfered with the stability of the surrounding space. Chen Bin himself controlled the Heart of Origin. The huge fuselage slightly adjusted its direction, and the light wings behind it vibrated again. With the terrifying power to crush everything, it slowly chased towards one. The hunt is not over yet. And the surprise in the south is waiting for the phoenix that has fallen into the trap. Chapter 145, Loot. Chen Bin's eyes were cold as he controlled the Heart of Origin to launch a fatal pursuit of the Emperor of Dark Night, who was trying to escape. Fei Luo also tried hard to endure the exhaustion, and a light flashed in her pink eyes. A pink mist that was thicker than before spread out again, like an invisible net, covering the SS-class mecha that was trying to make a space jump. This fog is not a strong attack, but contains extremely strong mental penetration and energy interference characteristics, trying to invade the interior of the mecha, affect the judgment of the driver E, and even temporarily imprison the mecha. However, as an SS-class mecha, the Emperor of Dark Knight has an internal mental protection and energy filtering system that far exceeds that of previous S-class mechas. The pink mist wrapped around it, making the dark luster on the surface of the mecha a little obscure and uncertain, and the preparations for the space jump were obviously hindered and became sluggish, but it was not able to directly control it as expected. TSK, this iron lump, is quite prickly. Fei Luo frowned slightly. It was obvious that the opponent's resistance was stronger than she expected. During this brief period of obstruction, one felt an unprecedented threat of death. The pressure emanating from the colorful mecha behind her was like a substance, locking onto her tightly. I can't die here. A trace of resolute madness flashed in Yi's eyes. She no longer tried to make a stable long-distance jump, but desperately activated the deepest emergency mechanism of the Emperor of Dark Knight. Overload. Space explodes and collapses. The dark purple vortex eye on the Dark Knight Emperor's chest instantly turned into a dangerous red. The space around the huge fuselage did not simply twist, but began to collapse and compress inward madly. An unstable small black hole prototype is forcibly generated in front of the mecha, emitting a destructive suction force. The next moment, this extremely unstable space black hole was suddenly pushed back by one towards the pursuing Heart of Origin. Then, she used the huge reverse impact force and space turbulence generated by the self-explosive space collapse to forcibly tear open an extremely unstable temporary space crack leading to an unknown direction. Want to run? Not that easy. Chen Bin's eyes narrowed, and the huge palm of Heart of Origin was aimed at the incoming black hole of space, and the colorful gemstone light flashed. Space interference. A strange multi-attribute mixed energy torrent shot out, not a head-on collision, but like a universal solvent, it quickly penetrated, decomposed, and neutralized the energy structure of the unstable space, causing it to quickly disintegrate and annihilate before hitting the mecha, leaving only a circle of violently rippling space ripples. But in this brief moment of response, the unstable space crack had already swallowed up most of the fuselage of the Dark Knight Emperor. How could Chen Bin let her escape so easily? The Heart of Origin raised its arm again, and a beam of chaotic energy condensed to the extreme shot towards the space crack that was about to close. Boom! The energy beam slammed into the edge of the crack, causing a violent space explosion. A muffled groan and the harsh sound of the mecha being damaged could be faintly heard coming from the crack, but it was too late. The space crack completely closed and disappeared without a trace. The Emperor of Dark Knight successfully escaped into the space turbulence with its damaged fuselage and the injured pilot one. Although the price was heavy, he finally saved his life. At this moment, the figures of 4 and 12 also flew back from below, landed beside the Heart of Origin, and shook their heads. Master, I am incompetent. When Long Badian fell seriously injured, he was suddenly swept away by an extremely weak spatial fluctuation. The speed was so fast that no one could intercept him. For reported coldly that she sensed that the spatial fluctuation had the same origin as the escaped Emperor of Dark Knight. It was obvious that one was distracted at the last moment and rescued Long Badian. Chen Bin's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't seem surprised by the result. After all, the opponent is an SS-class mecha. It is not impossible to save a person while trying to escape for his life. It's okay, they are just 2 stray dogs, they can't cause much trouble, he said lightly. At this moment, Long Qingxue, who had been hiding on a distant mountain watching the battle, flew over with a sweet smile on her face, as if asking for credit, and her eyes were filled with absolute admiration and obedience. Master! Master! How did I perform? Did I not reveal any flaws? Chen Bin glanced at her, nodded, and praised her, saying, well done. If Long Qingxue's perfect acting skills had not made Feng Qingwu believe it and lowered her guard, he would not have been able to injure Feng Qingwu so easily and seize the flaw to eliminate the 2 S-class mechas. Long Qingxue suddenly smiled like a flower, as if she had received a huge reward. Chen Bin's gaze turned to the south again. That was the direction Feng Qingwu fled, and also, the direction where the pink Jedi was. Fei Luo's figure floated to his side. Although she was a little transparent, she had a strange smile on her face. She said through her body's induction. Chen Bin, everything's going smoothly over there. That panicked little phoenix is unaware, flying towards the end of her destiny. The corners of Chen Bin's mouth curled up in a look of control over everything. With a thought, the huge Heart of Origin mecha turned into a stream of light and was taken back into the system space by him. Let's go and collect our final trophy. After saying that, he took Fei Luo, 4, 12, Tong Mei, the admiring Long Qingxue, and the unconscious 2 and 3 and transformed them into several streams of light, flying slowly towards the area in the south that was quietly shrouded in pink mist. At this time, in the southern sky, Feng Qinggu was fleeing frantically, regardless of everything. She burned her lifeblood, increasing her speed to the limit, with only one thought in her mind: escape. The farther away from that demon, the better. She didn't even notice that a very thin pink mist with a strange sweet fragrance began to fill the air around her. The mist silently seeped into her protective spiritual energy, affecting her judgment and amplifying her inner fear and panic. At the same time, it was as if there was some gentle pull, guiding her to fly in a specific direction. She only felt that direction seemed to bring her an inexplicable sense of security, as if it could isolate her from the suffocating pressure from behind. However, he had no idea that he was being pushed step by an invisible hand towards the pink land of desire that even SS-level strongmen would shudder at. Her fate had long been calculated by Qin Bin and controlled by Fei Luo herself. Chapter 146: Returning to the Space of Desire. Feng Qingwu's mind was in chaos. The strange pink mist not only affected the operation of her spiritual energy, but also was like the sweetest poison, constantly eroding her will and stirring up the deepest primitive desires in her body. She just felt hot and uncomfortable all over, her flight trajectory became a little crooked, and her consciousness struggled on the edge of clarity and sinking. Just when she was about to get lost in the pink mist, several blurry figures suddenly came into her sight in the slightly thinner fog ahead. One of the figures, that familiar outline, that aura that made her heartbroken and angry, it was her daughter, Long Qingxue. And the person standing next to Long Qingxue was the devil whom she hated to the core, Qin Bin. And the women around him who have different appearances but are equally powerful. They were hovering above a huge canyon completely shrouded in thick, impenetrable pink mist, like hunters waiting for their prey to fall into their trap. They stared at her quietly with a chilling, half-smile, playful expression on their faces. Schwer? Chen Bin. Feng Qinggu felt as if she was doused with ice water, and suddenly woke up from her trance. Boundless fear and anger instantly overwhelmed the heat in the body. Without any hesitation, she suddenly changed direction and fled madly in the direction she came from. That canyon gave her a feeling of terror that was countless times more terrifying than facing Qin Bin's mecha. However, Qin Bin's voice, like the whisper of a devil, had already sounded faintly, clearly reaching her ears. You want to run now? It's too late. The moment the words fell. Crash! From the depths of the canyon below, which was shrouded in pink mist, several extremely thick tentacles suddenly shot out, composed entirely of pink liquid and energy. The speed of these tentacles was so fast that it was beyond imagination, as if they had merged with the space, and they caught up with the frantically fleeing Feng Qinggu in an instant. Feng Qinggu was horrified and desperately tried to stir up the phoenix true fire to burn the tentacles. But when her flame touched the pink tentacles, instead of igniting them, it was absorbed by them like fuel, making the tentacles even thicker and more translucent. The tentacles were like the most flexible and tough pythons, easily wrapping around her ankles, wrists, waist, and neck, and tightly restraining all her struggles. The power transmitted from the tentacle was so huge that it made her despair, and it also carried with it a strange wave of desire that could disintegrate all power, instantly breaking through the remaining psychic defenses in her body. Let me go! Chen Bin! You devil! Beast! Feng Qinggu screamed in despair, tears mixed with sweat of humiliation sliding down her cheeks, but her body was being dragged mercilessly towards the pink canyon that was like a huge mouth, towards the horrible future that she was most reluctant to face. Chen Bin looked at this scene, the curve of his mouth became more and more obvious, he turned his head and gestured to Fei Luo. Fei Luo chuckled, stretched out her slender finger and lightly pointed downwards. A ball of even richer and purer pink mist emerged from the canyon, like a gentle cloud, gently enveloping Chen Bin, Fei Luo, 4, 12, Tong Mei, Long Qingxue, and the imprisoned and unconscious 2 and 3. Following Feng Qinggu, who was dragged by the tentacles, they sank into the thick pink sea of fog that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The scene before my eyes changed instantly. Instead of barren mountains and sky, you were now above an endless ocean of sweet and sticky pink liquid. The air is filled with an extremely rich, intoxicating and strange sweet fragrance. One breath makes people feel soft all over, and the most primitive desires in their hearts are infinitely magnified. The pink halo is everywhere, soft but with irresistible magic. Here is the main space of the Tree of Desire Fei Yi. Feng Qingwu was entangled by those pink tentacles and suspended above the pink ocean. All her struggles were in vain. The lustful fluid seemed to penetrate every pore, seeping through her skin into her limbs and bones, igniting every inch of her skin and every nerve. The indescribable heat erupted in her body like a volcano, causing her to moan in shame. His eyes began to become blurry, his remaining sanity was screaming wildly, but his body honestly became hot and soft. Chen Bin and others stood steadily on the surface of the pink liquid, as if they were standing on solid ground. Chen Bin raised his head and looked at the dome of this space. There, a pair of enormous pink eyes, filled with endless charm and ancient wisdom, slowly opened and stared quietly below, as if they had existed there since time immemorial. "Fei Yi, long time no see." Chen Bin spoke in a calm tone, as if he was greeting an old friend. The huge pink eyes blinked slightly, and a lazy, charming female voice with a hint of joy and intimacy echoed clearly throughout the space. Compared to the last time we met, when her voice was broken and unclear, her voice was now smooth and full of charm. "Chen Bin, I've been watching you every day, watching you become stronger and stronger, watching you bring new toys." Her voice seemed to resound directly in the depths of their souls, causing the 4, 12, and even Long Qingxue, except Chen Bin and Fei Luo, to feel their hearts shaken. Chen Bin smiled and pointed at Feng Qingwu, who was almost losing her mind due to lust and struggling with only the last bit of dignity. "This time, I have to trouble you again." A light of pleasure flashed across Fei's huge eyes. "I am happy to serve you. SS-level desire is really a rare delicacy." As she finished speaking, the pink tentacles wrapped around Feng Qingwu's body squirmed slightly. Sizzle. The gorgeous yet torn dress on Feng Qingwu's body melted and disintegrated in an instant, like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. It transformed into the purest energy and was completely absorbed by the pink liquid, revealing a flawless body that was now covered in seductive pink and trembling slightly with lust and shame. She whimpered in despair and shame, and tried to curl up, but the tentacles forcibly stretched her limbs. In an extremely shameful posture, it was displayed in front of Chen Bin without reservation, in this pink space. Chen Bin calmly admired the body of this SS-level warrior that was enough to drive any man crazy. There was no lust in his eyes, only a kind of scrutiny as if appreciating a work of art and an absolute sense of control. He took slow steps, stepping on the pink liquid surface, like a king walking towards a sacrifice, step by step towards Feng Qingwu, who was suspended in the air and had become a lamb to be slaughtered. Fei Yezwell flowed joyfully in the space, and the pink liquid ocean rippled slightly, as if expecting another ultimate conquest and feast. Chapter 147 Bound Target, 17. In the boundless pink sea of desire, time seems to have lost its meaning. Like a tireless conqueror, Chen Bin embarked on a long and thorough taming of the once high and mighty, graceful and elegant lady of Longyuan City in this absolute territory controlled by Fei Yi. Bite. Bound target, Feng Qingwu. Appearance score, 96. Psychic level, SS537504410. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 10%. Daily feedback, 10 power points, 10 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 500,000. Conquest points plus 500,000. The huge influx of psychic points and conquest points made Chen Bin's aura rise slightly. This is just the beginning. The following day became the longest, most shameful, yet most irresistible journey of decadence in Feng Qingwu's life. With Fei Ye's blessing, her SS-level strongman's will was peeled off layer by layer, disintegrated, and reshaped. Every conquest increases the conquest degree by precisely 10%. 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Her resistance went from fierce to weak, her curses became unconscious. Her proud look eventually turned into confusion, obedience, and a hint of abnormal dependence after being completely conquered. When the degree of conquest reached 100%, the look she gave Chen Bin was filled with the same absolute admiration and tenderness as Long Qingxue's. Phoenix Dance. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 96. Psychic level, SS537603510. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 10,000 power points, 10,000 conquest points. Master. Her voice was hoarse and gentle, and she took the initiative to snuggle into Chen Bin's arms. Chen Bin patted her smooth back with satisfaction and said to Fei Yi in the air, "That's enough. Send her out now. Remember to package her." Fei Yi's huge eyes blinked, and a smile flashed across them. The pink tentacles wrapped around Feng Qingwu loosened, and a soft pink energy enveloped her, repairing the minor injuries on her body. But at the same time, she simulated severe internal injuries and energy overdraft, even forcing a streak of golden blood from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes became a little torn. It looked like it had survived a brutal battle and had escaped with great difficulty. Go back to Longyuan City, you know what to do. Chen Bin ordered lightly. Yes, master. Feng Qingwu nodded obediently with a firm look in her eyes. The next moment, her figure was wrapped in pink mist and instantly disappeared from this space, heading towards the direction of Longyuan City in the north. After seeing Feng Qingwu off, Chen Bin cast his gaze towards Air and San, who were still trapped by the pink tentacles and floating in the sea of desire. These two S-class female drivers had already awakened from the erosion of the environment and witnessed the entire process of Feng Qingwu being conquered. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Next, it's your turn. Chen Bin walked towards them. Chen Bin was also ruthless towards these two S-level powerhouses with a score of 97. Under Fei Ye's absolute domain and Chen Bin's methods, their resistance was also futile. A day later, the system prompt sounded twice again, announcing that the body and mind of 2 and 3 had also been completely possessed, and the degree of conquest had reached 100%. 2. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 97. Psychic level, S76965300. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 10,000 power points, 10,000 conquest points. The data for 3 is almost the same as that for 2. The way they looked at Chen Bin also became gentle and infatuated. Finally, Chen Bin's gaze fell on Tong Mei, who had been watching the whole process from the side, with a flushed face and a little rapid breathing. The eyes of this hot and charming S-class beauty are filled with complex lights at this moment, including fear, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement that is eager to try. Have you seen enough? Chen Bin walked up to her and lifted her chin. Tong Mei licked her sexy red lips, her peach blossom eyes flickered with water waves. Instead of being afraid, she smiled foolishly, really, too domineering. But I like it. She has always admired the strong, and the absolute power and control displayed by Chen Bin has already completely ignited her interest and desire to conquer. There was no need for Chen Bin to force her at all, she almost came up to him half-heartedly. Another day passed. The system's prompt sound brought his journey into the pink space to a perfect end. Bite. Bound target, Tong Mei. Appearance score, 96. Psychic level, S1850000. Psychic potential, S level upgradable. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 10,000 power points, 10,000 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 250,000. Conquest points plus 250,000. 4 days passed in a flash. Chen Bin walked out of the pink mist with Fei Luo, 4, 12, Long Qingxue, the gentle-eyed 2 and 3, and the radiant and increasingly charming Tong Mei, and returned to the outside world. Several people turned into streams of light and quickly returned to Tianxia City. In the Hentang Garden Villa, sensing the presence of Chen Bin's return, all the women including Nangongyu, Suyu, Suya, Lin Wanga, Lang Qingxiu and others came out to greet him. When they saw two new sisters 2 and 3 standing behind Chen Bin, each with a different temperament but equally stunning and unfathomable strength, their expressions became a little subtle, but mostly with smiles of familiarity. Naturally, Chen Bin gave some gentle comfort and introduced the new member to everyone. The villa was suddenly filled with spring and laughter. And in the distant Longyuan City, a disheveled, weak, and bloody figure stumbled into the city lord's mansion. It was Feng Qingwu who had escaped with difficulty. Her return caused a huge shock. But when everyone asked about the whereabouts of the city lord Long Badian, she instantly realized that Long Badian had not returned yet, and she immediately burst into tears. Yen said that she was ambushed by Chen Bin and his accomplices. In order to cover her retreat, Beishan's life or death is uncertain, and it is likely that he is in great danger. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Longyuan City was saddened, and at the same time, the hatred towards Tianxia City and Chen Bin reached its peak. Feng Qingwu suppressed her grief and quickly took over the control of Longyuan City as the city lord's wife and an SS-level strongman. While sending a large number of people to search for Long Beishan's whereabouts, she also integrated forces and strengthened the city's defenses, pretending to fight to the death with Tianxia City and avenge her husband. The power of Longyuan City had quietly changed without anyone noticing, and fell into the hands of Chen Bin's most loyal puppet. The storm subsided temporarily, but Chen Bin's strength and influence expanded to an unprecedented level after this storm. Chapter 148, The Far North, The Miserable Long Badian. In the north, on the endless ice field, the cold wind was like a steel knife scraping against the bones, blowing up snow foam all over the sky and making visibility extremely low. In this forbidden zone of life, a dim light was struggling to break through the wind and snow, flying northward at a not very fast speed. It was the severely damaged Dark Knight Emperor. Its massive fuselage was covered in scorch marks, ice cracks, and deep cuts, especially on the chest, which was dimly lit and even had a clear crack at the edge, with tiny arcs of energy occasionally overflowing. The back is also severely damaged and cannot effectively stabilize the space. It could no longer even perform any form of space jump and could only rely on the most basic thrusters to stagger and fly in the wind and snow. In the cockpit, ES' face was as pale as paper, with a trace of undried blood still at the corner of his mouth. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep the mecha flying at the lowest energy consumption. Most of the systems were offline or damaged. In the mecha's hands lay Long Badian, who was still seriously injured and unconscious. I don't know how long I flew, but the sky below was still white. It was not until we passed through an extremely violent and seemingly eternal ice storm that the scene before us suddenly became clear. The blizzard stopped miraculously. A huge icy canyon that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before their eyes, and in the center of the canyon stood a magnificent city that could not be described in words. The city was unlike any other human settlement in the wasteland. It does not have tall walls, but instead has huge metal ring structures that rotate continuously and emit dark blue energy, like some kind of powerful energy shield generator. The buildings in the city are angular and all made of a dark gray alloy. The style is extremely simple and full of futuristic technology. There are tall towers everywhere, and countless thick energy pipes are intertwined between the city buildings like giant pythons. What is even more frightening is that countless tiny figures can be seen busy in the city. They wore the same gray uniforms and moved in unison, like emotionless machines, performing various operations on huge building frames, beside energy pipelines, and in unknown factories. Silent and efficient, there was not much noise in the entire city, only a depressing, low roar. Seeing the city, one seemed to be relieved, but then the alarm of the mecha sounded sharply. Warning! Energy is below 5%. Core thrusters are about to shut down. Unable to maintain mecha flight mode. Warning! Severe structural damage in several locations. Immediate disarmament and repairs are recommended. The huge fuselage of the Dark Knight Emperor shook a few times and its altitude continued to drop. One appeared outside the mecha without any hesitation. Buzz! With a faint flash of light, the huge SS-class mecha instantly disintegrated and shrank, turning into a stream of light and being retracted into a special container in her body. Without the protection of the mecha, the biting cold and low pressure instantly hit. One grabbed the unconscious Long Badian, dragged him, and flew towards the entrance of the cold city below. The violent shaking and severe cold woke Long Badian from his coma. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and what came into view was a completely unfamiliar steel city full of cold technology, and the people below who were working numbly like worker ants. What is this place? Long Badian asked in a hoarse voice, filled with shock and weakness. He had never heard of such a strange and advanced place in the wasteland world. One dragged him without turning his head. His voice was still cold, but with a subtle complexity, my birthplace. She paused, glanced sideways at Long Badian, who looked perplexed, and added in an inexplicable tone, "From now on, it will also be you." But she didn't say anything more, as if she felt there was no need to explain too much to an object. An ominous premonition arose in Long Badian's heart, and it became stronger and stronger. The two flew into the city. A light blue energy scanning beam swept over the city, but did not stop them. The workers below didn't even look up at them, and continued numbly completing the work at hand. One took Long Badian and flew straight to the center of the city. There stands the most magnificent metal building, shaped like a huge inverted triangle battleship, with a faint blue energy light flowing throughout it, and its sense of technology far exceeds that of other surrounding buildings. The huge alloy door slid open silently, revealing a brightly lit but extremely cold passage inside. One walked in with Long Badian. As soon as I entered, I saw a figure leaning against the wall at the corner of the passage ahead, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. He was a tall and straight man, wearing a well-tailored silver-gray uniform. His face was handsome to the point of being almost perfect, but his eyes were as cold as ice, without any warmth at all. He glanced at one and the embarrassed Long Badian, with a hint of undisguised sarcasm on his lips, and said to one, "One, you failed." His voice was calm, yet it carried a condescending tone of judgment. He didn't stop for a moment, and didn't even look at the man, as if he was just air. He continued to drag Long Badian deeper into the building. The handsome man looked at Es back as he ignored him and left. The coldness in his eyes became even stronger, but he did not stop him. He just snorted with an ambiguous meaning. Long Baishan's heart sank. This man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. His strength was probably not weaker than his own in his prime. And such people seem to be not surprised at the failure of E, and even gloat over it? One took Long Badian through a series of heavy gates that required authority verification, and finally came to an extremely vast space that seemed to be located at the core of the building. The space here is hundreds of meters high, and is surrounded by countless consoles and screens flashing colorful indicators and complex data. Many people in white coats or uniforms are busy, but also silent. In the center of the space, there is no control console, but a huge mass of silver-gray liquid metal that is floating, slowly wriggling and changing. It seemed to have life, and was like the core of some supercomputer. Countless complex data streams and energy patterns emerged from time to time on its surface, emitting a heart-pounding, vast and terrifying mental pressure. Just standing in front of this piece of metal, Long Badian felt his soul trembling. His SS-level strength seemed as small as an ant in front of this existence. The surface of the huge lump of liquid metal rippled, and a blurry, huge face made of energy emerged. There are no specific facial features, only two empty light eyes, looking at Iha Long Badian below. A cold, neither male nor female voice, as if composed of countless electronic sounds, echoed in the space. 1. You failed. Not only did we fail to eliminate the traitors 4 and 12, we also failed to recapture the original code and kill the target, Chen Bin. Instead, we lost 2 Monarch-class test machines and the important experimental data 2 and 3. The voice was emotionless, yet it carried a sense of oppression that froze the very space. One knelt on one knee and bowed his head. One has failed to perform his duties properly. Please punish me, my lord. The huge space was dead silent, with only the slight sizzling sound of the liquid metal wriggling. Long Badian stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He finally realized what a terrible place he had come to. After a brief silence, the grand electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Since you brought back an SS-level protozoan experiment, I will exempt you from the penalty of mission failure. Experimental subject? Long Baishan's pupils suddenly shrank. The voice continued, go to the evolution room and repair and upgrade your Night Emperor to the latest specifications. I don't want any more accidents on the next mission. He seemed to be relieved and bowed his head and said, thank you, my lord. I understand. However, Long Badian on the side was completely furious. He was the dignified lord of Longyuan City, an SS rank expert, and yet he was being treated as some kind of experimental subject or prototype? Assholes. What do you think I am? You want to use me for experiments? Dream on. Long Badian roared angrily, and regardless of his seriously injured body, he forcibly mobilized the last bit of Gangjin spiritual energy, which turned into a faint golden light, and turned around to flee madly in the direction he came from. He didn't even dare to attack and just wanted to escape from this horrible place. Snort. Only an extremely slight, yet disdainful, snort came from the huge liquid metal. Long Badian, who was running wildly, suddenly felt that the space around him was completely solidified. An indescribable and irresistible invisible force was like the strongest shackles, imprisoning him in mid-air, and he couldn't even move a finger. The spiritual energy in his body was like a frozen river, completely dormant. Despair and fear instantly overwhelmed Long Badian. He stood up from the ground without even looking at the imprisoned Long Badian, as if it was really just an insignificant object. She bowed slightly to the liquid metal in the center, then turned and walked outside with an expressionless face. When she walked out of the core hall, the heavy alloy gates slowly closed behind her. Long Baishan's extremely shrill screams, filled with endless pain and fear, could be faintly heard from inside, but they were soon completely isolated. One walked straight towards the so-called evolution room without any pause, as if he heard nothing. Only the horrifying screams were left behind the door, gradually fading away. Chapter 149 Taking over Longyuan City. In stark contrast to the cold, cruel and desperate laboratory in the far north, the Yunding Garden Villa in Tianxia City is now filled with beauty, warmth, and fragrance. Chen Bin was lazily half lying on the large sofa, while Long Qingxu was snuggled in his arms like the most well-behaved cat, letting his big hands wander freely on her smooth back. Around him, Nangongyu was peeling spiritual fruits for him, Suyu was gently massaging his legs, Suya was brewing fragrant tea on the side, and the other women were also doing their own jobs, playing music or dancing. The whole hall was filled with soft music and laughter. Over the past month, Chen Bin has been living a life of luxury and enjoyment. She is accompanied by many beauties during the day, and even more stunning beauties take turns sleeping with her at night. Each time, it brought a huge amount of psychic points and conquest points feedback. His strength was steadily improving at an astonishing speed every moment, and he was already approaching the threshold of SS level. He was intoxicated by the feeling of enjoying extreme pleasure while rapidly becoming stronger. But he did not completely forget his business. Every day, he would contact Feng Qingguo, who was far away in Longyuan City, through psychic communication. At this moment, while playing with Long Qingshua's hair, he asked calmly through the communication, "Qingguo, is there still no news about Long Badian?" Feng Qing was extremely respectful, even slightly flattering. Voice came from the other end of the line, "Master, not yet. Ever since Long Badian was rescued by that mysterious mecha that day, there has been no news of him. Although his soul jade slip is intact, it is extremely dim. I'm afraid he is in great danger." Shen Bin narrowed his eyes slightly. A month has passed, and Long Badian and the mysterious organization one seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth, which slightly increased the vague uneasiness in his heart. The opponent is in the dark and has SS level mecha and technology, which is always a hidden danger. We can't wait any longer. Shenbin made his decision, his tone unquestionable. The night is long and dreams are many. Get ready. I will come immediately to officially take over Longyuan City. Yes. Master. I will get ready to welcome you. Feng Xingwu's voice was full of excitement and anticipation, as if this was not surrender, but supreme glory. After ending the call, Shenbin patted Long Qingshua's buttocks and stood up. The women's eyes instantly focused on him. Get ready, we are going to Longyuan City to take over our new territory. Shenbin's voice was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Soon, Feng Qingguo convened an emergency meeting of the highest level in the city lord's mansion of Longyuan City. The participants were all the core senior executives of Longyuan City, including the remaining 4S level powerhouses, as well as managers of important departments. They all had a strong aura and a solemn expression. The city lord has been missing for over a month, and the mistress's behavior has been subtle since she returned seriously injured, making everyone feel that a storm is about to come. Feng Qingguo sat upright in the main seat. Although her face was still pale, her eyes were sharp and full of oppression. She didn't waste any words and went straight to the point with a cold voice. I have gathered you all today for one purpose. I have decided that, from now on, Longyuan City will unconditionally submit to Tianxia City and serve under Master Chen Bin. I don't want to hear your opinions. I just want to know who is against it and who is in favor of it. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. The entire conference hall fell silent in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had heard it wrong. Surrender? Submit? To Chen Bin, the man who had killed their young master, caused the city lord to disappear, and subjected them to such humiliation? After a brief moment of silence, a hot-tempered S-rank warrior suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He was a die-hard fan of Long Badian, his hair standing on end in anger. Madam! Are you crazy? I'm going to. However, he hadn't even uttered the word right yet. Feng Qingguo, who was sitting upright, had a cold light flash in her eyes. She raised her hand without warning and pointed at him from a distance. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a raging red-gold phoenix fire ignited on the body of the S-class strongman. This flame did not burn from outside his body, but burst out directly from his internal organs, meridians and bones. Ugh! He only had time to let out a short and shrill scream before his whole body exploded like a human torch. The terrifying SS-level flame energy instantly burned him to ashes, and the shock wave of the explosion blew away all the nearby tables and chairs, scaring the others so much that they turned pale and retreated repeatedly. Flash sale. The entire hall was silent, with only the crackling of flames and the heavy, terrified breathing of the crowd as the sound remained. Feng Qingguo slowly retracted her finger, as if she had just swatted a fly. Her cold eyes swept across the silent crowd, and she spoke again in a calm voice, like ice scraping through everyone's heart. Now, who's for and who's against? Looking at the murderous mistress sitting in the main seat, whose strength seemed even more terrifying than before she was injured, and then looking at the scorch marks on the ground that were cooling down rapidly, the anger in everyone's hearts was instantly replaced by cold fear. Even S-level experts were killed instantly, so what are these people? After a brief silence. I agree. An S-class warrior lowered his head first, his voice hoarse. I agree too. I agree. I am willing to follow the mistress. For a moment, voices of agreement rose one after another, and everyone rushed to express their opinions, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would follow in the footsteps of the person who just spoke.
Feng Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. Very good.
Go down and prepare, open all the defensive formations, and welcome the new city lord.
Yes.
Everyone retreated in a hurry as if they had been pardoned, their backs soaked with cold sweat.
Less than 10 minutes.
Above Longyuan City, the dark blue energy shield that had been open all year round suddenly opened a huge gap as if controlled by an invisible hand. Immediately afterwards, the sky in the center of the city, the space was slowly torn open like a curtain. A mecha so huge that it blocked out the sun, emitting colorful divine light, and like a god-descending Heart of Origin, slowly drove out from the space crack. Behind the Heart of Origin followed a total of 10 level or above mechas painted with the Tianxia City logo, as well as dozens of powerful men. Like a torrent of steel, it exudes a suffocatingly powerful pressure. The Heart of Origin's icy, rainbow-colored eyes swept across the ant-sized Longyuan City below. Chen Bin's voice, amplified by the mecha and resonating like the laws of heaven and earth, resounded throughout the city. Longyuan City has changed hands today. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. A huge cluster of mechas slowly descended, like a sword of Damocles hovering above the city. In Longyuan City, everyone who saw the scene, whether they were civilians or soldiers, felt unprecedented fear and insignificance. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Feng Qingwu had already led the group of frightened senior officials to kneel respectfully in the square of the city lord's mansion to welcome their new master.
Chen Bin, without bloodshed, officially incorporated Longyuan City into his territory. Chapter 150. A good thing was interrupted. The transfer of power in Longyuan City went smoother than expected.
Under Feng Qingwu's absolute military suppression and the terrifying deterrence of Chen Bin's Heart of Origin mecha, all potential destabilizing factors were forcibly eliminated.
Chen Bin did not choose to stay in Longyuan City personally.
For him, it was just the first step in expanding his territory, not the end.
He appointed the experienced and unquestionably loyal Nangong Ao as the new lord of Longyuan City, responsible for managing the daily operations and defense of this huge city.
At the same time, he brought all 4 remaining S-level powerhouses in Longyuan City back to Tianxia City, under the pretext of strengthening exchanges and learning, but in fact he was keeping them under his watch to prevent them from forming a new power core in Longyuan City. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Nangong Ao, father-in-law, the psychic shield of Longyuan City is strong enough to withstand several full-strength attacks from SS-level experts.
You must keep an eye out at all times.
If you find any trace of Long Badian, no matter what he is doing, report to me immediately. I'll be there as soon as possible. Nangong Ao nodded seriously, knowing that this matter was of great importance and had a bearing on whether he could hold on to the position of city lord. After making all the arrangements, Chen Bin took Feng Qingwu and his group of beautiful women, boarded the Heart of Origin, and returned to Tianxia City in a grand manner.
Back at Hentaying Garden Villa, the atmosphere was relaxed and ambiguous.
The girls dispersed to rest or practice, but Chen Bin's eyes fell on Hua Meier, who was traveling with them. It has been a while since we last had a good communication with this charming red-haired senior sister since the last battle. Chen Bin walked up to her, looked at her charming face with a hint of wildness, and said with a smile, "Senior sister Meier, long time no see, come to my bedroom and sit down?" Hua Meier gave him a charming look, curled her red lips slightly, and spoke with a barely perceptible resentment. City Lord Chen is so busy with all sorts of affairs and beauties all around him.
How can he have the time to come visit us old friends at the academy? Of course, it's been a while.
Chen Bin reached out and naturally wrapped his arms around her slender yet elastic waist, pulling her close to him.
He whispered, "Didn't I come here to invite you personally? Give me some face?"
Hua Meier felt the burning breath and irresistible power coming from him. Her body softened slightly and her cheeks flushed, but she still said stubbornly,
Don't I know what you're up to? Inviting me to come sit down? I'm afraid your real intention isn't the bar."
Chen Bin's fingers gently stroked her waist, his smile becoming more evil. Then,
"Senior sister, are you willing or not?" Hua Meier's delicate body trembled slightly and her heart beat faster.
She glared at Chen Bin, but did not answer directly. Instead, she twisted her waist, broke free from his arms, and walked straight towards the master bedroom of Chen Bin's villa with her breathtaking long legs.
"This action is already the best answer." Chen Bin raised a satisfied smile and quickly followed. Not far away, Leng Qingxiu, Lin Wangya and several other women saw this scene.
Instead of feeling jealous, they smiled at each other, their eyes filled with joy. They have already been a whole, and Huamei's joining will only make this big family stronger and more harmonious. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Huamei had no time to look at the luxurious environment before Qinbin hugged her from behind, and his hot kisses fell on her sensitive neck and earlobes like raindrops. Huamei let out an alluring moan, her body softened instantly, her red hair spread out like flames. She turned around. She responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around Qinbin's neck, and their breathing became rapid. The fire is burning and ready to explode. However, just as Qinbin's hand was about to reach into Huamei's clothes, ready to further explore that amazing and proud capital. Ding! Ding! Two rapid psychic communication prompt sounds rang out from Qinbin at the same time, extremely inappropriately. And this warning tone is the frequency of the highest emergency level. The two of them froze suddenly, and their passion quickly cooled. Qinbin frowned, a hint of displeasure at having his good thing interrupted flashed in his eyes, but he still quickly answered the call. Almost at the same time, Huamei also answered her call. As soon as the call was connected, an extremely anxious, even crying and weak female voice was heard. It was the Yuehua saint of Shengtian City, Yunhua. Qinbin! Help! Help! Save Shengtian City! Shengtian City! Yunua's voice came from inside, accompanied by deafening beast roars and explosions in the background. Here they come again. There's more than one SS class. We can't stop them. Please, please, Qinbin, save Shengtian City. Before he finished speaking, an even more terrifying roar and a violent explosion came from the other end of the communication, and then the communication was completely cut off, leaving only a shrill busy tone. Yun Shi and Yun Miao's screams also came from another room in the villa. Obviously, they also received the same distress message. Qinbin and Huamei looked at each other, and the lust in their eyes had long been replaced by solemnity. SS-level psychic beast? More than one? Qinbin's eyes sharpened. Holy Sky City. This sudden request for help interrupted his good deeds, but it also gave him a perfect excuse to intervene in the affairs of the South and even take control of Shengtian City. It seems that our communication has to be postponed temporarily. Qinbin Song said to Huamei, straightened his clothes, and his eyes flashed with eagerness. Although Huamei was somewhat disappointed, she was also aroused by the news. She licked her red lips, her eyes burning with fire. SS-level psychic beast? It just so happens that my Inferno heavy equipment hasn't been used in a while. Can I go with you to clean up some of the trash? Certainly. Chapter 151 Rescue. Holy Heaven City has almost turned into a scorched earth purgatory at this moment. The damage caused by the last SS-level psychic beast attack has not yet been fully repaired, and a new, more terrifying disaster has already arrived. The two SS-level psychic beasts attacking the city were the earth-splitting dragon rhinos, which were as big as mountains, covered with dark golden bone armor, had spiral horns on their heads, and exuded an aura of tyranny and destruction. This psychic beast is known for its extremely terrifying defense and infinite power. It is also rare for the same species to appear at the same time and cooperate with each other in perfect harmony. Each of their heavy footsteps caused the earth to roll like waves, and the solid city walls to collapse in pieces. The dark yellow energy beams emitted from their nostrils could easily vaporize an entire team of city defenders. The huge horn hit the crumbling city's psychic shield, causing the shield to flicker violently and be on the verge of breaking every time. In the sky, tens of thousands of various flying psychic beasts were circling in a black mass, like a swarm of locusts. They kept swooping down, spewing energy bombs or tearing with sharp claws, and entangled with the air force of Holy Sky City. Aircraft and psychics kept falling with screams. On the top of the city wall, Yuehua Saint Yunhua and her sister Yunyao were fighting a bloody battle. Yunua's face was pale, blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth, and the light of the holy light staff in her hand had become very dim. She continued to cast large-scale healing spells and protective barriers, but the speed of repair was far behind the speed of destruction. Yunyao brandished an ice crystal sword, and wherever the sword light passed, a piece of ice was left. However, facing the endless tide of beasts and the two terrifying SS-level beasts, her efforts seemed so insignificant. Sister! The shield can't hold up any longer. Yunyao chopped a flying beast that pounced on her with a sword and shouted anxiously. There were already several wounds on her arms that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Yunhua looked at the two earth-splitting dragon rhinos that were gathering terrifying energy again and preparing to deal the final blow to the shield, and despair appeared in his eyes. She didn't know if Qinbin could receive the distress signal she had just sent, and even if he did, would it be too late? At this critical moment, Above the Holy Sky City, the sky that was originally covered by flying psychic beasts was suddenly torn apart by an indescribable force. A huge space crack appeared out of nowhere. Then, a mecha that was so huge that it was suffocating, emitting colorful divine light, and looked like the mod of a god heart of origin, slowly sailed out of the crack like a ship of judgment. The vast and abyssal pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, causing the movements of all psychic beasts to stagnate. Even the two arrogant SS-level Earth-splitting dragon rhinos felt the huge threat and let out uneasy growls. Behind the Heart of Origin, 3 mechas painted with the Tianxia City logo followed closely. The two are streamlined and ferocious A-class Black Abyss mechas, driven by Yun Shi and Yun Miao. Although their mechas are of a slightly lower level, they are eager to save the city and are full of fighting spirit. The other one is a B-class mecha Yin Yu heavy armor that is completely red and looks like a burning meteorite. The driver is the warlike red-haired girl Homeyer. Sister! It's City Lord Chen Bin. They are here. Yun Yao first saw the two familiar Black Abyss mechas and was so excited that she almost cried. Yunhua also suddenly looked up and looked at the colorful mecha that seemed like a miracle, and her beautiful eyes burst into a brilliant light of survival. Chen Bin's icy voice spread across the battlefield through the Heart of Origin, carrying an unquestionable majesty, evil beast. Seeking death. The two earth-splitting dragon rhinos seemed to be enraged and gave up attacking the shield. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar. Dark yellow destructive energy gathered madly on their horns and transformed into 2 extremely thick beams of light, which slammed into the Heart of Origin like a punishment from heaven. Faced with this combined attack that was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary SS-level warrior, the Heart of Origin did not even make any defensive gesture. Chen Bin simply uttered 2 words indifferently: annihilation. The colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin lit up slightly, and a tiny gray beam of light, as if composed of countless law runes, came from behind and arrived first, shooting accurately at the 2 dark yellow light beams. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no spread of energy shock. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the 2 violent dark yellow destructive light beams. The moment it came into contact with the gray beam of light, it was like snow encountering the scorching sun, silently and rapidly dissipating, disintegrating, and annihilating from the point of contact. Without even a trace of energy ripples being created, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth. As if it had never appeared. Roar! For the first time, clear fear and confusion appeared in the huge eyes of the 2 earth-splitting dragon rhinos. They couldn't understand why their strongest attack disappeared so strangely. However, Chen Bin's attack did not stop. The Heart of Origin raised its huge arm and pointed at the earth-splitting dragon rhino on the left. Break down! An invisible wave instantly enveloped the huge monster. The next moment, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the earth-splitting dragon rhino, whose defense was said to be at the top of the SS level. Along with its indestructible bone armor, starting from the head, it quickly decomposed into the most primitive particles like a weathered sand sculpture, and dissipated silently into the air. He couldn't even utter a scream. Flash sale. A real instant kill. The other earth-splitting dragon rhino was so frightened that it turned around and tried to burrow into the ground to escape. Imprison. The other hand of the Heart of Origin clenched into the air in the direction it was escaping. The space around the earth-splitting dragon rhino instantly became as hard as steel, fixing its huge body firmly in place, unable to move. Burning. Chen Bin's voice was flat. Boom. The purest and most extreme white flame of purifying destruction erupted out of nowhere in the body of the earth-splitting dragon rhino, instantly engulfing it from the inside out. It couldn't even struggle, and turned into a huge ball of ash in the extreme high temperature, and drifted away with the wind. From the appearance of the Heart of Origin to the 2 SS-level earth-splitting dragon rhinos being easily killed in seconds, the entire process took only 10 breaths. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. Both the defenders of Holy Sky City and the remaining psychic beasts were so shocked by this miraculous power that they lost the ability to think. Sister, is he still human? Yun Yao opened her mouth wide and muttered to herself, her worldview having been greatly impacted. Yunhua also stood there in a daze. She knew that Chen Bin was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong to such an unbelievable level. Hey! Chen Bin! Leave some for us too. Hua Meier's dissatisfied voice could be heard from the communication channel. She had just locked onto a good-looking A-class flying beast while driving the Yenyu heavy equipment, but the target was frightened silly by Chen Bin's terrifying pressure. That's right. Husband. You are too cruel. Yun Miao also joined in the fun. The two sisters had just rushed into the herd of beasts and had not had time to start killing. Chenbin smiled faintly. "I'll leave the small fish in the sky to you." "That's more like it." Huameyer shouted excitedly, and the Yenyu heavy engine was fully opened. It rushed into the dense group of flying beasts like a red meteor, and the pulse cannons on its shoulders roared wildly. The thermal energy ship slashing sword swung out a wave of fire all over the sky. Wherever it passed, the psychic beasts fell and exploded like dumplings. Yun Shi and Yun Miao also drove the Black Abyss mecha, shuttling through the beast herd like ghosts. The Space Blade and Holy Light Slash worked in perfect harmony, efficiently clearing out the remaining powerful individuals. Chenbin frowned slightly as he looked at the still huge tide of ground beasts below, feeling that their efficiency was still too slow. The 6 pairs of light wings of the Heart of Origin unfolded again. Elemental Storm. In an instant, with the Heart of Origin as its center, an elemental disaster covering the entire battlefield outside the city descended. Endless thunder fell like raindrops, accurately splitting the ferocious beasts on the ground into pieces. The earth was torn apart, spewing out hot magma, devouring hordes of psychic beasts. The extremely cold ice fog swept across, freezing a large area along with the psychic beasts in it into ice sculptures, which were then cut into pieces by the wind blades. The energy tides of light and darkness washed over alternately, and wherever they passed, the psychic beasts turned into ashes. This is no longer a battle, but a thorough, one-sided purge. In just a few minutes, the surging army of psychic beasts outside the city, along with the 2 invincible SS-level overlords, were completely cleared out. All that was left was the mess on the ground and the floating energy dust. Huameyer, still unsatisfied, drove the mecha back to the top of the city wall, collected the mecha, and with her hands on her hips, complained to the Heart of Origin in the sky. "Hey! Chenbin! You're too fast. I haven't had enough fun killing yet." Chenbin also put away the Heart of Origin and fell from the sky, landing in front of the Yunhua sisters on the top of the city. Looking at the complaining Huameyer, he smiled and said, "Next time I'll find a chance to let you kill as much as you want." His gaze then turned to Yunhua and Yunyao, who were still in shock and trance, and his tone became gentler. "Sorry, I'm a step late." Yunhua looked at the man in front of him who looked like a god descending from heaven, and then looked at the group of stunningly beautiful and powerful women behind him who obeyed his every word. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, which eventually turned into a complex sigh and deep awe. Chapter 152 Bound Targets, 18. The atmosphere in the dilapidated city lord's mansion of Shengtian City was somewhat subtle. The gratitude for surviving the disaster and the confusion about the future are intertwined in everyone's heart. Chenbin, Huameyer, Junshi, Yunmiao sat opposite Yunhua and Yunyao, the actual controllers of Shengtian City, and discussed post-war matters. Yunhua and Yunyao are not only the leaders of Shengtian City, but also the teachers of Yunshi and Yunmiao on their path of cultivation, so they have a close relationship. Yunhua first solemnly expressed his gratitude to Chenbin. If he had not arrived in time, Shengtian City would probably have been reduced to ruins by now. Chenbin was quite magnanimous. He said that they were allies and that they should help each other. He once again promised to assist in the reconstruction of Shengtian City and even help them build a stronger defense system. Just as the two sides were talking, a guard hurried in to report, "Saintus, City Lord, Lord Bashan of Battleaxe City has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Bashan, who was as tall as an iron tower and had a strong aura, strode in. He had obviously rushed here after receiving a call for help, but when he saw the battlefield outside the city that looked like it had been cleansed by a natural disaster and the scene inside the city that was broken but peaceful, his rough face was full of shock. "I'm late." Bashan's voice was like a bell, with a hint of apology, but more of a shrewdness that judged the situation. "I've heard it all along the way. Master Chenbin, with the power of a god, killed 2 SS-level beast kings with a single move, and wiped out the countless beast tides. I'm completely impressed." He even started calling Chenbin sir. He is a rough man, but not stupid. The situation now is obvious. Bashan suddenly clasped his fists and said to Chenbin, his voice more serious and earnest than ever before, "Master Chenbin, I am a rough man, so I won't beat around the bush. In this world, monsters are getting stronger and stronger. I don't know when a disaster like today will befall our Battleaxe City. We can't handle it on our own." He took a deep breath and uttered a shocking statement. "On behalf of Battleaxe City, I formally request to submit to Tianxia City. From now on, everyone in Battleaxe City will follow the lead of Master Chenbin. I only ask that Master Chenbin protect the safety of Battleaxe City." This proposal did not surprise Chenbin. In the face of absolute strength, wise rulers know how to choose. The overall strength of Battle City is slightly weaker than that of Tianxia and Shengtian. Now that it has witnessed the power of the Heart of Origin, it is inevitable for Beishan to make this decision. Even if he didn't make this decision, Qinbin would probably help him make it soon. Qinbin has also recently felt that with the frequent emergence of strong individuals and unknown forces, it is imperative to integrate forces. The Lord of Beishan's city is very righteous. Qinbin nodded slightly, his tone calm. I accept Battle City's allegiance. You will still enjoy a high degree of autonomy. The Lord of Beishan City will continue to manage the daily affairs of Battle City, but military defense and major decision-making must be under the unified command of Tianxia City. I will send personnel and resources as soon as possible to assist you in improving the city's defenses. Thank you, sir. A huge stone fell from Beishan's heart, and a simple yet relieved smile appeared on his face. Although we lost nominal independence, we gained real security in return. This deal is worth it. Beishan's sudden action deeply touched Yunhua and Yunyao, who were standing next to him. The two looked at each other and saw the intention and complexity in each other's eyes. Shengtian City has just experienced a catastrophe and its strength has been severely damaged. Can it withstand the next crisis in the future? The strength and potential demonstrated by Qinbin, as well as his willingness to take responsibility, seemed to be more reliable than an illusory alliance. Yunhua took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She looked at Qinbin and said in a soft but firm voice, Lord Qinbin, if you don't mind, my Shengtian City is also willing to follow the example of Battle City and be incorporated into Tianxia City and become part of your territory. I only hope that you can protect my people. Qinbin looked at the holy Yuehua saint and understood. He nodded. Okay. I understand the situation in Shengtian City, and I will fully support the reconstruction efforts. Similarly, you will temporarily govern yourself, while Saint Yunhua and City Lord Yunyao will continue to manage the city. However, you must obey orders when necessary. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yunhua and Yunyao bowed together, with mixed feelings in their hearts, but more of a sense of security that they had found someone to rely on. At this point, the three cities, with Tianxia City as the core, completed substantive unification in an unexpected way. After the matter was settled, Qinbin prepared to take Huomeier back to Tianxia City to handle the follow-up matters. Yunxi and Yun Miao expressed their desire to stay with their teacher for a day, to comfort them and help deal with post-war matters. Qinbin naturally agreed, but when he left, his eyes lingered for a moment on the beautiful yet slightly haggard faces of Yunhua and Yunyao. He gave Yunxi and Yun Miao a meaningful look that suggested, you know what I mean. Yunxi and Yun Miao's pretty faces turned slightly red instantly, and they lowered their heads shyly. Of course, they understood what Qinbin meant. After returning to the Yunding Garden Villa in Tianxia City, Qinbin directly pulled Huomeier, who was still not satisfied with the killing and had a fighting spirit, into the master bedroom. Hey! You, why are you so anxious? Huomeier complained, but her body had already softened, her red hair was loose, and her eyes were charming. Of course, it's to complete our communication that was interrupted before. Qinbin chuckled and pushed her down on the soft big bed. The dry wood and raging fire were finally able to burn to their full potential. Huomeier's passion and wildness were fully displayed in this collision of spirit and flesh. The cold system prompt sounded in Qinbin's mind as expected. Bite. Bound target, Huomeier. Appearance score, 93. Psychic level, B. Conquest degree, 65%. Daily feedback, 20 power points, 20 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 1000. Conquest points plus 1000. Feeling the warmth flowing into his body and the increasingly intense fascination and obedience in Huomeier's eyes, Qinbin smiled with satisfaction. This passionate senior sister finally became his person completely. At the same time, in Shengtian City, inside the Yuehua Temple, Yunhua and Yunyao were talking with sisters Yunxi and Yun Miao. After surviving the disaster, the master and disciple naturally had a lot to talk about. But soon, Yunhua and Yunyao discovered something that shocked them extremely. The speed at which Yunxi and Yun Miao's strength increases is truly terrifying. They clearly remembered that more than 2 months ago, when the sisters left Shengtian City for Tianxia City, their strength had just stabilized at the early stage of B level. This is already a genius among his peers, but it is not unimaginable. But now, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Yunxi and Yun Miao standing in front of them have reached a level. And it is a very stable level among a level. How long has it been? Less than 2 months at most. From Class B to Class A, this is a chasm that many people cannot cross in their lifetime. How did they do it in such a short time? This is completely beyond common sense. Xiaoxi, Xiaomiao, your strength. Yunyao couldn't help but exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Yunhua also stared at the two of them closely, his voice trembling slightly. Is there some special holy place for cultivation in Tianxia City? Or did Qinbin bestow upon you some magical medicine? Yunxi and Yunmiao's pretty faces turned red instantly when asked by the teacher. Their eyes flickered and they lowered their heads shyly. They pushed the blame to each other and were too embarrassed to speak. Hurry up and tell me. What is going on? Yunyao's curiosity was completely aroused, and she urged. Chapter 153. Two more come. After hesitating for a long time, Yun Miao, who was a bit more lively, finally raised her flushed cheeks and said hesitantly in a mosquito-like voice, Teacher. City Lord. Actually, this is related to City Lord Qinbin. Is it related to City Lord Qinbin? Yunhua and Yunyao were even more confused. Did he guide you in your cultivation? No. I'm not giving instructions. Yun Miao's face turned even redder, almost bleeding. She took a deep breath, as if she had exhausted all her courage, and then she said in a very low voice. It's because the City Lord's physique is very special. As long as, do that with him, just once. I can gain 10,000 energy points. As soon as the words fell, the Moonlight Temple fell into dead silence. Yunhua and Yunyao were completely stunned, as if they were struck by a bolt of lightning. 10,000 power points at a time? How is this possible? How could such a heaven-defying physique possibly exist in the world? This can no longer be explained by a holy place for cultivation or magical medicine. This is simply the ultimate shortcut to becoming a strong person. It's an astonishing secret that's enough to drive any strong woman crazy. After the shock, incomparable shyness and an indescribable, strong feeling of excitement instantly flooded Yunhua and Yunyao like a tide. They finally understood why there were so many outstanding and powerful people gathered around Qinbin, and why their strength increased so quickly. I finally understood the meaning of Qinbin's eyes when he left, and Yunxi and Yunmiao's shy expressions. Their cheeks instantly flushed red, spreading all the way to their snow-white necks. My heart was beating as fast as a drum and my breathing became a little rapid. The atmosphere in the temple suddenly became extremely ambiguous and subtle. That man was strong, handsome, and wielded a powerful mecha, and now he possessed such an irresistible secret. Yunyao subconsciously licked her dry lips, her eyes flickering. Yunhua lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently. An unprecedented panic and struggle emerged on her holy face, but deep in her heart, a certain thought was growing like a weed. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious master bedroom of Hentang Garden Villa. Qinbin woke up slowly. Huameyer in his arms was like a lazy cat, with her red hair spread across the pillow. She was sleeping soundly with a satisfied and charming smile on her lips. Last night's exciting communication had obviously exhausted her. Qinbin gently pulled out his numb arm, kissed her smooth forehead, and then stood up to get dressed. Arriving at the hall, I saw a lively and colorful scene with many beautiful women. Nangongyu was directing the intelligent housekeeper to prepare breakfast, Suyu and Suya were discussing the use of psychic powers, and the sisters Lin Wei and Lin Yu were sitting quietly in the corner reading. Sun Xiaoting and Lu Huilan were watering the spiritual plants, while the sisters Tong Yen and Tong Mei were chattering about something and giggling from time to time. 12, 4, 3, and 2 were still resting and did not come out. Qinbin took good care of them yesterday. Feng Qingguo and Long Qingxue sat on the sofa in the middle, talking in low voices. One was graceful and elegant, the other was cold and beautiful, forming a pleasing scene. When they saw Qinbin coming out, all the girls looked at him with smiles that held various meanings. Qinbin walked to the sofa naturally, squeezed in between Feng Qingguo and Long Qingxue, took the two stunning beauties into his arms in each hand, and kissed each of their delicate cheeks. Master, good morning. Long Qingxue immediately fell into his arms as if she had no bones, her voice sweet. Master, did you have a good rest? Feng Qingguo seemed more dignified, but the attachment and charm in her eyes remained unchanged, and her mature style was heartwarming. With you here, of course I have a good rest. Qinbin smiled and pinched the two girls' slender waists, causing them to complain. Just then, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Yunxi and Yun Miao, who had just returned from outside, walked in. But surprisingly, There were two guests following behind them, none other than the Yuehua Saint Yunhua of Shangtian City and the city lord Yunyao. The two women had obviously dressed up carefully. Yunhua changed out of her usual holy white dress and put on a moon-white slim robe that showed off her figure more clearly, outlining her plump and attractive curves vaguely. There was a hint of barely perceptible shyness and nervousness on her beautiful face. Yunyao was dressed in a light blue suit, which made her look holy and heroic yet gentle. Her eyes moved boldly over Chenbin, and she was curious and eager to try. Their arrival instantly attracted the attention of all the women in the living room. Everyone exchanged knowing glances with ambiguous smiles on their lips. Obviously, everyone understood why these two teachers came here at this moment. Husband. Brother-in-law. Yun Shi and Yun Miao first saluted Chenbin, then looked at the teacher behind them somewhat embarrassedly. Yunhua took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm and natural. She stepped forward and bowed slightly to Chenbin. Master Chenbin, I'm sorry to bother you. The affairs of Shangtian City have been preliminarily arranged. Yunyao and I haven't seen Xiaoxi and Xiaomiao for a long time and miss them very much. In addition, we are longing for Tianxia City. I wonder if we can stay here for a few days? Yunyao quickly agreed, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Master Chenbin, we'll just stay for a few days and, by the way, I can ask you some questions about cultivation, is that okay? Her excuse was obviously not as smooth as Yunawa's, and was straightforward and eager. Chenbin looked at these two stunning beauties, one was reserved and shy, the other boldly inviting him, and his mind was naturally clear as a mirror. How could they be concerned about their disciples, yearning for Tianxia City, or asking for advice on cultivation? It's obvious that she has heard about the benefits of his special physique and is craving for him. However, wasn't Chenbin also coveting these two beauties with special identities and different temperaments? One is the holy and noble Yuehua saint, and the other is the heroic and beautiful city lord. Both are SS-level potential stocks, and they are all top-notch in terms of status, appearance, and strength. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He let go of Feng Qingguo and Long Qingshui in his arms, stood up and walked to Yunhua and Yunyao, admiring their beauty with his eyes without concealing any trace. It's my honor that you two are here. How can it be a bother? My villa doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of rooms. You can stay as long as you want, you're welcome anytime. His words seemed to have a hidden meaning, and his gaze lingered for a moment on Yunhua's plump breasts and Yunyao's slender legs, causing the two women's cheeks to blush and their heartbeats to accelerate. They felt both shy and faintly expectant. As for asking for advice on cultivation, Chenbin deliberately stretched out his voice, a sinister arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. I've recently gained some experience in cultivating light-based spiritual energy. Perhaps we can have a deeper discussion tonight? This blatant suggestion made Yunhua and Yunyao's ears blush. Yunhua lowered her head shyly and said in a mosquito-like voice, Then thank you very much, sir. Yunyao was bolder. She met Chenbin's gaze and nodded vigorously, Okay. It's a deal. Great. Teacher, you're finally here. Seeing this, Yun Shi and Yun Miao also smiled happily. They had long hoped that the teacher could join this big family. The other women in the living room also gathered around and greeted Yunhua and Yunyao warmly. Sister Yunhua, Sister Yunyao, come and sit down. We're a family from now on, so don't be polite. We can exchange our cultivation experiences together in the evening. Tong Mei even gave him an ambiguous look. Feng Qingguo smiled and instructed the smart butler to prepare new guest rooms and daily necessities. Long Qingshui obediently went to pour tea. Chenbin was in a good mood as he watched the hall suddenly become more crowded and more dazzling. Chapter 154 Bound Targets, 20. Last night, Yunhua, the moon saint of Shangtian City, and Yunyao, the city lord, were ultimately unable to escape Chenbin's in-depth communication and guidance. In the well-sounded master bedroom of the Henteing Garden Villa, Chenbin fought 1 against 2, fully demonstrating to the two new beauties the power of his special physique. Bite. Bound target, Yunhua. Appearance score, 96. Psychic level, S. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 40%. Daily feedback, 10 power points, 10 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 50,000. Conquest points plus 50,000. Bite. Bound target, Yunyao. Appearance score, 95. Psychic level, S. Psychic potential, SS level. Conquest degree, 50%. Daily feedback, 10 power points, 10 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 50,000. Conquest points plus 50,000.
The next morning, Chen Bin was comfortably hugging Yun Hua on both sides, enjoying the plump and soft touch of Yun Hua and Yun Yao's amazingly elastic long legs, and feeling the rich feedback of the new day's spiritual energy points flowing into his body. At this moment, his personal psychic communicator rang rapidly. It was an emergency call from Nangong AO. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows slightly and answered the call. Chen Bin. Long Badian appears. Nangong AO's voice was a little nervous, but more alert. It's just outside Longyuan City. I've immediately activated the highest level of psychic shields, and the entire city is on alert. But, it's a bit strange. He just stood there without attacking. It's like he's waiting for someone? Upon hearing this, Chen Bin's lips curled up into an expected smile.
Waiting for someone?
Of course it was him he was waiting for. He was not at all flustered, and even had the leisure to pinch the soft spot on Yule's chest, causing her to grumble. Then he slowly opened the system panel to check.
Host, Chen Bin. Status overview. Psychic level, S. Current power points, 87,389,000. Current conquest points, 66578,702. Bound targets, 20.
Nearly 90 million energy points and more than 66 million conquest points.
This is his confidence.
Such a huge amount of resources is enough for him to exchange for several SS-level mechas in an instant, or to improve his own strength to an unimaginable level.
What's more, Lin Wangu also has an SS-class mecha that he had exchanged before as the trump card of Tianxia City. Don't panic, father-in-law. Just hold your ground.
Chen Bin's voice was extremely calm.
He's waiting for me. I'll bring people over right away. After the call ended, Chen Bin's eyes changed from lazy to sharp. He gave the order to assemble outside.
A moment later, several powerful figures quietly gathered on the top floor of the villa.
2 and 3, these two former S-class pilots of the Black Abyss organization had gentle yet firm eyes.
For, still silent as ice, but the aura emanating from his body had reached SS level, and his cold eyes showed only absolute obedience to Chen Bin. 12, his strength has also risen to S level. Tong Mei, the berserker of Battle Axe City, has S-level strength and is full of fighting spirit. Although Yunhua and Yunyao had just been conquered, the fascination and a hint of shyness in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Feng Qinggu, the former mistress of Longyuan City and a true SS-level powerhouse, was now standing quietly beside Chen Bin like the most loyal maid. Including Chen Bin himself, there are a total of 9 terrifying combat forces who are at least S-level or above. And this is just their superficial combat power, they also have mechas. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to sweep away any known force. Chen Bin thought about it and brought Long Qingxue with him. Although this girl with SSS level potential is slightly weak in actual combat ability, the purpose of bringing her along is very clear: to piss off Long Badian to death. Let the former city lord see with his own eyes how happily his wife and daughter are now serving the new master.
Wangu, Chengqiu, Yuer, Tianxia City is handed over to you.
Chen Bin instructed Lin Wangu, Nangongyu, and Lang Qingqiu, who came to see him off. Lin Wangu nodded solemnly. Don't worry, as long as I am here, the city will be safe. The psychic space ring in her hand flickered slightly, and the SS-level mecha sleeping inside was her greatest confidence. Chen Bin still felt it was not safe enough, and his mind sank into the system again.
Ding! Consume 10 million conquest points to successfully redeem the SS-class mecha Frost Queen. Remaining conquest points, 56,578,702.
An SS-class mecha, with an ice-blue body, elegant and gorgeous shape, as if carved from 10,000 years of ice, flashed by and then turned into a new psychic ring, appearing in Lang Qingxiu's hand.
Qingxiu, this Frost Queen is compatible with your attributes. You can control it and help Wangu defend the city. Chen Bin said.
Lang Qingxiu took the ring, a hint of excitement and determination flashed in his cold eyes. Okay.
After arranging his retreat, Chen Bin no longer hesitated.
Buzz. He summoned the huge Heart of Origin directly from the system space, surrounded by colorful lights and with divine power like a prison.
Set off.
Chen Bin waved his hand, and the 8 most powerful men in Long Qingxue were taken into the cockpit by the traction beam shot out by the Heart of Origin. The next moment, the huge body of the Heart of Origin vibrated, and a huge gap was easily torn in the space in front. The Heart of Origin stepped into the space crack, disappeared in an instant, and headed straight for Longyuan City in the north.
Outside Longyuan City. The huge dark blue psychic shield is like an inverted giant bull, protecting the entire city tightly. Outside the shield, high in the sky, a figure was floating quietly. It's Long Badian. He didn't seem much different from a month ago, still tall and strong with a stern face. But if you look closely, you can find that the depths of his eyes are less domineering and arrogant than before, and have an indescribable coldness and emptiness. He just stood there quietly, as if blending into the surrounding space, without any energy leaking out, but giving people a more dangerous feeling. He did not attack the shield, nor did he even look at the defenders in the city who were facing a serious threat. He just looked calmly at the southern sky, as if waiting for an old friend as promised. On the top of the city wall, Nangong Ao's whole body was tense and his palms were full of sweat. He couldn't see through Long Baishan's current state, and his calmness made him feel even more uneasy. Just then, the space above Long Yuan City suddenly shattered like glass. A colorful mecha exuding endless divine power, heart of origin, like a god descending from heaven, slowly drove out from the space crack. The vast pressure instantly enveloped the heaven and earth, causing the defenders in the city to exclaim in surprise, followed by wild cheers. Their backbone is here. There was finally a slight change in Long Baishan's calm expression. He raised his head and looked at the huge mecha. The hatch of Heart of Origin opened, and Chen Bin's figure flew out first and stood in the air. Then, 9 stunning women, each with their own unique style but equally possessing an earth-shaking aura, appeared behind him like stars surrounding the moon. When Long Baishan's gaze swept over the figure behind Chen Bin, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw Feng Jinwu. His wife was standing obediently beside Chen Bin at this moment, looking at Chen Bin with eyes full of undisguised love and obedience. He saw Long Qingxue. His daughter, holding Chen Bin's arm affectionately, looked at him with a look of strangeness and a hint of pity. At this moment, even the Long Baishan state of mind seemed to have undergone some strange changes, and uncontrollable rage and humiliation derived from a man's most primitive dignity still rushed to his head. His face turned ashen in an instant, and the cold calmness around him was broken. An extremely violent and terrifying aura that far exceeded his previous one burst out, stirring up the surrounding situation. Shan Bin. Long Baishan's voice was as cold as ice, filled with endless murderous intent. You deserve death. Chapter 155, Another Killing Game? Long Baishan's roar, which contained endless humiliation and murderous intent, was like a thunderclap. The energy fluctuations that erupted from his body instantly surpassed the scope of SS level and reached a new and heart-pounding height, SSS level. The pure and terrifying Gangjin energy is no longer just sharp, but carries an ultimate destructive implication that seems to be able to cut through the laws and annihilate all things. He transformed into a stream of pure golden light. He was no longer simply flying, but appeared directly in front of the chest of the Heart of Origin as if teleporting. The speed is so fast that it exceeds the limits of conventional perception. Die. Gangjin Destruction Fist. Long Badian threw a simple and direct punch. The golden light condensed on the fist was no longer dazzling, but showed an extremely restrained, almost dark golden color. Wherever it passed, the space shattered like fragile glass, leaving behind a black track that could not be healed for a long time. The power of this punch far exceeded any of his previous attacks and definitely reached the SSS level of destructive power. Faced with this terrifying attack that came in anger, the Heart of Origin did not choose to fight back head-on. Instead, it instantly put Chen Bin and others into the cockpit. Space overlay. Afterwards, the huge body of the Heart of Origin became blurred in an instant, leaving a nearly real energy afterimage in its original place, and the real body teleported backwards dozens of kilometers with a mysterious space displacement technique. Boom! Long Baishan's dark golden destructive fist slammed heavily on the energy afterimage, annihilating it instantly. The terrifying power continued unabated, and directly blasted a mountain in the distance behind into powder. The attack missed, but Long Badian did not stop and his figure became blurred again. Sky-splitting golden claw. He made his hands into claws and tore forward fiercely. 10 huge dark golden claw marks that spanned the sky and earth tore through the air, covering all possible evasive directions of the Heart of Origin. The sharp aura seemed to tear the entire world into pieces. Elemental Barrier. The colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin flashed rapidly, and a composite element shield dozens of layers thick condensed in front of the body in an instant. Wall of Fire, Mirror of Ice Crystal, Shield of Earth, Barrier of Light and Darkness, defenses of various attributes are superimposed layer upon layer. Shichi, Shishi, Shishi. The sky-splitting golden claws grabbed the elemental barrier fiercely. The flame and ice shields in the front row were torn apart in an instant. The Earth's shield in the middle lasted for half a second before it collapsed. It wasn't until the last few layers of light and darkness interwoven barriers that it was able to barely withstand the terrifying claw attack, but it was also covered with cracks. What a powerful force! In the cockpit, Chen Bin's eyes narrowed slightly. Long Baishan's SSS level strength is by no means in vain. The cohesion and destructive power of his attacks can indeed pose a threat to the Heart of Origin. It's my turn. Light of Judgment. The giant arm of Heart of Origin was raised, and the fingertips condensed highly compressed 7-colored law energy. A beam of light that was only as thick as an arm but contained an extremely destructive aura shot out instantly, going straight for Long Baishan's eyebrows. The speed of this beam of light is so fast that it is beyond perception. However, Long Baishan's reaction speed was weirdly fast. He seemed to have predicted it in advance and just tilted his head slightly. Swish! The Light of Judgment almost brushed past his temple, vaporizing a cloud in the distance behind him. Chen Bin raised his eyebrows. The opponent's combat instinct and dodging ability were somewhat unexpected. Vajra indestructible body. Long Batian roared, and dark golden light shone brightly around him. Countless mysterious metal runes appeared on the surface of his skin, and he seemed to have turned into an immortal diamond. He no longer dodged, but instead charged directly towards the Heart of Origin. Great! Chaos crash. The Heart of Origin was not to be outdone. Its huge fuselage and engines were fully energized, and its entire body was wrapped in colorful light. Like a colorful meteor, it rushed forward boldly. Boom! A shocking collision between two SSS-level combat forces. It's like two stars colliding. The terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in a circular shape, completely clearing the clouds in the sky. The psychic shield of Longyuan City below fluctuated violently, causing countless ripples. Even the distant horizon was distorted. At the center of the collision, space completely collapsed into a short-lived black hole, swallowing up all light and energy. After one strike, the two figures suddenly separated. The Heart of Origin was knocked back for thousands of meters. The colorful light on its chest dimmed slightly, and some tiny impact dents appeared on the armor, but they recovered immediately. Long Batian was also flung away by the recoil force. The dark golden light around him flickered violently, and the runes on his body were flickering. It was obvious that he was not feeling well. But the anger in his eyes seemed to be even more intense, and he rushed forward roaring again. The following battle entered a white-hot stage. Long Batian has used the power of the SSS-level Gengjin Law to the extreme. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed out with the world-destroying sword force that split the sky and the earth. He spoke the truth and spewed out the Gengjin breath that annihilated everything. He used his fists and feet together, and each blow carried the terrifying power to shatter the laws. Chen Bin, controlling the Heart of Origin, played with the power of various elemental laws in various ways. Sometimes he would freeze Long Batian with absolute zero, but the ice would be shattered by the Gengjin energy that erupted from his body. Sometimes it burns with the fire of burning the world, but most of the damage is blocked by the dark golden indestructible body. Sometimes he would invoke the 9 heavens divine thunder to attack, and Long Batian would turn his body into a sword and directly split the thunder. Sometimes he was suppressed by the gravity abyss, but Long Batian used force to break free. The aftermath of the battle between the two men plowed the land within a radius of dozens of miles over and over again, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and rivers to evaporate, as if the end of the world had come. However, the more they fought, the more obvious the doubt in Chen Bin's heart became. Long Baishan's attacks seemed extremely violent, each one ruthless and full of murderous intent, but upon closer inspection, they lacked the determination and spirituality of a true fight to the death. His power is strong but a little dull? It was as if it was executing some kind of preset program. Although each attack was extremely powerful, it always missed the mark by a hair's breadth at the most critical moment, as if it were restricted by something. He is unable to truly display the state of being integrated into the rules and doing whatever he wants that an SSS-level expert should have. He's more like procrastinating. Used as high-intensity, high-consumption battle to hold back Chen Bin in his Heart of Origin. What is he waiting for? While Chen Bin was dealing with Long Baishan's seemingly crazy but actually restrained attack, he was thinking rapidly. Another ambush? Or another purpose? Just when Chen Bin was alert, Long Batian attacked with another sky-splitting golden claw, but this time, Chen Bin keenly caught the deep anger in Long Baishan's eyes. There was a hint of extremely subtle coldness and anxiety that was completely inconsistent with his outward emotions. There is indeed a problem. Shenbin decided not to continue the fight and prepared to use the more powerful power of the Heart of Origin to end the battle as soon as possible and see what Long Badian or the person behind him was up to. Long Badian, I've had enough fun with you.
Shenbin shouted coldly, and the colorful gem on the chest of Heart of Origin began to rotate at an unprecedented speed, and an even more terrifying energy was gathering. However, at this moment, something strange happened.
Long Badian suddenly made a feint and retreated quickly, putting some distance between him and him.
The violent anger on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a strange calmness, and even a cold, successful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
The time has come, Shenbin.
Long Batian's voice was no longer filled with anger, but became cold and mechanical.
Your death has come.
As soon as he finished speaking, 4 powerful spatial fluctuations erupted simultaneously in the distant sky in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north of Longyuan City. 4 SS-class mechas, each with a different shape but emitting energy fluctuations that were no less powerful than the Emperor of Dark Night or even more bizarre, tore through space and slowly descended. Their gazes were coldly locked on the Heart of Origin in the field. The real murderous situation has just been revealed.
Chapter 156 Ridiculous.
From the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north, 4 SS-class mechas emitting terrifying pressure tore through space and descended brazenly.
To the east is the Dark Knight Emperor, driven by the old acquaintance E.
At this time, the damage to it has been repaired, and the lines of the fuselage are even smoother. There are some strange purple lines on the dark armor. The dark purple vortex eye on the chest rotated more deeply, and the energy fluctuations were obviously much stronger than before. Although it had not yet reached the SSS level, it had already stood at the peak of the SS level. In the other 3 directions, there were 3 strange SS-class mechas with very different styles but equally powerful. Due west, there is a mecha covered with a thick black biomass shell and shaped like a giant scorpion from the Abyss Stinger. The huge poisonous needle at the tail, which flashes with a faint green light, is frightening and exudes the breath of the law of corrosion and death. Due south is a relatively slender ghostly mecha that looks like it is woven from shadows, the Voidwalker. It has almost no sense of substance, as if it will merge into the shadows at any time. In its hands, it holds 2 short blades of twisted dark energy, which are dangerous and deadly. To the north is the largest and heaviest mecha, the Infernal Core, which is like a moving mountain. The whole body is covered with huge gun muzzles and energy ducts, and in the chest is a huge energy core that is like a furnace, constantly rolling with dark red magma, emitting suffocating high temperature and destructive waves.
The ones driving these 3 mechas are none other than Black 1, Black 2 and Black 3 sent by the organization. 4 SS-class mechas, coupled with Long Badian, whose strength had skyrocketed to SSS class, formed an absolute encirclement of the Heart of Origin.
The terrifying pressure combined into one, causing the shields of Longyuan City to groan under the heavy burden. However, faced with this lineup that was enough to make any strong man despair, Shenbin in the cockpit just made a light tisk sound.
Instead of fear, his face showed a hint of boredom. I knew you had a backup plan. Shenbin's voice came through the loudspeaker, still eerily calm. But, are there more than mechas? His thoughts instantly sank into the system mall. Ding!
Consumed 40 million conquest points to successfully redeem SS-class mecha's Judgment of Light.
Shadow Hunter. Roar of the Earth. Eye of the Storm. Remaining conquest points, 16,578,702. 4 dazzling beams of light instantly burst out from the Heart of Origin and shot up into the sky.
The light faded away, and 4 SS-class mechas, each emitting a power that was no less powerful than the other and even had its own unique characteristics, suddenly appeared around the Heart of Origin like loyal guards. A mecha that is completely white, inlaid with golden patterns, carrying huge light wings and holding a sacred scepter, Holy Light Judgment.
Pilot 2.
A mecha with a dark blue body, smooth lines like a cheetah, holding 2 high-frequency particle vibration blades, as if born for assassination, Shadow Hunter.
Pilot 3.
A mecha that is ochre yellow in color, as heavy as a mountain, with arms that are giant drills and hammers, and exudes unshakable power, Earth Roar.
Pilot 4.
A mecha that is completely purple, surrounded by hurricanes and thunder, with giant plasma turbines on its shoulders and known for its speed, Eye of the Storm.
Pilot 12.
The 2, 3, 4, and 12th female pilots had already achieved instant synchronization with their respective new mechas. The powerful infusion of psychic energy allowed the 4 SS-class mechas to burst out with their full strength pressure.
5 on 5. The original absolute encirclement was broken in an instant.
It turned into a confrontation between evenly matched people.
What? This is impossible. One in the Dark Knight Emperor, and Black 1, Black 2 and Black 3 in the other three mechas exclaimed in disbelief almost at the same time. When did SS-class mechas become cabbages? Can you take out 4 at your fingertips? This is completely beyond their understanding. Just what terrifying background and secrets does this Chen Bin hide? A trace of violent fluctuation appeared on Long Baishan's cold face. Obviously, Chen Bin's method of creating a mecha out of thin air was far beyond his expectations. But Long Badian quickly regained his eerie calm. He spoke coldly, his voice amplified by energy, spreading across the battlefield. Chen Bin, I have to admit, your methods are truly incredible. But he changed the subject, with a hint of coldness, a trace of success in his scheme. Do you think our target is only you? You are wrong. Our real target is your lair Tianxia City. While we were holding you back, the organization had already dispatched 5 S-Class mass-produced Lord of the Abyss and 1 SS-Class Messenger of the End piloted by Lord Zero himself, to Tianxia City. Even if you can stop us here, by the time we return, Tianxia City will have already been reduced to ruins. All your women will become captives of the organization. I just don't believe that your Tianxia City can produce more SS-Class mechas for defense. Long Baishan's words were full of malice and confidence, trying to attack Chen Bin psychologically. He believed that Chen Bin's mecha must have been obtained through some extremely expensive and rare means, and it was impossible for him to own it unlimitedly. Being able to produce 4 machines is already the limit, and Tianxia City must be empty. However, Chen Bin's reaction disappointed him again. Oh? That's it? Chen Bin's voice was lazily and disdainful, and he even yawned. I thought you had some earth-shattering plan, but it turns out you're just trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain and steal the house? His tone was so relaxed that it seemed as if he was talking about the weather. Who told you that there are no SS-Class mechas in Tianxia City? Chen Bin said slowly, although there are indeed not as many as Wu Tai. He paused, and continued as Long Badian, one and the other's expressions changed slightly. But, to deal with your Lord of the Abyss and Messenger of the End, 2 are more than enough. His voice was filled with absolute confidence and control. Now, take care of yourselves first. Chen Bin's voice suddenly turned cold. Heart of Origin, and my Valkyries, take action. Tear down all these iron lumps. The words fell. The colorful gem on the chest of Heart of Origin suddenly burst out with destructive light. Judgment of Holy Light raised the sacred scepter in his hand, and endless holy light gathered. The Shadow Hunter's figure blurred and disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The roar of the earth made a dull roar, and the huge drill began to spin wildly. The hurricane and thunder around the eye of the storm suddenly became violent. 5 SS-Class mechas, with the fighting spirit of 5 outstanding pilots, took the initiative to launch an attack. The war broke out in an instant. The sky was once again flooded with terrifying energy storms of various attributes. Chapter 157, Violent Battle. In an instant, with the Heart of Origin as the core, 5 SS-Class mechas with different styles but equally powerful. It was like 5 enraged gods, erupting with earth-shattering power at the same time, and actively pounced on their respective opponents. Chen Bin controlled the Heart of Origin and took the initiative to confront his 2 old rivals, Long Badian and Dark Knight Emperor. Chen Bin knew very well that Long Badian was the opponent's weak point, but his condition was strange and he had to suppress it himself. The 6 pairs of light wings behind the Heart of Origin suddenly burst into light brighter than the sun. Psychic confinement, colorful shackles. Countless colorful light chains formed by the interweaving of 7 kinds of spiritual energy, like a net of heaven and earth, instantly enveloped Long Badian and the Dark Knight Emperor, who tried to launch a roundabout sneak attack. Long Badian roared, and the SSS-level Gangjin power burst out. The dark golden fist force blasted out like a rainstorm, smashing the attacking light chains continuously, but the light chains were endless, seriously limiting his speed of movement. The Emperor of Dark Knight tried to evade by jumping through space, but the colorful gem on the chest of the Heart of Origin flashed slightly. Space interference force field. The space around the Emperor of Dark Knight instantly became muddy, and its jump was interrupted again. It could only hold up the dark energy shield to withstand the entanglement and whipping of the light chain, and its body vibrated violently. 1 to 2? Arrogant. Long Baishan's voice was ice cold. He put his palms together, and the shadow of a giant dark golden axe, which seemed to be condensed from the pure law of destruction, appeared above his head. Open the sky. The giant axe, with the terrifying will to tear apart chaos, slashed towards the Heart of Origin. Great! Chaos starburst. The huge fist of the Heart of Origin condensed into a colorful energy ball that was compressed to the extreme, and it seemed as if stars were born and destroyed inside. It punched towards the dark golden giant axe without retreating. Boom, boom, boom. It's like two stars colliding. The terrifying energy shockwave spread out in a spherical shape, shaking the nearest Emperor of Dark Night to roll over. Long Badian and the Heart of Origin retreated at the same time, and the space collapsed inch by inch. Next to them, Judgment of Light 2 and Poisonous Sting of the Abyss Black 1 were fighting. Holy Light Purification. The Holy Light Judgment scepter was raised high, and endless holy light surged like a tsunami towards the Abyss Sting that exuded the breath of filth and death. Light and darkness are natural opposites. Hiss. The Abyss Stinger let out a sharp hissing sound, and large amounts of dark green poisonous mist spurted out from the cracks in the shells of the creatures around it, trying to pollute and erode the holy light. The poisonous fog and the holy light came into contact, causing a violent hissing reaction and dissolving each other. Holy shock! The wings of light behind Holy Light Judgment fluttered, and its speed increased dramatically. A pure spear of light condensed on the top of the scepter, piercing the head of Abyss Stinger like a meteor. Abyssal Tail Needle. The huge scorpion tail of the Abyss Stinger suddenly shot out, and the dark green poison needle flashed with a soul-shaking cold light, accurately pointing at the light spear. Bite. The collision of extreme light and extreme poison caused a piercing sonic boom and energy turbulence. On the battlefield of Shadowhunter 3 and Voidwalker Black 2. This is a battle of extreme speed and stealth. The Shadowhunter is like a ghost, constantly flashing in ultra-short distances in the humming of the high-frequency particle vibration blade, launching deadly assassinations from all kinds of incredible angles. The blade passed by, even the light was cut and swallowed. The Voidwalker is even more bizarre. It seems to have no entity and directly blends into the shadow of space. Sometimes it emerges from the shadow of the Shadowhunter and swings a twisted dark energy dagger. The collision between the two was silent but extremely dangerous. Every confrontation left a black crack in the space that lasted for a long time. On the ground, Roar of the Earth 4 vs Purgatory Core Black 3. This is a battle of absolute strength and violent firepower. The roaring earth is like an ancient mountain, and every swing of the huge drill and hammer in its arms carries the power to shake the earth. It even mobilized the power of the earth, forming huge rock hands and ground spikes, frantically besieging the Purgatory Core. Purgatory Core is a mobile firepower fortress. Countless gun barrels around his body were madly pouring out scorching psychic shells and destructive beams, and the furnace core in his chest was spewing out a dark red magma torrent that was enough to melt stars. It tried to suppress the brute force of roaring earth with absolute firepower. Boom! 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 The collision between the two was the most direct and violent. The flames of the explosion almost never stopped, as if two mad beasts were fighting in close combat. On the other side, the Eye of the Storm driven by 12 did not fix the opponent, but was like a ghost of death on the battlefield, relying on its extreme speed and unparalleled maneuverability to shuttle across the entire battlefield at high speed. Sometimes he would summon the 9-day thunder to bombard the Emperor of Dark Night who was bound by the light chain of the Heart of Origin. Sometimes a hurricane would rise up to tear through the space and interfere with the hiding of the Voidwalker. Occasionally release a breath of wind that freezes the soul and slows down the speed of the Purgatory Core S-Fire. She perfectly played the role of troublemaker and coordinator, making Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3 exhausted and unable to form effective cooperation. The entire sky completely turned into a chaotic energy hell. The colorful torrent of laws, the dark gold destructive power, the holy light, the dark green poisonous fog, the twisted shadows, the exploding lava, the roaring thunder, the tearing gale, energies of various attributes collide, annihilate, and explode crazily. Under the impact of such terrifying aftermath, Long Yuan City's psychic shield twisted and fluctuated violently like a soap bubble in a storm, as if it would break in the next second. The residents and defenders in the city were terrified, but at the same time they were shocked and fanatical about the divine and demonic power. Damn it! How can they work so well together? Hei in that Abyss Poison Sting was shocked and angry. He found that he was completely restrained by the Holy Light Judgment. The poison could hardly take effect, and instead, his body was burned by the pure power of light. Hei in Voidwalker was even more frustrated. His concealment methods were greatly reduced in effectiveness due to the ubiquitous hurricane detection of Eye of the Storm and the pursuit of Shadowhunter who was equally proficient in assassination. He was almost forced to show his original form and get stabbed several times. Although Black 3 in the Purgatory Core had fierce firepower, the defense and strength of the Roar of the Earth were too abnormal. He had to withstand his artillery fire and kept closing the distance. The huge drill made him tremble with fear. Long Batty and Indy were held back by Chin Bin's Heart of Origin alone, and were unable to effectively support other battlefields. Chin Bin used various spiritual powers to perfection, sometimes using spatial confinement, sometimes elemental bombardment, and sometimes close combat, leaving the two men with only the ability to defend themselves and no power to fight back. Chapter 158, Zero attacking Longyuan City. Asshole. This can't go on. A trace of anxiety flashed in Long Baishan's eyes. The order he received was to hold Chin Bin back, but he didn't expect to be suppressed by the other party in return. He suddenly shouted into the communicator, "Execute Plan B. Force a breakthrough. Target, Roaring Earth." He realized that although the Earth Roar had strong defense, its mobility was relatively the worst, making it the easiest point to break through. Following his order, the 4 enemy mechas that were originally fighting on their own suddenly changed their movements. The Emperor of Dark Night ignored the attack of the light chain, and suddenly shot out a thick dark purple energy beam from the single eye on his chest. It did not attack the Heart of Origin, but directly shot at the roar of the earth that was fighting against the Purgatory Molten Core. Abyss Stinger withstood a holy shock head-on, and the poison needle at the tail gathered power, and an extremely subtle, almost invisible dark green ray silently shot towards the joint of Earth Roar. Voidwalker even gave up fighting with Shadow Hunter directly, blended into the shadows, and instantly appeared behind Earth Roar, with both blades piercing its back engine. Even the Purgatory Core erupted crazily, all gun barrels overloaded their output, forming a devastating barrage of bullets, temporarily forcing back the Eye of the Storm and the Judgment of Holy Light that was trying to come to the rescue. The sudden concentrated fire of 4 SS-class mechas was aimed directly at the Earth Roar piloted by 4 people. This sudden cooperation demonstrated the opponent's well-trained tactical qualities. 4. Watch out. Chen Bin's eyes became fierce, and he immediately controlled the Heart of Origin to intercept, but Long Badian took a hit from the colorful energy cannon and entangled him tightly. Roaring Earth instantly fell into an extremely dangerous situation. However, a hint of disdain flashed in the cold eyes of C in the cockpit. At the moment when the 4 fatal attacks were about to hit him, the huge fuselage of Roaring Earth suddenly sank down. Absolute defense, Earth Pulse Guardian. With it as the center, the earth vein power of the entire mountain range below was forcibly extracted, and instantly condensed into an extremely thick super shield on the surface of the fuselage, with flowing mountain shadows and ochre runes. Boom! Boom! Swish! Puff! Dark purple energy beams, phantom green rays, shadow double blades, overload barrage. 4 SS-level terrifying attacks slammed into the super shield that suddenly appeared at the same time. The shield flickered violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, yet it stubbornly remained unbroken. It withstood this wave of deadly concentrated fire. What? Long Badian, Hei, and the others were horrified. This defense was too abnormal. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Earth Roar withstood the concentrated fire, and the huge drills and impact hammers in its arms not only did not retract, but became even brighter because they absorbed some of the attack energy. Roar! Wrath of the Earth, double explosion. 4 cold voices sounded. The giant drill on the left arm of Roaring Earth was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. With the determination to drill through everything, it suddenly stabbed towards the nearest Purgatory Core in front of it. The impact hammer on his right arm released a terrifying shockwave and slammed heavily into the ground. A terrifying shockwave that was powerful enough to overturn the Earth was transmitted along the Earth in an instant, and accurately hit the Abyss Stinger and Dark Knight Emperor, who had just completed their attack and had not yet stabilized their bodies. Attack and defense in one. Instant counterattack. No! Hei-san screamed in horror as the drill bit penetrated the breastplate of the Purgatory Core, emitting dazzling sparks and explosions. The Abyss Stinger and Dark Knight Emperor were also shaken violently by the sudden earthquake shock wave, and the energy flow was instantly disordered. Now is the time. How could Chen Bin miss this opportunity? The Heart of Origin instantly broke free from Long Badian, and the colorful gem on his chest shone brightly. Final Baptism. A thick energy torrent that combined all attributes and appeared destructive gray-white, like a whip of God, lashed fiercely at the unbalanced Emperor of Darkness and Abyss Sting. At the same time, the Shadow Hunter emerged from the shadows like a ghost, and its blade accurately cut towards the cockpit of the Voidwalker. The Eye of the Storm attracted countless thunders, like the Spear of Thor, covering Long Badian, who was trying to rescue him. The purifying light of Holy Light Judgment descended like a curtain of heaven, covering the damaged Purgatory Core. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. With the tacit cooperation and strong strength of Chen Bin's camp, they seized the flaws revealed by the opponent's forced concentrated fire and launched a fatal counterattack. Long Baishan's eyes were bloodshot, but he could only watch helplessly as the destructive gray-white torrent and countless thunders swallowed him up, and saw his companions fall into despair. In this SS-class mecha melee, the balance of victory and defeat began to tilt dramatically. Just as the earth-shattering battle between SS-class mechas was raging outside Longyuan City, a crisis suddenly descended over Tianxia City. The shrill air defense alarm instantly resounded throughout the city, and a huge psychic shield rose up like an inverted blue bowl, covering the entire city. The citizens looked up in horror, only to see the space above the city being violently torn apart, and 6 figures emitting cold, dead silence, and the breath of the abyss slowly drove out. The first one is the largest one, with a hideous shape like a demon crawling out of hell, and its whole body is covered with dark red. It was like a thick armor flowing with magma, its head was a skull-like structure, and its eye sockets were burning with dark green flames. Behind it was a huge tail made up of countless bone joints, and at the tip of the tail was a constantly rotating cone that emitted spatial fluctuations and destructive energy. The energy fluctuations it emitted surprisingly reached SS level. It was the messenger of the end mentioned by Long Badian. Behind it followed 5 smaller mechas with a unified design style, all black, and like enlarged humanoid abyss demons, the S-class mass-produced Lord of the Abyss. They are like loyal guards, guarding the messenger of the end in the middle. Their cold electronic eyes scan the city below, filled with an indifferent desire to kill. Extremely high energy reaction detected. 1 SS class, 5 S class. All personnel at maximum combat readiness. Lin Wanji's cold and calm voice rang out through the city's broadcasting system, instantly calming some of the panic. The next second, in the center of Tianxia City, 2 powerful auras rose into the sky. On the east side, in a brilliant star blue beam of light, Lin Wangu appeared in her SS-class mecha Star Emperor. The Star King mecha is elegant and majestic, and its entire body seems to be made of star-like blue gold, dotted with countless star-like light points. Holding a huge star judgment sword made of pure energy, it exudes vast and precise star power. On the west side, an ice blue extreme cold storm swept out, and Lang Qingqiu drove the SS-class mecha given by Qin Binqin Frost Queen, and descended on the battlefield. The Frost Queen is like a goddess of ice and snow, with smooth and cold lines, covered with eternal black ice that never melts. His body was surrounded by a visible ice crystal storm, and the extreme ice eternal Sai spear in his hand emitted an extreme chill that could freeze the soul. The 2 SS-class mechas, like 2 towering pillars guarding Tianxia City, stood in front of the invaders. Inside the cockpit of the End Messenger, the pilot codenamed Zero exclaimed, "Why are there still SS-class mechas left behind?" But there are only 2 of them. King of the Abyss, entangle that ice mecha. Leave the other one to me. I'll finish it quickly and come to support you. Chapter 159, The Tragic Zero. At the command, the 5 S-class Lords of the Abyss immediately let out a shrill roar, and their engines spewed out black tail flames, like 5 black lightning bolts, rushing towards the Frost Queen from different directions. Their arms deformed, and huge rotating chainsaw swords and energy cannon muzzles popped out, and crazy attacks instantly poured down like a rainstorm. Looking for death. Lang Qingqiu's cold voice came through the loudspeaker without a trace of emotion. The ice crystal wings behind the Frost Queen fluttered gently. Absolute Zero, Ice Dance. With her as the center, a beautiful yet deadly ice crystal storm suddenly broke out. Countless palm-sized ice crystals with sharp edges like divine weapons were spinning and whistling at high speed as if they had life. A huge ice and snow tornado was formed, directly covering all the kings of the abyss rushing towards Wutai. Shichiki-chi-chi. A teeth-grinding cutting sound suddenly rang out. The S-class mecha is completely vulnerable in front of the SS-class mecha. The energy shields of the 5 kings of the abyss were frozen by the extreme cold the moment they came into contact with the ice crystal storm, and were then easily torn and cut by countless ice crystals. Their hard armor was cut open like paper, revealing the wiring and structure inside. Their movements instantly became sluggish and stiff, and their joints were even covered with a thick layer of ice. Freeze it. The Frost Queen raised the eternal Sai spear of extreme ice and lightly pointed it at the nearest abyss slayer. A tiny ice blue ray shot out and instantly hit the mecha. Snap, snap. The mecha was instantly completely frozen from the inside out, and along with the driver inside, it turned into a giant ice sculpture. Then it lost power and fell downwards, exploding into countless ice crystal fragments before hitting the ground. Flash sale. The remaining 4 kings of the abyss were so frightened that they retreated frantically, trying to escape from this ice zone of death, but their speed was too slow in front of the Frost Queen. Ice spike piercing. The Frost Queen swung her spear, and 4 huge, crystal clear yet sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air. They instantly crossed the space and accurately pierced through the chest engines of the 4 mechas. Boom! 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 4 huge fireballs exploded in the air, with frozen parts flying everywhere. In one encounter, all 5 S-Class Abyss Slayers were wiped out. This is the absolute crushing of SS-Class over S-Class. The gap in quality cannot be made up by quantity. On the other side, the Messenger of the End, driven by Zero, also collided with Lin Wang's Star Emperor. The Messenger of the End roared, and the bony tail on its back stabbed out like a poisonous scorpion. The spatial cone at the end of the tail tore through the space and pierced the Star Emperor in the face. At the same time, a dark red energy ball that continued to collapse and exuded the breath of death condensed in its huge palm the final annihilation bomb. Lin Wangji's eyes were calm, and the Star Judgment Sword in the hands of the Star Emperor drew a mysterious trajectory. The power of the starry sky. The tip of the sword accurately touched the side of the space cone, and with a clever move, its attack trajectory was slightly deflected. At the same time, the starlight gathered on the chest of the Star Emperor. Starlight Barrier. A gorgeous barrier composed of countless rotating star shadows suddenly unfolded. Boom! The final annihilation bomb slammed heavily into the starlight barrier, unleashing a dark red energy wave that was powerful enough to devour light. The barrier fluctuated violently, but held on tenaciously. Something's possible. But not enough. Zero roared, and the arms of the Messenger of the End transformed into 2 huge cannon muzzles, and even more violent energy began to gather. However, just as he was about to launch the next round of attack, he caught a glimpse of the battlefield on the other side out of the corner of his eye. The 5 S-Class mechas he brought were completely destroyed by the Ice-type SS-Class mecha in just a few breaths, just like cutting melons and vegetables. What? How could it be so fast? Zero's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition instantly came to his mind. The strength of that ice mecha far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the Frost Queen, who had easily dealt with the small fry, had turned her gun around, and her cold electronic eyes, together with the Star Emperor, locked onto him at the same time. 2-1. Cold sweat instantly broke out in the cockpit of Zero. He finally understood that the information conveyed by Long Badian and Chen Bin was wrong. The defense force of Tianxia City is not as simple as the possible SS-Class mecha. The combat capabilities displayed by these 2 mechas are definitely at the top SS level. Damn it! Wrong intelligence. Retreat. Zero made a prompt decision without any hesitation. The thrusters behind the Messenger of the End burst out with maximum power, trying to tear through space and escape. Come as you please and leave as you please? Have you asked me? Lin Wangji's cold voice sounded. The Star Emperor raised the Judgment Sword high, drawing the power of the stars in the sky. Star imprisonment, all things attracted. Countless chains of starlight descended from the sky and instantly wrapped around the Messenger of the End. The powerful gravitational field severely interfered with its space jumps and movement speed. Stay here. Leng Qingqiu's attack was more direct. The Frost Queen threw out the Spear of Eternal Sigh of Extreme Ice, and the spear turned into a roaring frost dragon in the air, carrying the chill that froze everything, and slammed into the Messenger of the End. There are stars imprisoning in front and ice dragon chasing behind. Zero is in an unprecedented crisis. He frantically drove the mecha, dark red energy bursting out, trying to break free from the restraints, but facing the full-scale siege of 2 mechas of the same level, his struggle seemed so powerless. The crisis of Tianxia City was quickly resolved at a speed far beyond the attacker's expectations under the overwhelming power of the 2 Valkyries, and the moment of counterattack was about to come. Chapter 160 Strange Chains. The Messenger of the End, driven by Zero, is in an absolutely desperate situation. In front of him was the star imprisonment caused by the Star Emperor, and countless bright and tenacious starlight chains were like a thorn in his flesh. It was tightly wrapped around the mecha, not only greatly restricting its movements, but the powerful gravitational field also made every movement of its kind extremely difficult and slow, and space jumping was completely blocked. Then, the Frost Queen threw out the Extreme Ice Eternal Sigh spear and transformed it into a giant frost dragon, roaring and tearing through the sky. Wherever it passed, even the space was frozen into white cracks. The extreme cold that was enough to freeze everything had already locked onto the core of the Messenger of the End, and the shadow of death completely enveloped Zero. No! Open it for me! Zero roared in despair and unwillingness in the cockpit, pushing the energy output of the Messenger of the End to the limit and even overloading it. Dark red destructive energy gushed out from the mecha like a volcanic eruption, trying to shatter the starlight chain and resist the frost dragon. Rumble. The starlight chain flickered violently under the violent energy impact, flickering unsteadily, but still stubbornly remained unbroken. And the frost dragon is approaching. The ferocious dragon's mouth opened, spewing out a breath of absolute zero that was enough to freeze the core of a star. It's over. Lin Wangji's eyes were cold. He controlled the Star Emperor to increase the output of star power, and the light chain suddenly tightened. Freeze. Leng Qingqiu uttered 2 words lightly, and the speed of the frost dragon increased again. At this critical moment, when the outcome is about to be decided, something strange happened suddenly. Right above the messenger of the end, without any warning, the space collapsed inwards silently. An absolute black hole that is so huge and pure that it swallows all light suddenly appears. The appearance of this black hole was so abrupt and completely contrary to common sense. There was no sign of any energy fluctuations, as if it should have been there. The suction it emits is not directed at matter, but specifically at energy and space itself. Buzz. The starlight chain wrapped around the messenger of the end melted and disintegrated quickly like ice and snow under the sun the moment it came into contact with the black hole, and was completely swallowed by the pure black hole. Even the absolute zero breath spewed out by the frost dragon was distorted and stretched when it approached the black hole, and then sank into it silently without causing any ripples. What? Lin Wangu and Leng Qingqiu's expressions changed drastically at the same time. They could feel the connection between themselves and the means of attack being forcibly severed and devoured. The level of power of rules contained in that black hole is terrifyingly high. Then, from the center of the bottomless black hole, a huge, pure silver-gray metal appeared. The chains, with countless dark red auras flowing on the surface, suddenly shot out like the touch of a demon reaching out from the abyss. The speed of this chain is so fast that it transcends the scope of time and space, as if it has completed all the actions the moment it appears. It did not attack the Star Emperor or the Frost Queen, but as if it had life, it flexibly wrapped around the messenger of the end who was about to be swallowed by the frost dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The chains tightened, making a series of teeth-grinding sounds of metal clashing. The next moment, the frost dragon, which was powerful enough to severely damage or even destroy the SS-class mecha, slammed heavily into the messenger of the end wrapped in black chains. The expected big explosion did not happen. The moment the extreme icy power came into contact with the dark red runes flowing on the black chains, it was as if it had met its nemesis and was quickly neutralized, absorbed, and annihilated. The frost dragon let out an unwilling wail, and its huge body began to break into pieces from the head. Finally, it returned to its original form of the extreme ice eternal Psi spear and flew back into the hands of the Frost Queen with a wail, and the light on the spear was dimmed a lot. Although the surface of the messenger of the end was covered with a thick layer of frost and it groaned under the heavy burden, its core part was obviously protected by the strange black chains and did not suffer fatal damage. Impossible. For the first time, Leng Qingqiu's cold eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Her full-strength attack was actually neutralized so easily? Be careful. There's something strange about that chain. Lin Wangu reminded urgently, controlling the Star Emperor to condense the power of the stars again. A more condensed star extinction spear formed in her hand, and she was about to throw it. However, the black chains that emerged from the black hole did not give them any chance to attack again. After saving and blocking the frost dragon's attack, it suddenly pulled back. Buzz. An irresistible force came, and the chains wrapped around the messenger of the end instantly stretched straight. The huge body of the messenger of the end was like a toy in front of this huge force. It was dragged without any resistance and shot towards the terrifying black hole at high speed. No! Let me go! Master! I won't dare to do it again. Please? Zero's terrified and desperate cry for mercy came from the messenger of the end, but it soon stopped as the mecha was completely dragged into the black hole. After swallowing the messenger of the end, the huge black hole began to shrink rapidly and was about to disappear. Want to leave? Leave something behind. Lin Wangu gave a delicate cry, and the star extinction spear in the hands of the Star Emperor was finally charged and turned into a blue meteor that pierced through the void and shot fiercely towards the black hole that was about to close. At the same time, Leng Qingqiu also suppressed her shock. The Frost Queen put her palms together and mobilized all her strength. Eternal Frozen Era. A beam of ice blue light that was more condensed and colder than before came from behind and arrived first, and together with the star extinction spear, it blasted towards the black hole. Faced with these two combined attacks that were enough to threaten a true SSS-level existence, the black hole that was about to close seemed to pause slightly. Then, the black chain that had been retracted mostly suddenly popped out again like a poisonous snake. It did not choose to resist head-on, but danced rapidly in the air with an extremely mysterious trajectory, and the dark red aura on the chain flashed wildly. Ding! Swish! The tip of the chain accurately touched the weak spot on the side of the star extinction spear, and a strange shock force was transmitted. It actually managed to change the direction of the condensed star power, sending it brushing the edge of the black hole and flying into the endless void. At the same time, the main body of the chain was like a soft silk ribbon, wrapped around the light column of the era of permanent frozen. The dark red aura burst out with an all-devouring light, madly offsetting and absorbing the extreme icy power. Although the surface of the chain was quickly covered with a thick layer of ice and even made a slight cracking sound, it ultimately directed most of the power of this terrifying attack elsewhere. After doing all this, the black chain seemed to have consumed a lot of power, and its light dimmed slightly. It suddenly retracted into the black hole that had shrunk to the size of a person. The next moment, the black hole completely disappeared and the sky returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Only the remaining star power and icy breath that had not yet completely dissipated, and the final retraction of the chain. A few small pieces of metal fragments emitting faint light that were cracked and shattered by the eternal frozen era and fell down from above proved that the thrilling scene just now was not an illusion. Lin Wangu and Lang Qingqiu took off their mecha forms, landed, picked up the cold metal fragments, and their faces were extremely solemn. "What on earth is that thing?" Lang Qingqiu asked in a deep voice, feeling the strange and heart-pounding energy remaining on the fragments. Lin Wangu shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "I don't know, but it's definitely far beyond our understanding. To be able to so easily block our combined attack and rescue the messenger of the end, the power of the opposing organization is probably far more formidable than we imagined." Chapter 161 Long Badian dies. In the sky outside Longyuan City, the energy turbulence has not yet subsided. Chen Bin accurately seized the flaw revealed by the opponent's concentrated fire roar of the earth and launched a thunder counterattack that has worked. The destructive gray-white energy torrent of Baptism of the End was like a roaring galaxy, washing over the unbalanced Emperor of the Night and Abyss Stinger. Ugh! One uttered a painful groan in the cockpit, and the shield of Emperor of Darkness was instantly overloaded and shattered. The new armor on the surface of the machine was madly corroded and melted by the torrent of various spiritual energies, and thick smoke billowed out. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire mecha rolled and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, obviously suffering heavy damage. The situation of the Abyss Stinger was even worse. Its biological shell was even less resistant to this mixed attack. Large pieces of the shell were directly vaporized, revealing the fragile internal structure inside. The vicious scorpion tail needle at the tail was even melted in half by the torrent, and the machine let out a shrill wail, and fell uncontrollably to the ground. At the same time, the high-frequency particle blade of the Shadow Hunter narrowly passed by the cockpit of the Voidwalker, but although it did not hit it directly. But the sharp sword energy still left a deep scratch on its armor, forcing it to flee back in embarrassment and blend into the shadows to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The countless thunders summoned by the Eye of the Storm bombarded Long Badian, who was trying to rescue him. Although his SSS-level Vajra indestructible body had amazing defense, this saturation thunder bombardment still caused arcs of electricity to run all over his body, his blood to boil, and his movements to stagnate again. The purgatory core that withstood the attack of the Earth's roar drill head-on had a huge hole drilled in its breastplate, causing the energy of the internal furnace to leak out and a violent explosion to occur. The entire mecha staggered backward with black smoke, almost losing its combat capability. The battle situation reversed instantly. Chen Bin's side was unscathed, while the other side, with the exception of Long Badian, had all 4 SS-class mechas severely damaged. Chen Bin's eyes were cold and he was determined to kill. As the saying goes, you have to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Long Badian, the weakest SSS level, and the seriously injured one Dark Knight Emperor are the primary targets. Space flickers. The huge body of the Heart of Origin blurred in an instant, ignoring the distance, and appeared directly in front of Long Badian, who had just survived the thunder bombardment and whose breath had not yet calmed down. The huge metal fist condensed the colorful energy compressed to the extreme, aimed at his head, and punched down mercilessly. If this punch landed, even if Long Badian was at SSS level, his head would definitely explode. Experimental subject. The seriously injured one saw this scene and let out a cry of surprise. Almost without thinking, he forcibly squeezed the last energy of the Dark Knight Emperor. Space displacement. She actually tried to exchange her position with Long Badian at all costs to block the fatal blow for him. The space waves rippled out. However, a sneer of success appeared on Chen Bin's lips. I'm waiting for you.
The fist he sent towards Long Badian bent strangely in the middle, and the energy properties changed instantly, from a violent destructive force to an extremely concentrated space blast wave specifically targeting the space structure. And the target of attack is no longer Long Badian, but the Dark Knight Emperor who is trying to replace the space.
Oh no! I've fallen into a trap.
He was horrified, but his fighting skills had already been unleashed and could not be interrupted at all.
Boom!
Chen Bin's long-planned space blast wave hit the weak node of the Dark Knight Emperor during the space jump with incredible precision.
Snap!
There was a sharp sound like glass breaking. The spatial force around the Emperor of Dark Knight instantly became extremely chaotic and out of control. The original space replacement was forcibly interrupted, and even triggered a terrifying space backlash.
Puff!
One in the cockpit suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his spirit was severely damaged. The Emperor of Dark Knight emitted a series of teeth-grinding metallic twisting sounds, and violent electric sparks burst out from many parts of the fuselage, especially the space engine, where a small-scale explosion occurred, completely paralyzing it. This SS-class mecha completely lost its ability to move and stood frozen in midair like scrap metal. At the same time that Chen Bin attacked one, he seemed to have given up attacking Long Badian, but the pair of light wings behind the Heart of Origin quietly shot out two tiny but extremely sharp cutting rays. Like the scythe of the God of Death, it silently slashed across the neck of Long Badian, who was stunned for a moment due to the interruption of space displacement. The runes on the surface of Long Badian's indestructible body had just lit up, but they were unable to completely withstand the sneak attack ray that was condensed to the extreme and contained multiple destructive forces.
Laugh! A thin line of blood appeared on his neck.
The anger, coldness, anxiety and other emotions on Long Badian's face froze in an instant, and were replaced by a trace of confusion and disbelief. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The next moment, his head slowly slid off his neck, and blood spurted into the sky like a fountain. The headless corpse froze in the air for a moment, then fell down weakly.
Long Badian, the lord of Longyuan City who dominated the area and whose strength soared to SSS level, fell.
The death was even a bit depressing. His death did not cause too much of a violent reaction from Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3.
They seemed to be more concerned about their own mission and safety.
Their offensive only paused slightly, and they retreated more cautiously, trying to reorganize their formation. Chen Bin didn't even look at Long Badian's falling body, his target was directly the paralyzed Dark Knight Emperor. Seeing this, Voidwalker and the Abyss Stinger and Purgatory Core, who were still able to move, tried desperately to step forward to stop it.
Get out of the way!
The eye of the storm stirred up a huge hurricane, blocking the way of the Voidwalker.
Holy Light Purification.
The Holy Light Judgment Scepter fell to the ground, and the Holy Halo spread, forcing back the Abyss Sting that was ready to move.
Earth Confinement.
Earth Roar stomped his feet fiercely, and the powerful gravity field made the severely damaged Purgatory Core unable to move. Chen Bin flew to the front of the Emperor of Dark Knight without any hindrance, and the huge metal palm directly inserted into its damaged chest. He accurately tore the outer shell of the cockpit, grabbed one who was seriously injured and unconscious due to the backlash, and then quickly retracted it into the Heart of Origin.
Qingwu, look at her.
Chen Bin threw the unconscious Yi to Feng Qingwu in the cockpit. Feng Qingwu looked at this former accomplice with complicated eyes, but still subdued him as she was told. Now, the scene has become Chen Binfeng's 5 intact mechas against the opponent's 3 severely damaged mechas.
The outcome is no longer in doubt. Chapter 162 Silver Gray Metal Block. Get rid of them! Chen Bin ordered coldly.
5 SS-class mechas simultaneously released the strongest energy fluctuations, and various destructive skills began to accumulate power, ready to give the opponent the final blow. The terrifying pressure made Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3 feel despair. However, at the moment when the final judgment is about to come, above the 3 Abyss Stinger mechas, the space collapsed inward without any warning, and the absolute black hole that swallowed everything suddenly appeared again. Immediately afterwards, just like what happened in Tianxia City, a huge, irregularly shaped, dark silver-gray metal block slowly emerged from the black hole. The surface of this block of metal is covered with incomprehensible and complex patterns, giving off an ancient, cold, and lifeless feeling. Just as the 5 SS-class mechas were about to launch a combined attack, the patterns on the surface of the dark silver-gray metal block suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. An invisible, powerful force field instantly spread out with it as the center.
Something strange happened.
The colorful torrent of laws condensed by the Heart of Origin, the ultimate purifying light of the Judgment of Holy Light, the shadow-tearing wave of the Shadow Hunter, the earth pulse cannon of the roaring earth, the thunderstorm of the eye of the storm. All the violent energy attacks, the moment they came into contact with the invisible force field, were completely absorbed by the dark silver-gray metal block, like a drop in the ocean. Not even a ripple was stirred. It was as if that piece of metal was an infinitely deep energy abyss. What? Chen Bin's pupils suddenly shrank. This sudden change was far beyond his expectations. Not only could the huge dark silver-gray metal block absorb the combined attack of their 5 SS-class mechas, but the ancient, cold, and seemingly superior aura it exuded made him shudder deep in his soul. This is a completely different kind of psychic system, a higher level of power oppression. Just as he was on full alert, thinking about how to deal with this unknown terrifying existence, a cold, emotionless, yet majestic voice resounded deep within his mind, as if it came from the metal itself. Chen Bin. The voice was calm, but like a law or command, it carried an unquestionable meaning. Surrender to me. You have repeatedly disrupted my plans and killed my test subjects. Your crimes are unforgivable. But considering your extraordinary talent and special opportunity, I can show some leniency and not pursue the matter. The blue planet is but a tiny speck of dust at the edge of the universe. Trapped here, we are like a frog in a well. Submit to me, and I will lead you to experience the vastness and splendor of the true universe, grant you power and authority beyond the mundane, and lead you beyond this tiny galaxy, embarking on a journey across the sea of stars. The voice was full of temptation and painted an extremely broad blueprint, but the absolute control and condescending attitude contained in it made Chen Bin extremely disgusted. Chen Bin's brain was working rapidly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The pressure brought to him by this piece of metal was too great, even far exceeding the previous SSS-level Long Batian in any mecha. He had a hunch that if he faced a head-on confrontation, he would have no chance of winning, and even escaping might be a luxury. Fighting head-on is absolutely not an option. We must delay time and find a way to escape. Chen Bin forced himself to calm down, manipulating the heart of origin slightly forward and responding, his voice trying to sound calm, even with a hint of intention. Traveling across the starry sea is truly a dream. But this matter is of great importance, and I need time to consider it. Please give me a month to deal with the trivial matters and then give you an answer. How about that? He tried to buy time. However, that cold voice instantly shattered his fantasy, with a hint of mockery. It seems that you have chosen death. There was no room for bargaining. The other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts, or simply disdained to wait. The moment the words fell, a line on the surface of the dark silver-gray metal block lit up slightly. A fine gray-black thread, as if composed of the pure law of extinction, shot out silently and headed straight for the core of the heart of origin. This attack seemed insignificant and did not even cause any energy fluctuations, but Chen Bin's intuition issued an unprecedented death alarm. He felt his soul trembling under this blow. Can't avoid it. Can't stop it. At the critical moment, Chen Bin did not hesitate at all. System. Exchange for Moment of Eternity. Ding. Consume 3,000 conquest points, exchange successful. Buzz. An extremely mysterious force of the law of time suddenly erupted with the heart of origin as its center. The flow of time in the space within 500 meters around Chen Bin was instantly forcibly solidified. The flying dust, the escaping energy, and even the light were all in a state of absolute stillness. This is one of the most powerful life-saving trump cards that Chen Bin currently has. Although it is cheap, it is very useful. He hopes to use this 0.5 seconds to try to dodge. However, something happened that made Chen Bin scared to death. The gray-black thread of annihilation emitted by the metal block, after entering the time solidification area, actually, did not stop at all. It is completely unaffected by Moment of Eternity. It was as if the laws of time had lost their meaning before it. It still maintained its original speed and trajectory, piercing through the solidified field of time as if passing through nothing, and instantly arrived at the chest of the heart of origin. How is this possible? Chen Bin was horrified. Even time freezing can't be affected? What level of attack is this? Seeing that the thread of annihilation was about to pierce through the mecha, Chen Bin was even prepared to endure serious injuries and even abandon the mecha. Mutation regeneration. At this moment of absolute despair, another soft yet equally vast pink mist, full of life and lust, spread out without warning, instantly enveloping the heart of origin and the thread of annihilation. The pink mist is so rich and pure, it seems to flow with life. The gray-black thread that was enough to ignore the freezing of time and exuded an aura of absolute annihilation, the moment it came into contact with the pink mist.
It was like ice and snow encountering the warm sun. Its speed suddenly slowed down, and the power of the law of annihilation on it was quickly neutralized and melted by the breath of desire full of vitality. Finally, it completely dissipated into nothingness just an inch away from the Heart of Origin armor. The attack was blocked? The dark silver-gray metal block, which had been cold and silent until now, seemed to vibrate slightly, and the faint blue light flowing on its surface showed a subtle disorder. That cold voice sounded again, but this time, it carried a hint of obvious surprise and solemnity. The Mother Tree of Desire. How dare you interfere in this matter? Chapter 163: The Giant Scarlet Knight. The questioning sound emitted by the cold metal, filled with surprise, still echoed in the air, as if it had touched some ancient switch. The next moment, the whole world suddenly changed drastically. As if in response to this question. Boom, boom, boom. The whole earth began to shake and roar violently. With the area where Chen Bin and the dark silver-gray metal block were located as the center, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles began to crack like a fragile eggshell. Countless bottomless cracks spread out, swallowing up mountains, rivers, and ruins. The sky was instantly dyed into a strange and enchanting pink. Thick pink mist with a strange and sweet fragrance gushed out crazily from every crack in the ground, filling the entire sky and earth in almost the blink of an eye. Visibility dropped sharply, as if the whole world had fallen into a beautiful yet dangerous dream. Immediately afterwards, an even more shocking scene appeared. Countless huge vines, each over 100 meters in diameter, with pink halos and sticky liquid flowing on their surfaces. Like an ancient giant python awakening, it suddenly broke out from the bottomless cracks in the ground, growing and waving madly towards the sky. There are so many vines that they almost cover the entire field of vision. They intertwine and entangle with each other, making a teeth-grinding friction sound, as if they are building some kind of huge nest or passage. Then, a flower so huge that it could not be described in words slowly bloomed from the largest crack in the ground. Each petal of this flower is like a pink mountain range, with glowing nectar flowing in its veins. At the heart of the flower is a bottomless vortex that exudes extreme temptation and danger. Just one look is enough to make your soul sink. Finally, the trunk. A truly giant tree that blocks out the sky and the sun slowly rises from the ground. Its trunk is so thick that it makes the nearby Longyuan city look like an insignificant model. The bark has a texture as smooth as jade yet extremely tough, and is covered with mysterious, seemingly naturally generated lines of desire. Its crown is so huge that it is immeasurable. The extended branches and leaves easily cover the sky of the entire Longyuan city and even the wider area, and the sunlight cannot penetrate at all. This is the complete form of the Mother Tree of Desire, Fei Yi. What Chen Bin had seen before were just some of her limbs and power projections hidden deep underground. Chen Bin was in the cockpit of the Heart of Origin, staring in amazement at the scene that seemed like a creation myth. Although he already knew that Fei Luo's body was extremely huge, the visual and mental impact brought by witnessing it completely break out of the ground with his own eyes was unparalleled. In front of this giant tree, his SS-class mecha looked insignificant. The huge pink eyes of the Mother Tree of Desire, which were formed by countless pink light spots, appeared in the sky, slowly rotated, and finally stared at the dark silver-gray metal block in the air. No communication, only direct action. Swish, swish, swish. Countless giant pink vines that had just broken out of the ground, like furious tentacles that had received orders, shot out from all directions, up and down, left and right, at the same time, towards the dark silver-gray metal block at a speed faster than lightning. Not only are these vines terrifyingly powerful, they are also filled with a thick pink mist that can erode energy, disintegrate will, and stimulate the most primitive desires. They streaked across the sky, bringing with them piercing sonic booms and pink energy trails, as if they wanted to completely entangle, tear apart, and devour this cold lump of iron that dared to challenge it and hurt its property. Before the attack arrived, the enormous mental oppression and the erosion of the law of lust had already caused the space to begin to distort and boil. Faced with the sudden and extremely violent all-out attack from the Mother Tree of Desire, the dark silver-gray metal block that had always appeared cold and arrogant seemed to feel the huge threat. The dark blue lines on its surface flashed wildly at an unprecedented speed. All the dark blue lines on its surface lit up instantly, emitting a dazzling light. Law barrier, absolute isolation. An invisible but extremely tough force field instantly expanded with it as the center, trying to isolate the pink vines outside. However, Fei Ye's vines are not pure energy attacks. They are both physical entities and contain strange laws. Bang 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 bang. Countless vines lashed fiercely on the invisible force field, causing continuous and terrifying noises like the collapse of stars. The force field that easily absorbed the combined attack of the SS-class mecha was violently twisted and fluctuated under the double blow of physics and laws like a storm of vines, and even let out a groan of being overwhelmed. Several particularly thick vines even penetrated the weak spots in the force field, drilled in like poisonous dragons, and wrapped around the body of the metal block. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The pink lustful power attached to the vines clashed violently with the faint blue light on the surface of the metal block, emitting a harsh corrosion sound and a large amount of pink and blue mixed smoke. The metal block vibrated violently, and the light on its surface flickered rapidly. It was obvious that Fei Ye's attack had brought it tremendous pressure and consumption. Mother Tree of Desire. Are you really going to become my enemy just for this, Ant? The cold voice sounded again, but this time, it carried a hint of obvious shock, anger, and urgency. In response, there were more and more violent pink vines, as well as a soul-stirring humming coming faintly from the giant, slowly blooming bud. It was as if something even more terrifying was brewing within. Chen Bin and the Valkyries under his command have now become bystanders of this battle that is beyond their understanding. They were suspended in the air, looking at the scene that looked like a battle between the gods of creation, their hearts filled with shock and a sense of insignificance. Chen Bin also understood that this being was not on the same level as them. Chapter 164 The Powerful Fei Yi. Faced with the extremely violent vines of the Mother Tree of Desire Fei Yi that contained the source of life and desire, the dark silver-gray metal block obviously felt tremendous pressure. It seemed to realize that in its current form it could not compete with this ancient being that was rooted in the origin of the planet. Buzz. An even louder buzzing sound, as if coming from the depths of the universe, sounded from inside the metal block. The dark blue lines on its surface suddenly became so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Under the shocked gaze of Chen Bin and others, the block of metal began to expand and deform at an alarming speed. Its size increased rapidly like a balloon being blown up, and in a flash it became as huge as a mountain. Its shape has also changed from its previous irregular appearance to a regular and angular one. Finally, it turned into an extremely huge pyramid, which shone with a cold metallic luster all over and was covered with countless complex geometric patterns and energy conduits on the surface. This metal pyramid is suspended in the air, its scale even surpassing the Longyuan city below, and the shadow it casts covers a large area. It no longer exudes a simple breath of annihilation, but a more grand, colder, terrifying pressure that seems to represent some kind of ultimate order of the universe and absolute rationality. It forms a sharp contrast with Fei Ye's realm full of life restlessness and emotional temptation. Reconstruction of laws, Tower of Order. A cold voice came from inside the pyramid, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The top of the pyramid suddenly lit up, emitting a thick, extremely pure white beam of light. This beam of light is not an energy attack, but a power that contains the law of absolute order. Wherever it passed, the violent pink mist was forcibly pushed aside and sorted out, and the chaotic space was forcibly smoothed out. Even the life energy flow on Fei Ye's wildly dancing vines became stagnant and disordered for a moment, as if being forced to operate according to some established rules. Humph. A cold and angry snort sounded, as if it came from the depths of the earth. This sound seemed to directly affect the souls of all living beings. Fei Ye's huge trunk vibrated slightly, and even more powerful pink energy surged out like a tsunami. The vines affected by the order beam instantly broke free from their restraints and became even wilder. They were no longer just whipping and entwining, but like living things, countless strange and beautiful pink flowers bloomed on their surfaces. These flowers bloomed together, spewing out a cloud of pink pollen that was so rich that it was practically tangible. These pollen clouds ignored the order and adhered to the energy shield of the metal pyramid like a living plague. It corrodes and penetrates madly, trying to infect and assimilate it, and give its cold metal life and desire. At the same time, the huge flower bud at the top of the tree finally slowly opened a corner. Only a corner of the flower blooms, and what is revealed is not the pistil, but a rotating, dazzling vortex that seems to be a miniature universe composed of countless stars and galaxies. An indescribable, world-creating suction emanated from it, firmly locking onto the metal pyramid, attempting to devour it, decompose it, and transform it into the most primitive energy to nourish itself. The metal pyramid vibrated violently, and the geometric patterns on its surface flashed wildly, resisting the terrifying suction and the corrosion of pollen. It also launched a powerful counterattack, opening countless gun muzzles at the base of the tower, shooting out countless decomposition rays and gravity bombs, bombarding Fei's trunks and vines, trying to destroy its structure. Two great beings representing completely different powers engaged in the most intense collision in this sky. Every confrontation between them is no longer a simple energy explosion, but a direct confrontation between laws. The space repeatedly twists, shatters, and reorganizes between order and chaos. The light was stretched into strange arcs, and the flow of time became unstable. The terrifying shock waves spread outward like a tsunami, wave after wave. The ground below seemed to be rubbed repeatedly by invisible giant hands, the mountains collapsed in large areas, and the ground was lifted up layer by layer. The shaky psychic shield of Longyuan City was as fragile as an eggshell in the face of this level of shock wave. The next wave of even more terrifying law ripples is about to sweep in. Once it hits, the entire Longyuan City, along with the hundreds of thousands of people inside, will instantly turn into cosmic dust. Fei Yi! Protect Longyuan City! Chen Bin's voice rang out. He may not care about Longyuan City itself, but his father-in-law Nangong Ao and a large number of people who are about to become his subjects are inside. Fei Yi, who was fighting fiercely with the metal pyramid, seemed to pause slightly. To her, Longyuan City and the creatures in it were as small as dust, but this was Chen Bin's request. In an instant, a portion of the pink mist in the air seemed to be guided by invisible forces and quickly gathered towards Longyuan City. It became more solid, like a gentle yet extremely tough giant palm, gently wrapping the entire city. The next moment, the terrifying shockwave that was enough to annihilate the city slammed into the pink mist shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no crazy collision of energy. The moment the destructive shockwave touched the pink mist, its violent energy and law power seemed to be thrown into an endless, soft, and elastic ocean. It was quickly absorbed, decomposed, and transformed by the omnipresent laws of desire and life, becoming a part of the mist itself, and even making the pink color more delicate and tempting. Longyuan City remained safe and sound in the aftermath of this devastating battle. Everyone in the city stared in amazement at the mythical battle outside and the dreamlike pink sky that protected them. Their hearts were filled with gratitude for having survived the disaster and endless awe for the giant tree. After blocking the shock wave, Fei Yi seemed to be angered by the metal pyramid's resistance. Countless vines no longer attacked separately, but gathered together and twisted into a huge pink whip that was big enough to wrap around the stars. It was covered with strange flowers and flowed with the strongest law of desire, lashing towards the metal pyramid fiercely. Desire whipped depravity. The metal pyramid also felt the fatal threat. The order beam at the top of the tower was condensed to the extreme. At the same time, all the gun barrels on the tower were overloaded, releasing the strongest firepower, turning into a torrent of destruction, heading towards the pink divine whip. The end of order, purification. The two ultimate forces collide again. This time, no shockwave spread out, and all the energy was compressed at the collision point. An extremely small but infinitely bright light spot appeared at the center of the collision, and then suddenly expanded. It swallowed up the entire sky, along with the huge scarlet night and the metal pyramid. Everyone's vision turned into pure blankness. As the light gradually faded, the light on the surface of the metal pyramid dimmed, and there were even many cracks and dents on the tower, which showed that it had suffered a great loss. Fei Yi's giant divine whip also broke into pieces, turning into pink spots of light all over the sky, but more vines grew out from the main trunk, as if endless. The difference is obvious. This metal pyramid is clearly at a disadvantage. The metal pyramid seemed to know that it was no match for its opponent and stopped fighting. It shook violently, forcibly tearing apart the space disturbed by the Fei Yi domain and was about to escape into the strange black hole. Want to leave? Leave something behind. Fei Yi's angry voice sounded again. Several of the thickest vines suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around a corner of the pyramid at the moment when its space jump had not yet fully started. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing was heard. At the moment before the metal pyramid completely disappeared into the black hole, the corner of it that was entangled by vines was broken and pulled off by Fei Yi's terrifying strength. A piece of metal pyramid fragment, half the size of Longyuan City, fell from the edge of the black hole and slammed into the ruins below, causing the earth to shake violently again. The black hole quickly closed and the pink color in the sky slowly faded. Chapter 165: The Beautiful Scarlet Night. The aftermath of the devastating battle gradually subsided, and the sky became clear again. Although the earth was still devastated, the suffocating and terrifying pressure had dissipated. At this moment, the huge mother tree of desire Fei Yi, whose huge body seemed to support the heaven and earth, began to emit a soft and dreamy pink light. In this light, her body shrank and condensed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless waving vines retracted like docile tentacles and sank into the main body. The giant flower containing the universe of stars slowly closed and eventually dissipated. The huge trunk gradually shrank, and finally, all the light converged at one point. The light dissipated, and a figure quietly appeared in front of Chen Bin. She was a woman whose beauty could not be described in any words. She was wearing a long dress that seemed to be woven from the purest pink light and delicate petals. The dress dragged on the ground, but was not stained by any dust. Her skin is whiter than snow, so smooth and delicate that it seems to be luminous, and 100 times softer than the finest white jade. Her face was so perfect that it was beyond imagination, as if she had gathered all the most attractive qualities of all women in the world. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like rippling autumn water, her nose was straight and upturned, her lips were red, and she seemed to be smiling. Her eyes moved, naturally revealing a charm and style that penetrated deep into her bones, yet with a kind of god-like holiness and nobility. The two completely different temperaments blend perfectly in her, forming a fatal attraction that makes people want to get close to her madly, but also want to worship her. Her beauty is no longer just a shell of skin, but a law, a concept, the ultimate embodiment of desire and life itself. The first time Chen Bin saw her, his heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. The most primitive and instinctive love, desire, and possessiveness erupted from the bottom of his heart like a volcano, almost destroying his sanity. Beside him, whether it was the aloof sea, the fiery Huameir, the holy Yunhua, or the other women. At this moment, their eyes were blurred, their cheeks were flushed, and their breathing was rapid. It was obvious that they were greatly affected. It was an absolute attraction and suppression at the level of life. Almost subconsciously, Chen Bin started the system scanning function. Ding! System scan started. Target, Desire Mother Tree Fei. Appearance score, 100, system limit. Psychic level? Contacted with a powerful being beyond the current dimension. System data analysis module overloaded, upgrading. Psionic potential? Contacted with a powerful being beyond the current dimension, system potential assessment module overloaded, upgrading. Conquest level? Contacted with a powerful being beyond the current dimension, system binding modules are disrupted, recalibrating. Warning! Contact with a high-level entity has occurred. The system has begun a forced upgrade to adapt to the new environment. Some functions may be restricted or fluctuate during the upgrade. Please proceed with caution. A series of system prompts sounded in Chen Bin's mind, even carrying an unprecedented urgent warning tone. Chen Bin frowned slightly, forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart, and temporarily ignored the system that was upgrading itself. He knew that Fei Ye's level was probably far beyond the system's current level of cognition. At this moment, the unrealistically perfect woman gently lifted her jade feet, and steps made of pink crystals automatically appeared under her feet. She walked gracefully to Chen Bin, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. An indescribable, intoxicating fragrance lingered at Chen Bin's nose. She stretched out her delicate fingers and gently lifted Chen Bin's chin. The action was natural and full of temptation. A pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to contain the sea of stars and endless spring looked directly into Chen Bin's eyes. Her voice was lazy and charming, and every syllable seemed to be able to stir the deepest strings of people's hearts. Chen Bin, am I beautiful? Chen Bin looked at the stunning face so close to him, took a deep breath, and tried to remain calm, but his voice still couldn't help but become a little hoarse. Beautiful. Beauty that cannot be described in words. This is the truth from the heart. Chuckle. Fei Yi let out a delighted laugh, her body trembling, her eyes moving with allure, making the women around her who had finally managed to calm themselves down dazzled again. After laughing, she looked at Chen Bin with interest, as if she was very satisfied with his reaction, but also seemed to want to see through his true desires beneath his calm appearance. Chen Bin calmed himself down and asked the question in his mind, Fei Yi, how could you leave that pink Jedi? I remember you said that your true form couldn't leave there easily. Upon hearing this, Fei Yi curled up the corners of her lips into a meaningful smile. She stretched out her index finger and gently tapped Chen Bin's chest, where his heart was. Because, you. The endless desire in your heart, your ardent and pure desire for beauty, and the extremely pure erotic energy feedback generated by your connection with many high-quality women. All of this is my most delicious food and the most powerful catalyst. She leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchid, her voice filled with a demonic charm. It is your desire that makes me stronger, and allows me to reach a new level of understanding of the origin of desire and lust. So, I can walk in the world now. What? She tilted her head, revealing a sly smile that captivated everyone. Don't you welcome me? Chen Bin felt the warmth coming from the fingertips on his chest, which seemed to ignite his soul. Looking at the incarnation in front of him that embodied all the ultimate temptations in the world, his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He suppressed his turbulent blood and smiled, saying in a firm tone, Of course you are welcome. It is my honor to have a stunning beauty like you. Fei Yi seemed to see through his thoughts. A hint of amusement flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she did not point it out, but just smiled more charmingly. That's good. So, what are you going to do with this big guy next? She pointed her slender finger at the ruins below, where there was a huge metal pyramid wreckage that looked like a small hill. Shenbin also looked over there, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. This must be the remains of a creation from an unknown advanced civilization, which undoubtedly contains unimaginable technology and secrets. It is a huge treasure with enormous value. Chapter 166: The Original Body and the Clone. Shenbin looked intently at the remains of a metal pyramid that looked like a small hill in the ruins below. As soon as he thought about it, the huge power of the system space enveloped him and took it away. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Fei Yi, who was smiling sweetly beside him, and asked, "Do you want to go back to the Pink Jedi, or follow me?" Hearing this, Fei Yi covered her lips and chuckled softly, her eyes flickering with alluring charm. "I finally came out to get some fresh air, so of course I followed you." "What, do you think I'm in the way?" "I couldn't ask for more." Chen Bin smiled. Having such an unfathomable ally by his side undoubtedly greatly increased his safety, though it might also come with unknown risks. He habitually wanted to summon the Heart of Origin and tear through space to return to Tianxia City. However, before he could make any move, Fei Yi beside him just waved his hand casually. Buzz! An extremely slight spatial fluctuation passed by, and the surrounding scene rippled like water waves, blurring and then becoming clear in an instant. Shenbin only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he looked again, he was shocked to find that he was no longer above the ruins outside Longyuan City, but back on the sofa in the spacious and luxurious hall of the Yunding Garden Villa in Tianxia City. He even maintained the same posture as when he was talking to Fei Yi. And Fei Yi sat elegantly on the armrest of the sofa beside him, as if she had been there from the beginning. Even though Shenbin was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still shocked by this miraculous method. This is no longer a simple space teleportation, but more like the application of rules that can change the world with just a word. Even SS-class mechas need to tear through space to jump, but she just waved her hand? At this time, the women who heard the noise rushed over from all over the villa. "Owner! Shen Bin! You're back!" Nangongyu, Suyu, Suya, Lin Wangu, Leng Qingqiu, almost everyone rushed out with worry and concern on their faces. Although they knew through communication that Shen Bin was safe, they were completely relieved only after seeing him in person. But when they saw the unreal and perfect Fei Yi sitting next to Chen Bin, they all lost their minds in an instant, fell into great shock and felt ashamed of themselves, as if they saw the embodiment of beauty, and instinctively felt awe and attraction. Fei Luo also floated out from the corner. When she saw Fei Yi, she immediately became extremely well-behaved and docile. She walked in front of Fei Yi like a little girl and lowered her head slightly, "My true self." Fei Yi just glanced at her lightly, nodded, and then his gaze returned to Chen Bin. At this time, Feng Qinggu came over, carrying the still unconscious Yi. At this time, Yi was pale and breathing weakly. "Master, what should we do with her?" Feng Qinggu asked. Chen Bin glanced at the unconscious one, then turned his head to look at Fei Yi, who was smiling playfully beside him. With an idea in his mind, he said, "Fei Yi, give her a little seed of desire." Fei Yi instantly understood what Chen Bin meant, and an ambiguous arc appeared at the corner of his lips. "What a bad guy, but I like it." She stretched out her slender jade finger and gently tapped the unconscious one. A wisp of pink mist, so fine that it was almost invisible but extremely pure, like a living spirit snake, silently drilled into the center of Yi's eyebrows. The unconscious one trembled violently and uttered an unconscious, extremely subtle groan. An alluring blush quickly appeared on her originally pale cheeks, and her breathing became slightly rapid, as if she had fallen into some beautiful dream. "Okay, the seeds have been planted. It will be interesting when she wakes up." Fei Yi chuckled, as if he had just done something insignificant. Chen Bin nodded with satisfaction and instructed Feng Qinggu, "Put her in my bedroom. Wait until I finish what I have to do, then I'll go, and enjoy this guest who has caused us so much trouble." His words were filled with unquestionable possessiveness. "Yes, master." Feng Qinggu responded respectfully, her face flushed and her body twisting slightly as she turned and walked upstairs. At this moment, Fei Yi suddenly leaned lazily into Chen Bin's arms, her soft and perfect body exuding endless temptation. She raised her captivating eyes, looked at Chen Bin, glanced at Fei Luo, who was standing quietly beside her, and asked, "So what are you going to do with this little clone of mine? Although Fei Luo originated from me, she is ultimately just an energy entity with a partial will. If you think she's redundant or no longer needed, I can take her back now and even replenish some of her energy." Hearing this, Fei Luo, who was standing beside her, trembled violently and raised her head suddenly. Her pink eyes were instantly filled with fear, pleading, and helplessness. She stared at Chen Bin intently, as if waiting for the judgment of fate, and even her breathing stopped. Chen Bin looked at Fei Luo's pitiful appearance, thinking of how she had helped him many times, and her well-behaved and seductive appearance. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and gently embraced Fei Yi, who was leaning on his chest, and said, "You should stay. She helped me a lot, and I got used to having her around." As soon as these words were spoken, Fei Luo seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and it was as if she had received the greatest redemption. Her eyes instantly turned red, and her excitement and gratitude were beyond words. Fei Yi seemed to have expected Chen Bin to say this and chuckled, "You're quite a loyal little man, huh? Fine, as you wish." She raised her hand again and waved gently at Fei Luo. A torrent of pink energy, more powerful than before and containing the purest source of life power and the law of desire, instantly poured into Fei Luo's body. Fei Luo let out a moan of both pain and pleasure, and her entire body burst into a brilliant pink light. Her body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The energy body that was originally somewhat illusory became completely solid flesh, blood, bones, meridians, everything was reconstructed and given real vitality under the power of life. The energy core in her body also underwent a transformation. It was no longer a simple clone energy, but it formed a living life core and soul imprint that belonged to her alone. The light lasted for a few breaths before slowly dissipating. When Fei Luo appeared in front of everyone again, she was still wearing a pink dress and had a peerless appearance, but the feeling she gave people was completely different. Although she was beautiful before, she always had a sense of inhuman emptiness. But now, her eyes are bright, her breathing carries the rhythm of life, her cheeks are rosy, and tiny blood vessels can be seen under her skin. Completely become a real, living individual with independent life and complete soul. She felt the surging vitality in her body and the free soul no longer constrained by her body, and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She first bowed deeply to Fei Yi, "Thank you for your help." Then she walked up to Chen Bin, her eyes filled with endless gratitude, love and loyalty, and was about to kneel down. Chen Bin reached out and supported her, smiling and said, "From now on, you will be the real Fei Luo." Fei Luo nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face, but she smiled brightly. Chapter 167 Bound Target, 23. Chen Bin embraced Fei Yi and looked at Fei Luo, who had been reborn, with a satisfied smile on his face. His eyes swept across the beauties in the hall, finally settling on the direction of the bedroom upstairs, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. "Alright, ladies, you guys should all rest or practice first." Chen Bin stood up, his tone filled with impatience. "I should go and enjoy my spoils." He deliberately emphasized the word enjoy, and the meaning is self-evident. The girls naturally understood that he was referring to the captive one upstairs who had been planted with the seed of desire. They all covered their lips and chuckled, their eyes ambiguous. They were not jealous at all, but were happy to see it happen. They have long accepted and recognized Chen Bin's way of becoming stronger and stronger. After Chen Bin finished speaking, he walked towards the master bedroom upstairs. Fei Luo looked at his back, a light flickering in her pink eyes. She bit her lip, seemed to have made up some kind of decision, and took a step forward, following him silently. Chen Bin noticed the movement behind him and turned to look at her. Fei Luo's cheeks flushed slightly, but she mustered up the courage to meet his gaze, her eyes filled with desire and a hint of shy anticipation. Chen Bin smiled, did not stop him, but stretched out his hand. Fei Luo immediately took 2 quick steps and placed her little hand obediently in his palm. The two walked into the master bedroom together, and the heavy door slowly closed, isolating the room from the outside world. The spring scene in the bedroom is so beautiful that it cannot be told to outsiders. Only the cold system prompt sound rang out in Chen Bin's consciousness, recording the harvest of this conquest. Bite. Binding target, 1. Appearance score, 98. Psychic level, SS 530 million. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 10%. Daily feedback, 10 power points, 10 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 150,000. Conquest points plus 150,000. Bite. Bound target, Fei Luo. Appearance score, 99. Psychic level, SSS 99,999 million. Psychic potential? Conquest degree, 60%. Daily feedback, 20 power points, 20 conquest points. First conquest reward, psychic energy plus 500,000. Conquest points plus 500,000.
A huge amount of energy poured into Chen Bin's body like a torrent, especially the feedback brought by Fei Luo's SSS level strength, which was as vast as the ocean, allowing his psychic power level to steadily advance to a higher level. However, Chen Bin was not satisfied with this. For the next 3 days, the door to the master bedroom was never opened again. Chen Bin tried his best, using various means, supplemented by the little source of desire that Fei Yi secretly provided. Continuously and deeply conquer Yi and Fei Luo. What he wanted was not only the reward for the first union, but also to bring these two women with infinite potential together. Completely transform them into his possessions who were absolutely loyal to him, pushing their conquest to 100% perfection. 3 days passed in a flash. When the door of the master bedroom slowly opened again, Chen Bin walked out refreshed. His aura became deeper and more restrained, and there was a faint spiritual energy flowing around his body. It was obvious that he had benefited greatly from the 3 days of training, and his strength had improved again. Following behind him were two women with very different temperaments but equally stunning looks, their eyes filled with absolute fascination and obedience towards Chen Bin. On the left is one. She was wearing a long dress, but it couldn't hide her impressive figure. The coldness, hatred and pride of the strong in his eyes had long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by a kind of gentleness, dependence and deep and inextricable love. She looked at Chen Bin's back as if she was looking at her god and only master. Her degree of conquest has reached 100%. From then on, there was no more organized cold weapon one in the world, only the woman who belonged completely to Chen Bin. On the right is Fei Luo. Having gained real life, she has become more vivid and beautiful, her eyes are full of natural charm, and her every frown and smile is captivating. She held Chen Bin's arm affectionately, feeling the tremendous power in her body that belonged only to her but was closely connected with Chen Bin, her face filled with a smile of happiness and satisfaction. Her conquest degree also reached a perfect 100%. She is no longer anyone's clone, but an independent, living individual who has completely devoted her body and soul to Chen Bin. Chen Bin walked down the stairs with two new 100% loyalists. When the ladies in the hall saw them coming out, their eyes were focused on Yi, whose temperament had changed drastically, and Fei Luo, who looked radiant, and they smiled understandingly and welcomingly. The scale and quality of this big family have been improved again. When I arrived at the lobby downstairs, Fei Yi was still lazily leaning on the sofa, with a playful smile on her beautiful face, as if she already knew everything that happened upstairs. The other girls were also waiting in the hall. When they saw Chen Bin coming down, as well as Yi behind him whose state had obviously changed, and Fei Luo who looked radiant, they all smiled ambiguously and knowingly. It seems that we have gained a lot. Fei Ye's voice was soft and charming, with a hint of teasing. Chen Bin smiled, walked over to sit beside her, and naturally took her into his arms, feeling the amazing softness, and said, "Thank you for your seed and your help." Fei Yi chuckled, enjoying his embrace, and continued, "Since they are all my own people, then I can make them more useful." Her beautiful eyes swept over the girls in the hall, and she opened her red lips softly. "I can help these little cuties of yours to raise their psychic potential to SSS level." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent in an instant. All the women, including the knowledgeable ones like Nan Gongyu and Lin Wangu, widened their beautiful eyes in shock and their breathing suddenly became rapid. SSS level potential? That's the legendary level. Throughout the history of Tianxia City, it has never appeared in public. This means that there will be no more bottlenecks in their future growth. As long as they have enough resources, they will almost certainly be able to enter the SSS level. What a miraculous opportunity this is! Chapter 168, Potential Enhancement, System Upgrade Successfully. Chen Bin was also shocked, but then he looked at Fei Yi with concern. Will enhancing the potential of so many people cause any harm or consumption to you? He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world, and that such a method of changing one's fate would inevitably come at a high price. When Fei Yi heard his concern, a subtle tenderness flashed in her eyes. She stretched out her jade finger and tapped Chen Bin's forehead. "He still has some conscience and cares about me. Don't worry, this little bit of consumption is nothing to me. I'm just using some of the essence of life and the law of desire to rebuild their foundation. They will recover soon." Hearing that it was harmless to her, Chen Bin finally felt relieved, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If that's the case, then of course it couldn't be better. "Thank you for your help, Fei Yi." He immediately summoned all his women through psychic communication. Soon, beautiful figures gathered in the villa hall. Chen Bin glanced around and saw that his women had already gathered together.
Nangongyu, Suyu, Suya, Linwei, Lingyu, Sun Xiaoting, Lu Huilan, Tongyan, Tongmei, Huomeier, Langqingqiu, Lin Wanga, 12, Yinhua, Jinyao, Jinshi, Yinmiao, Fengqingwu, 2, 3, 4, Longqingxue, 1, Feiluo. Among them, Longqingxue, Fei Luo and the other two girls do not need to improve their potential. The other 21 women's beautiful eyes were all shining with irrepressible excitement, infinite expectations for the future, and a hint of nervousness in facing the unknown. Their eyes were all focused on Fei Yi sitting on the sofa. However, the most excited person in the crowd, whose eyes were even slightly warm and whose fingers subconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, was Lu Huilan. Her talent and potential were already at the bottom among all the sisters. She had always known that Xinbin, Suyu, and Nangongyu had a special and intimate way to rapidly improve their strength. However, due to my limited potential, I have never been able to fit in and even find it difficult to keep up with everyone else. This feeling of powerlessness was like a thin thorn, deeply embedded in her heart, causing her to feel envious, but also inevitably to develop a sense of inferiority and sadness. But at this moment, Lord Fei's words, which were understated but contained supreme power, were like a ray of dawn that broke through the long and silent night, illuminating an unprecedented road to heaven for her. How could this not make her heart surge with emotion and almost shed tears? However, Lu Huilan's excitement and anticipation at this moment were mixed with a hint of desire that she herself had not yet fully understood. She was completely unaware that the invisible barrier between her and rapid improvement was not entirely due to the shackles of her potential, but perhaps deeper down, it was because her appearance had not met the system-binding standards. But perhaps, this complete sublimation of the origin and potential of life may be able to nourish her face quietly like a spring breeze and rain, bringing her an unexpected transformation. Maybe she could finally experience the intimacy and honor she had secretly longed for, the same as her sisters. Fei Yi smiled slightly and stood up from Chen Bin's arms. She didn't even make any complicated movements, just a gentle wave of her hand. In an instant, a vast, pure, pink energy mist containing infinite vitality and possibilities, like a mother's embrace, gently enveloped all 18 women. The women only felt a warm and powerful force surging into their bodies, penetrating deep into the origin of their souls and genes, and an indescribable sense of comfort and sublimation came over them. They could clearly feel that some invisible shackles on their bodies had been broken, and their perception and compatibility with psychic energy were instantly elevated to an unprecedented level. The road ahead becomes bright. This process lasted about a quarter of an hour. When the pink mist slowly dissipated and the 21 women reappeared, their temperaments had undergone subtle changes, becoming more ethereal and profound, and there were faint signs of law runes flowing around them. Their psychic potential has all been forcibly raised to SSS level by Fei Yi. This means that the lowest achievement of Chen Bin's core team in the future will be SSS level, and there is even a high probability that several SSS level peak powerhouses will be born. Just when the girls were still immersed in the great surprise of their potential improvement. In Chen Bin's mind, the system prompt sound that had been silent for several days finally sounded again, and it became incomparably grand and profound, as if it came from the depths of the universe. Ding! System upgrade completed. Current version, Universe Level Conqueror System. The host has been detected to have contacted and bound to a higher level being, successfully opening the Cosmic Cultivation System module. The universal cultivation realms in the universe are divided into planetary level corresponding to FSSS, stellar level, galaxy level, starfield level, universe venerable level, universe overlord level, universe master level, true god level, and creation god level. Each major realm is divided into levels 1-9. Host's current strength assessment, planetary level 7 peak. System functions fully upgraded, unlocking cosmic level item exchange in the mall, enhanced cultivation auxiliary functions, preloaded cross-universe communication module not activated. Announcement of the long-term ultimate mission, conquer the Sea of Stars, build the ultimate harem spanning the multiverse, and achieve the level of a creator god. Wish the host a happy journey. A series of information flooded into Chen Bin's mind, revealing to him a vast world that was countless times larger than the Blue Star and the Milky Way. Planetary? Stellar? Galaxy? Lord of the Universe? True God? Creator God? Chen Bin's heart surged violently. It turns out that the SSS level is only the pinnacle of the planetary level, and is only the first step out of the mother planet and into the universe. His eyes became extremely sharp and fiery as he looked at the starry sky outside the window, his heart filled with infinite ambitions. Blue Star could no longer satisfy him. His journey is to the Sea of Stars, the endless universe, and the supreme throne of God. The women around him who have unlimited potential and are extremely beautiful, as well as the unfathomable Fei Yi,
will be his strongest support and the most charming scenery as he embarks on this journey.
A new chapter officially begins. Chapter 169 changes after system upgrade.
He suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart, and the first thing he did was to activate the scanning function again for Fei Yi, who was smiling sweetly beside him. He wanted to know how high this unfathomable mother tree of desire stood in this new cosmic evaluation system.
Ding! System scan started. Target, Desire Mother Tree Fei.
Appearance rating, 100, has reached the upper limit set by the system, flawless, conceptual incarnation.
Level, Stellar Level 9.
Psychic potential, True God level.
Conquest degree, 0%.
The scan results were clearly displayed, and Shen Bin's heart was filled with shock.
Stellar Level 9. True God level potential. SSS level Planetary Level 9 is indeed just the starting point in front of her.
And her potential, which is at the level of a true god, means that her future is almost limitless.
Fei Yi seemed to notice Chen Bin's probing gaze and subtle mental fluctuations.
Her beautiful eyes turned to him with a hint of amusement.
What's wrong, little man? You're looking at me straight like that. Are you finally completely conquered by my charm?
Her voice was soft and charming, with a natural allure. Chen Bin quickly collected his thoughts and smiled sincerely. I'm just once again amazed at your strength, and sincerely thank you for everything you've done for them. He pointed at the women around him whose faces glowed and their auras became deeper due to their enhanced potential.
Fei Yi gently waved her jade hand and leaned back on the sofa lazily. It's just a small favor. If they become stronger, it will benefit both you and me, right?
Her words seemed to have a hidden meaning.
Shen Bin nodded and asked the most critical question at the moment. Fei Yi, according to your understanding and feelings, after the SSS level, how can one break through to a higher level?
Fei Yi tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, and said, according to my feeling, the key to breakthrough does lie in the deep understanding and control of the laws of the universe. Like me, the core is the two laws of desire and life. When I truly understood their essence and integrated them into every part of my being, my power naturally broke through the boundaries of what you call SSS level.
You now.
She glanced at the girls. They can mobilize some of the power of the laws to enhance their attack or defense, such as that little girl's ice law or her light law.
She pointed at Lung Qingqiu and Yunhua. But it's not enough.
What is needed is true understanding and control, allowing the law to become a part of your body and soul, as natural as breathing. When the understanding of a certain law reaches a certain critical point, the level of life will undergo a qualitative leap and enter a new realm. Shen Bin listened thoughtfully. This corroborates the information he received from the system. The key to breaking through the planetary level lies in the depth of understanding of the laws.
At this moment, he asked the system in his mind, System, after the upgrade, what will the daily feedback reward be? It won't be psychic points again, right?
He was worried that power points had lost their meaning for beings above the stellar level. The system's majestic voice responded, Host, rest assured.
Daily feedback rewards have been optimized and adjusted according to the universal cultivation system of the universe.
The rewards are no longer energy points, but the more essential and advanced law points. One law point, the energy it contains and the effect it has on promoting the comprehension of laws, is approximately equal to 100,000 power points. Furthermore, it is more targeted, directly accelerating the host and bound party's comprehension of already mastered laws, and even assisting in the comprehension of new branches of laws. In addition, the system will dynamically adjust the daily feedback law point base based on the host's own strength realm, the number of bound people, and the improvement of overall strength. The stronger the host and bound target, the richer the feedback rewards. Conquest points have also been adjusted, but their purchasing power remains the same, except that there are more powerful items in the Conquest Mall.
Shen Bin was overjoyed when he heard this. This upgrade is so timely.
Law points are obviously much more useful than power points, and the rewards will increase as your strength grows.
This is simply a perfect cycle of sustainable development. He immediately opened his system panel to confirm. Host, Shen Bin. Status overview. Level, Planetary Level 7. Current law points, 973. Current conquest points, 155. Bound targets, 23. Sure enough, the psychic points have turned into law points.
The psychic points have been converted into 973 law points, and the conquest points have also become less.
The ratio is roughly in line with the system's statement.
He curiously scanned Lin Wei beside him, wanting to see the changes after his potential was increased.
Lin Wei. Binding status, bound. Appearance score 94. Level, planetary level 6. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 1 rule point. Chen Bin was very satisfied with the scanning results. Lin Wei's appearance score increased from 91 to 94, and it seems that her potential has been improved in all aspects. The daily feedback has also become 1 point of law. According to the conversion, it is equivalent to the previous 100,000 psychic points per day. The feedback efficiency has increased by a full 10 times. And this is only the feedback at the planetary level 6. As their strength increases, the feedback will increase. Finally, he thought of someone, and his eyes searched the crowd, and soon fell on Lu Huilan, who was standing a little further away, with a gentle and plump temperament. Because her potential did not meet the standards before, she had not been bound. Chen Bin scanned her. Lu Huilan. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 90. Level, planetary level 3. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 0% unbound. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Seeing the scan results, Chen Bin smiled. 90 points. Finally reached. Lu Huilan's appearance score was insufficient, so she has not been bound. Now her potential has been raised to SSS level by Fei Yi, and her appearance and temperament have also been optimized, just reaching the minimum standard for system binding. You can bind her now. Chapter 171 Month, Revenge. He looked at the women in the hall, all of whom were radiant and excited because of their potential improvement, and a smile appeared on his lips. He said loudly, "Everyone, to celebrate our potential, shouldn't we have a good chat?" His words were full of hints. The girls were stunned at first, then they reacted one after another, their faces flushed instantly, but their eyes were shining with anticipation and eagerness to try. They are also very curious about what kind of wonderful experience in-depth communication with Chen Bin will bring after their potential is upgraded to SSS level. Chen Bin waved his hand and led more than 20 stunning beauties, including Lu Huilan who had just qualified, towards the spacious master bedroom. Fei Yi watched this scene, a smile of even greater playfulness and anticipation appearing on her beautiful face. She murmured to herself, "Let me add some spice to the fun for you guys." She lightly pointed her slender jade finger in the direction of the master bedroom, and an extremely pure, invisible, and yet more effective pink color quietly spread out and penetrated into every corner of the room. The bedroom door was closed. For the next month, Chen Bin never stepped out of the bedroom again. He first formally bound Lu Huilan. Bite. Bound target, Lu Huilan. Appearance score, 90. Level, planetary level 3 0.5. Psychic potential, SSS level. Conquest degree, 80%. Daily feedback, 1 rule point. First conquest reward, law point +1. Conquest point +1. Although the first conquest reward seemed small, Chen Bin knew that the value of this 1 point of law was far greater than before. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in unprecedentedly deep training with more than 20 stunning beauties whose potential had all reached the SSS level. For the women whose potential has been raised to the peak of the planetary level, the law points gained from each feedback are far greater than before. Moreover, under the catalysis of the powerful law of desire that permeates the bedroom, the whole process becomes extremely enjoyable and the effect is doubled. Fei Yi was lazily leaning on the sofa in the hall downstairs, her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the wall, admiring the grand scene in the bedroom. There was always a smile of satisfaction and enjoyment on the corner of her mouth, as if she was watching a wonderful drama choreographed by herself. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Chen Bin opened the bedroom door again and walked out, the women following him were all radiant and their auras were more harmonious and profound than 10 days ago. Obviously, he has benefited a lot in this month and has become more proficient in controlling his new strength. On Chen Bin's system panel, the law points and conquest points also increased significantly. Host, Chen Bin. Status overview. Level, planetary level 8. Current law points, 1693. Current conquest points, 875. Bound targets, 24. More importantly, he felt that his understanding of various laws had become clearer. Chen Bin lowered his head and looked at Fei Yi, who was leaning lazily on the sofa with a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. The desire to conquer was aroused again in his heart. He walked to the sofa, sat down very naturally, then reached out and took this 9th-level stellar beauty into his arms. Fei's body was incredibly soft, with a refreshing fragrance. She did not resist Chen Bin's embrace. Instead, she snuggled into his arms as if she had found a comfortable pillow, and even adjusted her posture to make herself more comfortable. Shenbin felt the warmth and softness in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, and asked half jokingly and half seriously. "You've been watching the moon for a whole month down there, and you seem pretty excited? Well, do you want to try it yourself? The effect is definitely better than it looks." Upon hearing this, Fei Yi let out a pleasant laugh like a wind chime. She raised her delicate jade finger and tapped Shen Bin's chest, her eyes charming with a hint of teasing. "Little guy, you're quite ambitious. Are you planning to take advantage of me?" She shook her head, her tone detached and lazy. "Now is not the time. When I hit a wall, I might ask you for help. As for now..." She deliberately stretched out her voice, her eyes moving. "You are still too weak to withstand my torture." Shenbin felt a little frustrated when he heard this, but he also knew that what she said was true. With Fei Yi's 9th level stellar strength, if he really let go of all his restraints, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of her now, let alone anything else. This absolute gap in strength forced him to temporarily suppress his burning desire to conquer. He tightened his arms, stopped nagging about the topic, and turned to the real business. "Fei Yi, I kept the piece of debris we broke off from the metal pyramid during the last battle. But its original body, do you know where it escaped to?" Fei Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. After a moment, he shook his head. "That piece of metal is very special. It can block my perception." The location where it finally escaped into space had a very chaotic aura, making it impossible to pinpoint its location. At this time, one, who had completely returned to his heart and was standing by, came over and said respectfully to Chen Bin, "Master, I know. The organization's headquarters is hidden in the deepest part of the Arctic ice sheet." Chen Bin nodded, his eyes becoming sharp. That mysterious organization has been his enemy time and again, and even sent troops to attack Tianxia City. This hidden danger must be eliminated. Moreover, the metal pyramid itself, as well as the technology and knowledge it may represent, made him determined to obtain it. He looked at Fei Yi in his arms and said seriously, "Fei Yi, I want to completely eliminate this hidden danger and wipe out their lair. This time, I may need your help." Fei Yi smiled sweetly, stretched out her arms to wrap around Chen Bin's neck, and said with a sweet breath, "Of course I will help you. You're the most important person to me. Tell me, what are you going to do? Should we just kill them?" Chen Bin's eyes were cold. This time, quality is more important than quantity. "Just me, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, and Fei Luo, the 6 of us will be enough to go." He named 5 people. He instructed the other women in the hall, "Practice hard at home, consolidate your strength, and wait for good news from us." Although Nan Gongyu, Lin Wanga and others also wanted to go together, they knew that Chen Bin's decision had its reasons, so they nodded in agreement. The 5 people who were named immediately stepped forward and stood beside Chen Bin. One's eyes were cold and murderous, 2, 3, and 4's expressions were calm but hinted at excitement, and Fei Luo looked eager to try. Chen Bin looked at Fei Yi. Fei Yi smiled slightly, without even standing up, but just gently waved the hand that was holding Chen Bin. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation that was lighter than any previous spatial transmission, but more profound and mysterious, instantly enveloped Chen Bin and the other 6 people. Chen Bin only felt that the surrounding scene shook slightly like a reflection in the water. The luxurious scene in the villa hall instantly became blurred and stretched, and then was replaced by an absolutely bizarre color and distorted lines. This feeling is not the tearing feeling when jumping through space through the heart of origin, but a gentler feeling, as if being gently pushed out by the entire space. Less than 1/100th of a second. The distorted scene in front of me suddenly froze and became clear. The biting cold hit me instantly, and the strong wind with ice chips blew on my face. What comes into view is an endless, dead, cold, pure white world. The huge glaciers are like rolling mountains, the black rock walls are looming in the ice and snow, the sky is always gloomy gray, and the blizzard is roaring in the distance like a white beast. This is the forbidden zone of life, the deepest part of the far north. Fei Yi just waved his hand casually, and he made them cross a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and reach the target area accurately. Chen Bin stood firmly and swept his eyes across this frozen area, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. The hunt begins. Chapter 171: The Origin of Tianxia City Mecca. Under the leadership of one, Chen Bin and his companions flew at low altitude for about a quarter of an hour in the biting cold wind and blizzard. The glacial landform ahead began to show obvious signs of artificial modification, with huge metal supports embedded in the ice and thick energy pipes faintly visible under the ice and snow. After crossing a huge ice ridge, the scene in front of us suddenly became clear. That was not a base hidden in a space crack, but a huge city built directly on the endless ice field. The appearance of this city is completely different from Longyuan City or Tianxia City. It does not have a traditional city wall. Instead, it has a circle of giant energy towers that soar into the sky and continuously release dark blue energy ripples. These energy towers together form a huge hemispherical energy shield that covers the entire city. The architectural style in the city is extremely simple and futuristic, with uniform silver-gray alloy structures, sharp edges and corners, and tall towers. Countless aircraft and people shuttled back and forth in an orderly manner within the city's shield like worker bees. The whole city was eerily quiet, filled with a cold sense of order. "This is it, Master." Yi's voice came through the mecha communication, with a hint of complicated emotions, the organization's headquarters, codenamed Zero Barrier. Chen Bin's eyes fixed, without any hesitation, prepare for battle. In an instant, 5 dazzling rays of light flashed. Chen Bin's heart of origin appeared first, surrounded by colorful lights and awe-inspiring power. Immediately afterwards, the second judgment of holy light, the third shadow hunter, and the fourth roar of the earth were also summoned out. Yi released her Emperor of the Night from her space equipment. At this time, the Emperor of Dark Night still retained its previous severely damaged appearance, with broken armor and flashing electric sparks, looking extremely miserable. Chen Bin took a look and felt no pity at all. He directly spent 100 conquest points to exchange for an SS-level Mecha Universal Repair Capsule emitting a soft white light from the mall. He flicked his finger and shot it accurately into the damaged part of the Dark Knight Emperor's chest. The capsule was instantly activated, turning into a torrent of pure white liquid metal, quickly flowing through the entire body of the Emperor of Dark Night. Wherever it passed, the damaged armor healed and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, the broken lines were reconnected, and the dim blue lines lit up again. In just a few breaths, this SS-class mecha was completely renewed, and its aura was even more steady and profound than before. He glanced at Chen Bin gratefully and quickly entered the cockpit. The cold electronic eyes of the Emperor of Darkness lit up again and joined the queue. 7 figures, with an unparalleled sense of oppression, approached the icy Zero Barrier city. Their arrival had obviously been detected by the city long ago. Just as they approached the city's energy shield, there was a wave above the shield and figures emerged from it. Leading the way was the dark silver-gray metal pyramid with a missing corner. The cracks on its surface seemed to have been repaired a little, but the missing corner was still conspicuous, and its aura was much weaker than during the previous battle with Fei Yi. The lineup of mechas following behind it surprised Chen Bin a little. There are only 7 S-Class Eternal Night Kings, the same model as the 4 driven before, and 4 S-Class Lords of the Abyss. Compared with the previous grand move of sending out 5 SS-Class mechas to encircle and suppress him, this lineup seemed much shabby. It seems that the enemy suffered extremely heavy losses in the last battle, and their high-end combat power was almost destroyed. The cold voice came from the metal pyramid. This time, it lacked some of the absolute majesty from before, and had a hint of helplessness or even fatigue. "Chen Bin, Fei Yi, are you guys really determined to fight me to the death and not let me go?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bin sneered, his voice amplified through the heart of origin, full of mockery. "Fight to the death? How ridiculous! From the very beginning, you were the ones who repeatedly provoked me. They set up an ambush in Blackrock Canyon, set up a trap in Longyuan City, and even sent troops to attack my Tianxia City. You try to kill me every time. Now that you can't win, you want to ask for peace? There's no such thing as a bargain." The metal pyramid was silent for a moment, his voice still cold, but he tried to explain. "Everything I did was just to get back what originally belonged to me. The core technical data that was stolen. Your information was stolen, what does it have to do with me?" Chen Bin interrupted him bluntly, "I didn't steal your things." "You didn't steal it yourself." Metal Pyramid's voice rose a little, with a hint of suppressed anger, "But, you, Tianxia City, used those stolen technologies. Otherwise, with the technological level of your Blue Star's indigenous civilization, how could you possibly have produced so many powerful mechas in such a short time? Even the way we use energy is the same as our technology." It paused, then threw out a startling message. "Is the founder of your Tianxia City Dasha Academy called Wanlong? He was a low-level researcher who defected from my zero-degree barrier nearly 100 years ago. He took away some of the most important backups of elementary mecha theory and core psychic technology." Chen Bin's heart moved. He did know the name Wang Long, who was one of the legendary founders of Dasha Academy in historical records. He was said to be a brilliant scientist and master of mecha creation. One of the A-class mechas in Tianxia City was created by him. But he passed away decades ago. If what the metal block said is true, then the origin of Xia City's mecha technology that day may indeed be related to this. But even so, this is not a reason for the other party to hunt him down at will. Even if Wan Long really took something from you, that was many years ago, and he has long since passed away. You lost something and kept chasing me. What's going on? Shen Bin's voice became increasingly cold. He was not a reasonable man and threats should be suppressed. Today, no matter what you say, you can't run away. Chen Bin issued the final ultimatum. 5 SS-class mechas entered combat status at the same time, and energy began to gather. In that case, then there's nothing more to say. The metal pyramid's voice became cold and resolute again. Even if I use up all my remaining strength, I will never sit still and wait for death. As it finished speaking, the 7 Eternal Night Kings and 4 Abyss Kings behind it raised their weapons at the same time, and the Zero Barrier city below. The huge energy shield became more solid. At the same time, countless artillery batteries in the city rose up and locked onto Chen Bin and his group in the air. The final battle is about to begin. However, Fei Yi, who was standing beside Chen Bin and watching the show lazily, just raised her eyelids slightly, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered a word. Quiet. Chapter 172, Collect 1 to 12. What you say is what you do. An invisible yet immense force of the law of desire instantly enveloped the entire city like mercury pouring onto the ground. The precise energy conduction structures within those gun barrels that were originally filled with murderous intent and surging energy seemed to be endowed with the desire for laziness and sleep. It instantly became dark and uncertain, and the condensed energy quickly receded and subsided like the tide. All automated defense systems, whether energy weapons or physical missiles, have fallen into a strange dormant state and have failed to fire. The most powerful defense system in the entire city was rendered useless by Fei Yi's words. What? An unbelievable voice of shock and anger came from the metal pyramid. It didn't expect that Fei Yi's application of the laws had reached such an incredible level that it could directly affect non-living mechanical creations on a large scale. Your opponent is me. Fei Yi chuckled, and her beautiful figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, she appeared right in front of the metal pyramid, and her slender jade hand gently pressed on the cold tower body. Desire erodes everything. A pink light containing endless temptation and corrupt power burst out from her palm and instantly spread to the entire metal pyramid. The indestructible tower that could absorb SSS-level attacks actually made a teeth-grinding sizzling sound under the power of this strange desire. The dark blue lines on the surface began to dim, as if they were being disintegrated and assimilated from within by some force. Order Guardian, Absolute Purification. The metal pyramid vibrated wildly, and a strong white light of order burst out, trying to dispel and purify the power of desire that was like a thorn in the flesh. The two forces of law collided violently again, turning the sky into a chaotic area of pink and white. No one else can interfere in the battle between the two supreme beings. At the same time that Fei Yi suppressed the metal pyramid, Shen Bin also gave the order to attack. Action. Follow the plan and capture the pilot of the Eternal Night King, the Abyss Slayer, and kill them without mercy. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Feiluo answered in unison. The 5 SS-class mechas rushed down like tigers from the mountains, attacking the opponent's 11 S-class mechas. The battle was almost a one-sided crushing defeat. Chen Bin's Heart of Origin did not even directly participate in the attack, but just hovered in the air, and the colorful gem on his chest rotated slightly. It released a powerful interference force field, severely weakening the opponent's mecha's energy operation and mobility. The Emperor of Dark Night was like a ghost, flashing in space with precision, specifically targeting the 4 Abyss Slayers. The Dark Space Blade was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every time it flashed, a vital part of that Abyss Slayer was silently cut open and annihilated. Exploding fireballs bloomed in the air one after another. The second pilot of the Holy Light Judgment waved his scepter, sprinkling large patches of holy confinement aura, which was like a lasso, accurately catching the 7 Eternal Night Kings who were trying to struggle or escape. The Holy Halo contains a powerful power of purification and binding, making their movements extremely slow and their energy output sharply reduced. The Shadow Hunter of 3 and the Earth Roar of 4 are responsible for unpacking. They destroyed the external armor and weapon systems of the Eternal Night King with the precision of a scalpel, but carefully avoided the cockpit area. Fei Luo roamed the battlefield, her abilities were even more bizarre, her eyes glowed pink. Directly interfere with the minds of the pilots inside through the mecha, amplify their fear and hesitation, and quickly destroy their will to resist. The gap between S-class mecha and SS-class mecha is already huge, not to mention 5 against 11, with Chen Bin's global suppression and Fei Luo's mental interference. The battle starts fast and ends even faster. Less than 3 minutes. The 4 Abyss Slayers had all turned into cold garbage and fell towards the ice field below. The weapons and limbs of the 7 Eternal Night Kings were all removed, leaving only a complete cockpit, which was firmly trapped in the air by the halo of holy light judgment, like a captured bird. Open the cockpit. Chen Bin ordered. Air lightly tapped the judgment of holy light scepter, and the sacred light penetrated the cockpit lock of the King of Eternal Night like a key. Snap. 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 The cockpit covers of 7 mechas popped open at the same time, revealing the 7 drivers inside. All of them are women. Moreover, without exception, they are all stunning beauties with extraordinary looks and different temperaments. They were wearing tight-fitting driving suits, but their faces were cold and calm at the moment. Obviously, when this mysterious organization selects or creates pilots, appearance seems to be one of the important criteria in addition to strength. Their strength is roughly between S level and SS level, which is the core combat force of the organization, 5 to 11. Chen Bin's eyes swept across the 7 faces, each with its own unique but equally charming features, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was just as he expected. Take them all away, imprison their spiritual energy, and deal with them later. Chen Bin ordered calmly. The battle in the sky continues. The confrontation between Fei Yi and Metal Pyramid has reached a white-hot stage. The pink power of desire and the white light of order intertwined and annihilated each other madly. The cracks on the surface of the Metal Pyramid seemed to be increasing again. Obviously, under Fei Yi's full suppression, it fell into an absolute disadvantage, and defeat was only a matter of time. Chen Bin did not let his men interfere in the battle over there. If they intervened in the confrontation of laws at that level, it might cause more trouble. He just needs to wait for Fei Yi to defeat the other party, and then take over the Zero Barrier city that hides countless secrets, as well as the final legacy of this organization. This expedition seems to have seen the end of victory. Chapter 173 Destruction. The sky is no longer the familiar color. Fei Yi's perfect humanoid incarnation quietly dissipated, as if returning to the call of his origin. Instead, the true form of the Mother Tree of Desire, which supported the heaven and earth and was so huge that it made one's soul tremble, came to the world again. Her crown stretched out, like a pink continent flowing with the halo of life and desire, covering the entire sky of the far north. Countless thick vines hang down from the treetops like dancing dragons, and each one contains terrifying power that is enough to easily tear apart an SSS-class mecha. The ancient lines on the trunk seemed to come alive, flowing slowly, emitting a melodious sound and a majestic breath of life that made all things sink. The giant flower at the top of the tree opened a corner again, and the revealed star vortex gave off a terrifying suction force that swallowed everything. This time, she was no longer projecting power from a distance, but her true form had completely descended. Facing the complete form of the Mother Tree of Desire, the dark silver-gray metal pyramid also emitted an unprecedented buzzing sound. It also seemed to understand that this was the final moment of life and death. Overload liberation. The cold voice was filled with determination. The metal pyramid suddenly shook violently, and its volume began to expand at a crazy speed. The cracks on its surface were temporarily healed by the forced infusion of dark blue light, and countless more complex and deeper geometric patterns emerged from the inside of the tower. Its shape even underwent some minor adjustments, becoming sharper and more aggressive, and the light condensed at the top of the tower almost turned into a blazing white. In just a few breaths, it actually became as huge as a mountain. Although its size was still slightly smaller than that of the complete Fei Yi. But the kind of absolute order, absolute rationality, and cold pressure that rejects all abnormalities emanated from it. However, he forcibly opened up a pure white, inviolable realm of absolute order in Fei Yi's realm of desire that filled the heaven and earth. One pink, one white. Two completely opposite and conflicting forces of the universe's laws occupied the entire sky in the most intuitive and grand way, dividing the world into 2 parts. On one side is a sea of desire that is full of vitality, endless temptation, yet dangerous and deadly. On one side is a cold and dead, well-organized, yet orderly territory that rejects everything. The tide of desire, the sinking of all living beings. Fei Yi's grand and charming voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if billions of living beings were groaning and praying at the same time. Endless pink mist rushed out from her canopy like a cosmic tsunami. It was no longer a simple energy shock. Instead, it transformed into countless materialized visions of desire, beautiful women dancing gracefully, thrones of power radiating light, mountains of boundless wealth, and powerful strength within reach. Each scene points directly to the deepest desire of the soul, with fatal temptation, impacting the ordered field of the metal pyramid, trying to disintegrate its cold rational core. Absolute barrier. The metal pyramid's response was cold and efficient. The geometric patterns on the surface of the tower spun wildly, emitting countless pure, emotionless white beams of light. These beams of light are like the most precise scalpels. They do not destroy energy, but directly analyze, strip off, and erase the information and concepts contained in those scenes of desire. The beauty swept by the white light turned into nothingness data, the throne disintegrated into basic particles, the wealth dissipated into invisible, and the power was reduced to a chaotic energy flow. The confrontation of laws has entered the most dangerous and essential level. Boom, boom, boom. At the junction of the two realms, space constantly collapses and reorganizes like a broken mirror. Sometimes pink vines broke through the white light of order and whipped the pyramid, leaving deep corrosion marks and causing violent shaking. Sometimes the white spear of order pierced through the sea of desire fog and bombarded Faye's tree trunk, exploding into large pieces of pink crystal fragments, but the wound was quickly repaired by the vigorous vitality. Every collision between them is not just an explosion of energy, but also a fierce conflict between two basic laws of the universe. The color of the sky kept changing in this crazy confrontation, sometimes pink like the sunset, sometimes pale as midnight day, and sometimes even turning into a weird, distorted gray-purple. The terrifying ripples of the law were like real shock waves, spreading outward madly in circles. Chen Bin and others who were temporarily protected by Fei Ye's power below could feel the heart-pounding oppression even through the shield of the SS-class mecha. The entire Arctic ice field is groaning, the huge ice sheet is constantly cracking, and the permafrost that has been frozen for thousands of years is being lifted up layer by layer. This is a war of gods. It is a confrontation at the conceptual level. Chen Bin was suspended in the air, watching in shock through the panoramic screen of the Heart of Origin, the ultimate showdown that far exceeded all his previous experiences. He finally realized clearly that in the face of true cosmic power, his previous battles were like children playing. Laws are the fundamental factor that determines everything. It seems that it is trying its best. Fei's voice rang directly in Chen Bin's mind, still with a hint of laziness, but with a bit more seriousness. But, after all, it's just a tree without roots, with only a superficial appearance. Its energy core was severely damaged in the previous battle. As if to prove her words, the metal pyramid that was madly expanding and colliding with Fei's body suddenly shook violently. The bright white light at the top of the tower began to become unstable, even flickering occasionally and becoming a little dimmer. The realm of order that it forcibly maintained also began to show ripples and loopholes. Fei Yi seized this opportunity. Life drain, the root of desire. Countless of the thickest pink vines, like precise poisonous snakes, instantly drilled into the loopholes in the order field, ignoring those futile interception beams, and tightly wrapped around the tower of the metal pyramid. The suction cups at the top of the vines tightly adhered to the surface of the tower and began to frantically extract the energy and the cold source of the law of order from within. No! A terrified and angry roar came from the metal pyramid. It tried to break the vines, but Fei Ye's body strength was too strong, and the vines were extremely tough, and they became tighter and tighter. Its volume began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, the light on its surface dimmed rapidly, and the huge field of order also began to collapse and shrink rapidly. The balance of victory has completely tilted. The color of the sky was gradually dominated by the boundless, enchanting and dangerous pink. This battle of laws is about to come to an end. Under the mad absorption of the countless vines of desire from Fei Ye's body, the metal pyramid let out a desperate and unwilling cry like a giant beast possessed by countless leeches. The light on its surface flickered rapidly, flickering unsteadily, and its size continued to shrink. The cold realm of order completely collapsed, no longer able to resist the erosion of the law of desire. Chapter 174 Tizot. No! I can't just disappear here. A final twisted roar emanated from the metal pyramid, filled with extreme resentment and unwillingness. My people will sense my demise. They'll read the coordinates of the last message I sent. Chen Bin. Fei Yi. You, and this lowly planet, will all be buried with me. The moment the words fell, the last remaining white light at the top of the metal pyramid suddenly burst out with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. This is not an attack, but a compression of all the remaining energy into an extremely weak super-dimensional signal that contains special frequency and coordinate information. Trying to break through the blockade of the Fey realm and shoot into the depths of the vast universe. Humph, a dying struggle. Fei Ye's grand voice was accompanied by a hint of coldness. Countless minds suddenly tightened. At the same time, the speed of the star vortex in the giant flower on the treetop suddenly accelerated to the limit. The super-dimensional signal that was about to escape seemed to hit an invisible but extremely soft pink wall. Most of its energy and information structure were instantly distorted, absorbed, and assimilated, and in the end only a tiny, incomplete aftermath remained. It barely seeped out of Fei Ye's territory and disappeared into the endless deep space of the universe. The metal pyramid itself, after exhausting its last bit of energy to send out a signal, completely lost all its luster and became extremely dim. Then, under the final force of countless lines of desire. Crack, boom! This metal creation, representing absolute order and unknown advanced technology, finally could not withstand the pressure from both inside and outside, began to disintegrate from the inside, and finally exploded. It turned into countless dull, inactive metal fragments, falling onto the ice field below like a cold iron rain. Its core consciousness was also completely annihilated. In the sky, the huge pink giant tree slowly gathered its strength, and the sea of desire fog and dancing vines receded like the tide. In a flash of light, the body that covered the sky and the sun dissipated again and condensed into the breathtakingly perfect and stunning woman in a red dress Fei Yi. She gently floated down beside Qianbin. Her face seemed a little pale, but soon returned to normal, as if the earth-shaking battle of laws just now was just a warm-up exercise. She smiled at Qianbin and said, "It's done." However, it still managed to squeeze out a bit of residual information in the end. Qianbin nodded, but took note of this potential threat in his heart. "Let's go in and take a look at our spoils." Qianbin put away his mecha and led everyone down to the Zero Barrier city below, which had lost its energy shield and became dead silent. Under Yi's leadership, they entered the city without any hindrance and went straight to the most magnificent metal building in the center of the city, which was shaped like a huge inverted triangle battleship. The heavy door had already been broken in the previous battle, and everyone walked in easily. Inside was an extremely vast space, brightly lit, filled with countless screens flashing various data, sophisticated operating tables, and a variety of scientific research instruments that had never been seen before. Many researchers in white coats or uniforms gathered in the corner of the hall trembling, looking at Qianbin and his group in horror as they walked in. Their supreme leader had been eliminated, the city's defense system was paralyzed, and they had become lambs to be slaughtered. This is the core research base of the organization. He swept a cold gaze over the researchers and said to Qianbin, "Almost all the important projects and experimental data are here." Qianbin's attention was attracted by something in the center of the hall. There is an extremely huge, ancient-looking and powerful spaceship. It is dark gold in color, with smooth and sharp lines. Although there are some signs of wear and tear on the surface, one can still feel the tremendous power it contains and the sense of technology that far exceeds the current Blue Star civilization. The volume of this spaceship almost occupies half of the entire hall. "Is this a spaceship?" Qianbin asked. An old professor with gray hair who seemed to be in charge replied tremblingly, "Yes, sir. This is the foundation of the organization, the Tizat. It was brought here by the founders. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged in a hyperspace jump long ago, and its core engine and navigation system were completely scrapped. We've exhausted all our resources and still can't repair it. We can only use it as a basis to research and develop derivative technologies, such as mechas and psychic cores." Upon hearing this, Qianbin silently asked the system, "Scan this spaceship." Ding! Scanning completed. Target, Tizat Interstellar Exploration Vessel severely damaged. Rating, Galaxy-class aircraft. Status, core jump engine shattered, main power system offline, hull structural integrity 71%, navigation and control systems completely damaged. Repair evaluation, requires 10,000 conquest points to repair. 10,000 conquest points. Qianbin was shocked. The price was really high, but when he thought that this was a spaceship capable of galaxy navigation, he felt it was worth it. This is the real key to the Sea of Stars. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the frightened researchers. These are all valuable talents, it would be a pity to kill them. From now on, this base, and all of you, are under my control. Qianbin's voice was filled with undeniable authority. Continue your research work, focusing on mecha manufacturing, psychic core optimization, and attempting to analyze and interpret the technology on this spacecraft. I will provide you with the resources you need, but if you have second thoughts. He didn't finish his words, but the cold murderous intent in his words made all the researchers shudder and bow their heads in submission. They were born for research. It doesn't matter who they work for. What matters is that they can continue to be exposed to these advanced technologies. After arranging the matters at the base, Chenbin turned his attention to the 7 new captives captured from the King of Eternal Night who were imprisoned in his special force field 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. The 7 stunning beauties, at this moment, looked at the new master who had easily destroyed the organization and captured them with fear, uneasiness, humiliation, and a hint of curiosity. A satisfied smile appeared on Chenbin's lips. The harvest this time was truly bountiful. A research base with advanced technology, the wreckage of a galaxy-level spacecraft with unlimited potential, a large number of scientific research talents, and 7 new female slaves with outstanding potential and top-notch looks. I'll leave this place to you for the time being, Chenbin instructed 1, 2, 3, and 4, keep an eye on them, and also on that spaceship. Then, he looked at Faye and Feiluo, and his smile became a little evil. Let's go, we should go back. It's time to enjoy my new trophy. He deliberately emphasized the word enjoy and his eyes swept over the graceful curves of the 7 captives. Fei Yi let out an ambiguous chuckle, very satisfied with Chenbin's greed. She waved her hand again, and pink light enveloped Chenbin, Feiluo, and the 7 new captives. The next moment, their figures disappeared from the cold far north research base and returned to the Hentein Garden Villa, which was as warm as spring and filled with soft music. What awaits the 7 new members will be a long and in-depth surrender ceremony that will completely transform their body and mind. Chapter 175 1 year, Fei Yi breaks through. A few days later, the heavy door of the master bedroom of Hentein Garden Villa was pushed open again. Chenbin walked out in high spirits, followed by 7 new members with stunning looks, charming eyes, graceful figures, and eyes filled with absolute obedience and infatuation towards Chenbin. They were the captured 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. These 7 powerful female pilots, who originally belonged to a mysterious organization, had their physical and mental defenses completely broken down due to Chenbin's in-depth communication day and night and the subtle influence of Fei Ye's law of desire. In just a few days, their conquest levels were maxed out one by one, and they were branded as Chenbin from the inside out, becoming his property. For the next whole year, Chenbin almost became a prisoner of this villa, or in other words, he was immersed in the ultimate pleasure of tenderness and increased strength, and was reluctant to leave. He maintained a terrifying output frequency of 50 times a day. If his physique had not been strengthened to an inhuman level long ago, and Fei Ye's real body was in the villa, often using the laws of life and desire to regulate his body and replenish his consumption, he would probably have run out of energy long ago. But with the blessing of Fei Ye's bug-level laws, this high-frequency practice has become the most efficient way to improve. The law of desire greatly enhances the effect of lust, and the law of life ensures that everyone's body is always in the best condition and even continuously optimized. Chenbin and his women's strength soared like a rocket during these absurd days and nights. 1 year later, when Chenbin checked the system panel again, the data had changed dramatically. Host, Chenbin. Status overview. Level, planetary level 9. Current law points, 29,943. Current conquest points, 29125. Bound targets, 31. However, today he made an exception and came out, not because of himself, but because of Fei Yi. Fei Yi, who had been lazily staying in the villa, as if she were just a beautiful decoration, suddenly opened her eyes that contained the stars of the universe and whispered, "The time has come. I am going to break through." She stood up gently, without even explaining to Chenbin, and her figure disappeared on the spot like a phantom. The next moment, on the entire blue planet, whether in the eastern or western hemisphere, whether day or night, everyone who looked up saw a spectacle that they would never forget. Without any warning, the sky was dyed an extremely uniform and pure pink. An indescribable, warm, seductive, yet majestic aura enveloped the entire planet. Countless creatures felt their hearts surge with excitement under this aura. All kinds of desires were quietly aroused, but they had no intention of resisting at all, and only had an urge to worship. Then, people saw the enormous mother tree of desire reappear at the highest point of the sky, rising at a speed beyond comprehension. Rising. It penetrated the clouds, penetrated the atmosphere, rose higher and higher, and its size kept shrinking in the field of vision, and finally turned into a pink point of light. It completely disappeared beyond the azure sky and entered the vast and boundless universe. Fei Yi's real body appeared directly in low Earth orbit. Her huge trunk is rooted in the void, absorbing cosmic energy, and countless vines spread into the surrounding space like a neural network. The giant flower at the top of the tree fully blossomed, revealing no longer a miniature cosmic vortex. It is a real black hole singularity that is madly devouring the surrounding cosmic energy and dark matter. The light of the entire blue planet dimmed slightly, as if part of the sunlight was swallowed up by the black hole singularity. The terrifying cosmic energy tide spreads in all directions with Fei Yi as the center. Her aura continued to rise, constantly hitting a higher limit that mortals could not understand. This process lasted about an hour. Finally, all the strange phenomena suddenly converged. The black hole singularity that swallowed energy slowly closed, and the giant flower closed. Fei Yi's enormous body exuded an aura of perfection and transcendence, which was deeper and more unfathomable than before. She successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9th level of the stellar class and officially entered the galaxy class. She slowly gathered her strength, and her huge body transformed into human form again. She took a step and returned directly from outer space to the sofa in the Hentaian garden villa, as if she had just gone out for a walk. She didn't seem to have changed at all, still looking perfect, but Shenbin could clearly feel that. The invisible pressure from her was even more terrifying, as if a single thought could determine the life or death of a planet. "Congratulations," Shenbin said sincerely. Fei Yi smiled slightly and leaned lazily into his arms. "It's just a natural process." Shenbin felt the increasingly unfathomable power in her, and a plan emerged in his mind. He put his arm around Fei's slender waist and said, "Fei, since you have made a breakthrough, I need your help with something." "Oh? What's the matter?" Fei Yi asked with interest. "Send a message to all the powerful people on this planet who have reached SSS level, that is, the 9th level of the planetary level." Shenbin's eyes turned cold and full of control. "Tell them to gather in Tianxia City immediately. Those who fail to arrive on time will die." He wants to take this opportunity to integrate the entire Blue Star in one fell swoop. Either surrender or be destroyed. When Fei Yi heard this, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. She liked Shenbin's dominance and ambition. "Simple." She uttered these 2 words softly. Then she closed her eyes slightly. The next moment, an invisible yet vast spiritual thought, mixed with the terrifying pressure of the starfield level and a trace of the power of the law of desire, instantly covered the entire blue planet like an invisible network. Whether it's an old monster cultivating in the deep mountains and old forests, a hegemon dominating a vast city, or an ancient being lurking in desolate places like the deep sea and desert. All the powerful warriors who had reached the 9th planetary level, at the same time, clearly heard a cold and majestic voice, which resounded directly in the depths of their souls. All 9th rank planetary rank individuals shall immediately proceed to Tianxia City on the eastern continent for an audience. One day, those who disobey the order will be annihilated. Along with this voice, there was a terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble and prevented them from even thinking of resisting, as well as an extremely clear geographical coordinate map. At this moment, all the top powerhouses in the entire Blue Star, no matter where they were or what they were doing, were all horrified, with waves of fear surging in their hearts. What kind of existence is this? This pressure is far beyond the scope of SSS level. No one dared to doubt the authenticity of this order. The fear and absolute suppression that came from the depths of their souls made them understand that there was only one outcome for disobeying death. For a moment, powerful auras burst out from every corner of the Blue Star, and then rushed towards Tianxia City in the eastern continent at the fastest speed without hesitation. Chapter 176 Unifying Blue Star, 10 Years of Development. That afternoon, in the square of Tianxia City, 15 figures exuding a majestic aura stood quietly like pilgrims. They are of different genders and ages, some wear ancient robes, and some wear modern armor. Some even have non-human characteristics, but without exception, their strength has reached the pinnacle of the planetary level 9. These 15 people are all the top powerhouses in the entire Blue Star except for Shenbin's subordinates. They come from different continents, different forces, and even isolated secret realms. But under Fei Yi's supreme star-level power and threat of death, they rushed here as quickly as possible, their hearts filled with awe, fear, and a hint of unwillingness. Shenbin flew into the air, his voice echoing clearly over the square, calm yet carrying an unquestionable and absolute majesty. "It's great that you can come. I won't say any more nonsense. Blue Star needs a unified voice and integrated strength to face the challenges of the future. And I will be the only voice. Now, I give you 2 choices. Submit to me, offer your loyalty and the forces under your command, and perhaps in the future you will be able to see a wider universe with me. Or, choose death and say goodbye to this world now." No threatening roars, no show of strength, only simple and direct choices. But combined with the looming star-level pressure in the villa that made the souls of all planetary-level powerhouses tremble, this simple choice was more powerful than any intimidation. The 15 strong men's faces changed and they struggled internally. They were once giants who dominated one side, accustomed to being high and mighty, but now they had to bow down and submit to someone they had never met. After a brief silence, a strong man from the western continent, known as the Lord of Thunder, was the first to be unable to withstand the invisible pressure. He knelt on one knee and lowered his proud head. "Lord of Thunder, I am willing to submit to you, Your Excellency. If there is one, there will be two. The Ice and Snow Royal Court is willing to submit. Forest Council, we surrender. Earth City, we are willing to surrender." In just a few minutes, all 15 top planetary level 9 warriors chose to surrender. In the face of absolute power, so-called dignity and pride are vulnerable. Very good. Chen Bin's voice remained calm. Go down. Someone will be there to meet you. Integrate all the forces under your command and eliminate all discordant voices. I want to see a unified blue star within a month. Failure to complete the mission, or lip service to your orders, you know the consequences. Yes, sir. 15 people responded in unison, their hearts awe-inspiring, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. What happens next becomes simple and efficient. Under Chen Bin's absolute military deterrence and the full cooperation of these 15 surrendered generals, the integration of Blue Star's global forces is advancing at an astonishing speed. The stubborn small forces were easily crushed, and the old order was broken down and rebuilt. Tianxia City became the world's only political, economic, technological, and power center. Chen Bin became the undisputed supreme ruler of Blue Star and was called the Star Lord. But he rarely makes public appearances, and spends most of his time in the Cloud Top Villa, accompanying his women and continuing his efficient cultivation. At the same time, it controls the operation of the world through loyal subordinates and highly developed intelligent networks. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. These 10 years have been a decade of crazy explosion in Blue Star's technology and power. After fully integrating global resources, especially receiving and digesting the technology of the Zero Barrier Base and part of the technology of the Star Shuttle-class spacecraft, Blue Star's technology tree achieved a leapfrog development. Mecha technology is becoming increasingly mature, and the new generation of standard mechas have generally reached S-level or even SS-level standards, forming a large-scale mecha army. Energy weapons, shield technology, materials science, etc. have all made revolutionary progress. The orbital defense platforms surrounding the Blue Planet, the Deep Space Exploration Network, and the Global Instant Communication and Monitoring System have been established one after another. The entire planet is closely connected by an invisible and efficient network, truly becoming a unified civilization. Chen Bin and his women almost never stopped their incredibly efficient deep practice. With the blessing of Fei Ye's inexhaustible desire and the law of life, the effect of this practice was magnified to the extreme. This is a perfect virtuous cycle. The stronger Chen Bin is, the more law points he gets from each feedback. As his women's strength increased, the basic law points fed back to him daily also increased. Chen Bin gained more law points, and his strength increased faster, and he could give them more feedback. This cycle repeats itself over and over again, and the speed at which their strength increases is as astonishing as the expansion of the universe. 10 years later, Chen Bin slowly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if countless stars were born and died in his eyes, and the runes of laws were flowing endlessly. He felt the power within his body that was as vast as the sea of stars. Host, Chen Bin. Status Overview. Level, Star Domain Level 3. Current Rule Points, 357275050. Current Conquest Points, 357200000. Bound Targets, 31. Star Domain Level 3. In just 10 years, he broke through from the 9th level of planetary level to the stellar level and galaxy level, and officially stepped into the realm of starfield level. If this speed were to be spread out, it would be enough to scare to death 99% of the so-called geniuses in the universe. And the improvement of his women is equally terrifying. Nangongyu, Suyu, Linwei, Linyu, Sun Xiaoting, Tongyan, Tongmei, Huomeier, Lang Qingqiu, Lin Wangu, 12, Yunhua, Yunyao, Feng Qingwu, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Long Qingxue, 1, Lu Huilan, and 31 others. All of them have broken through the shackles of the planetary level, and the lowest has reached the 5th level or above of the stellar level. Among them, the most talented ones, such as Long Qingxue, Yi, Si, Lang Qingqiu and others, have already stepped into the galaxy level. As a special existence, Fei Luo's strength has also been elevated to the peak of the galaxy level. Only Fei Yi was still unfathomable, but Chen Bin could feel that the gap between him and her was shrinking rapidly, and they were even close in some aspects. The entire blue planet has become an ironclad fortress and has the initial ability to move towards the interstellar space. However, on this seemingly peaceful day, hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the solar system where the blue planet is located, at the end of a desolate and dead spiral arm, deep in the heart of a cold planet made entirely of metal that is constantly replicating and expanding itself. A huge consciousness composed of countless precision parts and flashing data streams, similar to a huge mechanical core, is processing endless cosmic information. Suddenly, an extremely weak, incomplete, and special signal fragment that was delayed for who knows how many years was captured and analyzed by its deep sensing array. The signal was intermittent and full of distorted noise, but the core information was barely discernible. Coordinates, garbled, blue planet, garbled, encountered an unknown high-level individual and indigenous resistance, garbled, the Tower of Order destroyed requesting revenge. This message is exactly the incomplete distress signal that the metal ship destroyed by Fei sent out at the last moment with all its strength 10 years ago. It traveled through the endless and distant deep space of the universe, took 10 years, and was finally received by a sensing node of its clan. The massive mechanical consciousness read this message. The light of its core processor flickered rapidly several times, and a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice emanated. Final distress signal numbered 7345, Tower of Order, detected. Source confirmed, Orion Spiral Arm, Edge Galaxy, codenamed Blue Star. Assessment, Unit 7345 confirmed lost. The target system contains a high-level threat capable of destroying the Tower of Order, as well as an indigenous civilization with some resistance. Judgment, potential threat level, medium. Clearance and recovery required. Command generated, dispatch a Purifier Advance fleet to the target system to conduct reconnaissance, assessment, and perform preliminary decontamination procedures. Obtain data and samples of indigenous civilization technology. Fleet deployment. Estimated arrival time, calculation in progress, affected by distance and space jump conditions, estimated to take 15 standard cosmic years. A cold order was issued at a huge port on this metal planet. Several dark warships with hideous shapes, resembling giant metal crosses, slowly left the port. Their engines began to warm up, flashing dangerous red lights. Their target is the thriving blue planet tens of thousands of light-years away Blue Star. The distant threat is already on the way. But Blue Star knows nothing about this. Chapter 177 Cannon Fodder. 2 years were used efficiently in the hands of the unified and technologically advanced Blue Star Federation. Humanity's footprints are no longer limited to our blue home. A large energy transfer station and scientific research outpost have been built on the surface of the moon, and the huge craters have been transformed into spacecraft berthing ports. On Mars, the red wasteland has been initially transformed, and several colonial cities with ecological recycling systems have been built. Although still small in scale, they represent the hope of mankind becoming an interstellar species. Space stations with various functions, resource collection platforms, and military early warning outposts have also been deployed in the orbits of more distant gas giants such as Uranus and Neptune. On this day, the Eye of Deep Space Early Warning Space Station located near the orbit of Neptune captured a set of abnormal signals with its ultra-long-range hyperspace wave sensor. After urgent calculations by supercomputers, the results were horrifying: a huge unknown fleet. It is heading straight towards the inner solar system from the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt at an astonishing speed, and its target trajectory has finally locked onto the blue planet. The message was instantly transmitted back to the Blue Star Federation Supreme Command through the Quantum Superluminal Communication Network. Deep underground in Tianxia City, there is an extremely magnificent combat command center full of futuristic technology. Chen Bin sat in the main seat with a calm expression. Below him are generals at all levels of the Blue Star military, top scientists, and core members such as Lin Wango and Nangongyu. A huge holographic star map was suspended in the center, clearly showing the position, speed, and estimated size of the unknown fleet. Star-Lord, the target fleet has entered 100 million kilometers outside Neptune. The speed is 0.5 speed of light. But keep slowing down. An officer reported nervously. Send the Vanguard 1st Unmanned Reconnaissance and Interception Fleet to conduct a reconnaissance mission, and obtain as much data as possible on the enemy's ship structure, weapon performance, and personnel strength. Chen Bin's voice was calm without a trace of emotion, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes. As the order was given, 3 streamlined unmanned destroyers painted with the Blue Star logo that had been on standby at the Neptune base immediately ignited, broke away from their berths, and transformed into 3 streams of light, heading towards the incoming huge fleet. On the huge main screen of the command center, the split screen displays the real-time images and sensor data sent back by the unmanned fleet. The unknown fleet is becoming clearer and clearer. Its ship style is completely different from the technology tree of Blue Star and even the previous Tower of Order. They are more like some kind of huge, angular black crystals, with purple energy lines constantly flowing on the surface, gliding silently through the universe, with a cold, inanimate sense of weirdness. The fleet consists of hundreds of ships, and one of the main battleships is even as big as a small moon. The two fleets approached rapidly. No warning, no request for communication. Just when the Blue Star unmanned fleet had just entered the enemy's firing range, a diamond-shaped spaceship that looked like a frigate in the Black Fleet suddenly lit up with a dazzling purple plasma ball at its tip. Call out. A thick energy beam composed entirely of highly condensed purple plasma shot out at almost the speed of light, instantly crossed the void, and accurately hit the flagship of the Blue Star unmanned fleet. There was no explosion, no flames. The moment the unmanned destroyer was hit, its armor melted and disintegrated like ice and snow in the sun, along with its internal reactor and intelligence core. Everything was completely annihilated in the terrifying purple plasma, turning into the most basic particles and disappearing without a trace. One hit. Just one hit. It killed Blue Planet's most advanced unmanned destroyer in seconds. There was a sound of gasps in the command center. Although it is just an unmanned ship, its defense is enough to withstand multiple attacks from stellar-level powerhouses, but it is so vulnerable. Immediately afterwards, the hatch of the diamond-shaped spacecraft that launched the attack opened, and a figure flew out, hovering in the vacuum of the universe. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, but its entire body seemed to be made of some dark silver metal, with complex hydraulic structures at its joints. The head has no facial features, only a continuously rotating compound eye sensor that emits red light. It was clearly a highly advanced mechanical lifeform or wearing full-coverage power armor. It directed a sharp, noisy, completely incomprehensible broadcast in a mixture of electronic sounds and some unknown language towards the remaining 2 ships of the Blue Star unmanned fleet. Quick! Analyze the language structure. Try to translate. Linguists and computer experts immediately got busy. Fortunately, this language seemed to be partially homologous to the language used by Metal before, and the supercomputer quickly compared and deciphered it in the huge database. After a dozen seconds, a fragmented but clear translation appeared at the bottom of the main screen. Bold lowly country. How dare you kill my noble people? Just wait, for this humble planet is about to be completely purified and destroyed. After the broadcast, the metal humanoid creature seemed too disdainful to take any further action and turned around and flew back into the diamond-shaped spaceship. The huge black crystal fleet ignored the remaining 2 Blue Star unmanned ships and continued to move towards the inner solar system at a constant speed. According to calculations, its vanguard will reach the orbit of the blue planet in about a day. There was dead silence in the command center, and panic began to spread. The technological strength displayed by the other party and the attitude of treating all living beings as ants are so despairing. However, Chen Bin, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly curled up the corner of his mouth, a disdainful sneer. A galaxy-level energy reaction of level 5 to 8. So it's really just an advanced reconnaissance fleet, or rather, a cannon fodder force to clean up the small fry? He whispered to himself, but his voice was clearly heard throughout the command center where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned and looked at their Star Master in astonishment. Shenbin slowly stood up and swept his eyes across the entire audience. His calm eyes contained a confidence that was enough to support the world. Pass the order down, the entire army enters level 1 combat readiness. His voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful, with a hint of teasing. It's time to show these so-called advanced civilizations, like frogs in the well, what true power is. Watch them all day. Once they enter Mars orbit, I'll go there myself to welcome our guests. After saying that, Shenbin didn't even bother to look at the aggressive fleet on the screen. He turned around and left the command center with core members including Fei Yi and Lin Wanga, leaving behind him a room full of generals and scientists who looked at each other in bewilderment, but gradually calmed down by the Führer's absolute confidence. The Star Lord said, "The other party is cannon fodder? Want to go and welcome in person?" An absurd yet exciting thought popped up in everyone's mind. This seemingly catastrophic interstellar invasion might end in a way that no one could have imagined. Shin Bin, on the other hand, couldn't wait to stretch his muscles. With the strength of the 8th level of the star domain, it is just right to use this fleet that doesn't know how to live or die to practice. Chapter 178, Chen Bin's Powerful Harem. Half a day later. Outside the orbit of Mars, in the cold vacuum of the universe, the huge invasion fleet consisting of hundreds of black crystal warships is advancing towards the blue planet at an arrogant and steady speed. The dark purple energy lines flowing on their hulls gleamed ominously under the light of the distant sun. Suddenly, without any warning, a ripple appeared in the void in front of the fleet. Immediately afterwards, several figures quietly emerged, as if they had been standing there all along, blending into the vast starry sky. Chen Bin, the leader, stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at the fleet in front of him that was enough to make ordinary interstellar civilizations despair, as if he was looking at a group of insignificant fireflies. Fei Yi leaned lazily beside him, with a playful smile on her lips, her eyes as if she was watching a drama that was about to begin. Behind them, 7 girls, Tong Yan, Tong Mei, Hua Meier, Long Qingxue, Fei Luo, Su Yu and Lin Yu, lined up in a row. The energy fluctuations emanating from them were like 7 blazing stars, instantly stirring up the energy tides of the universe. That was a pure galaxy-level peak pressure. Are these just these iron lumps? They don't look that great. Tong Yin twisted her neck, making a crisp sound of bones, and her eyes flashed with fanatical fighting spirit. The aura of the law of physical strengthening and the law of berserk fighting condensed around her, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sister, don't underestimate the enemy. My husband asked us to practice, so don't mess it up. Tong Mei licked her red lips. She was also eager to fight, but with a little more calmness. Dark red flame patterns surrounded Hua Meier's body, and the space was slightly distorted by the high temperature. She chuckled, "It's a good time to test the power of my newly comprehended star-burning flame." Long Qingxue had a blank expression on her face, her azure eyes were like 10,000 years of ice, the void around her even began to condense into tiny ice crystals and dust, and the extremely cold law field quietly spread. Fei Luo blinked her pink eyes, the breath of desire and life intertwined, which was both tempting and full of deadly danger. Su Yu crouched slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce, with extreme speed and strength brewing in her body. Lin Yu was the quietest, but countless mental storms seemed to be brewing in her eyes, and the invisible spiritual power spread forward like a spider web. Their appearance and the undisguised aura of terror instantly alarmed the invading fleet. The shrill alarm echoed silently inside every enemy ship. The dark purple energy lines on the surface of all ships suddenly increased in brightness, entering the highest state of combat readiness. The belly of the main battleship, which was comparable to a small moon, suddenly opened dozens of launch ports. The next moment, densely packed unmanned attack aircraft like a swarm of bees roared out, numbering in the tens of thousands, instantly covering a large area of the starry sky like a sweeping metal storm. At the same time, dazzling purple light lit up from the bows of more than 20 diamond-shaped frigates, and terrifying energy was gathering, obviously preparing to launch a salvo. Noisy! Chen Bin uttered 2 words lightly without even making any movement. However, the huge enemy fleet seemed to be suddenly grasped by an invisible giant hand of the universe, and all the gathering purple light suddenly extinguished. Those unmanned attack aircraft that had just rushed out seemed to have hit an invisible wall. They exploded in an instant and turned into countless cosmic dust. Just a hint of the pressure from the 7th level of the star domain is enough to paralyze all the attack systems of this fleet in an instant. Shenbin looked at the 7 women beside him who were eager to try, and smiled slightly. Go ahead, practice your skills. Yes. Master Chen Bin. The 7 girls responded in a sweet voice. The next moment, 7 streams of light burst out like a supernova and rushed towards the fleet that was in chaos. The sisters Tong Yen and Tong Mei were like 2 human cannonballs, crashing directly into a huge battleship. The childish girl gave a delicate cry, and her seemingly fair and petite fist was wrapped in the violent power of the law, and she punched out. Buzz! Wherever the fist passed, the space groaned as if it could not bear the burden. A twisted and terrifying shock wave, powerful enough to shatter a small planet, flew out of his hand. Boom! The battleship's psionic shield, which was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of the first-level galaxy-level strongmen, shattered in an instant like paper. The huge hull was directly pierced by this punch, leaving a huge hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The internal structure caused a chain explosion, and the entire warship broke into 2 parts, turning into a gorgeous fireball in space. Tong Mei was more agile, her figure was like a ghost, she appeared directly at the engine part of another warship, and her legs kicked out in turns like battle axes. Every kick contains the power to shatter mountains. The extremely solid engine casing shattered and collapsed like a biscuit hit by a sledgehammer, causing the core engine to explode, and another sun lit up in the starry sky. Hua Meier was floating in the air, her hands forming seals, her red hair moving without wind. Behind him, it seemed as if a phantom of a flaming universe was unfolding. Burning star, extermination. She shouted softly, and a thin, extremely condensed dark red line of fire shot out from her fingertips. This line of fire may seem weak,
but it contains the extreme high temperature and destructive law of burning stars. The fire line shot silently at an enemy ship that was trying to turn and escape. There was no explosion. The enemy ship was like an ice cube thrown into a steel furnace. It melted and vaporized rapidly from the part that was hit. In just 1,000th of a second, the entire battleship, along with the crew inside, completely evaporated and disappeared, leaving no residue behind. Facing the three enemy ships that were surrounding her in a V-shaped formation in the freezing rays they shot out, Long Qingxue simply raised her slender hand slowly with her palm facing forward. The realm of eternal silence. With her palm as the center, an invisible absolute zero force field that could freeze even light and energy instantly expanded. The freezing rays fired by the three enemy ships were assimilated and swallowed up the moment they entered the force field. The three warships themselves, along with everything inside, were instantly covered with a layer of eternal dark blue ice crystals. All energy reactions and life activities stopped instantly, and they turned into three huge ice tombstones floating in the universe. She gave a gentle push, and the three tombstones collided with each other and shattered into countless ice dust. Fei Luo's attack is the strangest. She simply blew a puff of pink mist towards the enemy ships. The fog ignored physical distance and the battleship's shield and penetrated directly into the hull. The next moment, the operators inside those enemy ships, no matter what form of life they were, instantly had a layer of pink fanaticism and greed in their eyes. Their most primitive desires were infinitely magnified, and their rationality completely collapsed. They began to attack their companions around them frantically, even killing each other, or frantically destroying the facilities inside the ship. Several warships soon exploded in internal self-destruction. Su Yu's figure almost turned into a ray of light in the universe, so fast that even the spiritual consciousness of a galaxy-level powerhouse could hardly capture it. She did not attack the ship directly, but moved through the fleet's firepower network with surgical precision. Her fingertips condensed the power of extreme penetration. Every flash would leave a deep finger hole in the engine core, energy transmission center or weapon control system of an enemy ship. The enemy ships she visited lost power, their weapons malfunctioned, and they turned into iron coffins floating in space. Lin Yueza remained standing still, but her eyes had turned pure silver. The invisible and intangible, yet extremely terrifying mental storm swept towards the fleet ahead like a tsunami. This attack acts directly on the consciousness level. Those metal humanoid creatures hiding inside the ship, similar to those that appeared before, cannot be detected by their sensors and cannot be defended against by their armor. Countless creatures screamed and covered their heads at the same time. Their electronic brains or processing cores were instantly overloaded, burned, and collapsed. The warships were completely silent and floating out of control because of the brain death of their pilots. 7 galaxy-level peak powerhouses, 7 completely different but equally destructive laws and forces. This battle cannot be called a battle at all, but a one-sided, gorgeous and cruel show. The seemingly powerful warships of the invading fleet were as fragile as toys in front of these women who mastered the original power of the universe. In the starry sky, exploding fireballs, frozen ice sculptures, molten iron, out-of-control wreckage, form an extremely shocking and heart-pounding picture. Chen Bin and Fei Yu watched this scene quietly, their expressions calm. Not bad. Chen Bin nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the growth of the girls. Fei's lips curled slightly. I'm quite proficient in applying the rules, but I wasted some energy and it's not efficient enough. At this moment, a huge hatch suddenly opened in the belly of the largest warship, which had been under the pressure and special care of Chen Bin and had been unable to move. Chapter 178 Deep Foundation. 5 figures emitting a suffocatingly powerful aura, like ferocious beasts escaping from a cage, suddenly shot out from the huge main battleship and brazenly broke into the cold vacuum of the universe. Their appearance is similar to the mechanical life forms that appeared before, but they are more hideous and terrifying. Their bodies are generally over 5 meters in size, covered with dark golden armor as thick as a fortress, and their joints are equipped with more complex and sophisticated hydraulic and energy conduction structures. The dark purple energy lines flowing on the body surface are no longer simple decorations, but wriggling and interweaving like living things. It formed a series of strange totems full of destructive meaning, and its energy fluctuations reached an astonishing galaxy-level 5th to 7th level. These 5 behemoths are obviously the real high-end combat power and confidence of the Purifier Advance fleet. Seeing their fleet being destroyed like paper, they could no longer sit back and wait and were forced to come out in full force. The leader was nearly 7 meters tall, holding an energy battle axe that was even bigger than itself and was constantly leaping with destructive purple lightning. Its energy intensity had reached the 7th level of the galaxy level. Its cold compound eye sensors swept over the 7 women wreaking havoc,
emitting a series of sharp electronic bursts mixed with extreme anger and disbelief. Translated: low-class natives. Despicable worms. How dare you destroy the great purifier fleet like this? You have no idea what kind of existence you have offended. You will pay the heaviest price for this foolish act. Tear them apart. They didn't even try to find a possible leader. According to their perception and all the detector feedback, this star field contains no threatening life signals except the 7 attacking women and the endless wreckage of warships. The moment Chen Bin and Fei Yi appeared, they had already disappeared from their cognitive level and all detection methods in a way beyond understanding. Unless the two of them take the initiative to remove this cognitive barrier, even if they attack and kill them to pieces. Until their death, they could not understand where the attack came from and could only attribute it to an inexplicable cosmic disaster. At this point, it's obviously more fun to stay invisible. The other 4 galaxy-level 5th and 6th level purifier warriors immediately rushed towards Lin Yu and Fei Luo, who looked the most weak, and Tong Yen and Tong Mei, who was wreaking havoc, holding various energy blade weapons. Hee hee, you're just in time. Tong Yen laughed loudly and faced the galaxy-level 6th order purifier who was rushing towards her with double blades in hand without fear. Tong Mei also tacitly found another opponent. Hua Meier laughed sweetly, and flames surged around her. She took the initiative to entangle the leader of the 7th level galaxy class. Big guy, your opponent is me. Long Qingxue froze the long-range attack from the 3rd galaxy level 6th order purifier and said calmly, your coldness is just for show. He immediately started fighting with it. Suyu's figure flashed, and he appeared behind the last galaxy level 5th order purifier who tried to sneak attack Lin Yu as if teleporting, and chopped its neck with a hand knife with the power to tear through space. Lin Yu and Fei Luo smiled at each other, and mental shocks and whispers of desire enveloped their respective opponents at the same time. Their movements instantly became sluggish and chaotic, with many flaws. The real showdown between the strong has officially begun at this moment. The starry sky turned into their battlefield, with the light of the laws clashing, the collision of energy weapons and flesh, the confrontation between mind and electrons, and a terrible aftermath that was enough to annihilate the stars. Every collision causes the space to tremble, and every burst of energy is enough to easily destroy a planet. This is a grand battle that transcends technology and brute force and directly targets the original power of the universe. Its excitement and intensity far exceeded the scale of previous fleet battles. Chen Bin and Fei Yi continued to watch the battle calmly, as if they were enjoying a drama that had nothing to do with them. There was always a calm smile on Chen Bin's lips, as if he was in control of everything. He knew that this welcome ceremony would soon end with the other party's complete despair. His women needed this kind of actual combat to sharpen their skills, and he was happy to see it happen. In the starry sky, the light of the collision of laws exploded like supernovas, illuminating this airspace more dazzlingly than the stars. Although this was the first time for Chen Bin's 7 female relatives to participate in such a large-scale interstellar combat, their use of their own rapidly increasing power of laws was still immature. Sometimes there would be situations where the power overflowed or the control was not delicate enough. For example, the aftermath of Tong Yan's punch shattered a small meteorite belt in the distance into dust. Hua Meier's star-burning flame almost burned Suyu, who was a little further away. But their foundation is so strong. These powers did not come out of thin air, but were increased through deep communication with Chen Bin day after day, penetrating the soul and body, and with the dual blessing of the system's power and phase laws. This endows them with vast energy reserves far beyond their current level and a deep affinity with the origin of the laws. This luxury background is enough to make up for some shortcomings in skills. Chapter 179 Practice. Tong Yen fights against the opponent's galaxy-level 6th order double-blade purifier. The purifier danced with both blades, cutting out countless arcs of purple energy that were strong enough to tear apart the continental shelf. Tong Yen did not dodge or evade, but laughed wildly, the law of mad battle boiling. The muscles all over his body swelled slightly, and were covered with a layer of bronze law light. Star-crushing fist. She directly used her fist to hit the energy blade. Where the fist and blade collided, the space suddenly collapsed into a black hole-like spot, which then exploded. The purifier was horrified to find that his energy blade was twisted and shattered by the opponent's fist. Tong took advantage of the situation and did not show any mercy. His other punch was like a comet hitting the moon, directly hitting its breastplate. Boom! There was an extremely dull bang, as if the core of a planet had exploded. The purifier's indestructible breastplate instantly caved in, leaving a huge fist mark, and the armor behind it suddenly exploded. The delicate internal structure and its core processor were shattered by the terrifying force of this punch. The red light in its eyes instantly went out, and it turned into a floating piece of scrap metal. On the other side, Tong Mei vs. Galaxy Level 6th Order Heavy Hammer Purifier. The purifier wielded a giant hammer that condensed a terrifying gravitational field. Every time it struck, the space was distorted, in an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with force. Tong Mei's movements were as fast as lightning, and the law of strengthening her body allowed her to dodge heavy blows again and again at the critical moment. She seized the moment when the opponent's huge hammer was empty and had not yet regained its strength, and with a delicate cry, she launched a fierce roundhouse kick. The toes condensed the highly compressed physical strength and hit the elbow joint of the purifier like a drill. Snap! A sharp sound of metal breaking was heard. The purifier's arm and the giant hammer were kicked off. Tong Mei did not stop. Her figure was as fast as the wind, her hands were like claws, she grabbed its broken arm, and the law of crazy fighting broke out. Tear the sky. Swish! With a teeth-grinding sound, she actually used her pure physical strength to tear this huge mechanical life form apart. Electric sparks and energy liquid splattered like blood. Huameyer vs. Galaxy Level 7 Leader. This leader was the strongest. When he swung his battle axe, he attracted the thunder of the universe. The purple lightning of destruction whipped towards Huameyer like a giant python. A field of flames spread out around Huameyer, burning all the thunder and lightning. She clasped her hands together, and a dark red fireball compressed to the extreme appeared in her palms, with countless stars appearing and disappearing inside. Emperor Yen, Great Collapse. She pushed out the fireball, and it swelled up in the wind, instantly transforming into a miniature sun with a diameter of several hundred meters. Wherever it passed, the space was burned and left with black traces. The leader roared and swung his battle axe at the fireball, trying to split it. Boom! An indescribable explosion occurred. Flames and lightning intertwined crazily and annihilated each other. The leader was completely devoured, along with his axe. His energy armor melted like wax under the extremely high temperature, and his core was vaporized in 1/10,000th of a second. The aftermath of the explosion swept across, blowing away and melting the wreckage of several nearby warships that had long been paralyzed. Long Qingxue vs. Galaxy Level 6th Order Ice Purifier. The other party also released a cold current of absolute zero, trying to freeze Long Qingxue. The cold light in Long Qingxue's eyes grew even brighter. You are showing off your skills in front of an expert. She didn't even use any moves, but just slowly raised her hand and gently squeezed the cold current. The terrifying cold current that was strong enough to freeze the stars, when it touched her more refined and original law of ice, was like a minister meeting a king. It instantly became docile and then rolled back. Together with the cold air released by the purifier itself, it completely froze it. Long Qingxue flicked his finger, and a fine ray of ice crystals hit the frozen purifier. Bang! It, along with the solid ice outside, turned into the finest cosmic dust, as if it had never existed. The last agile purifier who tried to sneak attack Lin Yu was intercepted by Suyu in an instant. It is extremely fast, flashing like a ghost, and the energy dagger is tricky and ruthless. But Suyu is faster. The physical strengthening law focused on speed to the extreme, allowing her to transform into a real light, and all the opponent's attacks were ineffective. Instant kill. Suyu's figure seemed to appear at countless points at the same time, and countless finger winds condensed with the law of penetration enveloped the purifier like a rainstorm. It tried its best to block, but every time it blocked a finger wind, its body shook violently and a deep finger hole appeared on its armor. Finally, there was a slight delay in its movements. It's this moment. Lin Yu's invisible mental shock was like the sharpest needle, instantly piercing into its processor core, causing it to freeze for a 10,000th of a second. Fei Luo's whispers of desire invaded at the same time, amplifying the desire for destruction at the bottom of its program, making it have the absurd idea of attacking itself. Suyu seized this perfect opportunity and his figure passed by it. The cold light at the fingertips disappeared. The purifier froze in place, and the next second, its head sensors, energy core, and power hub exploded simultaneously, completely paralyzed. The battle is over. 5 high-level and mid-galaxy level purifiers were all killed in a crushing manner by Chen Bin's 7 female relatives in a short period of time. Their remains floated in the starry sky, telling the cruelty of this unequaled battle. The 7 women breathed slightly and gathered around Chen Bin, their faces showing excitement of their first actual combat victory and some reflection on the control of their own power. "Husband, we didn't embarrass you, did we?" Tong Yen asked with a grin, a wild fighting spirit still lingering in her. Chen Bin smiled and nodded, "Well done." His gaze passed over the women, over the wreckage of countless warships, and finally fell on the huge main warship that was still suppressed by his pressure and could not move. His eyes became deep and cold, as if they could penetrate the thick hull and see what was hidden in its deepest part. The entire starry sky seemed to become silent because of his gaze. Shenbin spoke slowly, his voice calm yet filled with supreme authority. It clearly penetrated the vacuum of space, resounding directly within the main battleship and echoing in the ears of the women behind him. "You've been watching the show for so long, aren't you going to come out? Galaxy level 8th rank. Commander, Your Excellency." Shenbin spoke and also lifted the perception barrier. He could clearly sense that in the core area of the main ship, an energy reaction far stronger than the five just now was hiding and observing with surprise, anger, and extreme fear. Chapter 179 Mechanical Empire. As soon as Shenbin finished speaking, the outer shell of the command cabin of the huge main ship slowly slid open, and a figure floated out from it. Unlike the previous hideous mechanical life forms, this figure is more humanoid, about 2 meters tall. The entire body is covered with streamlined dark gold armor, the lines are elegant and full of power, and the helmet has a complex crystal mask that flashes a calm blue light. The energy fluctuations it emits have indeed reached the peak of the 8th level of the galaxy level, and it is only 2 steps away from entering the starfield level. However, the first thing it did after it appeared was beyond everyone's expectations. It was suspended in space, facing Shenbin, and slowly and extremely standardly, knelt on one knee and lowered its proud head. A translated message, with a distinct electronic tremor, but full of fear and humility, came over. "Respected, honorable and powerful one. Please calm down. Please forgive the offense committed by such humble beings as us. We have no intention of becoming your enemy. It was not our intention to attack your territory. It was an absolute order from the highest purification sequence. We are just puppets following orders, we have no control over our own actions." Its posture was extremely humble, and its tone was full of pleading, as if it was really just a poor creature forced to come here to die. Shenbin looked at it expressionlessly, his eyes deep and unremarkable. The women behind him were a little surprised and exchanged glances with each other. They didn't expect that this seemingly strongest opponent would surrender so easily. "The highest purification sequence?" Shenbin spoke lightly, his voice penetrating the void and entering the other party's sensor. "What faction do you belong to? Where are you from?" The dark golden commander remained kneeling with his head lowered. Upon hearing this, he quickly responded, his tone becoming even more hurried and humble. "Reporting to the Great Being. We belong to the 7th Advanced Scouting Fleet of the Purifier Legion, under the command of the Mechanical Empire. We are from..." Just when it reached the most crucial point, about to spit out that name, something strange happened suddenly. The commander's lowered head suddenly raised up, and the blue light under the crystal mask was instantly replaced by a crazy and resolute blood red. "For the glory of the Empire." A distorted, sharp, destructive electronic scream replaced the previous begging for mercy. At the same time, it transformed into a dark golden stream of light and rushed straight towards Shenbin at a speed that exceeded the physical limits and was almost a space jump. Not only it, but also the huge, silent main battleship behind it, and the remaining. All the wreckage of ships that had not been completely destroyed were simultaneously lit up with a heart-pounding, extremely unstable dark purple light. Self-destruct. All its humble pleas for mercy and all the information it revealed before were just for this last moment of approach and surprise attack. The desperate self-detonation of a galaxy-level 8th order strongman, coupled with the chain reaction explosion of all the remaining energy of the wreckage of an entire fleet. This combined energy is enough to destroy the entire solar system and surrounding areas in an instant. Turn this starry sky into nothingness completely. Careful! Su Yu and others exclaimed. Although they believed in Shenbin's strength, this sudden change and the devastating energy fluctuations still frightened them. However, Shenbin still stood there, and even his eyes did not change at all. He just raised his right hand slightly. Fei Yi, who had been lazily watching the show next to him, just made a soft tisk sound, as if he thought the noise made by the other party was too noisy. Just as the dark golden commander was about to collide with Shenbin, and the destructive energy in his body was about to reach its peak and completely explode in a billionth of a second. Time seemed to have been paused. No, not as if. It was Shenbin's thoughts that enveloped the starry sky. The commander, who was halfway through the attack, with blood light flashing wildly and energy surging on his body, solidified in an instant like a bug frozen in amber. Behind it, the main battleship and all the wreckage that were lit up with destructive energy balls that were about to burst out were also frozen, maintaining a strange state of being about to explode but not yet. During the entire explosion process, the terrifying energy that was enough to annihilate the stars was released. At the very beginning, it was strangled in the cradle by an indescribable and incomprehensible higher-level force. Chenbin's 5 fingers of his right hand were lightly clenched. Buzz. A ripple in space, so slight that it was almost imperceptible, passed through. All the destructive energy that was frozen in time, like a popped bubble, or gently wiped away by an invisible hand, silently dissipated. Also disappearing along with it were the dark golden commander who remained in an attacking posture, and the wreckage of all the warships behind him. There was no explosion, no fire, just like chalk drawings on a blackboard, gently wiped away, leaving no trace, completely returning to nothingness. As if they never existed. In the distance, several planets, including Mars, were affected by the energy fluctuations just now. Their surfaces began to crack, and their orbits were about to become disordered. The collapse process was instantly reversed, the cracked Earth closed, the erupted magma retreated, and the deviated track was gently pushed back to its original position by an invisible force, restoring its original state. The starry sky returned to silence again, with only the light of distant stars quietly falling. Chen Bin and his group were still standing quietly in space, their clothes didn't even flutter, and they were unharmed. What a boring trick. Fei Yi curled his lips, seeming to despise the other party's final futile struggle. Tong Yen patted her dust-free hands and snorted, "You scared me. I thought it was going to be ruthless, but this is it? It seems that this mechanical empire is quite interesting. Its subordinates are all complete lunatics." Lin Wangu analyzed calmly. Chen Bin withdrew his hand and looked into the depths of the distant universe, the direction where the so-called mechanical empire might exist. A powerful 8th-level galaxy-level warrior would self-destruct without hesitation, just to exchange for a tiny chance of hurting him. This kind of absolute obedience and madness should not be underestimated. Clean up, go back. Chen Bin said this calmly, as if he had just swatted an annoying fly to death. Chapter 180 Seraphina Starlight. Just as Chen Bin was about to take the girls back to Blue Star, everyone paused slightly and turned their heads almost at the same time to look at the void behind them. The space there seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and a huge dark blue space crack with unstable energy arcs flashing on the edge suddenly opened. Its scale far exceeded the movements of the previous mechanical empire warships, carrying a more powerful and majestic aura. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge warship slowly emerged from the crack. The style of this battleship is completely different from the cold and ferocious crystal battleships of the mechanical empire. It was streamlined, as if made from the perfect fusion of the bones of some giant creature in silver metal. The bow was like an elegant bird's skull, with giant appendages on both sides resembling wings. The surface is engraved with complex star runes, emitting a soft yet powerful energy halo. It hovers there quietly, like a work of art, yet with unquestionable majesty. Chen Bin and others frowned slightly. Judging from the warship and the aura they sensed, the visitor was not a mechanical life form. A light gate opened in the belly of the battleship, and several figures flew out from it, led by an extremely eye-catching existence. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. The first thing that shocks people is her body size. She is 10 meters tall, but this huge body does not appear clumsy at all. Instead, it is controlled by extremely perfect proportions. Her skin was a lustrous white with a faint starlight, as if the finest pearls were blended into the starlight. Her face is extremely beautiful, a face that transcends racial aesthetics and directly hits the original understanding of beauty in life. His facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, with a pair of huge eyes like the purest amethyst, with slightly upturned corners, carrying a hint of natural nobility and mystery. She has a high nose bridge and plump lips, an alluring crystal pink. One of her most striking features is the pair of huge wings stretching out from behind her. Those are not wings, but wing membranes composed of countless tiny, sapphire-like diamond-shaped crystals stacked layer by layer. The skeleton is like pure white gold, with sharp and elegant edges. As the wings fluttered slightly, bits of starlight and dust were scattered, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure is so hot and exaggerated, and her huge body magnifies all her female features. The pair of huge and full peaks on the chest were softly wrapped in some unknown material interwoven with silver and dark blue, outlining a breathtaking arc, the scale of which was enough to make any male creature's blood boil. Below the slender yet powerful waist are the suddenly released plump buttocks and extremely long legs. The lines are full of strength and beauty. On her forehead is a diamond-shaped, constantly rotating dark blue crystal, like a third eye. The ears are long and pointed, showing through the hair, and the ends are also dotted with tiny blue crystals. Her long hair, like flowing liquid silver, reached her waist and fluttered slightly without any wind. Chen Bin's system instantly scanned this beautiful alien female leader. System scan. Name, Seraphina Starlight. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, star domain level 9. Conquest degree, 0% unbound. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Seraphina Xinghui's gaze fell on Chen Bin and others. A hint of surprise flashed in her huge amethyst eyes, but it quickly turned into peace and kindness. She gently opened her red lips and uttered a melodious language like a hymn to the starry sky. Although no one could understand it, her spiritual thoughts were clearly conveyed to Chen Bin and the others. Please don't be nervous, strong strangers. We mean no harm to you. We are from the Dawn Empire, following the activities of the 902379885 Mechanical Empire to this unexplored star region. I just sensed a violent energy conflict and the destruction of the Mechanical Empire fleet, so I came here to investigate. Chen Bin narrowed his eyes slightly. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. He is at the 9th level of the star domain level. He spoke calmly, his voice responding directly through his mind. No matter what faction you belong to, please leave this star region immediately. We do not wish to be disturbed. His attitude is cold and resolute. Before he understands the situation in the universe, he does not want to have anything to do with any external forces. Seraphina seemed to have expected to be warned. She did not get angry, but instead spoke in a more sincere tone. Powerful guardian, please trust our good intentions. You are the indigenous civilization of this star region, right? You have been marked by the 902379885 Mechanical Empire. Given their style, they will not give up and will definitely send a more powerful fleet. Chen Bin looked at her silently with deep eyes, but in his heart he was weighing whether to take action immediately to keep this unexpected visitor to prevent future trouble. The opponent's warship technology is obviously higher, and may be able to make up for the shortcomings of Blue Star's technology. As if sensing Chen Bin's fleeting cold thought, Seraphina immediately added with a hint of warning in her tone. The movement trajectory and sensor data of our Astropath-class battleships are uploaded to the highest network node of the Empire in real time. Any unusual disruption will immediately draw the attention of the Empire. This sentence made Chen Bin temporarily suppress his murderous intent. It is easy to silence someone, but it will attract higher-level attention and investigation, which is not what he wants now. Chen Bin smiled, a smile that was hard to tell if real or fake, and asked, "So, tell me, what faction do you belong to? What kind of existence was that mechanical empire just now?" Seeing Chen Bin's attitude soften, Seraphina breathed a sigh of relief and began to introduce, "We are the Dawn Empire, which is affiliated with the Great Human Supreme Alliance. Our empire manages hundreds of nearby star regions and maintains order and peace. The 902379885 Mechanical Empire is one of the countless mechanical empires under the Mechanical Clan. Its overall strength ranks 90,237,985th within the Mechanical Clan. Our empire is adjacent to them, and the star region you are in happens to be located in an unexplored buffer zone between the territories of our two major forces." She paused, her huge purple eyes looking at Chen Bin sincerely. "Mighty Guardian, you and your civilization possess such great power, it is a waste to stay in this undeveloped starfield. On behalf of the Dawn Empire, I sincerely invite you to join our empire. According to the Interstellar Treaty and the right of actual exploration, this star region is closer to our country. I can, as the 7th Inspector of the Empire. The surrounding star regions, including your home planet, will be officially assigned to you for autonomous management. You will only need to nominally pledge allegiance to the Empire. As a greeting gift and proof of my sincerity, I can also personally provide you with some benefits that may interest you." Seraphina's voice held a subtle allure, and she lifted her chest slightly, accentuating her stunning curves. Chen Bin was silent, tapping his legs lightly with his fingers, his eyes moving between Seraphina's beautiful face, hot body, and the warship behind her. A ready-made and seemingly powerful backer? A star field that nominally belongs to you? And what about the benefits mentioned by this 9th-rank star-level beautiful female inspector? This seems to be an opportunity to quickly integrate into the universe and obtain resources and intelligence, but it also means being involved in more complex interstellar politics. Should I refuse, stick to independence and develop slowly? Or accept it, take advantage of the situation, but also take on unknown risks? Chen Bin fell into rapid weighing and thinking. Chapter 181 Mechanical Empire Main Battleship. Bin weighed the pros and cons, his gaze lingering for a moment on Seraphina's sincere purple eyes and the battleship behind her that was full of biotech beauty. He also thought of the threat of the mechanical empire that Blue Star was about to face, and the urgent need to quickly obtain cosmic intelligence. There are risks, but the opportunities are even greater. Good. Bin nodded slowly and made a decision. I can accept your invitation, nominally join the Dawn Empire, and take over the Star region. But I have a few conditions. The autonomy must be complete, and the Empire must not interfere in any of my internal affairs. The necessary military and technical support must be in place. A dazzling smile bloomed on Seraphina Xinghui's beautiful face, as if the stars were brighter. She bowed slightly, of course. Your terms are reasonable, Mr. Bin. The Dawn Empire respects the autonomy of every powerful person. I am very happy to reach a consensus with you. It will be a blessing for the Empire. She raised her slender finger, and a ring inlaid with a miniature nebula flashed on her fingertips. Several items appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Bin. The most eye-catching thing is a silver droplet-shaped substance that is only the size of a fingernail and flows continuously like a liquid star. This is the Virtual Universe Network terminal, connecting to the Virtual Universe Network that covers most of the known universe. Seraphina introduced, through it, you can instantly access a vast amount of information in the universe, communicate with beings countless light years away, engage in virtual battles, and even buy or sell anything you can imagine. It's an indispensable tool for your survival in the universe. Then she pointed to the huge star map that appeared next to her, on which 3 adjacent star fields were highlighted. These are the 3 star regions under your jurisdiction: the Tianhe star region, the Andromeda star region, and the Triangle star region. The relevant star map data, resource distribution map, and the imperially authorized ownership certificate have been transmitted to your terminal. Finally, there were more than a dozen floating weapons and equipment emitting powerful energy fluctuations. There are streamlined armor pieces engraved with star patterns. There are spears and swords that seem to be formed from starlight. There are strange shields that act like miniature black holes. There is even a set of weapons that are small and exquisite, but contain a terrifying aura of destruction. These are my personal gifts to you, a set of Guardian battle armor, as well as some weapons and special equipment suitable for star-level warriors. I hope they will be of some help to you. Bin waved his hand and put all these priceless items into the system space. He just took the Virtual Universe Network terminal in his hand and played with it for a while, then he understood its function and put it on his temple. The terminal instantly merged into the skin, as if it had never existed, but Bin's perception had already added an extremely grand virtual world interface waiting to be explored. Thank you. Bin said concisely. Well, Mr. Bin, I look forward to seeing you again in the virtual universe. The official appointment document from the Empire will be sent to you via the terminal soon. Let's say goodbye now. Seraphina smiled and saluted again, preparing to lead her subordinates back to the warship. However, just as her battleship turned around and the engine began to warm up. Mutation regeneration. A spacecraft that was even larger and more terrifying than the one when the Seraphina battleship appeared before, like a scar on a torn universe, suddenly exploded not far away without any warning. The edge of the crack was no longer a silver arc, but a turbulent flow of cold, dead dark red energy. A terrifying pressure that was even larger, colder, and filled with absolute order and destructive will surged out like a tide, sweeping across the entire starry sky in an instant. Then, a pitch-black warship that was several times larger than Seraphina's warship, with an extremely ferocious shape and like a moving steel-killing fortress, slowly emerged from the crack, its terrifying hull. Its surface is covered with countless huge gun barrels and energy launchers, and the armor is engraved with cold mechanical code patterns. The overall style is in line with the previously destroyed advance fleet, but the level of technology and oppression are more than 100 times stronger. Warning! Ultra-high-intensity spatial disturbance detected. Identification signal. It's the Mechanical Empire's main battleship. The intelligence system of the Seraphina battleship issued a sharp alarm, and her face instantly became extremely solemn and ugly. What's going on? How could they lock onto our position so quickly and send out the battleship? The adjutant beside her exclaimed in shock. Seraphina suddenly looked at Bin, her purple eyes filled with anxiety and a hint of apology. I'm sorry. Sir Bin, I'm afraid they captured and tracked the fluctuations generated by my fleet's hyperspace jump. They were attracted to us. The Mechanical Empire's main battleship, which had just appeared and looked like a behemoth from the abyss, had begun to slowly rotate its huge bow main gun. The cold and ruthless scanning beam swept across Seraphina's warship like a searchlight, and then across Chen Bin and his group. Chen Bin's eyes turned completely cold. No sooner had the agreement been reached than trouble arose. The main gun at the bow, which was as huge as an asteroid, fired first. The muzzle gathered heart-pounding dark red energy, and the surrounding space was distorted and collapsed due to the gathered energy. Maximum power. Fire. The Serafina battleship's sensors captured the terrifying energy readings and issued a shrill alarm. An extremely thick dark red energy torrent, as if composed of pure destructive will, was like a giant spear tearing through the starry sky. Silently but faster than thought, it directly hit Serafina's battleship. Wherever it passed, black scars that could not be healed for a long time were left in the space. Several small rocky planets that blocked its path were instantly vaporized, leaving no residue behind. Starry sky wall at maximum output. All deflection fields activated. Evasion maneuver. Serafina calmly gave the order, and her warship reacted extremely quickly. All the star runes on the biological surface of the ship instantly lit up to the extreme, condensing into an extremely thick crystal shield. At the same time, the ship dodged with a nimble posture that violated the inertia of physics. Boom! The dark red energy torrent slammed heavily into the starry sky protective wall. The protective wall shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on its crystal surface, but it was not completely penetrated after all. The dissipated energy lashed wildly in all directions like a furious red python, completely destroying a dense asteroid belt nearby. Counterattack. Star cannon. Salvo. Serafina shouted. The bird skull-like bow of her battleship opened, revealing the extremely complex bioenergy chamber inside. A beam of extremely condensed silver energy burst out and accurately hit the engine area of the mechanical battleship. At the same time, countless small gun barrels on the wing-shaped structures on both sides of the battleship fired simultaneously, shooting out silver energy rays all over the sky like a gorgeous meteor shower, covering the other side. Countless hexagonal energy barriers instantly lit up on the surface of the mechanical battleship, accurately intercepting most attacks and exploding into clusters of brilliant and deadly energy sparks, illuminating the dark universe with flickering light. But a few huge cannons still managed to penetrate the interception and bombarded its armor, blasting several huge holes, and sending electric sparks and metal fragments flying. But this seemed to be just a superficial injury to the huge mechanical battleship. More of its secondary gun turrets began to rotate, shooting out countless slightly thinner but still deadly dark red energy beams like hedgehogs, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with Serafina's battleships. The starry sky turned into a dance floor of death, with two torrents, the silver meteor shower and the dark red beam of destruction, colliding, annihilating, and exploding madly. The aftermath of energy spread in all directions like a tsunami. Chapter 182 Universe Master. Chen Bin and his group were on the edge of this terrifying firepower network. Several dark red secondary gun beams that missed their targets swept towards them like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Chen Bin just raised his hand calmly. An invisible yet extremely tough psychic field was instantly generated. The destructive beams that were powerful enough to tear a planet apart collided with the force field, but they were like drop in the ocean, causing only a tiny ripple before disappearing without a trace. On the other side, several scattered light beams from the mechanical battleships and stray bullets that were missed by the Serafina battleship were pouring down towards the blue star like a rainstorm. Just as these attacks were about to enter the solar system, Fei Yi, who had been standing quietly beside Chen Bin, gently raised her flawless right hand, pointed towards the direction of the solar system, gently spread out her 5 fingers, and then slightly clenched them. Buzz! An extremely huge, almost transparent spherical barrier emitting a faint pink halo suddenly appeared out of thin air, perfectly covering the entire solar system. Attacks that were powerful enough to destroy planets hit this thin barrier without causing even a ripple. It was like a drop of water merging into the sea, instantly assimilated and absorbed, disappearing without a trace. The solar system within the barrier is still peaceful and tranquil. Ordinary people on Earth are even unaware of the horrific war taking place in the starry sky outside the window, which is enough to destroy civilization. However, this battlefield outside the solar system has turned into purgatory. The main guns of the warships on both sides have been recharged again. The belly of the mechanical battleship opened, and dozens of supergiant missiles with long tail flames and loaded with antimatter warheads were shot out like a swarm of bees, covering Serafina's warships and the area where Chen Bin and others were. Serafina's warships released countless biological interception units that looked like luminous jellyfish, and actively crashed into those missiles, triggering a series of terrifying lightballs in space that were comparable to supernova explosions. The shockwave of the explosion spread like a real tsunami, and countless nearby planets were directly affected by this terrifying series of explosions. The surface of the star instantly vitrified, and then the entire structure collapsed and shattered into pieces, turning into a new asteroid belt surrounding the sun. Serafina's warship trembled violently in the explosion, and the starry sky walls flickered brightly and darkly, obviously under a huge load. The mechanical battleship was not in a good situation either. It was hit again by several antimatter missiles that exploded at close range in Serafina's main gun. Large pieces of armor plates were peeled off, revealing the complex mechanical structure inside. Even a secondary gun group was completely destroyed. The battle between the warships reached a stalemate, the energy shields of both sides were rapidly consumed, and the hulls of both ships were damaged. Serafina relies on the ultra-high flexibility and energy utilization efficiency of biotechnology, while the mechanical empire relies on its absolute firepower advantage and heavy armor to withstand it. Another round of main gun bombardment. Two huge energy torrents collided again in the center of the starry sky, forming a short-lived energy singularity that madly devoured everything around it, and then suddenly exploded. This time, the aftermath of the explosion was even more violent, even pushing Serafina's warships and Shenbin and others back tens of thousands of kilometers. Shenbin waved his hand to stabilize himself and the women, and looked at the still tenacious mechanical battleship with cold eyes. Serafina's voice came through the mental link, with a hint of urgency. "Sir Shenbin, this isn't going to work. Its firepower is too strong, and my shield energy is depleting too quickly. We must find a way to severely damage it or force it back." Shenbin looked at the grand war scene in front of him, which was like an interstellar epic. Countless planets were reduced to dust and energy storms were raging. All this was just because of the bombardment between two warships. He took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't just watch and defend anymore. It's time to let these iron lumps see what the ultimate individual power is. "Protect yourselves." Shenbin gave an indifferent order to those behind him, his voice calm but with unquestionable majesty. Serafina also noticed Shenbin's actions in the battleship. A trace of suspicion flashed in her purple eyes. "Sir Shenbin, what are you going to do? The firepower of that battleship is very concentrated. Don't rush." Before she finished her words, Shenbin had already taken action. There is no earth-shattering power-up and no fancy and complicated moves. He simply raised his right hand, pointed at the main mechanical battleship that had just completed a round of salvos and was recharging, spread his 5 fingers slightly, and then gently pressed down. Law, all things return to the abyss. It's not a single law, but countless laws of power, gravity, space, decomposition, annihilation, death. Even the end at the conceptual level under this palm, it was perfectly integrated and controlled, transformed into the purest and most extreme power of erasure. With Shenbin's palm as the center, the large space in front seemed like dough held by an invisible giant hand, suddenly collapsing and compressing inward madly. The light was distorted and disappeared, the energy collapsed instantly, and the thick energy shield of the huge mechanical battleship could not hold out for even 1/1000th of a second, and it burst silently like a soap bubble. Then, its super alloy armor that was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of Serafina's main gun was crushed by the terrifying force of space compression and law annihilation. It let out a teeth-grinding groan, and then, as if thrown into a black hole, it began to shatter and decompose from the bow, transforming into the most primitive particle flow, and was madly sucked into the spatial singularity that appeared out of thin air. The whole process was faster than you could imagine. Just one palm. One of the main battleships with firepower comparable to that of the moon, more than 2/3 of the hull disappeared out of thin air, as if a giant cosmic beast had taken a big bite out of it. The remaining debris lost its energy support, and continuous explosions occurred inside, turning it into a huge ball of scrap metal fireworks, completely paralyzed. This sudden, incomprehensible attack caused the entire battlefield to fall into a moment of silence. Serafina and her crew were stunned, hardly able to believe their own sensor data. Even the attacks of those cold and ruthless mechanical units seemed to have an extremely brief delay. However, Shenbin's movements did not stop at all. He turned his gaze and locked onto the 2 mechanical frigates that had just completely emerged from the crack and were about to encircle the Serafina battleship. In his eyes, the left eye seemed to have billions of thunders born and destroyed, while the right eye was like an endless icy abyss. Law, chaos, thunder. Law, eternal ice vein. He pointed with both hands at the same time. His left hand pointed out, and it was not just one, but billions of twisted, violent, colorful, chaotic thunders that seemed to have integrated countless types of energy. Like the judgment thunder at the beginning of the universe, it instantly crossed the space and completely submerged a frigate. The frigate's energy shield and armor were like paper under the chaotic thunder, instantly torn, melted, and ionized. Together with the internal mechanical units, it was completely carbonized and shattered, turning into a cloud of continuously exploding metal debris. With his right hand, an extremely thin, almost transparent, absolute zero cold current shot silently towards another frigate. Wherever the cold wave passes, even the concept of space seems to be frozen. The frigate tried to maneuver to evade, but the speed of the cold current exceeded physical limits and it caught up with and covered it in an instant. There was no explosion, no flames. The frigate and the space around it were instantly frozen in a huge piece of eternal blue ice that reflected the starlight. The next second, Shenbin snapped his fingers, and the huge piece of ice, along with the warship inside, shattered into pieces like glass, turning into countless crystal dust and floating in the vacuum. With just a wave of his hand, 3 powerful mechanical Empire warships and 2 frigates were instantly destroyed, and 1 battleship was completely scrapped. What kind of terrifying power is this? This is not the performance that a star domain level should have. Seraphina's heart was filled with shock. As a 9th level star level warrior, she knew she could never destroy the main fleet of the mechanical empire so easily. Unknown high energy individual. Threat level is extremely dangerous. Beyond the star field level. Execute the highest purification order. Dozens of powerful auras suddenly burst out from the wreckage of the remaining mechanical battleship and the huge space crack behind it. Figures flew out rapidly from it. The leader was a mechanical lifeform that was nearly 5 meters tall, made entirely of a dark metal like a black hole, with golden energy lines flowing on its surface. Its shape is closer to that of a human, and its lines are full of the beauty of power and killing. Its head has only 1 golden compound eye sensor that rotates continuously like a miniature galaxy. It was just floating there, and the energy fluctuations emanating from its body caused the surrounding space to constantly distort and wail. Its pressure even far exceeded that of Seraphina before. Universe Master level. And behind it, there were more than 20 mechanical elite guards emitting fluctuations ranging from the peak of the galaxy level to the 5th or 6th level of the starfield level. They were holding various powerful energy weapons, and their cold electronic eyes were all locked on Chen Bin. The Universe Supreme level judge stared at Chen Bin with its golden compound eyes, emitting a cold and murderous mechanical synthesized voice. This time, it used the universal language of the universe. Low life, you must be completely purified. It slowly raised its arm, which instantly deformed into a giant sword wrapped in terrifying golden destructive energy, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Chen Bin. For the eternal order of the Empire. Eliminate him. Chapter 183 Universe Master, nothing more than that. When Fei Yi saw the appearance of the Universe Master level mechanical judge, a hint of coldness flashed in her pink eyes. Just as she was about to take a step forward, Chen Bin raised his hand slightly to stop her. Protect them. Chen Bin's voice was calm, but his eyes were like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, firmly locked on the mechanical judge who was bringing him a little pressure. Let me stretch my legs. Fei Yi stopped and glanced at Chen Bin. He understood the unquestionable fighting spirit and confidence in his eyes and nodded gently, be careful. The venerable level and the star domain level are 2 different concepts. They make deeper use of the laws of the universe. After she finished speaking, a faint pink halo emanated from her body, which subtly protected Suyu, Tong Yan and other women as well as Seraphina's warships, isolating them from the aftermath of the upcoming horrific battle. Chen Bin was alone, suspended against the backdrop of a shattered starry sky, confronting the massive mechanical army. Compared to the other party, his body was as small as dust, but the invisible aura emanating from him seemed heavier than the entire galaxy. Lower creature, repent for your previous acts of destruction. The mechanical judge's golden compound eyes spun wildly, and the golden giant sword of destruction transformed from his arm slashed out violently. This sword was not a simple energy strike, but contained the profound understanding and application of the rules of cutting, breaking, and annihilation by the Universe Master. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was not cut in half, but was permanently separated in concept. A dark, unbridgeable void crack spread rapidly along the trajectory of the sword, and instantly extended in front of Chen Bin, trying to delete him and the space in which he existed from the universe. Chen Bin's eyes focused, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He put his fingers together like knives, and his fingertips did not condense energy, but instantly simulated the true meaning of countless laws of tenacity, cohesion, and eternity. Law Tianwei Barrier. His fingertips seemed to have transformed into the most indestructible singularity in the universe, and they pointed with incredible precision at the very front end of the spreading void crack. Bite. A crash sound that was extremely crisp and yet as loud as the bell of the universe erupted. With Chen Bin's fingertip and the void crack as the center, a circle of visible shock waves mixed with golden and chaotic colors spread out crazily in a spherical shape. Instantly, all the warship wreckage, planetary fragments, and even tiny dust floating nearby were shaken into the most basic particles. Chen Bin's body swayed slightly, and a terrifying force came from his fingertips, but the void crack that was enough to annihilate the star field was blocked by his finger, and could not move forward at all. What? For the first time, the mechanical judge's electronic voice contained obvious surprise. It couldn't understand how a star-level creature could block its attack containing the power of rules? This is not how you use the rules, Chen Bin said coldly. He bent his fingers that were blocking the opponent's attack suddenly and then flicked them. Buzz! A strange vibration wave traveled back along the crack of nothingness, and wherever it passed, the separated concepts were forcibly glued and restored. It was as if time had gone back, and the dark cracks instantly healed and disappeared. At the same time, Chen Bin's figure moved. His speed exploded to the extreme. It was not a simple straight-line attack, but his figure flickered and jumped between reality and the void like a ghost. Leaving behind countless elusive afterimages, it instantly bypassed the mechanical elite guards who tried to intercept it and appeared directly above the head of the mechanical judge. Law, Mount Sumeru collapses. Chen Bin raised his right leg high, and his entire right leg seemed to instantly transform into a huge celestial body formed by countless galaxies, carrying unimaginable weight and the ultimate laws of suppression, gravity, and mass. Like a real star falling, with the mighty force to crush everything, it kicked the mechanical judge's head hard. The mechanical judge reacted extremely quickly, crossing his arms to block, and the golden destructive energy surged out, forming a thick rule shield. Boom! Chen Bin's leg whip hit the shield hard. This time the sound of the collision was as dull as the explosion of the core of a star. The mechanical judge's blocking arms suddenly sank downwards, and the golden energy patterns covering his body instantly dimmed. Its huge mechanical body was actually knocked down tens of thousands of meters by this kick, and it directly smashed a huge floating warship wreckage into pieces. Roar! The mechanical judge let out an angry electronic roar, completely putting away its contempt. The back suddenly opened, revealing dozens of firing ports. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless miniature missiles containing the rules of tracking, must hit, and destruction were fired, as if they had life, drawing strange arcs in the air, covering Chen Bin from all directions. These missiles are not physical attacks, but more like a rule curse. Once locked, it is almost impossible to avoid. Chen Bin, trapped in the missile net, remained expressionless. He took a deep breath, his chest slightly inflated, and then opened his mouth. Law, heavenly dragon chanting. A silent dragon roar that contained supreme spiritual impact and could cleanse and purify all abnormal conditions suddenly spread out with him as the center. Those micro-missiles containing the cursed rules, under the impact of the sound waves targeting the origin of the rules, were like ice and snow exposed to the sun. They twisted, became ineffective, and exploded, turning into a brilliant but ineffective energy firework. Impossible! The mechanical judge was horrified. The opponent's methods were endless, and each one precisely restrained its application of rules. Just when it was shocked, Chen Bin's figure disappeared again. The next moment, it felt a fatal sense of crisis coming from behind. Chen Bin appeared behind it at some point, his 10 fingers dancing rapidly as if playing the piano. Law, all things decompose. Countless extremely fine chaos-colored threads shot out from Chen Bin's fingertips and instantly wrapped around the limbs, joints, and energy transmission hubs of the mechanical judge. These threads are not entities, but pure manifestation of the decomposition rules. They ignored the energy defense and physical armor on the surface of the mechanical judge and directly acted on the most basic structure of the material it was composed of. Shishi, shishi, shishi. The mechanical judge was horrified to discover that the indestructible dark metal of the part of himself that was entangled by the silk thread began to quickly disintegrate and peel off like a weathered sand sculpture. Its movements instantly became sluggish, and its enormous power was rapidly dissipating. No! It struggled frantically, and golden destructive energy burst out, trying to break these threads of rules. But Chen Bin's control over the law was exquisite to the extreme. The silk thread was reborn and destroyed at the same time, always tightly wrapped around it, and the speed of decomposition was getting faster and faster. The glory of the Empire cannot be desecrated. The mechanical judge realized that death was approaching, and a determined light suddenly lit up in its golden compound eyes. Its core processor began to overload, and a terrifying energy that was enough to severely damage or even destroy several nearby galaxies was frantically condensing in its body. It's going to self-destruct. You have no right to choose in front of me. Chen Bin's cold voice was like the final judgment. He gave up on further decomposition and put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, and his entire palm seemed to transform into the original singularity of the universe. It condensed all the power of laws that he could mobilize at the moment: space, time, strength, soul, reality. There was even a hint of the power of absolute control that was beyond understanding. Let's put an end to it. He gently pressed his palm on the madly expanding core of the mechanical judge. There was no explosion. There is no light. At that moment, it seemed as if time stood still. The energy in the mechanical judge that is enough to destroy the world, as well as all its consciousness, all its rule power, and all its material structure. They were all infinitely compressed and swallowed by the singularity power contained in Chenbin's palm, and finally returned to complete nothingness. As if being gently wiped off the drawing paper by an eraser. The invincible cosmic supreme level mechanical judge disappeared silently in the starry sky without leaving any trace. The mechanical elite guards around seemed to have received orders at the same time. The red light in their eyes instantly went out and they turned into floating scrap metal. The starry sky fell into deathly silence again. Only Chenbin was suspended in place, slowly retracting his hand, as if he had just done something insignificant. Serafina and her crew members, as well as the women behind Chenbin, all held their breath and were unable to recover from this extremely shocking scene for a long time. Star Domain Grade 8, head-on and forcefully crushed and completely annihilated a universe venerable level powerhouse. What kind of incredible strength is this? Chapter 184: Total Annihilation. The instant annihilation of the universe Lord level judge was like extinguishing the core command source of all mechanical units. The red light in the eyes of the remaining mechanical elite guards, who were originally full of murderous intent, suddenly went out. The huge body was like a puppet with its strings cut, floating stiffly in the vacuum, completely dead. The wreckage of the broken mechanical battleship and the shadows of other mechanical ships vaguely visible in the huge space crack further behind. After a brief silence, they reacted in the most logical way. Escape! The surviving mechanical units simultaneously pushed their power output to the extreme, trying to force a space jump or escape back to the space crack that had not yet closed at the maximum speed. Want to leave now? It's too late. Chenbin's cold voice was like the verdict of the god of death, echoing in the dead starry sky. He didn't even make any big movements, but in his eyes, it seemed as if countless star tracks were flowing, appearing and disappearing. Law, void confinement. An invisible and intangible divine thought as vast as the sea of stars instantly enveloped the airspace. The mechanical wreckage trying to start the jump engine, the mechanical units trying to rush to the crack. Even the huge space crack itself, the space structure around it was instantly reinforced, locked. Become the hardest substance in the universe. The light emitted by the jump engine suddenly went out, and the mechanical unit trying to escape was like hitting an invisible cosmic crystal wall, and its speed dropped sharply to almost a standstill. Even the dark red energy flowing at the edge of that huge space crack seemed to be frozen, and the amplitude of its wriggling became extremely slow, and even began to show signs of instability, as if it could collapse at any time. Immediately afterwards, Chenbin put his fingers together like a sword and slashed through the air at those imprisoned mechanical units. Law dimension cutting. A pitch-black thread, so thin that it was almost invisible, seemed to fall from a higher dimensional space, silently sweeping across the imprisoned mechanical units. No sound, no explosion. Those powerful mechanical elite guards, the damaged capital ship, and the other warship that had just emerged from the crack. All the parts that were swept by the black thread, whether it was the thick armor, the complex internal structure, or the boiling energy core. Its existence itself is completely stripped away and cut off from the current dimension. They are like being precisely dissected by the most skilled surgeon with a scalpel. The fracture surface is as smooth as a mirror, and then they decompose and dissipate silently. It transforms into the most basic particle flow and merges into the void of cosmic background radiation. In just 1 or 2 seconds, all the mechanical empire units that tried to escape were wiped out, as if they had never appeared. All that remained was the huge space crack that was forcibly stabilized but still unstably twisted, like a scar on the universe, proving what a short and brutal battle had just taken place here. After Chenbin finished all this, he slowly exhaled, and the powerful aura on his body gradually subsided, returning to his normal state. He turned around and looked at Serafina's warship and the women behind her. At this moment, the way Serafina and her crew members in the battleship looked at Chenbin changed completely. If before we were in awe of the power of the strong and in valuing our partners, now their eyes were filled with incredible shock and a kind of respect that was almost like looking at a god. Especially Serafina, as a 9th level star level being, she can better understand the horror of the universe venerable level, which is almost a crushing defeat on the life level. But Chen Bin, with his 8th level star level body, was able to kill a true cosmic master so easily, even in a crushing manner. This has completely overturned her cognition. Mr. Chen Bin. Seraphina's voice came, with a hint of undisguised trembling and unprecedented respect. You are really, incredibly powerful. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her tone, but the awe was already deeply engraved in her spiritual core. Please rest assured that everything that happened here today, especially the information about your true strength, will be handled with the highest level of confidentiality. The destruction of a major fleet of the Mechanical Empire, along with a venerable judge, will be a major event that will shock the Empire's top brass. Her tone became increasingly serious. I will immediately report this matter, as well as your remarkable contributions in this battle, to the Imperial Supreme Council. For such achievements, the Empire will surely reward you with rewards far beyond your imagination, and your position in this star field will be unshakable. Chen Bin nodded lightly. He didn't care much about the so-called reward, but accepted Seraphina's promise of confidentiality and reporting the credit. This would save him a lot of trouble and allow him to integrate into the universe and acquire resources more quickly. In that case, thank you for your help. Chen Bin said calmly. Seraphina once again performed an extremely solemn imperial etiquette towards Chen Bin. Well, Your Excellency Chen Bin, we cannot disturb you any further. We need to return to the Empire immediately to make a detailed report. Please wait for good news. We can contact you at any time through the Void Terminal. After saying that, her astropath cruiser turned around again, and the engine ejected soft starlight, carefully avoiding the airspace that had been cleared by Chen Bin's power and still had the terrifying energy fluctuations. Then it accelerated, and finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the depths of the distant starry sky. Chen Bin watched her leave, then looked at the women behind him who were still somewhat immersed in shock, and smiled slightly. Okay, the trouble is temporarily solved, and it's time for us to go home. He glanced across the devastated starry sky, and saw the wreckage of planets shattered by the war, and shook his head slightly. This is the universe, where the strong prey on the weak and destruction sometimes happens in an instant. Fortunately, the solar system is protected by Fei Yi and is safe. Taking the girls with him, Chen Bin took a step forward, the space twisted, and he instantly returned to the azure blue planet. However, in the distant Empire of Dawn, a huge wave is about to be set off because of the news brought back by Seraphina. The name Chen Bin officially entered the vision of the advanced civilization of the universe for the first time, and in an extremely shocking way. Chapter 185, Empress Estella Xinghui. Chen Bin, who returned to the Blue Star Hentaying Garden Villa, really enjoyed the comfort of the gentle land. It is not only a relaxation for the body and mind, but also a daily way to obtain stable system feedback and consolidate strength. Just as he had finished a round of in-depth communication and was lazily lying on the soft couch surrounded by beauties, the Universe Virtual Communication Terminal pressed against his temple felt slightly warm, and a clear and solemn connection request came through. Chen Bin's mind moved, and his consciousness was instantly pulled away, connecting him to an extremely magnificent and real virtual world. The scene before him also made him feel slightly shocked. He was suspended on an immense platform that seemed to be constructed of pure energy and crystal. Under your feet is a transparent ground with flowing galaxy light bands, and above your head are countless suspended, magnificent buildings of different styles. There are towering star towers. There are palaces of biological structures that bloom like flowers, and magnificent temples composed entirely of data streams. Countless strange-looking life forms from different races shuttled and communicated in it in virtual images. The strength of their auras varied, but the weakest also emitted a planetary-level aura. In the distance, you can even see simulated stars as light sources and nebulae surrounding it like ribbons. Everything here is so real that you can even feel the virtual breeze and hear the bustling noise of various languages. Your Excellency Chen Bin, welcome to the confluence of all worlds, one of the Empire's core hubs in the virtual universe. A familiar and respectful voice sounded. Chen Bin turned around and saw Seraphina's virtual image right next to him. She was still in that perfect 10-meter tall form, with a smile and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness in her amethyst-like eyes. This place is quite interesting. Chen Bin nodded and looked at this incredible virtual world. Please follow me, Your Excellency. The Empire's reward has been determined, and His Majesty wishes to see you in person. Seraphina's tone became more serious, even pilgrimage-like. She flapped her huge wings made of sapphire crystals and led the way. Chen Bin moved his mind and followed her easily, flying in this bizarre virtual wonderland. Soon, the most magnificent and largest palace appeared at the end of the sight. Its entire body seems to be condensed from pure starlight, exuding endless majesty and ancient breath. The gate of the palace is 10,000 meters high, and guarding the gate are two virtual giant statues as huge as mountains and wearing heavy star gold armor. Seraphina took Chinbin and flew into the palace without any hindrance. The scene inside the palace is even more shocking. Countless huge columns carved with patterns of the birth and death of stars in the universe support the dome that seems to have no top. The real starry sky of the universe seems to be directly projected above the dome. In the extremely spacious hall, there were many virtual figures with powerful auras standing. They all maintained a respectful posture and looked towards the deepest part of the hall. At the end of the hall, a figure sat on an imperial throne that seemed to be carved from the core of a star. When Shenbin saw that figure, even he couldn't help but have a flash of surprise in his eyes. She was also a woman about 10 meters tall. Her appearance was 70% similar to Seraphina, but she was more mature, majestic, and perfect, as if she embodied all the imaginations of the Empress in the universe. Her skin was even more radiant than Seraphina's starlight skin, as if it contained an inner glow. Every line of the facial features is carefully outlined like the laws of the universe. One more point will make it gorgeous, and one less point will make it cold. It is so perfect that it is breathtaking. Her huge eyes were a deeper purple than Seraphina's. It seemed as if countless galaxies were being born, evolving, and dying, filled with endless wisdom and majesty. Her silver hair was even longer, like the Milky Way cascading down from the sky, and the ends of her hair were dotted with tiny crystals that sparkled like real stars. Her figure is also extremely hot and exaggerated. Her huge body magnifies the charm of women to a shocking degree. The arc of her chest can almost make gods obsessed. But there is not the slightest sense of vulgarity, only a supreme nobility that cannot be desecrated. She was wearing an extremely gorgeous and complicated star blue imperial robe, embroidered with patterns of flowing galaxies and unknown powerful creatures. She simply sat there, without any movement or deliberate emanation of power, yet a boundless, overwhelming imperial pressure naturally enveloped the entire hall. Make all virtual beings subconsciously hold their breath and concentrate, feeling awe and submission. System scan. Name, Estella Starlight. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Supreme Level 9 Peak. Conquest degree, 0% unbound. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Seraphina stopped a kilometer away from the imperial throne and knelt on one knee respectfully. Your Majesty, Mr. Chinbin has been brought here. Chinbin just floated calmly in place, looking calmly at the Empress on the throne, and nodded slightly as a greeting. This neither humble nor arrogant attitude caused many virtual figures in the hall to feel a little agitated. The Queen Estella Xinghui's eyes, which contained the birth and death of stars, fell on Chenbin and looked at him carefully. There was scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of deep admiration in his eyes. After a moment, she slowly spoke, her voice as distant and majestic as the resonance of billions of stars, yet strangely pleasant to the ears. Chenbin. Just 2 words, yet they seemed to contain supreme authority, echoing throughout the entire hall. With your star domain level body, you independently killed the Mechanical Empire's venerable level judge, destroyed its vanguard fleet, protected the territory, and enhanced our nation's prestige. This achievement is very great. There wasn't much emotion in her voice, but the affirmation in it was unmistakable. Based on your achievements and potential, the Empire decides to grant you the following rewards. 1. You will be officially enthroned as the Empire's Star Domain Earl, enjoying all the privileges and fiefdoms that come with the corresponding title. 2nd, you will be awarded the Imperial Star Medal. With this medal, you can mobilize some resources within the Empire and enjoy temporary authority to meet officials 1 level higher. 3. Reward, Venerable, a universal resource planet. The coordinates have been sent. It is rich in various rare minerals and energy crystals. 4. Reward you with the latest model of Venerable strategic ship and its full crew, whose technological content far exceeds that of any Mechanical Empire warship you have ever seen. 5. You will be granted access to the Empire's below-level technology library, psychic skills library, and genetic enhancement library. The relevant physical rewards will be delivered to your territory within 3 standard cosmic days by the transport fleet dispatched by the Empire. Every item on this list of rewards is enough to make many important officials of the Empire present jealous. The generosity of the rewards far exceeds Seraphina's previous promise, which shows how much the Empire values Chenbin. Chenbin's face remained calm as he nodded again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Be calm in the face of praise or criticism. Empress Estella looked at him, her perfect lips curling up in an almost imperceptible arc. Very good. I look forward to you making greater contributions to the Empire in the future. The Empire never mistreats its true heroes. After saying this, her huge, majestic gaze moved away from Chun Bin, as if she was just completing a routine task. Seeing this, Serafina immediately gestured respectfully to Chin Bin, and the two of them slowly left this magnificent virtual palace. When his consciousness returned to reality, Chen Bin opened his eyes and found himself still lying on the soft couch in the villa, with the girls looking at him curiously beside him. The meeting in the virtual universe was brief and formal, but profoundly meaningful. Not only did he gain tangible and huge benefits, but more importantly, he was truly accepted and valued by a powerful cosmic civilization. And that Empress Estella Xinghui? Chen Bin recalled her peerless beauty and supreme temperament, and a barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 186: The City of Stunning Beauty. 3 days passed in a flash. The Empire's transport fleet arrived at the outer solar system on time, and its scale and technological level once again shocked all Earth scientists who saw them through observation equipment. The huge transport ship was like a moving asteroid. After obtaining Chen Bin's permission, it cautiously approached the lunar base. A series of handover tasks were completed efficiently. The Imperial Edict that officially conferred Chen Bin the title of Earl of the Star Domain, the Imperial Star Medal that contained special authority fluctuations. The first batch of detailed coordinates and data core disks of the Venerable Level Resource Planet were also delivered. Immediately afterwards, the latest model of Venerable Strategic Ship, which was the major reward, slowly entered the Earth's orbit. Its shape is somewhat similar to Serafina's Astropath battleship, but it is larger and more majestic, with a streamlined dark silver color. The surface of the ship is covered with energy conduits that are like living veins, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Its technological content is indeed far superior to the mechanical Empire warships that it had previously fought against. Just by floating there, it makes all of Blue Star's defense systems look like children's toys. The Empire even thoughtfully equipped the ship with a full set of crew members consisting of advanced intelligent AI and a few elite cyborgs, who absolutely obeyed Chen Bin's orders. At the same time, a small technical team of 10 professionals also came with the fleet. Their mission is to help Blue Star, a native planet that has just entered the interstellar era, establish a basic terminal matrix that can stably connect to the virtual universe network. As Serafina said before, the signal of the virtual universe network has already covered this star field, but the technology level of Blue Star itself is too backward. There simply is no equipment or technology capable of receiving, interpreting, and securely accessing this network. Forcing a connection would only cause Blue Star's network and all electronic equipment to instantly overload and burn out. These 10 technicians cleverly deployed several huge, golden ring-like space station-style terminal receivers in the synchronous orbit of Blue Star, and established a main control data center in Tianxia City. Their functions are similar to signal converters and buffers, reducing the dimension and processing the huge information flow of the virtual universe network. Then, through a relatively gentle approach, it will cover and be compatible with Blue Star's existing global network. The whole process took less than a day. When the main control data center finally started up and the golden light flowed through all terminal receivers, all network devices on the entire Blue Star, whether personal terminals, computers, or large servers, everyone instantly received an update notification: Virtual Universe Network Community Blue Star Area has been connected. For a time, it caused a global sensation. People were shocked to find that their network was no longer limited to the Earth, but was instantly connected to an unimaginable, vast, and boundless information universe. Although the current permissions are extremely low and can only access the most basic Blue Star Zone and a limited public information database, this is enough to make the entire civilization boil. The acquisition of knowledge, the exchange of technology, the broadening of horizons. Blue Star's development speed will enter an unimaginable fast lane as a result. After doing all this, the Imperial Transport Fleet and technical team politely said goodbye and left. Chen Bin stood on the terrace of Hentaying Garden, overlooking Tianxia City, which was full of new vitality due to its connection to the virtual universe, and the last bit of worry in his heart was put aside. The foundation of Blue Star has been laid. With the barrier laid by Fei Yi, the initial connection to the virtual universe, and the resources and skills he left behind, safety and development are no longer a concern. It's time to explore your own sea of stars. He turned around and looked at the women behind him who were ready to go. Nangongyu, Suyu, Suya, Linwei, Linyu, Sun Xiaoting, Lu Huilan, Tongyan, Tongmei, Huomeier, Lingqingxiu, Linwangu, Yinhua, Jinyao, Jinxi, Yinmiao, Fengqingwu, Longqingxue, Feiluo, 1-12. And Fei, who was lazily leaning on the sofa. All his women will go with him to the new territory. They boarded the venerable strategic ship named Jusei. The huge battleship's engine started, tearing through space and making an ultra-long distance jump, leaving the solar system and heading towards the territory that had been assigned to him: the Tianhe star region, the Andromeda star region, and the Triangulum star region. Based on the information provided by the Empire and Chen Bin's own wishes, he established his ruling center in the core of the Andromeda star field, Venus Prime. The reason for choosing this place is not only because it is the most prosperous, economically developed and strategically important planet among the three major star regions. Moreover, there is a casual remark in the imperial data, Andromeda star region, due to its historical origins and unique cultural environment. It is recognized as the star field with the highest production rate of beauties and the highest average appearance value in the Empire, and its core star Venus is even known as the City of Stunning Beauty. When the Hope expedition completed its jump, emerged from the dark space, and hovered in the synchronous orbit of Venus Prime, even the knowledgeable Chen Bin and his women were attracted by the scene before them. This is a huge planet that is 10,000 times larger than the Earth. Its surface is covered with vast blue oceans and emerald green and violet land. Countless pearl-like suspended ecological cities float in the atmosphere, and glittering transportation shuttles shuttle between these cities like streams. The planet itself is protected by an extremely large, complex, and sophisticated planetary energy shield system. Countless huge starports, defense platforms, and docks surrounded like satellites, presenting a scene of extremely advanced technological civilization. The arrival of the Zhushwang had already been recognized through signals, and the Space Control Center of Venus main star sent respectful guidance instructions and a grand welcome virtual projection. Under guidance, the battleship slowly sailed towards the largest and most magnificent starport above the planet's equator, Fairy Wings. Shenbin stood in front of the huge porthole of the bridge, overlooking the planet below that was about to become the base of his power. His eyes were calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Andromeda, the city of stunning beauty? His career as an interstellar lord officially began. Chapter 187: All Beauties. The hatch opened, and a corridor bridge gleaming with energy extended out. Shenbin walked out first, followed by a group of women with different styles and equally stunning looks. As soon as they appeared, they were slightly shocked by the scene before them. On both sides of the covered bridge, 2 rows of welcoming teams stood in neat rows. These 2 lines of people, as well as all the reception officials on the platform further away, were all women. Moreover, she is a woman of unimaginable beauty. They are generally over 3 meters tall, with slender and plump figures, perfectly balancing strength and beauty. Most of their skin is as delicate as the finest pearls, with a healthy radiance, and some even have a faint starlight or a soft angelic halo. The most eye-catching thing is that almost all of them have 1 or more pairs of huge wings spread out behind them. Feathers can be as white as snow, as black as night, as bright as gold, as blue as the sea, or as brilliant as a rainbow. Wings or wings of light of various colors and shapes fluttered gently, scattering bits of crystal light dust, making the entire welcoming scene look like an angel temple in mythology. Their looks are all peerless, some are noble and cold, some are gentle and friendly, some are heroic, and some are charming and graceful. The subtle differences brought by racial characteristics not only do not detract from the points, but instead add countless exotic styles and extreme temptations. They wore the imperial officials' uniforms that were tailored to their figures and yet dignified, and they brought the charm of abstinence and temptation to the extreme. This place is simply a visual paradise. The ultimate feast of beauty. Although the women behind Shenbin were all extremely beautiful, seeing so many beauties of the same level, or even more impressive in some aspects, gathered together, he couldn't help but marvel at it, and at the same time subconsciously moved closer to Shenbin, revealing a sense of possession and vigilance. Shenbin glanced at the women in the lead, who were obviously the highest-ranking officials. The one in the middle has 3 pairs of pure and flawless snow-white wings, is nearly 3 meters and 5 inches tall, has blonde hair and blue eyes, and a face as noble and holy as a goddess in mythology. She holds a starlight scepter that symbolizes authority. System scan. Name: Angelica. Binding status: unbound. Appearance score: 99. Strength level: Galaxy level 9. Conquest degree: 0% unbound. Daily feedback: 0 o'clock. The one on the left had a pair of huge wings as deep as black velvet, black hair and red eyes, pale skin, and delicate features like a night elf, with a mysterious and dangerous charm. System scan. Name: Yeli Anyu. Binding status: unbound. Appearance score: 99. Strength level: Galaxy level 9. Conquest degree: 0% unbound. Daily feedback: 0 o'clock. The one on the right has a pair of dazzling colorful butterfly wings. She is relatively petite, but also over 3 meters tall. She has green hair and purple eyes, a sweet and lively smile, and is full of vitality. System scan. Name, Ella. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Galaxy level 9. Conquest degree, 0% unbound. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Just these three leading officials have achieved a full score of 99 points in terms of appearance. Their strength has also reached the 9th level of the Galaxy level. Chen Bin's heart moved slightly. This Andromeda star region was indeed worthy of its reputation. Your Excellency, Lord Chen Bin. The three white-winged beauties, Angelica, who led the group, bowed slightly. Their voices were as sweet as a hymn, filled with immense respect. I, Angelica, on behalf of all officials and citizens of Venus Prime and the entire Andromeda star region, warmly welcome you. Your presence is the supreme honor of this star field. Yili and Ella also bowed at the same time, their postures extremely elegant. Welcome, Your Excellency. Welcome to Venus, I hope you like it here. The two people's voices were one cold and mysterious, and the other lively and sweet. Chenbin nodded slightly, his eyes calmly sweeping over the dazzling array of stunning figures. Thank you all for welcoming us. Angelica stood up with a flawless and respectful smile on her face. Your Excellency, your governor's palace is ready. It is in the Cloud Temple. Please allow us to guide you and give you a brief introduction to Venus Prime along the way. Led by 399 stunningly beautiful high-ranking officials, Chen Bin and his women boarded an extremely luxurious floating limousine powered by pure energy. Surrounded by a group of angel officials, the convoy slowly drove out of the starport and flew towards the surface of the planet. What they saw along the way made Chen Bin and his team believe that this was a paradise of beauty. The people walking on the streets, regardless of gender, although the proportion of women is extremely high, are all good-looking far beyond the average human standard, and there is almost no ugliness to be seen. Among women, a very high proportion have wings, but the shape, color and number of the wings vary, making them the most beautiful moving scenery in the city. The architectural style is extremely gorgeous and artistic, with exquisite sculptures, fountains and hanging gardens everywhere. Finally, the convoy arrived at the Cloud Temple, a huge building complex located on the top of the highest mountain on Venus Prime, which seemed to be suspended in the sea of clouds. This is not only the official residence of the governor of the starfield, but also the administrative center of the entire Andromeda starfield. Stepping into the temple is like stepping into the kingdom of God. The tall dome murals depict legends of stars and angels. On both sides of the corridor stand female guards wearing exquisite armor, equally beautiful and with wings. Almost without exception, the officials who come and go to handle government affairs are all stunning beauties with extremely high looks, amazing figures, and various wings. When they saw Chen Bin and his group, they stopped what they were doing, bowed, their eyes filled with curiosity, awe, and scrutiny of the new master. Angelica led the way, smiling and introducing. Your Excellency, due to the unique environment of the Andromeda star region and its history, the bloodlines of its inhabitants have more or less incorporated some genes from the ancient Light Feather clan or related subspecies. Therefore, in terms of appearance, I wonder if it suits your taste. They are also the Empire's most outstanding administrative talents and will fully assist you in managing this beautiful star region. Chen Bin looked at the dreamlike scene before him. Countless stunning beauties saluted him like obedient subjects, and the air seemed to be filled with a faint, alluring fragrance. It fits. It fits perfectly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, an imperceptible arc. On the system panel, the unbound prompts and the high score of 99 points seemed to him like an extremely rich hunting ground waiting for him to explore and conquer. This is indeed a paradise. And he will be the only master of this paradise. Chapter 188. Do you want to improve your strength? Under the careful guidance of three stunning officials, Angelica, Yili and Ella, Chen Bin and his party visited the governor's office, which was as magnificent as the Palace of God. A strategic command center equipped with the Empire's most advanced virtual sandbox and computing core, as well as a huge database containing a large amount of information about the three major starfields and even the surrounding areas of the Empire. The three beautiful officials gave a detailed introduction and provided the most professional and patient answers to any questions Chen Bin had. Chen Bin also learned that Angelica was the chief administrative officer of the Andromeda star region and was in charge of internal affairs. Yili is responsible for intelligence and security. Ella is in charge of culture and people's livelihood. The three of them formed the Andromeda Star region's Supreme Executive Council, reporting directly to the governor. Afterwards, they took Chen Bin and his female relatives to the governor's private residence located in the deepest part of the Cloud Temple. This place is more like an independent small world than a residence.
The interior space utilizes advanced space expansion technology and is extremely vast, encompassing a variety of living areas with different styles, meditation rooms, ecological gardens, and even leisure areas that simulate the environments of different planets. The decoration is extremely luxurious and technological, and countless smart butler robots are on standby at all times to meet all needs.
Your Excellency, this is your home in Venus.
If you need anything, please feel free to tell us through the terminal. Angelica smiled with perfect courtesy, bowed and left together with Yili and Ella, leaving the space to Chen Bin and his women. In the following days, Chen Bin and his group began to slowly integrate into the life on the main planet of Venus.
Chen Bin spends part of his time every day handling star domain affairs.
The three major star domains are vast, and although most affairs are handled by a mature administrative system, there are still many matters that require decisions from him as the supreme ruler. With his strong mental strength and learning ability, he quickly got the hang of it. His women each found something of interest. Suyu, Tongyan, and others were addicted to the battle arena in the virtual universe.
Lin Wangu and Nangong Yu showed great interest in the Empire's technology library.
Suya, Linwei, and Linyu liked to visit the beautiful scenery all over Venus' main star. Sun Xiaoting and Lu Huilan began to study the Empire's miraculous genetic drugs and beauty technologies. Chen Bin's contacts with the three highest officials, Angelica, Yili, and Ella, became more frequent. They often need to report their work to Chen Bin and accompany him to inspect major projects and bases within the starfield. As the contact increases, we become more familiar with each other. Chen Bin admired their abilities in beauty, and they were increasingly in awe of Chen Bin's strength, decisiveness, and the powerful aura he occasionally exuded. The law of the universe is that the strong are respected. Chen Bin's record of defeating the Venerable with his star-level body has long been spread through imperial channels and is no longer a secret among the top leaders of this starfield.
For Angelica and the others, being able to follow such a strong person is an unparalleled honor and opportunity.
That day, after Chen Bin finished some necessary official business, he stood on the highest observation deck of the Cloud Temple, overlooking the magnificent scenery of the rolling sea of clouds below and the suspended cities dotted like pearls in between. There was a sound of soft footsteps accompanied by the subtle sound of wings fluttering in the wind.
Chen Bin didn't look back, but he knew who was coming. Your Excellency. Angelica, Yeli, and Ella walked behind him and bowed slightly. After spending some time together, although they remained respectful, the atmosphere between them became a little more familiar. The scenery here is always refreshing no matter how many times I see it.
Angelica said softly, her snow-white wings folding slightly behind her. Yes, it is most appropriate that the Empire entrusts this beautiful star field to you. Ella smiled, blinking her lively purple eyes. Chen Bin turned around, his eyes sweeping over the three stunning beauties with different styles but equally stunning, and smiled slightly. You are good at management. After chatting for a while, the topic unconsciously turned to cultivation. Angelica sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and longing barely concealed on her noble and holy face. To be honest with you, Your Excellency, Yeli, Ella, and I have all been stuck at the bottleneck of the 9th galaxy level for over 1,000 years. My understanding of the laws seems to have reached its limit. It feels like it's within reach, but the barrier leading to the star field level remains insurmountable.
It seems like it's an eternity away.
Yili also nodded slightly, her black wings retracted, and a trace of loneliness flashed in her red eyes. Star domain level is a huge watershed.
Countless geniuses have never been able to make it this far in their entire lives. Although we have a long lifespan, if we cannot break through, one day we will.
Although Ella still had a smile on her face, her eyes were filled with longing. If I can break through to the star domain level, my life level will leap, and my strength and control over the laws will undergo a qualitative change. Chen Bin listened to their stories, his eyes wandering over their beautiful faces and impressive figures. Suddenly, he spoke, his tone calm but with a hint of inexplicable meaning.
You guys, really want to break through to the star domain level that much?
The three of them were stunned at the same time, and then answered in unison without hesitation, of course. Chen Bin raised a meaningful smile. He took a step forward and looked into Angelica's deep blue eyes, Yili's mysterious red eyes, and Ella's lively purple eyes. His voice was low and contained a hint of temptation. If you really want it, then, come to my bedroom tonight. His gaze seemed to carry a warmth of substance as it swept over their amazingly curvy bodies, and the hint was self-evident. After saying this, without waiting for the three people to react, Chen Bin's figure seemed to blend into the air and quietly disappeared on the observation deck. Only three stunningly beautiful officials were left standing there, staring at each other in bewilderment. Their faces did not show the shame or panic that ordinary women would have when being teased, but rather astonishment, contemplation, and a hint of indescribable throbbing. They have lived for a long time and have broad knowledge, so they naturally understand the most straightforward meaning of Chen Bin's words. The three of them were silent for a moment, without communicating, and each turned into a stream of light and flew away from the observation deck. It was obvious that they all needed time to think about this important decision alone. That night, in Chen Bin's private bedroom. The luxury and comfort here are far beyond imagination, as if the entire starry sky and the highest level of enjoyment are concentrated here. Chen Bin was half lying on a sofa as wide as a cloud bed. Long Qingxue sat coldly on his left, letting him play with her cold hair. Feng Qinggu leaned charmingly on his right, feeding a peeled spiritual fruit into his mouth. Some girls like Su Yu and Tong Yan massaged his shoulders, some stroked his calves, and some brought him fine wine. They did everything in an extremely erotic way. At this moment, the magnificent door of the bedroom was pushed open silently. A figure appeared at the door. Chapter 189, Capturing Angelica. It was Angelica. She had obviously prepared carefully. She changed out of her serious official uniform and put on a flowing, almost transparent star-shaped gauze dress that perfectly outlined her amazing curves of 3 meters and 5 feet tall. The pair of huge and full peaks are faintly visible under the gauze, full of amazing temptation. The long legs stood straight, and the 3 pairs of snow-white wings seemed to be slightly folded and trembling due to nervousness. There was a hint of determination and a faint blush on her holy face, and her blue eyes were filled with complex emotions, but she looked at Chen Bin firmly. When she saw this extremely erotic scene in the bedroom, her eyes flickered, but she was not too surprised or retreated. She just took a deep breath. Chen Bin waved his hand, and the women understood. They all retreated to the side hall with ambiguous smiles, leaving the main space to the two of them. "My lord," Angelica's voice was a little deeper and hoarser than usual, with a barely perceptible tremor, "I am here." Chen Bin still lazily leaned on the cloud bed, admiring the seductive appearance of this holy angel at the moment, and smiled. "It seems that you have already made your choice. Then, you should also know what kind of price you need to pay to gain power." Angelica met his gaze and slowly stepped forward. As she got closer, the oppressive feeling of her height and the impact of her stunningly beautiful face became stronger and stronger. She nodded, her voice firm. "I know, as long as I can really break through, I am willing to pay any price." The bottleneck of 1,000 years has made it impossible for her to wait any longer. "Very good." Chen Bin smiled with satisfaction and stood up. Even though he was tall and straight, he still looked a little petite standing in front of Angelica, who was 3 meters and 5 inches tall. But this difference in body size creates a peculiar tension. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed his fingertips across the smooth, satiny, warm and tight skin of her thighs. The touch was amazingly wonderful. Angelica's body trembled slightly, and her wings shook even more violently, but she did not dodge. Instead, she closed her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, tacitly accepting his behavior. Chen Bin led the holy angel, who was much taller than him, towards the huge cloud bed. The following process is full of extreme visual and perceptual impact. Although Angelica came forward on her own initiative, she obviously didn't have much experience and was awkward and nervous. Chen Bin is like the most experienced helmsman, steering this huge and perfect ship and exploring unknown areas. Her long and huge legs were enough to easily hug several Chen Bins, but now they were resting weakly on the edge of the cloud bed, trembling slightly. Her breathtakingly full breast swayed with her movements, seeming to drown people. Holiness and desire intertwined on her face, forming a maddening charm. The suppressed moans she occasionally couldn't help but let out were like the most sacred hymns tinged with eroticism, which could easily ignite the fire of conquest in any man. Although Chen Bin is much smaller than her, his powerful strength and superb skills allow him to completely control the rhythm. He deeply felt the sense of being wrapped and oppressed by this huge and perfect body. It was an incomparable new experience. I don't know how long it took. Bite. Bound target, Angelica. Appearance score, 99. Level, Galaxy Level 9. Conquest degree, 10%. Daily feedback, 10 rule points. The long-lost system prompt sound rang out. Angelica's snow-white skin was flushed with an attractive blush, and her huge wings were spread out somewhat weakly on the specially customized bed. Her blue eyes were shimmering with water, and there was a lingering blur after the passion. She felt the strength in her body, but found that her cultivation had not improved significantly. She looked at Chen Bin beside her with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chen Bin played with a strand of her long golden hair, feeling its silky touch, and said with a smile, "Why rush? One time is not enough?"
We need to do it a few times. Only by dripping water can we wear away the stone.
At this moment, Fei, who had been lying lazily on the soft couch in the hall outside the palace, had a playful smile on his face. With a flick of her fingertips, a wisp of pink mist, so fine that it was almost imperceptible, penetrated the wall and silently merged into the air of the bedroom. This mist, which contains the origin of desire and the law of life, quietly affects the two people in the bedroom. It not only greatly enhances their mutual pleasure and harmony, but also acts as a top-level catalyst. For the next 10 days, Angelica hardly left Shinbin's bedroom.
Partying day and night.
Under the covert help of various indescribable extreme experiences and the Scarlet Night Law, Angelica's physical and mental defenses were completely breached. She was immersed in the unprecedented, extreme joy and fulfillment of both soul and body, and her dependence and infatuation with Shenbin grew day by day. 10 days later. When Angelica walked out of the bedroom again, her temperament had subtly changed. The original holiness and majesty of being high above were still there, but there was a hint of fully nourished charm between her brows.
The look she gave Shenbin was full of undisguised obsession, obedience, and love.
Although her strength had not yet directly broken through to the star domain level, she could clearly feel that countless cracks had appeared in that indestructible barrier.
The power in the body becomes extremely active, and the understanding of the law of light is clearer than ever before. The breakthrough is just a matter of time.
This is even greater than her achievements in the past 1,000 years. But her body and mind had already completely fallen.
Angelica. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 99. Level, Galaxy Level 9. Conquest degree, 100%.
Daily feedback, rule of 50 points. Shenbin looked at the female officer with light wings in front of him who had completely submitted to him with satisfaction.
Gaining a powerful and outstanding person with unlimited potential is only one of the benefits.
The stable daily income of law points and the convenience brought by completely controlling the highest administrative official of the Andromeda Star region are the greater gains.
Angelica knelt gently in front of Shenbin.
Although she was much taller than Shenbin, she looked extremely gentle and humble. She said respectfully in a voice that was a little hoarse and magnetic, "Master."
Angelica, I will always be your most loyal servant.
She knew that from the moment she stepped into this bedroom, she was no longer just an official of the Empire, but also the unique private property of the man in front of her. And she was willing.
Chapter 189 Yili. Early morning. Shenbin walked out of the bedroom refreshed, followed by Angelica, who looked radiant and had an indescribable charm between her eyebrows. She was still wearing the chief administrative officer's uniform, but her temperament was completely different from before. Her holiness was mixed with the tenderness and gentleness of being completely conquered. The look she gave Shenbin's back was full of undisguised obsession and awe. The two of them came together to the governor's office in the Cloud Temple, which was as magnificent as a palace in the kingdom of God. Shenbin began to handle today's government affairs. Angelica stood by his side, like the most competent secretary and consultant, organizing documents for him and providing advice, more efficiently than ever before. But whenever Shenbin's eyes swept over her, her fair cheeks would turn slightly red, and her eyes would be evasive but filled with desire. During a break in the morning work, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Shenbin didn't even raise his head. The door opened, and Yili and Ella appeared at the door. They came for routine briefings on intelligence departments and cultural development. The two women walked in, and their eyes immediately fell on Angelica, who was standing beside Shenbin. As powerful beings at the same high-level star domain level, they keenly sensed that Angelica's aura was completely different from yesterday. Although her strength level did not break through directly, the aura of the law of light lingering around her became purer and more active, and even carried a hint of indescribable, heart-pounding depth. It was as if the power hidden in her body was surging violently before undergoing some kind of qualitative change. More importantly, they sensed from Angelica an unprecedented aura of absolute obedience and infatuation towards that man. That aura, mixed with the lust that had not yet completely faded between her eyebrows, made Yili and Ella, who were also women, understand something instantly. The two women exchanged a look of shock yet a hint of understanding. After reporting their work, everyone came out. Yili's mysterious red eyes gave Angelica a deep look, and she asked softly in her uniquely cold voice, hinting at something. "Angelica, have you gone to see the adults?" Angelica's beautiful face flushed even more when she heard this. She didn't avoid the gaze, but instead raised her head bravely, meeting the gazes of her two colleagues, and nodded gently. A hint of pride and happiness flashed in her blue eyes. "Yes, my lord." He has given me benefits that I can't even imagine.
She didn't say it explicitly, but the three of them knew what the benefit was. Yili and Ella fell silent again, looking with complicated eyes at the young earl who was concentrating on a document and seemed to be indifferent to their conversation. His profile was clearly defined and his aura was unfathomable. The rumors about the Reverend Nijan and the visible changes that had taken place in Angelica lingered in their minds like a curse.
1,000-year bottleneck. Is it really possible to break it in this way? The huge temptation and a sense of competition that wanted to be outdone grew wildly in their hearts. That night,
the door to Chen Bin's private bedroom was silently pushed open again.
This time, it was Yili who appeared at the door.
She also changed out of her usual mysterious and stern intelligence officer uniform and wore a tight black fishtail dress that shimmered like stars in the dark night. This long skirt outlines her 3-meter-tall night elf-like figure breathtakingly, especially the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio and plump and perky buttocks, which form an extremely attractive curve when wrapped in the slim fishtail skirt. Her black wings were slightly folded, and she seemed a little nervous. Her pale skin seemed to glow with jade in the dim light. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with tension, determination, and a hint of deep desire. She saw Chen Bin lazily lying on the cloud bed in the bedroom, and Angelica, wearing a transparent gauze skirt, was kneeling beside the bed, massaging Chen Bin's calves with her holy face and gentle posture. Seeing Yili come in, Angelica paused slightly and gave her an encouraging and understanding smile. Yili took a deep breath and walked in with her long legs tightly wrapped in her fishtail skirt. The black high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the smooth ground.
"Sir."
Her voice was hoarser than usual, with a hint of charm. Chen Bin raised his eyes, unconcealedly admiring Yili's beauty, which was completely different from Angelica's and full of dark temptation. Especially the breasts that appear even bigger and fuller under the tight skirt, and the breathtaking waist and hip curves.
"It seems that you have figured it out."
Chen Bin smiled slightly and patted the seat beside him.
Yili walked over. She was not as shy as Angelica at first.
Instead, she knelt down on the large cloud bed with a determination to burn her boats. The black fishtail skirt was split open, revealing her huge long legs with perfect lines, which were also wrapped in black stockings. Chen Bin stretched out his hand and ran his fingertips across her cold and smooth skin, feeling the temptation of the dark night that was completely different from the holiness of Guangyi. Yili's body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be flames burning in her red eyes. She bent down on her own initiative, her black hair falling down, intertwining with Chen Bin's breath.
The following process was filled with a different style from that of Angelica. Yili is more like a rose with thorns.
Beneath her cold and mysterious appearance, she seems to be hiding a more passionate and wild heart. I don't know how long it took.
Bite. Bound target, Yili. Appearance score, 99. Level, Galaxy Level 9. Conquest degree, 15%.
Daily feedback, 10 rule points. Yili collapsed on the cloud bed, her red eyes staring blankly at the gorgeous dome, breathing heavily, her pale skin covered with a charming blush. She could clearly feel that the power of darkness and shadow laws in her body, which had been dormant for thousands of years, was now as active as boiling magma, and that indestructible barrier was really loosened.
Chen Bin stroked her sweaty black hair and smiled. "How does it feel?"
Yili suddenly came back to her senses.
"My lord, Yili. I am willing to give you everything."
Her voice was filled with unprecedented excitement and submission. In the next few days, Yili, like Angelica before her, quickly fell into ruin both physically and mentally. A few days later, when Yili appeared in the executive council again, the changes in her were equally obvious. That cold and mysterious temperament was mixed with the lazy charm of being fully nourished, and she carried out Chen Bin's orders more thoroughly and relentlessly than ever before. Her strength was also on the verge of a breakthrough.
Yili. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 99. Level, Galaxy Level 9. Conquest degree, 100%.
Daily feedback, rule of 50 points.
Now, there is only one left. Chapter 191, All Conquered, Zerg.
Ella watched the earth-shaking changes that took place in her two friends, felt their increasingly powerful aura, almost half a foot into the star level, and the undisguised admiration and love they expressed when talking about Chen Bin. She couldn't sit still any longer.
It was the second night after Yili completely surrendered.
The door to Chen Bin's bedroom was pushed open for the third time. This time, standing at the door was Ella, who was as lively and agile as a forest elf. She changed into a vibrant emerald green miniskirt, the hem of which barely covered her perky buttocks, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs wrapped in green stockings.
The colorful butterfly wings behind her fluttered rapidly due to nervousness, scattering brilliant light powder. She had green hair, purple eyes, and a sweet face, but at this moment, she was filled with immense determination and shyness. "Sir!" Her voice was still sweet, but trembling. Ella also wants to come, to seek your guidance." Shenbin looked at the butterfly-winged beauty who was the last to arrive, full of energy and temptation, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His hunting grounds were gradually being brought under his complete control. Tonight will be another sleepless night. A few days later, Ella was completely conquered, from body to soul. On this day, Shenbin was in the governor's office of the Cloud Temple, listening to Angelica's report on an emerging cultural and arts festival in the Starfield, when Yili's figure appeared at the door in a somewhat hurried manner. Her expression was solemn, even with a rare hint of nervousness. "Master, Angelica." Yili walked in quickly, not even having time to salute, and said directly, "Urgent military information. The deep space detection array we deployed at the edge of the starfield has returned the highest alert." She waved her hand, and a huge virtual light screen unfolded in the center of the office. What was displayed on the light screen was a distant, desolate galaxy located on the edge of the Andromeda star region. At this moment, this galaxy is being submerged by a terrifying shadow that stretches as far as the eye can see and is like a tide. That's the Zerg. Countless Zerg units of various shapes and ferocious appearances formed an overwhelming army and were advancing towards the interior of the Andromeda star region at an alarming speed. Their number is too great to be counted, like a moving, all-devouring sea of death. It can be seen that some small rocky planets were swept by the insect tide and were eaten up in a short period of time, without even a trace of residue left. Some gas giants are also wrapped by special Zerg units that look like giant jellyfish, frantically extracting the hydrogen and helium resources inside. Wherever they passed, all matter and energy were plundered, leaving only absolute silence and nothingness. The huge amounts of energy and matter that were devoured and plundered were then transported across space through some unknown Zerg network. It continuously transmits towards the deepest part of the insect swarm, a huge shadow emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. This is. Shenbin's eyes grew sharp. Although he had learned about the Zerg through the virtual universe, he was still shocked when he saw a Zerg swarm of such a scale with his own eyes. Zerg army. Yili's voice was a little dry. Based on the energy reaction and propulsion speed, their vanguard will officially enter the Andromeda star region in 3 days at most. At this scale and speed of plunder, if they are not stopped, the entire Andromeda star region will be devoured by them. Zerg? Shenbin frowned slightly. Tell me everything you know about the Zerg, especially this invasion. Angelica also looked at Yili nervously. Yili took a deep breath and quickly explained, the Zerg is one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the universe. They are not civilizations in the conventional sense. They are more like swarms of biological weapons that absolutely obey the will of the Queen. Zerg Queen. Yili's tone was filled with fear. It's the core and brain of the Zerg. They possess incredibly powerful creative and gene-regulating abilities. With enough energy and matter, a single queen can, in a very short time, hatch a massive Zerg army capable of flooding a galaxy. Theoretically, there's no upper limit to their number. Based on the energy fluctuation patterns and the type of vanguard Zerg that invaded our Andromeda star region this time, it seems the Zerg Queen, who has reached the star region level, is behind it. Star-level Queen? Shenbin's eyes narrowed. Yes. Yili nodded heavily. The Star Domain Queen is extremely terrifying. It may not be good at direct combat, but the Zerg army it can hatch will include terrifying star-level Zerg units. And countless galaxy-level and planetary-level Zerg species. They plunder everything, devour everything, and transform resources into more armies, endlessly. Until they completely devour a star field, or the Queen is beheaded. The screen switches to show several typical powerful Zerg units. There are giant destroyers that are the size of small battleships, have thick shells, and can spray destructive energy beams. There are blade predators that are as fast as ghosts, with forelimbs as sharp as sickles, and can easily tear through the armor of warships. There are psionic nests that are like floating fortresses, capable of releasing large-scale mental shockwaves to disrupt or even control the enemy's mind. There are also many more auxiliary, transport, and suicide-destructive Zergs with strange shapes and functions. They form an efficient and terrifying killing ecosystem. Finally, the light screen locked onto the deepest part of the Zerg tide, a huge shadow guarded by countless powerful Zerg units. It can be vaguely seen that it seems to be an extremely large biological structure like a living nest. And in the core of the nest, through energy induction and amplification, a vague female outline with thrilling curves can be vaguely seen. She seemed to be connected by countless biological pipes, like a sleeping queen, constantly absorbing energy and creating terrifying Zerg armies. Although one cannot clearly see its specific features, the unique aura that combines the sacred, the strange, the maternal, and the destructive, as well as the stunningly perfect curves, leave no doubt that its true form must be a being of unparalleled beauty. A kind of extremely dangerous beauty that represents one of the ultimate destructions of the universe. Star-level Zerg Queen. Chen Bin's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Instead of fear, his eyes flashed with a hint of strong interest and desire to conquer. A queen who can produce unlimited troops? If you can conquer. He looked at the terrifying swarm of insects on the light screen, and a cold arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Pass the order down, all troops on level 1 combat readiness. Activate all interstellar fortresses and defense platforms. Open access to the Empire's A rank and below weapon depots and arm all combat units. Also, Chen Bin's eyes swept over Angelica and Yili. I will go to the front line myself. Let me go meet this Zerg Queen with a big appetite. Chapter 192 Beauty. 3 days later, at the border of the Andromeda Star region, in the cold void outside the Kuiper Belt. This place was originally dotted with countless frozen asteroids and comets, but now it has become the frontier of death. The Andromeda Star region's defense fleet has already been on full alert, forming several indestructible lines of defense. Billions of warships, from the swift and agile Sky Patrol destroyer, to the powerful Meteor-class battleship, to the mobile fortress-like Planetary Rampart-class mothership. Their armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the light of distant stars, and countless gun barrels and launchers had been fully charged, emitting destructive energy fluctuations. Between these manned warships are even larger groups of unmanned warships and automated defense platforms. Like loyal worker bees, they form a dense firepower network. And at the end of all the warships, floating like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, is Chen Bin's flagship, the huge, elegant yet deadly strategic ship Jusei. In contrast, tens of millions of kilometers away, the originally dark starry sky is being covered by a constantly wriggling and expanding living carpet. Zerg Army. They were not in neat formations, but a chaotic, violent, yet terrifyingly efficient biological frenzy. The two sides were separated by a long distance, but in terms of the scale of interstellar warfare, this was already within the effective range. Attention all units. The target has entered maximum range. Free fire. Repeat, free fire. Angelica's calm voice spread throughout the army through the command network. She sat in the deputy command position of the Jusei, assisting Chen Bin in commanding the overall situation. The moment the order was given. On the Andromeda Star region defense line, it seemed as if countless cold stars lit up in an instant. A dazzling light burst out from the muzzle of the giant main gun of the Meteor-class battleship, and a thick beam of high-energy particles was like a whip of God, tearing through the void at almost the speed of light and rushing straight towards the insect swarm. The Sky Patroller destroyer ejected dense plasma balls like rain. These energy spheres containing terrifyingly high temperatures traveled a long distance and formed a covering attack. Countless unmanned attack aircraft swarmed out like a swarm of bees, firing deadly laser beams and micro-energy bombs. The automated defense platforms released large-scale gravitational shock waves and space-tearing bombs in an attempt to disrupt the Zerg's formation and advance speed. The Jusei even displayed its terrifying firepower. Its bow secondary gun, a supergiant pulse annihilation cannon named Hongyan based on the characteristics of Jusei. It slowly lit up, and the condensed energy distorted the surrounding space. Then, a dark red energy torrent with a diameter comparable to a small asteroid roared out. Even light was swallowed up wherever it passed, and it slammed into the densest area of the insect swarm with the momentum to annihilate everything. Faced with this terrifying long-range firepower that is enough to destroy a galaxy, the Zerg army also showed their terrifying side. Those giant destroyers were like mobile artillery pieces. Their thick biological shells opened up, revealing the honeycomb-shaped biological energy chambers underneath. The next moment, countless beams of pale green bioplasma containing strong corrosive and decomposition energy spurted out like a countercurrent waterfall. It collided with the incoming energy beam, exploding into clusters of brilliant and deadly energy fireworks in the void of tens of millions of kilometers. Some are even larger, spore-spurting creatures that resemble swollen jellyfish. They pump their bodies and spray out countless microscopic spores that are barely noticeable to the naked eye. These spores can travel at high speeds in a vacuum. Once they approach a warship in the Andromeda star field, they will explode violently, or attach themselves to the shield to continuously consume energy, or even try to drill through the armor to cause internal damage. Those psychic hives gathered together, their huge tentacles dancing, and jointly released invisible but powerful psychic interference waves, trying to penetrate the warship's shield, directly affecting the minds of the crew inside, and creating chaos and panic. What's more, it can deflect or even rebound some attacks with weaker energy beams. The most daunting thing is the Zerg's response strategy. The ones rushing to the front are often the largest number of cannon fodder units, who use their bodies to consume the first round of firepower from the Andromeda Star region. The remains and even the dissipated energy of those shattered and vaporized Zerg units will be quickly devoured and absorbed by other Zergs behind them, with almost no waste. While enduring fierce artillery fire, they continued to fight to survive. Although the overall advancement speed of the insect swarm was slightly slowed down by the fierce firepower, it was unwavering. They are like an unstoppable tide of death. Every step forward is accompanied by the death of countless Zergs and the birth of more Zergs in the rear. Wherever they passed, those floating asteroids, frozen celestial bodies, and even some probes were covered, decomposed, and swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the insect swarm, turning into part of the insect swarm's energy. The long-range exchange of fire lasted for several hours, and the void was filled with endless explosive light and energy turbulence, like a never-ending cosmic fireworks show, but each firework represented extreme destruction. The firepower of the Andromeda Star region is very strong. Each salvo can clear out a large area of Zerg. But the number of Zerg seemed endless. As soon as a piece of land was cleared, more would immediately surge up from behind to fill the gap. The battle line is being advanced slowly but irreversibly. Master, there are too many of them. Conventional firepower cannot effectively curb their advance. If this continues, the Vanguard Zerg will be in close combat within a day. Yili looked at the constantly updated data on the tactical screen and reported to Chen Bin in a serious tone. The Zerg's fearlessness of death and their ability to even use the corpses of their companions to replenish energy make it difficult for any commander. Chen Bin stood in front of the porthole of the Jusei Bridge, looking at the terrifying swarm of insects in the distance that were constantly wriggling forward in the light of the explosion, his eyes cold. He could feel that in the deepest part of the Zerg tide, that cold and powerful will was calmly directing everything, using a large number of low-level Zerg to consume his strength. It seems that this level of long-range bombardment is not satisfying enough. Chen Bin said calmly, a cold smile on his lips. Order, the fleet maintain suppressive fire. Peerless, main gun attack. Chapter 193 Confidant. Chen Bin's order was instantly transmitted to the intelligent core of Jusei through the mental link. This huge venerable class strategic ship slightly adjusted its posture, and the area around the supergiant pulse annihilation cannon known as Confidant on the bow. The space began to twist violently, as if the bow of the ship itself was collapsing inward, forming a dark vortex that swallowed up all the light. Countless complex and profound energy patterns lit up on the huge gun body, and the tremendous energy transmitted from the energy cores throughout the hull rushed into the main gun energy storage device like 100 rivers returning to the sea. The energy fluctuations were so strong that even the Andromeda warships guarding the surrounding area retreated involuntarily, fearing that they would be affected by the escaping power. The entire battlefield seemed to be frozen for a moment because of the charging of the Knowing Friend main gun. Even the cold will at the core of the Zerg swarm surging in the distance seemed to have sensed the fatal threat, and it let out a silent scream, ordering more Zerg units to rush forward, trying to offset the impending destructive blow with numbers. Charging complete. Confidant Pulse Annihilation Cannon, firing authority confirmed Earl Chen Bin. The prompt sound of the intelligent core rang out. Chen Bin fixed his cold gaze on the area where the Zerg tide was densest and where the most star-level Zerg lords gathered, and slowly uttered a word. Put. There was no deafening roar, only a low humming sound as if the universe itself was groaning. The dark vortex that swallowed up the light at the bow of the Jusei suddenly lit up, spewing out a torrent of energy that could not be described in color and seemed to contain the ultimate nothingness of the universe. The diameter of this torrent is not particularly exaggerated, perhaps only 1/10 the size of the moon, but the energy level and destructive power it contains make all those who perceive its existence tremble in their souls. It silently cut through tens of millions of kilometers of void. Wherever it passed, the space itself seemed to be completely deleted, leaving behind a track of pure nothingness that could not be bridged for a long time. Anything that stands in this path, whether it is an asteroid, energy aftermath, or even sporadic photons, will instantly disappear and return to complete nothingness. The next second, this torrent representing annihilation slammed heavily into the endless tide of insects. There was no explosion. There is no fire. Only, complete, absolute disappearance. With the impact point as the center, an indescribable blank area instantly appeared and expanded rapidly outward. Within this range, no matter if they were densely packed cutters as small as fighter planes, or giant destroyers as big as battleships with thick shells, or floating psychic nests that released psychic shocks. Even the Zerg Lord, whose size is comparable to that of a planet, emitting terrifying star field level fluctuations, and whose appearance is like a giant crustacean lobster. Everything. Whether it is flesh and blood, carapace, energy, or mental fluctuations. As long as it is a Zerg unit existing in this blank area, no matter its strength is low-level cannon fodder or starfield level. The moment they come into contact with the torrent of annihilation, the concept of their existence is fundamentally erased. Not even the most basic particles are left, as if they had never existed. This torrent of annihilation continued to penetrate the insect swarm, plowing out a pure vacuum zone with a huge diameter and an incalculable length. Just this one main gun salvo. According to the instant statistics of the Ju-Se Intelligent Core, more than 300 million galaxy-level Zerg units of various types evaporated. More than 10 million star-level Zerg lords and high-level units disappeared. As for the low-level Zerg below the planetary and stellar levels, they are like pencil marks erased by an eraser. Their number is impossible to count, and is in the billions or even trillions. The results of this attack even exceeded the total firepower of the entire Andromeda fleet that had been fired for several hours. The boundless swarm of insects seemed to have been dug out by an invisible giant hand of the universe, leaving a short, huge gap. The advancing momentum of the insect swarm was abruptly interrupted, and even local chaos and stagnation occurred. Inside the bridge of the Ju-Se, all the personnel, including Angelica, Yili, and Ella, had long known the power of the Venerable-class strategic ship. But witnessing such a devastating scene with his own eyes still shocked him beyond words, and he looked at Chen Bin's back with infinite awe. Chen Bin stood on the bridge of the Ju-Se ship, looking at the tremendous results achieved by the main gun Hongyan, his eyes still cold. Although the scale of the insect swarm was severely reduced, the endless replenishment from the rear was still frightening. "How is the main gun charging?" Chen Bin asked. Reporting to the master, the Confidant's Pulse Annihilation Cannon has a highly efficient cooling system, allowing for rapid bursts of fire. However, continuous firing will place a significant strain on the ship's energy core. A maximum of 3 full power shots can be made, after which a long cooldown period will be required. The intelligent core responded quickly. "That's enough." Chen Bin raised his lips with a cold arc. Lock onto the densest area of the subsequent insect swarm, 3 bursts of fire. The heart-pounding dark vortex lit up again on the bow of the Ju-Se ship. Boom! 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 3 energy torrents representing absolute annihilation roared out again almost without a break, like the scythe of the god of death, slashing fiercely into the surging tide of insects again. Every shot tore a huge, pure vacuum scar on the endless, living carpet. Countless Zergs disappeared completely without even struggling. Those star-level Zerg lords who tried to gather energy or rely on their strong bodies to resist were equally fragile and vulnerable in the face of this destructive force that exceeded conventional laws. Their resistance melted like ice and snow in the sun. After 3 shots, the size of the insect swarm was visibly reduced by nearly 70%. In particular, the number of high-level Zergs decreased sharply, and the entire Zerg offensive stagnated, and even localized collapse and chaos occurred. The muzzle of the Knowing Friend's main gun turned red, emitting astonishing heat, and entered a forced cooling state. The energy shield of the Ju-Se itself also flickered slightly, and it was obvious that it was under great load. But the effect is significant. The road leading to the deepest part of the insect swarm has become much smoother, although there is still sporadic resistance. "Next, it's time to meet the queen hiding in the back," Chen Bin said lightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared directly from the bridge of the Ju-Se. The next moment, he had already used the laws of space to cross a long distance and appeared directly in the core area of the insect swarm. The scenery here is completely different from the outside. The number of Zerg around has dropped sharply, no longer an endless frenzy, but those that remain are almost all the elite. Looking around, there are still no less than 1 million Zerg units surrounding and guarding, but their weakest aura has reached the starfield level. Mixed among them were tens of thousands of star-level peak Zergs with extremely terrifying auras, even larger bodies, and clearly at the elite guard level. They have various shapes, some are like giant beasts covered with thick bone armor and with fangs. Some are slender and agile assassins with claws flashing with the cold light of the law. Others are psychic units that constantly emit mental interference ripples. They constitute the Zerg Queen's last and most powerful line of defense. And further away, although there are still a large number of low-level Zerg, they dare not approach this core area and can only squirm anxiously on the periphery, forming an endless background wall. There is no need to worry for the time being. Shenbin's sudden appearance instantly caused a riot among all the elite Zerg in this core area. Roars. Screams. Countless murderous gazes and energy waves instantly locked onto him. However, Chen Bin's gaze penetrated the terrifying defense line formed by millions of star-level Zergs and fell directly on the existence in the center. It was a creature's nest of unimaginable size. Its scale even exceeds that of an ordinary planet, as if it is made up of countless dark purple, wriggling biological tissues, huge bone structures. It is composed of energy blood vessels and crystal-clear insect egg vesicles, constantly pulsating and contracting, emitting heart-pounding life energy, and constantly giving birth to new Zerg units. At the top of this huge nest is a platform that rises like a crown, on which stands a huge throne that is also made of biological tissue. It is hideous yet has a strange beauty. Sitting on the throne was the Zerg Queen. Chapter 194 Zerg Queen Alice. Her body is as tall as 100 meters, which makes her a giant in human form, but she seems a little petite on the interstellar scale where planets are often used as units. She is not in completely insect form, but has a perfect female figure that is extremely close to that of a human. The skin was a cool color, like the finest white jade, and faintly revealed a glimmer of internal energy flowing. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, a kind of cold and sacred perfection that transcended race. His facial features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by the most outstanding artist in the universe, without a single flaw. A pair of huge eyes were like two bottomless whirlpools of pure dark energy, deep and cold, yet carrying an all-knowing wisdom and supreme majesty. Her long hair was not actually hair, but was composed of countless energy tentacles like liquid crystal, glowing with dark purple energy. They fluttered behind her without wind, like a living galaxy. The most shocking thing is her breasts, a pair of huge, round and full peaks standing proudly, and their size is extremely amazing for her height of 100 meters. It is gently covered and wrapped by a thin layer of biological shell that looks like dark purple glass, outlining a breathtaking arc, and powerful energy lines flow on the shell. Her waist is slender and powerful, connected not to an insect abdomen, but to a pair of huge, slender legs that conform to human aesthetics and are also covered with white jade like biological armor. The legs extended straight down, with slender ankles and feet slightly touching the huge biological throne beneath her. However, the knees, ankles and other joints of these giant legs are covered with some enhanced biological armor that looks like black gemstones, adding a sense of power and exotic style. She just sat there quietly, her huge body 100 meters tall exuding a strange sacredness and majesty, a mixture of the Zerg's coldness and a thrilling charm that transcended race. Her eyes were now cold, with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny, as she looked down at Chen Bin, who had suddenly appeared in front of her throne and was as small as a speck of dust. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in Chen Bin's mind. Ding. System scan. Name, Alice. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, star domain level 9. Conquest degree, 0% unbound. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Shenbin looked at the Zerg Queen, who was 100 meters tall, sacred, evil, cold and seductive, and felt the tremendous energy in her body. His eyes became more and more interested. Queen Alice's huge, dark energy swirling eyes turned slightly, and a cold and majestic voice resounded directly in the depths of Chen Bin's consciousness. Tiny creature, you are very interesting. Your body contains a strange power. Submit to me, and I will grant you the opportunity to become part of the great insect swarm. Shenbin couldn't help but laugh when he heard the Zerg Queen Alice's tempting yet condescending solicitation. He shook his head, his tone filled with a hint of amusement and absolute confidence. Submit to you? Integrate into the swarm? Shenbin's eyes swept over Alice's 100-meter-tall beautiful body and breathtaking curves without hesitation. Perhaps you have misunderstood the situation. If you are willing to submit to me, I may be able to grant you truly powerful strength and a brighter future. Chen Bin's words were like thunder, exploding in this core area. For the first time, Queen Alice's beautiful yet icy face showed obvious emotion. A hint of anger at being provoked by an ant. A cold light flashed rapidly in her eyes, which were like a vortex of dark energy. Ignorance. Arrogance. Her voice exploded directly in Chen Bin's mind, carrying a spiritual impact. Since you refuse the path of evolution, then turn into food for the insect swarm. Kill him. Alice uttered these 3 words softly, coldly, and ruthlessly. Moment. The millions of star-level Zergs surrounding the biological throne and the tens of thousands of star-level top elite guards moved at the same time. They let out deafening roars and turned into terrifying streaks of light that tore through the void, rushing towards Chen Bin from all directions. These Zerg units are far more powerful and terrifying than their counterparts on the periphery.
Not only are their bodies strong, but their attacks also contain all kinds of strange laws of power corrosion, tearing, shock, mental shock, spatial restraint. Countless attacks intertwined into a destructive web, instantly submerging the space where Chen Bin was. Faced with this terrifying siege that was enough to instantly kill any star-level powerhouse and even make those who had just entered the universe's venerable level panic, Chen Bin just snorted lightly.
How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon for brilliance? His figure moved.
He directly rushed into the core area where the Zerg were most densely populated and attacked most violently.
Chen Bin didn't even use any weapons, just simple fists, palms, fingers, and legs. But every move is earth-shattering.
Buzz. With one punch, the laws of space were violently distorted.
The void ahead wailed under the heavy burden. Dozens of ferocious star-level Zergs couldn't even scream.
It was like being grasped by an invisible giant hand of the universe, being compressed and crushed in an instant, turning into a pool of spreading cosmic dust.
Crack, crack.
With a single finger movement, the ultimate law of ice spread rapidly, and a cold wave of absolute zero swept through, engulfing another group of ferocious Zerg along with the corrosive energy beams they spewed out. It instantly froze into a huge group of ice sculptures that maintained a forward-moving posture.
Chen Bin snapped his fingers casually. Bang!
With a slight sound, all the ice sculptures and the Zerg inside exploded at the same time, turning into countless crystal ice powders and drifting away.
Boom!
With a slap of his palm, the violent law of thunder exploded and turned into a destructive sea of thunder and lightning prison. The dazzling electric snakes were scurrying around wildly, and the Zergs caught in the sea of thunder were like ice cubes thrown into a steel furnace. They were instantly vaporized and ionized, leaving no residue at all.
Only the burnt energy stench spread briefly and was instantly purified by the void.
With a sweep of his leg, the pure law of power erupted, and wherever the leg passed, wrinkles were kicked out in the space. Several star-level elite guards attacked from the side, their heavy biological armor shattered like paper. The huge body was kicked apart by this extremely brutal force, turning into pieces of flesh and blood and shell fragments all over the sky. His fighting style is unpredictable and difficult to distinguish.
He sometimes transforms into nothingness, immune to all physical energy attacks.
Sometimes they arouse the fear and desire in the other party, causing them to kill each other. Sometimes I reverse time, causing their attacks to flow back and backfire. This cannot be called a battle at all, but an extreme, violent, and aesthetically pleasing massacre. The power of various laws was in his hands at will, interweaving into a symphony of death, each note accompanied by the wails of the Zerg and the roar of destruction. He seemed to have become the embodiment of the laws of the universe itself. Various powerful and contradictory laws were at his fingertips, perfectly integrated, and unleashed a terrifying power of 1 + 1 far greater than 2. Although Chen Bin's apparent level is only the 8th star level, he has been promoted by adding points through the system. His energy reserves are strong and his affinity with the origin of the law is far beyond that of his peers, and he is even comparable to some cosmic masters. In addition, his system allowed him to comprehend all the laws, and his actual combat power could no longer be measured by ordinary levels. For him who had killed a powerful cosmic master of the mechanical race, dealing with these star-level Zergs was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In the starry sky, it seemed as if a waltz of death was being performed.
Chen Bin's figure was like a ghost.
Wherever he passed, the powerful star-level Zerg fell down, collapsed, and dissipated in large numbers like cut wheat.
Their attacks could not reach Chen Bin's body at all. Occasionally, some of them slipped through the net, but were easily offset by the law shield that automatically emerged from his body surface. Just a moment.
The millions of star-level Zerg and tens of thousands of star-level top elites were all slaughtered by him with his own strength. The space around Chen Bin became empty again, with only scattered floating Zerg debris and energy fragments left, proving the short and brutal battle just now. He was suspended in the void, without even a wrinkle on his body, and his breath was as steady as before. He slowly raised his head and looked again at the Zerg Queen Alice, who was sitting on the huge biological throne. At this moment, the anger on Alice's face had long disappeared, replaced by an extreme calmness and a hint of elusive weirdness.
Chen Bin raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Now, you don't seem to understand your current situation? Your guards don't seem to be good enough."
Alice's 100-meter-tall body leaned forward slightly, her huge dark energy eyes staring at Chen Bin, and a cold and weird smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful face.
"You are indeed very strong, stronger than I expected. Chen Bin." She actually called out Chen Bin's name directly, "But aren't you curious about why I suddenly appeared here and attacked your starfield so precisely?" Shenbin raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had thought of something, and smiled calmly. It's nothing more than reaching some kind of shady deal with some shady Iron Empire, right? It's inconvenient for them to mobilize in large numbers, so they lure you locusts who only care about eating to come over and cause trouble, and by the way, you can also deplete my strength.
That's a good plan.
The strange smile on Queen Alice's face became more obvious. Smart. Communicating with smart creatures always saves more energy. She slowly raised her slender giant hand covered with biological crystal armor and pointed at the distant void behind Shinbin. So, guess what kind of surprise my collaborator has prepared for you? As her voice fell. Behind Shinbin, in the depths of the void where the energy was originally disordered due to the fierce battle, 3 huge space cracks suddenly appeared without any warning, and cold mechanical runes jumped on the edges.
Chapter 195, So Noisy.
It was not a simple space jump, but it was as if the curtain of the universe was forcibly torn apart. 3 unimaginably huge space cracks suddenly opened up, and their edges were no longer the ordinary energy turbulence, but were jumping with countless cold, precise, and murderous mechanical runes. These runes flowed like living things, stabilizing the structure of the crack and emitting a pure technological pressure that represented order and destruction. Immediately afterwards, the Mechanical Empire warship, which was larger and more hideous than the Mechanical Clan S battleship encountered before, slowly emerged from the crack like a steel torrent that had been ready to go. Their armor was a deeper dark gold, as if forged from solidified Death Stars, and their surface was covered with a more complex and dense system of energy conduits and turrets. The lines of the ship's hull are so sharp that they seem to be able to cut through space, and the overall aura it exudes is far colder and more precise than that of the Zerg. There were so many of them that they almost instantly filled the starry sky, forming an impenetrable steel encirclement. Its scale far exceeds the squadron destroyed by Shinbin before. It is like a complete force.
And the one leading the way is even more intimidating.
It has a streamlined triangular thorn shape throughout, and its length is comparable to that of a small star. The bow of the ship is so sharp that it seems to be able to pierce through the barriers of the universe. The entire ship was shrouded in a thick dark golden energy field, and the energy fluctuations it emitted washed over the star field like a real tsunami, surprisingly reaching the level of a universe venerable.
This is a true mechanical lord flagship. Target confirmed, Earl Shenbin of the Dawn Empire Starfield, SSS level threat unit.
An extremely cold, mechanically synthesized voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, was broadcast over the wide area, resounding in every corner like the final judgment.
Clearance begins.
Almost at the moment when the words "clearance begin" fell, the bow of the mechanical venerable flagship. A multifaceted crystal main gun that is larger and more complex in structure than the Friend's main gun of the Jusei has already condensed terrifying energy that can freeze one's soul. That energy is not simply destructive, it also carries the meaning of the law of formatting and zeroing. At the same time, Shenbin's thoughts had already communicated with the Jushuang far behind.
Main gun cooldown complete. Confidant Pulse Annihilation Cannon, maximum power, target enemy flagship, fire. Angelica executed the order without hesitation.
The dark vortex at the bow of the Jusei lit up again, and the familiar dark red torrent of annihilation containing the ultimate nothingness broke through the air at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Almost at the same moment, the main gun of the mechanical venerable flagship also fired.
A torrent of extremely pure white energy rushed towards the dark red torrent.
The next second, 2 attacks representing the ultimate destructive power of different civilizations collided violently in the cold void of the universe. There was no sound, but a silence broke out that made all perceived existence and thought stagnate. At the center of the collision, the space was not broken, but disappeared.
An ever-expanding area of pure nothingness is born.
Light, energy, matter, and even some underlying physical rules have lost their meaning in that area. The terrifying shock wave did not spread outwards, but swept inwards and annihilated everything. Within tens of millions of kilometers around, all those who did not have time to escape, whether it was the remains of the Zerg or even some floating planet fragments. The moment they came into contact with the annihilation shock wave, they disappeared completely like strokes erased by an eraser.
The power of this bombardment far exceeds any previous attack.
Even Queen Alice, who sat on the biological throne, had to release a powerful psychic barrier to protect herself and the throne. Her 100-meter-tall body swayed slightly in the energy storm, her eyes flashing wildly as she calculated the terrifying destructive power. Shenbin was suspended in place, the laws around him flowing naturally, easily dissolving the sweeping aftermath of destruction, and looking at the mechanical lord flagship with a serious gaze.
The power of the enemy's main gun should not be underestimated.
After a fierce battle, it seemed that the 2 sides were evenly matched.
But the Mechanical Empire's killer moves are far more than that.
The hatches of the Mechanical Lord's flagship opened at the same time, like a beehive pouring out, and countless figures flew out from it. Densely packed, like a metal storm. These are no longer the standard mechanical soldiers from before, but more elite mechanical units with various shapes and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Most of them have reached the peak of the star domain level, and more than a dozen auras have reached the level of universe venerable. The pressure emanated from the 4 leading figures was like 4 descending stars, instantly making the airspace that had just experienced a main gun bombardment even heavier. The one in the middle is 5 meters tall, and his entire body is made of a dark metal that seems to absorb all light. Dark red energy lines flow on the surface of the body, and the head is a constantly rotating sensor that looks like a miniature black hole. Its energy fluctuations surprisingly reached the 5th level of the Universe Lord. Countless times more powerful than the one Shen Bin had killed before. Beside it, there were 3 mechanical commanders with different shapes but equally emitting a terrifying aura, whose energy levels had also reached the 3rd level of the Universe Lord. 1 5th level Cosmic Lord. 3 3rd level Cosmic Lords. Plus 10 Lord level mechanical warriors and hundreds of thousands of star level mechanical legions. This is a terrifying force that can easily destroy several star regions. In order to get rid of Chen Bin, the Mechanical Empire actually sent out such a luxurious lineup. However, at this critical moment, just as the 5th level Mechanical Lord Commander raised his arm, his cold electronic eyes locked onto Chen Bin, and was about to issue the attack order. The space around Chen Bin rippled gently like water waves. A beautiful figure in a pink long dress appeared silently beside Chen Bin, as if she had always been there. Fei Yi has arrived. She didn't even look at the mechanical army in front of her that was enough to attract the attention of the universe's overlords. She just yawned lazily. She stretched out her delicate hands and gently patted her tempting red lips, as if she had just woken up from a long nap. It's so noisy. Chapter 196, Universe Lord Level 8. Fei Yi's appearance was so casual, but it instantly changed the situation of the entire battlefield. She didn't even look at the mechanical army that was enough to make any star-level strongman despair. She just looked at Chen Bin lazily, as if asking what to eat tonight. Kill them all? Her voice was a little soft, as if she had just woken up, but the content of her words caused the sensors of the mechanical army that was on high alert in the distance to fluctuate. Chen Bin's eyes swept across the densely packed mechanical warships and warriors, especially the Venerable class flagship and the 4 cosmic venerables leading it, and a glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes. He shook his head and spoke calmly, his voice clearly reaching Fei's ears. Leave the queen here. She is still useful. He glanced at the Zerg Queen Alice, who was sitting on the throne in the distance and was clearly showing a look of surprise and confusion because of Fei Yi's appearance. As for these iron lumps, try not to break them. Complete warships and mechanical bodies are valuable resources for me. Yeah, okay. Upon hearing this, Fei Yi's beautiful lips curled up into a knowing smile, as if Chen Bin's request was as simple as asking her not to trample on the flowers and plants in the garden. Fei Yi's lazy and disdainful attitude was like the sharpest needle, piercing deeply into the core processor of the 5th Order Mechanical Commander of the Universe Venerable level. It, codenamed World Destroyer, has been roaming the territory of the Mechanical Empire for billions of years, destroying countless civilizations. Even when facing powerful warriors of the same level, it has never been looked down upon like this. In the cold logic circuit, the angry electric current instantly broke through the threshold. Ant! How dare you desecrate the majesty of the Supreme Machine? Die! The World Destroyer let out a sharp electronic roar, and its arm made of dark matter metal instantly deformed, turning into a giant cannon wrapped in destructive energy. There was a flash of light from the muzzle, and a dark red decomposition ray, which was enough to evaporate several star systems in an instant, shot straight at Fei Yi at a speed beyond thinking. This attack was launched with anger, and its power far exceeded the previous main gun salvo of the flagship. However, facing this terrifying attack, Fei Yi's expression didn't even change. She just casually raised a slender jade finger and lightly touched the ray that was enough to dim the galaxy. Boo! There was a sound as slight as a bubble bursting. When the terrifying decomposition ray was still several meters away from Fei Yi's fingertips, it was like hitting an invisible and absolutely insurmountable barrier, and it was silently annihilated and dissipated. Not even a ripple of energy was created. It was as if the destroyer's all-out attack had only blew away a wisp of breeze in front of her. It was only at this point that Fei Yi seemed to feel the need to be a little more serious. The pink dress on her body moved without wind, and a vast and terrifying aura, as if connected to the origin of the entire universe, was slowly released from her seemingly delicate body, like an ancient god who had been sleeping for billions of years awakening. This aura is not violent, but it carries a supreme majesty and absolute control. Wherever the breath passes, space solidifies, energy subsides, and laws retreat. The 8th level of the Universe Lord. What? 8th level. The destroyer's black hole-like sensor was flashing wildly, almost exploding. The cold electronic sound was filled with unbelievable horror. The 3 third-level venerable commanders behind it, the 10 first-level venerable warriors, and all the mechanical units. Their energy readings instantly became garbled. A fear derived from the gap between life levels and absolute power instantly infected their cores like a virus. At the level of Universe Lord, the gap between each level is like a chasm. Level 5 versus level 8, that's the difference between an ant and a dragon. There is no chance of winning at all, even escaping is a luxury. The destroyer instantly fell from extreme anger to freezing fear. Its combat logic immediately calculated the only way to survive escape at all costs. All units. No matter the cost. Stop her. It issued the last order to its subordinates, and at the same time, its own engine was overloaded, ready to tear through space and make an extreme jump. Unfortunately, it's too late. Fei Yi smiled at Qin Bin, then lazily glanced at the huge mechanical army in front of him. She didn't even make any big movements, just gently waved her wide pink sleeves as if to drive away mosquitoes. Buzz. An invisible yet vast pink mist suddenly spread out silently with her as the center, like a supernova explosion. The speed at which the fog spread was indescribable. It almost appeared wherever one thought was. In the blink of an eye, the starry sky within a radius of billions of miles was shrouded in this faint, dreamy pink mist. Everything in this airspace, the huge flagship of the Mechanical Lord, the densely packed warships, the mechanical warriors who were about to fight to the death. Even the 3 venerable level 3 commanders and 10 venerable level 1 warriors, as well as the world destroyer who was frantically trying to initiate the jump, all of them were like they were paused and stood still. Their movements froze, energy fluctuations stagnated, and even their thoughts seemed to be frozen. The entire starry sky turned into a strange static picture, with only the pink mist flowing slowly. The destroyer maintained a posture with half of its body integrated into space, and the sensor was filled with a light of despair. It could not understand, what level of power was this? It can actually imprison it and the entire fleet at the same time? Fei Yi looked at the frozen starry sky and seemed quite satisfied. She then raised her hand gracefully and snapped her fingers. Pop. The sound is very soft. But in this dead starry sky, it is like the final death knell. The next moment, all the mechanical units shrouded in pink mist. From the strongest Universe Lord, the 5th Order Destroyer, to the most ordinary mechanical soldiers, to those huge warships. All the life activities, energy reactions, intelligent cores, all the signs of being alive inside them were extinguished in an instant. There was no explosion, no damage, even their hulls and the armor of the warships were intact, maintaining the posture they were in just a moment before being imprisoned. But they are already dead. It became a cold, lifeless metal sculpture floating in the universe. Billions of mechanical armies, including 1 5th Order Venerable, 3 3rd Order Venerables, and 10 First Order Venerables, were completely wiped out by Fei Yi's wave of his hand and snap of his fingers, and no one escaped. The pink mist slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. The starry sky returned to normal, but with countless still, dead machines, telling of the horror beyond comprehension that had just occurred in that brief moment. In the entire battlefield, apart from Fei Yi, there are only 2 living creatures left at this moment. One is Qin Bin, who is floating in the air with a calm expression. The other is the Zerg Queen, Alice, who sits alone on the huge biological throne. At this moment, there was no trace of coldness, majesty, or weird smile on Alice's face. Her perfect body, which was 100 meters tall, was trembling slightly, and her huge eyes, which were like vortexes of dark energy, were filled with boundless fear and disbelief. She witnessed with her own eyes the woman in the pink dress easily destroying an elite legion of the mechanical empire that was enough to wipe out her entire insect swarm as if she were wiping away dust. What a terrifying power is that! The 8th level of the Universe Master. This is a level that she cannot reach at all at the moment, and even finds it difficult to imagine. Her greatest reliance, cooperation with the mechanical empire, became a ridiculous joke in the face of absolute power. She is now like a fish on the chopping board, and her life and death are completely out of her control. Qin Bin's gaze passed over the countless mechanical wreckage and fell on the trembling Zerg Queen, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now, we can have a proper talk about the issue of submission. Chapter 197. Alice surrenders. In the face of absolute power, any calculation and resistance seem pale and powerless. Alice's perfect body, which was 100 meters tall, trembled slightly. Finally, slowly, with a hint of humiliation but extremely realistically, she knelt on one knee in the direction of Chen Bin in front of the huge biological throne. This action makes her amazing curves more prominent, full of strange temptation. "Great being, Alice, I am willing to submit." Her voice was no longer cold and majestic, but with a barely perceptible tremor, it resounded directly in Chen Bin's consciousness. The enormous spiritual power converged, indicating complete obedience. Chen Bin was suspended in front of her, as small as a speck of dust, but the aura he exuded seemed heavier than the entire galaxy. Fei Yi leaned lazily beside him, her pink eyes gazing at the kneeling Zerg Queen with interest, as if she was admiring a novel toy. Looking up from this angle, Chen Bin could more directly feel Alice's inhuman yet extremely impactful beauty. Especially the pair of peaks that appear extremely large and full even in proportion to 100-meter height, now appear even more oppressive because of the kneeling posture. Chen Bin's expression shifted slightly, and he asked, "Can you become a little smaller? It's not very convenient to communicate like this." Alice raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing across her eyes that looked like a vortex of dark energy, and then she nodded, "Okay." As she spoke, a hazy white glow emanated from her surroundings, and her massive body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones, muscles, and shell are all strangely shrinking and reconstructing, yet still maintaining perfect proportions. In just a few breaths, her 100-meter-tall body disappeared, replaced by a humanoid figure standing in front of Chen Bin, with a height similar to his. Although her body has shrunk in size, her stunning beauty has not diminished at all. On the contrary, because of her smaller proportions, her exquisiteness and perfection are even more eye-catching. The most eye-catching thing is still her figure. Even if she is reduced to the height of a normal human, the size of her huge breasts is still extremely exaggerated, magnificent and magnificent. She was the largest woman of the same size Chen Bin had ever seen. She was tightly wrapped in clothes that seemed to be made of biological crystals and soft shells, outlining a thrilling curve, as if she would break free at any time. Chen Bin nodded with satisfaction. This size was much more pleasing to the eye. He turned his gaze to the dense, motionless wreckage of the Mechanical Empire fleet and its warriors in the surrounding void, covering a vast expanse of the starry sky like a cosmic garbage dump. These were all top-notch resources. "Alice, these." Chen Bin pointed at the intact mechanical wreckage and said, "If you were to devour and transform them all, how many Zerg armies could you create?" "I want to hear the truth." Alice followed Chen Bin's gaze, and her deep eyes suddenly burst into a light of extreme desire, like a hungry wolf seeing flesh and blood. She suppressed her instinctive impulse and replied respectfully, "Master, these metal artifacts contain extremely pure and enormous energy, and the material itself is also extremely high grade. If I only perform minimal energy conversion and use it for rapid troop growth, I can probably create around 100 million Zerg warriors with peak star level strength. 100 million star domain level peak. This is a terrifying number that is enough to sweep across many cosmic empires." But she paused, looked at Chen Bin cautiously, and continued. "But, if the Master allows me to prioritize the use of these resources, especially the remains of the cosmic supreme-level mechanical commanders and the core of the flagship, to try to break through my own life-level barriers, then, the energy and remaining resources that overflowed during the breakthrough process can barely create more than 10 Zerg lords who have just entered the cosmic venerable level." She added, "The universe venerable level and the star domain level are a qualitative leap, and the cost of creating their existence is also worlds apart. However, if I can break through to the universe lord level, my control over the entire Zerg swarm and my creativity will be greatly enhanced. Therefore, I suggest that Master allow me to break through first." Chen Bin had almost no hesitation. 100 million peak star level warriors sounds tempting, but in the face of true top-tier combat power, quantity sometimes cannot make up for the absolute gap in quality. He was well aware of the power of the universe venerable level. A first-level universe venerable level strongman could deal with thousands of peak star level masters with just one move. "Break through yourself first," Chen Bin ordered decisively. Alice's eyes instantly burst into light of surprise and gratitude. She didn't expect Chen Bin to be so bold as to prioritize using such a huge amount of precious resources to improve her strength. "Yes, Master." "Alice will never let you down," she responded excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. The next moment, she flew back onto the huge biological throne. The nest beneath the throne, which was larger than the planet, seemed to come alive, extending countless thick, blood vessel-like energy tentacles, and pounced on the motionless mechanical wreckage in the void like a giant python. The first thing to be wrapped and swallowed was the remains of the 5th-level world destroyer of the Universe Lord,
as well as the bodies of 3 third-level commanders and 10 first-level warriors. The remains of these top-level powerful beings contain the purest and most massive energy and fragments of laws. Next came the dark golden mechanical lord flagship and other warships of various sizes. The energy tentacles are like greedy gluttons, wrapping, decomposing and absorbing them layer by layer. The energy flow that was visible to the naked eye and as bright as the Milky Way rushed madly along the tentacles of blood vessels into the throne under Alice, and then injected into her body. Ah! Alice closed her eyes, restored her 100-meter-tall body, leaned back slightly, and let out a long moan of extreme comfort. Her breath began to rise and expand at an alarming rate. The surrounding space was distorted by the gathering of this terrifying energy, forming a huge energy vortex. The evolution of the Zerg Queen is about to begin. Chen Bin, on the other hand, was quietly floating on the side, waiting to reap the rewards of his investment. The value of a Zerg Queen at the level of a Universe Supreme is immeasurable. The wreckage of the huge mechanical empire fleet was swallowed by Alice's nest, which was like a living furnace, and it decreased and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pure energy and high-grade materials contained therein turned into excellent nutrients to nourish the Zerg Queen. The whole process lasted for several days. When the wreckage of the last battleship was decomposed and absorbed, the starry sky became much cleaner. All that remained was Alice's increasingly massive biological throne and nest, as well as the increasingly terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it. Alice opened her eyes, and those eyes that were like vortexes of dark energy seemed to have turned into 2 real miniature black holes, so deep that it was frightening. She looked at Chin Bin, who had been watching her from the Jusei ship. Her voice was a little tired, but more excited and expectant. Master, all resources have been consumed. I need to enter a deep slumber to guide this energy and digest and comprehend the laws, so as to impact the barrier of the universe venerable level. This process cannot be interrupted and is expected to take 1 to 2 months. I beg the master to protect me. Chen Bin stood on the bridge and nodded slightly. Don't worry about breaking through. With me here, no one can disturb you. After getting Chen Bin's promise, Alice closed her eyes with peace of mind. Her 100-meter-tall body slowly sank into the huge biological throne, and the nest tissue beneath the throne began to beat regularly like a heart. It emitted strong life fluctuations and energy radiance, forming a huge cocoon that wrapped her and the throne together. The entire nest seemed to have entered a dormant evolutionary state, quietly suspended in the void of the universe. Only the ever-increasing energy fluctuations showed the earth-shaking changes taking place inside. Chapter 198, Venerable Zerg Queen. Chen Bin did not return to the Andromeda Star region, but lived directly on the Jusei. Suyu, Nangongyu, Tong Yan and other female relatives also came to the warship to accompany him. This huge venerable strategic ship has a vast interior space and complete facilities, making it a mobile palace. While waiting, everyone rested and practiced in this star field where the war had just ended. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. One day, Chen Bin was lazily lying in Nangongyu's soft and plump arms, enjoying her slender jade fingers gently massaging his temples. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. Not only her, but everyone on the battleship, and even the Andromeda fleet patrolling millions of kilometers away, felt a throbbing sensation from the depths of their souls. An indescribable breath, a mixture of extreme life force, cold will, and the pressure of some high-level predator. Like the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe, it erupted from the huge cocoon that had been silent for a month. It's begun. Chen Bin stood up instantly, took a step forward, and appeared in the void outside the Jusei ship, looking into the distance with burning eyes. Countless cracks began to appear on the surface of the huge cocoon, and brilliant light shone through the cracks. The terrifying energy tide spread in all directions, even causing a small-scale disorder in the rules of the universe. Boom! There was a loud noise as if the world was created, and the cocoon was completely shattered. Transformed into the purest energy and absorbed by the existence within. Alice reappears. She still maintained her perfect humanoid form of 100 meters in height, but her temperament had changed drastically. Before, she was a cold queen, but now, she exudes an aura that is as ancient, vast and majestic as the original life of the universe. Her skin became more radiant, as if made of energy crystals, and the dark energy vortex in her eyes became deeper, as if it could devour light and souls. The energy level it exudes has reached the level of a cosmic master. Although it is only the first level, the pressure brought by the leap in life level is far greater than before. The biological throne and nest beneath her expanded several times in size. It became more hideous and complex, with dark golden energy veins flowing on its surface, like a living planet with infinite potential.
Alice slowly opened her eyes, feeling the tremendous power in her body and the more absolute control and creativity over the insect swarm, and her face showed unprecedented satisfaction and excitement. Her eyes immediately locked onto Chen Bin in the air. Her huge body slowly flew up from the throne, and then she knelt on one knee again in front of Chen Bin. This time, it was a heartfelt and grateful submission. Master! Alice has fulfilled her mission and has successfully broken through to the universe sovereign level. Thank you for the opportunity. There was a slight tremor in her voice, which was the excitement after the increase in strength, and the absolute awe of Chen Bin. Chen Bin looked at her with satisfaction. Very good, this is the attitude you should have. Well, now let me see what kind of surprises you can bring me after your breakthrough. Alice stood up, her beautiful face full of confidence. Master, please look. She flew back to the enormous throne of the lair, with her arms outstretched as if embracing the entire universe. She began to mobilize the even more powerful strength she had just gained from the breakthrough, as well as the Zerg Queen's innate deep understanding of creation, life, and a unique Zerg law. In my name, call forth the form of life. Forge the blade of war. As she chanted like an ancient spell, the huge nest began to wriggle violently. Countless thick energy blood vessels pulsated wildly, transporting massive amounts of energy and high-quality materials contained in the mechanical debris previously devoured to 10 special chambers in the core of the nest and another 10 even larger chambers. Powerful life laws were injected, giving the cold matter a living soul. Unique creative laws are guided to shape the most perfect and powerful combat form. The Zerg laws are stimulated, optimizing the genetic sequence and breaking through the racial limits. Buzz. 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 Continuous energy buzzing sounds came from the nest. Those 20 chambers were like 20 hearts that were nurturing stars, emitting heart-pounding light and fluctuations. First, 10 relatively small chambers opened first. 10 figures stepped out from it. They are about 10 meters tall, covered in dark golden biological armor, and have a humanoid shape. But it is more slender and agile, with blade-like bone wings growing on its back, and its arms have turned into sharp blades flashing with the cold light of the law. Their eyes were cold, their auras were powerful and unified, and they were actually 10 first-level Zerg warriors at the universe venerable level. Blade Master. Immediately afterwards, 10 other even larger chambers opened with a bang. 10 larger and more terrifying figures slowly walked out. They are nearly 30 meters tall, with a more sturdy and majestic body, like a war beast wearing heavy armor, covered with thick biological armor with flowing magma-like patterns. The head is like a ferocious dragon head, and the mouth contains destructive energy. Their pressure far exceeds that of the 10 Blade Lords, reaching the second level of the Universe Lord. Destroy the Venerable. 20 newly born Universe Master level Zerg warriors hovered neatly in front of Alice's throne, knelt on one knee in the direction of her and Chen Bin, and let out a low and unified spiritual roar. Greetings to the Queen. Greetings to the Lord. This force is enough to easily sweep away a medium-sized interstellar civilization. Alice took a deep breath. Creating 20 Universe Master-level units in a row was quite a burden for her. She looked at Chen Bin, a hint of seeking credit in her eyes. Master, this is the limit of what Alice's current resources can create. Chen Bin looked at the 20 Zerg Masters in front of him who exuded a powerful aura, and felt very satisfied. The return on this investment far exceeded expectations. The strategic value of a queen who can break through and mass-produce Universe Master-level fighters is immeasurable. Very well done, Alice. Chen Bin praised generously. Now, with your new army, we should go back. Chapter 199 Binding Alice. Chen Bin brought Alice, who had completed a breakthrough and created 20 powerful Zerg warriors at the Universe Master level. And the huge Chusei fleet returned triumphantly to the Cloud Temple of Venus, the main star in the Andromeda starfield. Returning to the luxurious governor's residence, Chen Bin dismissed his attendants and took Alice with him into the extremely luxurious bedroom that belonged exclusively to him. On the huge cloud bed, Chen Bin looked at the Zerg Queen in front of him, whose height was similar to his but whose body proportions were still extremely fiery. Even though her body has shrunk, the size of her huge breasts is still unparalleled. The slender waist and plump hips are exposed under the tight biological material clothing, forming an exaggerated contrast, full of exotic and fatal temptation. Alice seemed to understand what was about to happen. A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes, which were like a vortex of dark energy. There was uneasiness about the unknown, but more of it was submission to Chen Bin's powerful strength and a hint of implicit expectation. After the breakthrough, she could feel the unfathomable power in Chen Bin's body and Fei Ye's terrifying majesty. For the Zerg, who worship absolute power, it is not difficult to accept submission to such a strong man. Master. she called softly, her voice hoarse with a hint of natural magnetism. Shenbin didn't say much, he just reached out and put his arms around her waist, which was slender but full of strength. The skin is cool and smooth to the touch, yet it contains a vitality as vigorous as a volcano. The following process is full of exploration and conquest. Alice's body structure is similar to that of a human female, but she is more sensitive and tougher. After all, it is a life form at the level of the Universe Master and can withstand more intense impacts. Her reactions were awkward and direct, and sometimes she would unconsciously reveal some Zerg instincts, such as a slight hissing or the slight hardening of the shell on certain parts of her body, but this actually added a different kind of interest. Shenbin, like a highly skilled explorer, carves his own mark on this perfect body that combines coldness, sacredness, and temptation. The huge sense of contrast the queen who once commanded billions of insect swarms was now twisting gracefully under him brought an unparalleled pleasure of conquest. I don't know how long it took, but the long-lost system prompt sound rang. Bite. Successfully bound target, Alice. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 1. Conquest degree, 15%. Daily feedback, 100 rule points. The long-lost system prompt sounded, and the feedback points were indeed far more than before. But this is just the beginning. Shenbin was not satisfied with this. He knew very well that in order to completely conquer the Zerg Queen's body and mind, a deeper communication was needed. For the next 10 days, Shenbin and Alice hardly stepped out of the bedroom. Under the covert promotion of Fei Ye's pervasive desire and the law of life, this game of conquest and being conquered becomes more intense and in-depth. Alice's initial awkwardness and reserve were completely broken, her Zerg instinct for worshipping powerful genes and strength was infinitely magnified, and she gradually sank into the unprecedented extreme pleasure brought by Shenbin. Her physical and mental defenses were broken down layer by layer, and her dependence, infatuation, and even absolute love for Shenbin grew day by day. 10 days later. When the door of the bedroom opened again, Shenbin walked out in high spirits, followed by Alice, whose face became more and more beautiful, and whose eyes were full of lust and absolute obedience. She was now a completely different person from 10 days ago. The coldness and majesty of the Zerg Queen still existed, but was completely restrained, transforming into tenderness and obsession towards Shenbin alone. She followed Shenbin obediently, like the most docile cat, and her eyes were full of undisguised love and admiration when she looked at Shenbin. Alice Zerg Queen. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 100. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 1 stable. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 500 rule points. Shortly after they left the bedroom, Angelica hurried over, her face filled with excitement and unprecedented solemnity. Master. The Empire's highest emergency communication. Her Majesty. Her Majesty the Empress has personally led the Royal Guard fleet through the Stargate jump and is about to arrive in the orbit of Venus Prime. Her Majesty the Queen has come this time to personally commend you and Lord Fei for your glorious military exploits in destroying the Mechanical Empire's elite army and enhancing our nation's prestige. The news spread like a whirlwind throughout the Cloud Temple and Venus' main star. The Supreme Ruler of the Empire of Dawn, the beautiful Empress of the 9th rank of the Universe Supreme, Estella Xinghui, will be here in person. This is a supreme honor and a earth-shaking event for the entire Andromeda star region, and even the 3 major star regions under Shenbin's command. When Shenbin heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The Empress of the Empire has come in person, and the scale of this award is probably beyond imagination. He straightened his robe, smiled at Fei Yi beside him, and glanced at the docile Alice behind him and the girls such as Suyu and Nangongyu who were surrounding him. Let's go and welcome our Honorable Empress. Chapter 200 Generous Rewards. It is extremely solemn at this moment in the synchronous orbit of Venus. With Shenbin's Jusei as the core, the most elite fleet of the Andromeda star region was arranged in a solemn welcoming formation, and the energy shields of all ships were adjusted to a colorful mode symbolizing peace and respect. Shenbin was standing on the huge viewing platform extending from the Jusei. Behind him and on his left was Fei Yi, who was still lazy and seemed to be indifferent to everything. On the right is the Zerg Queen Alice, whose temperament has changed drastically and she is even more beautiful and charming. Core members such as Angelica, Yili, Ella, and the other girls including Suyu stood later. Suddenly, violet ripples appeared in the space ahead, as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. An extremely huge space channel was forcibly opened and stabilized, its scale far exceeding that of conventional jumps. Then, a ship so huge that it was suffocating, made entirely of pure energy crystals and some mysterious metal that emitted a soft white light.
A gorgeous warship, shaped like a starry phoenix spreading its wings and soaring in the sky, slowly emerged from the passage. The energy fluctuations it exudes are solemn and vast, carrying the supreme imperial majesty. It is the official vehicle of the Empress of the Dawn Empire, the Starry Phoenix Chariot. Following the Starry Phoenix Chariot is a royal guard fleet consisting of 12 miniature versions of the Phoenix Chariot. They guard the main ship with a majestic and ceremonial guard. The Starry Phoenix Chariot was parked steadily opposite the Jusei, and its size was even larger than the Jusei. The hatch slid open silently, and a rainbow bridge made of pure light energy extended to the observation platform of Jusei. The first to come out were teams of royal guards wearing gorgeous gold and rune armor, their auras all at the peak of the star field level. They held energy spears in their hands and stood solemnly on both sides of the rainbow bridge. Following them came a group of high-ranking officials and nobles of the empire, including Serafina Xinghui, who was familiar to Chen Bin. When she saw Chen Bin, especially when she felt the unfathomable aura of Fei Yi behind Chen Bin and the pressure of the Zerg Queen of the universe level from Alice, a complex expression flashed across her beautiful face, showing awe, wonder, and a hint of pride. Finally, as everyone held their breath, the figure of the Imperial Empress Estella appeared at the hatch. She did not reveal her 10-meter-tall true form today, but maintained a normal body shape similar to Chen Bin. However, the supreme majesty of ruling billions of stars did not diminish in the slightest. She was wearing a simple yet extremely luxurious Star Emperor robe. The hem of her skirt seemed to be woven from the flowing Milky Way, and she wore a small but shining star crown on her head. Her face was still so perfect that people dared not look directly at her, and her amethyst eyes contained wisdom and power. She slowly stepped onto the light bridge and walked towards Chen Bin. Every step seemed to be stepping on the note of the laws of the universe. Behind her followed a few core ministers. Your Excellency Chen Bin, Your Excellency Fei Yi. Empress Estella stood in front of Chen Bin. Her voice was gentle and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears. There was an obvious respect in her tone that placed Chen Bin and Fei Yi on an equal footing. I have come here this time, firstly to witness with my own eyes the stability and prosperity of our empire's borders, and secondly to personally express to you two the empire's highest respect and gratitude. Her eyes swept over Chen Bin and Fei Yi, especially lingering on Fei Yi for a moment, with undisguised admiration and a hint of imperceptible fear. The mechanical empire is determined to destroy us, and the Zerg are the public enemy of the universe. You two not only single-handedly defeated the mechanical empire's elite, but also subdued the Zerg Queen, turning a great threat into an aid. Such a feat is unprecedented in the empire. On behalf of the billions of people of the Dawn Empire, I thank you both. These words carry great weight. This is equivalent to the empire's supreme ruler publicly acknowledging that Chen Bin and Fei Yi are qualified to be on equal footing with her. Chen Bin nodded slightly, unperturbed by praise or criticism. Your Majesty, I appreciate your praise. It is my duty. Fei Yi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and just said lazily. Queen Estella seemed to have anticipated their reaction and didn't care, with a smile still on her face. She raised her hand gently, and a ring with an ancient shape but emitting rich spatial fluctuations appeared in her palm. The ring is silver in color and is inlaid with a gem that looks like a miniature nebula. Words of praise are pale, and the Empire has always been generous in rewarding its meritorious officials. The Empress handed the ring to Chen Bin. This universe ring contains a portion of resources allocated from the Imperial Treasury. It is a small token of my personal appreciation to the Empire. I hope it will be of some benefit to you, especially. She turned her gaze to Alice beside Chen Bin and smiled meaningfully. It will be helpful for Alice's further growth. Chen Bin took the ring and scanned it with his mind. Even with his temperament, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The space inside the ring is as vast as a small galaxy. Piled up like mountains inside are the most top-level energy crystals, rare metals, and law fragment crystals from various universes. What is even more shocking is that there are a large number of perfectly sealed corpses of powerful people in various forms. From the star domain level to the universe master level, there are many, of different races. Obviously they are all spoils of war during the Empire's long years of conquest. The most eye-catching thing was the enormous corpse suspended in the center of the space, which, even in death, still exuded a soul-shaking pressure. It was a scorpion-shaped insect with an extremely ferocious appearance, as if it had been magnified 1 billion times, and its energy level had reached the level of a universe overlord. The Empress's kindness is extremely generous. Especially the corpse of the Zerg, a cosmic overlord-level creature, its value is immeasurable. It is clear that he has seen Alice's ability and is willing to invest huge sums of money. He hopes that Chen Bin can train her into another strong pillar of the Empire.
Your Majesty, this is a generous gift. Chen Bin will always remember it.
Chen Bin put away the ring and accepted it calmly.
This resource is indeed extremely important to both him and Alice. Empress Estella nodded with satisfaction. I hope you like it.
The Empire looks forward to deeper cooperation with Your Excellency.
Serafina will stay here temporarily as my special envoy to assist Your Excellency in handling some matters. I cannot stay long.
The Imperial Center has important matters to attend to. After a brief and efficient meeting, Empress Estella returned to the Starry Phoenix chariot with her entourage.
The huge royal fleet once again activated the space jump and disappeared into the void.
He came and went in a hurry, but left Chen Bin with unimaginable rich resources and recognition from the highest level of the Empire. Chen Bin stroked the universe ring in his hand, looked at Alice beside him, whose eyes had become extremely fiery, and smiled slightly.
It seems that your next feast is ready.
Alice was so excited that her body trembled slightly, feeling the temptation emanating from the corpse of the universe-dominant Zerg in the ring.
She looked at Chen Bin with eyes filled with endless gratitude and longing. Master, Alice will never let you down. Fei Yi, who was standing by, finally raised his eyelids, glanced at the ring, and said lazily, well, this girl knows how to behave. It saves us a lot of effort in collecting garbage.
Chen Bin smiled and looked up at the deep starry sky.
With these resources, Alice's Zerg army will surely usher in a qualitative leap.
And his foundation in this universe will become more solid.
Chapter 201, 9th Level of Universe Lord.
Before the tail flame of the Star Phoenix chariot completely dissipated in the void, Chen Bin had already returned to the extremely luxurious governor's residence in the Cloud Temple of Venus Main Nebula with his female relatives and the new envoy Serafina. The space inside the official residence has been specially expanded to accommodate Serafina's 10-meter-tall body. Her innate noble temperament and amazing curves with perfect proportions still make her stand out from the crowd in dazzling.
Chen Bin's gaze fell on Serafina without any concealment.
His eyes were full of aggression and possessiveness, like a giant dragon examining its own treasure. From their first meeting in the universe to the personal commendation from the Empress of the Empire, the beauty, status and potential of Princess Xinghui had long been included in his list of those who must be conquered. In fact, when Chen Bin first entered the virtual network, he already knew that she was one of the princesses of the Empire. Xinghui is the exclusive surname of the royal family of the Dawn Empire, and Serafina's name is prominently listed in the Empire's public list of princesses.
This time, Empress Estella personally appointed her as a special envoy, and her identity was self-evident. Apart from this trusted royal princess, who else can take on this important task and represent the Empire in liaison with figures like Chen Bin?
Her status as a princess is beyond doubt.
Serafina obviously felt Chen Bin's burning gaze, but she did not show the shyness or uneasiness of an ordinary woman.
Instead, she met his gaze with grace, with even a faint smile on the corner of her beautiful lips, and wisdom and a hint of understanding flowing in her amethyst eyes. She was well aware of the deeper meaning of being left here, and understood that in front of this man who could defeat the venerable and subdue the insect king, her so-called princess identity did not mean much. The law of the universe is that the strong are respected. If she and her family can rely on such a strong person, it may be a greater opportunity.
Serafina, Chen Bin said, you can live here. The room next door is ready for you.
If you need anything, you can directly ask the intelligent butler, or talk to Angelica and the others.
Yes, Your Excellency Chen Bin.
Serafina bowed slightly, her manners impeccable, her voice as sweet as a celestial hymn.
Thank you for your arrangement.
Chen Bin nodded and said no more, but the meaning in his eyes was clear enough. In a few days, this imperial princess would become a frequent visitor to his bedroom, just like Angelica and the others.
For beings at their level, size is no longer an obstacle.
They can change as they wish in a moment's thought and experience pleasures that ordinary people cannot imagine. After arranging Serafina, Chen Bin took Alice, whose eyes were always excited, to a secret room in the official residence that was specially used for high-intensity training and experiments. The interior of the secret room is extremely spacious and has been reinforced and shielded. He took out the universe ring given by Empress Estella, and his mind moved. The next moment, the two appeared in the vast space inside the ring. The scene before my eyes was truly shocking. The mountains of energy crystals shone with various colors of light, the rare metal veins twisted like giant dragons, and the bodies of the sealed strong men were suspended like sculptures. Especially the cosmic overlord-level Zerg corpse in the center. Even though it was lifeless, the residual pressure it emitted still caused the space to slightly distort. When Alice saw all this, especially the overlord-level corpse, her breathing became rapid and her body trembled slightly.
But she quickly calmed down, pointed at the Overlord's corpse, and said to Chenbin, "Master, the energy and life level contained in this corpse are too high. If I devour it now, I will only be blown away by its remaining will and energy. I need to at least reach the peak of the Universe Supreme, or even touch the threshold of the Overlord before I can try." Chenbin nodded, showing his understanding. "Take it step by step. Digest what you can digest first." Alice no longer hesitated. She flew to the center of the resource mountain and her body instantly recovered to its perfect original form of 100 meters in height. The void beneath her seemed to melt, and the huge Zerg nest that looked like a living planet reappeared, more solid and more hideous than before. Devouring. Evolving. Following Alice's command, the nest began to wriggle violently, extending countless extremely thick vascular tentacles, like a hungry python, plunging into the surrounding resource mountains. Rumble. The pure energy was like a flood that broke through the dam, being madly extracted, pouring into the nest, and then injected into Alice's body. Those rare metals and high-quality materials from the corpses of strong men were also decomposed, purified, and absorbed. Alice's aura began to rise wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Universe Master Level 2, 3, 4. Her body emitted a brilliant light, and her understanding of life, creation, and the laws of the swarm became increasingly profound. The terrifying potential of the Zerg Queen is fully demonstrated at this moment. As long as they have enough resources and their potential barriers are not blocked, they can improve their strength like riding a rocket. This is one of the reasons why the Zerg are feared by all races in the universe. Their growth rate is almost like cheating. Of course, this rapid improvement also has drawbacks. The actual combat capability of the Zerg Queen itself is usually weaker than that of the strong specialized fighters of the same level. The individual combat power of the Zerg units they create is also often relatively low among the same level. But the Zerg has never relied on the quality of individual soldiers, but on the desperate absolute numbers and extremely efficient collective will. While madly devouring resources, Alice's nest was not idle either. One by one, the gestation chambers lit up, and powerful life fluctuations emanated from them. She began to use massive resources to create new Zerg armies on a large scale. Time flies rapidly in the ring space. When the last energy crystal was completely devoured and the last corpse of a Universe Master level warrior was decomposed and absorbed, Alice slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her height is still 100 meters, but the energy fluctuations emanating from her body have already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Universe Lord level. It's only one step away from the legendary Overlord of the universe. Her temperament is even deeper and more majestic, as if she is the master of life. What's more important is that around the nest behind her that is as huge as a star, a terrifying and awe-inspiring army has already lined up. The Zerg units are so dense that there is no end in sight, and a murderous aura rises to the sky. At the outermost edge, there are a full 1 million star-level top-level Zerg warriors with powerful auras and various appearances. They form a solid ocean. In front of this million-strong army, there are a full 10,000 Zerg lords emitting the aura of a cosmic master. Their appearance is more ferocious, and their strength ranges from the 1st to the 8th level of the Venerable. They are the backbone of the army. And in front of this Master One Shong, there are 10 figures as majestic as mountains and with aura as vast as the abyss. They have all reached the peak of the 9th level of the Universe Lord level. It is the strongest fighting force that Alice can create at present, the Zerg Supreme Guard. This army was quietly suspended in the void, silent, but more oppressive than any roar. Their existence itself represents destruction. Alice looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, then flew to Chenbin, shrunk down to his size again, knelt on one knee, and said excitedly, "Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Alice has been promoted to the 9th level of the Universe Supreme. And we've built a brand new Zerg army for you. Master, please review it." Chenbin looked at the new Zerg army with satisfaction and nodded. Although their individual combat power may be slightly weaker, their huge numbers and absolute obedience are already a force that can change the landscape of the starfield. Add to that Alice's 9th level strength. In his hand, he already holds a trump card that is enough to make any force fear him. Well done. Chenbin praised. Let's go out, they will stay here. Chapter 202, Binding Seraphina. You will be free to move around first and get familiar with the new power and environment. After coming out, Chenbin gave instructions to Alice and the other women who came to greet him, including Suyu and Angelica. The girls agreed obediently. They could feel that Chenbin seemed to have other important things to do. Chenbin's eyes swept across the hall and landed on Fei Yi, who was lazily lying on the couch, a wisp of pink energy wrapped around her fingertips, teasing a starlight butterfly. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions without even saying a word. Fei curled the corners of his lips slightly, gave him a playful look, and continued to focus on the light butterfly in his hand. It was obvious that he was not surprised by what was going to happen next and was happy to see it happen. Shenbin turned around and walked towards the guest room area where Seraphina was with firm steps. Pushing open the gorgeous door decorated with reliefs of stars and wings, what came into view was the beautiful Princess of Light Wings. Seraphina seemed to have anticipated his arrival and was not surprised. She was standing on the spacious terrace at the moment, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds on the Venus star. Her perfect 10-meter-tall body emitted a hazy halo under the starlight. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned around, and her huge amethyst eyes fell on Shenbin, with a hint of understanding, a hint of provocation, and a hint of deep expectation. She saw the undisguised, blazingly aggressive look in Shenbin's eyes, and instead of flinching, she smiled sweetly and took the initiative to approach him. She leaned over, and her slender hands, which were enough to easily hold Shenbin's entire body, lifted him up very gently. Then, under Shenbin's playful gaze, he actually put it directly into the bottomless, soft and amazingly elastic snow-white valley on her chest. In an instant, Shenbin was surrounded by boundless warmth and refreshing fragrance. Looking up from his unique perspective, Seraphina's beautiful face was like a distant deity, looking down at him with a hint of pampering and playful smile. The two towering snow-capped peaks almost blocked his entire vision. The oppressive feeling and temptation brought by their huge scale were incomparable to any woman of normal size. "Is your excellency so impatient?" Seraphina's voice was magnetic, coming from above, and the vibrations were transmitted through the close contact of skin, which was a unique feeling. Shenbin adjusted his posture in her warm embrace to make himself more comfortable in that softness. He looked up at the purple star-like eyes that were so close to him, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Go to the bedroom." Seraphina chuckled, carried him as she was told, and walked into the bedroom with her long legs. The bedroom is decorated in the utmost luxury, and the huge bed is specially customized to accommodate visitors of various sizes and is extremely spacious. Gently placing Shenbin in the middle of the cloud-soft bed, Seraphina looked down at him, her voice tinged with temptation. "Do you need me to become smaller? Or, sir, you can become bigger? This might be more convenient." Her words were direct and bold, with a hint of teasing. Shenbin shook his head, his eyes swept over her breathtaking body, and said with a smile, "No, I just like big baby." Before he finished speaking, his mind moved slightly. He did not change the shape of his entire body, but precisely controlled other parts of his body. A fiery light flashed in Seraphina's eyes. She said no more, and her huge body slowly leaned down, completely enveloping Shenbin in the breathtaking beauty. I don't know how long it took, maybe a day, maybe several days. Bite. Bound target, Seraphina Xinghui. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, star domain level 9. Conquest degree, 60%. Daily feedback, 60 rule points. The system prompt sounded, indicating the completion of the initial binding. But Shenbin was not satisfied with this, he liked to do it in one step. For the next 10 days, Shenbin hardly left the bedroom and had all-round and in-depth communication with Princess Xinghui. With Fei's omnipresent law of desire secretly catalyzing, and Shenbin's own powerful strength and means. What's more, Seraphina herself went from initial curiosity and temptation to gradual conquest and addiction. This process was erotic and intense. 10 days later, when the bedroom door opened again, Shenbin walked out looking energetic, and his aura seemed even deeper. Seraphina, who followed behind him, still maintained her perfect 10-meter-tall figure, but the nobility and aloofness of an imperial princess between her brows had disappeared. Instead, there is a kind of docility, dependence, and overflowing happiness after being completely conquered. The look she gave Shenbin was filled with unreserved obsession and absolute loyalty, as if Shenbin was her entire universe. Seraphina Starlight. Binding status, bound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, star domain level 9. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 100 rule points. Shenbin was in a very happy mood. He glanced at Seraphina, who was as docile as a cat beside him, and reached out to gently pat her huge arm. With his current height, he could only pat her up to that point, and said with a smile, "Let's go, it's time to take care of some business." Chapter 203. Half a year, Seraphina breaks through. Time flies, and half a year has passed since the Empress came in person to give the award. The past 6 months have been a rare period of peace and tranquility for the vast Andromeda starfield and even the 3 major starfields under Shenbin's rule. Externally, the mechanical empire seemed to be temporarily dormant due to two setbacks, and the surrounding star regions were also intimidated by the reputation of Chen Bin and Fei Yi and did not dare to act rashly. Internally, under the governance of Angelica, Yeli, and Ella, three female officials who have completely devoted themselves to the government and are outstanding in their abilities, government affairs are well organized, resources are allocated efficiently, and the country is thriving. As for Chen Bin himself, his life in the past 6 months can be described as an ultimate combination of work and rest. Every day, he only needs to spend a little time to deal with the important matters that he must decide. He spent most of the rest of his time immersed in the paradise of gentleness created by his 36 beauties of various colors and styles. From the sisters Suyu, Suya, Linwei, and Linyu who accompanied him at the beginning, to Nangongyu, Tong Yanhuo Lin Wangu and Lang Qingqiu who were conquered later, to Yunhua Yunyao, Junshi, and Yunmiao of Shangtian City. Feng Qingwu, Long Qingxue, and 1 to 12 from Longyuan City, as well as the Zerg Queen Alice, Light Wing Speaker Angelica, Dark Feather Yeli, Butterfly Wing Ella, and the newest Imperial Princess Seraphina. Ying and Yen Yen, plump and thin, some are cool, some are charming, some are holy, some are enchanting, some are noble, and some are wild. They constitute Chen Bin's exclusive and unique stunning garden in the universe. Having in-depth communication with these beauties every day is an ultimate enjoyment for both body and mind. At the same time, his strength is steadily improving. Under the power and feedback of the system, Chen Bin's cultivation improved steadily and naturally. On this day, he clearly felt that his strength had crossed an important threshold. Host, Chen Bin. Status Overview. Level, Universe Venerable Level 3. Current Law Points, 359 million points. Current Conquest Points, 348 million. Bound Targets, 36. Officially entered the third level of the Universe Lord level. The reserve of more than 300 million conquest points gives him enough confidence to cope with greater storms in the future. The women under his command also benefited greatly. With Chen Bin's generous feedback and the accumulation of massive resources, even those with the lowest strength, such as Lu Huilan, have already secured a position at the first level of the star domain. Angelica, Yeli, and Ella have already broken through the star domain level and are moving towards a higher level. Today is destined to be another extraordinary day. In the Cloud Temple, Chen Bin's exclusive bedroom is full of life. Unlike the usual scene, at this moment Chen Bin was leaning lazily in Seraphina's extremely broad, warm and soft arms. Her 10-meter-tall, perfect body was like a huge throne, and Chen Bin's figure looked quite delicate in comparison. Seraphina's huge wings folded softly behind her, forming a natural canopy, gently surrounding Chen Bin in her arms. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed, her breath was fluctuating, and she was in an extremely delicate state. With Chen Bin's unreserved feedback and resource infusion day after day, the bottleneck that had stagnated her for countless years was finally completely loosened. The barrier leading to a higher level of life is clearly visible and is crumbling. Master. I feel, a breakthrough is coming. Seraphina lowered her head, and her huge amethyst eyes looked down at Chen Bin in her arms. Her eyes were full of excitement and anticipation, as well as a hint of infinite dependence on him. Chen Bin smiled slightly and patted her huge, smooth, jade-like arm. Go, I'll watch you. Seraphina took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination and tenderness. She gently stood up from Chen Bin's arms, her body, as majestic as a mountain but with breathtaking curves, fully revealed. Then the space around her twisted and her figure disappeared from the bedroom in an instant. The next moment, she appeared in the vast space outside the main planet of Venus. The energy fluctuations emanating from her body were like a supernova about to erupt, becoming more and more intense and dazzling. The pair of huge wings made of sapphire-like chips behind her fully stretched out, and each chip began to absorb and exhale cosmic energy as if breathing independently, scattering starlight dust more brilliant than ever before. The diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead began to spin faster, emitting a strong soul fluctuation. Chen Bin's figure also quietly appeared outside the bridge of the Jusei, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Seraphina in the space. Angelica, Alice, Suyu and other girls also sensed the movement and appeared behind him, watching with concern. Seraphina opened her arms as if embracing the entire universe. She no longer suppressed the surging power in her body, and guided the feedback of the majestic law points accumulated over more than half a year. With all his understanding of light, stars, and the laws of space, he launched a final attack on the incomparably solid cosmic venerable level barrier that trapped countless peak star level powerhouses. Buzz. With her as the center, an invisible energy storm suddenly formed. The surrounding cosmic energy was drawn in crazily, forming a huge energy vortex. Her body seemed to have transformed into a light source, emitting a pure and powerful law of light, illuminating the star field. Immediately afterwards, there was the fluctuation of the laws of space. The space around her began to fold and twist, as if countless mirror-like fragments of space appeared and disappeared around her, which was a reflection of her deepening understanding of space. Finally, it is the power of the stars inherited in her blood. Starlight projected from distant celestial bodies merged into her body, making her seem like the incarnation of the stars. 3 powerful laws of power blend, collide, and sublime in her body. The solid barrier groaned under the heavy burden, and cracks spread like spider webs. Seraphina let out a long, clear roar, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, gathering all her strength into one point and crashing into the final barrier. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap that created the world was heard in the silent universe. The barrier that had hindered her for thousands of years suddenly shattered at this moment. The energy of the universe master level, which was more vast, more pure, and carried a hint of immortality, instantly surged through her body like a torrent bursting through a dam. Her life level underwent a qualitative leap at this moment. Her body seemed to be reshaped, becoming more flawless, and the energy halo beneath her skin was like a living galaxy. The crystal wings behind him became more brilliant and solid, and the edges even had a sharp feeling of cutting through space. The crystal on his forehead stabilized and its color became deeper, as if it contained a miniature star field. Her aura completely stabilized, becoming powerful and majestic, and she had stepped into the first level of the universe venerable. Successful breakthrough. Seraphina slowly opened her eyes, and it seemed as if billions of stars were born and annihilated in her eyes, filled with the joy of rebirth and strong self-confidence. The first thing she looked at was Chen Bin in the direction of the Zhushwang, her huge eyes filled with endless gratitude, love, and a sense of belonging. She knew that without Chen Bin, she would never have been able to break through to this coveted realm so easily. She flashed back in front of Chen Bin. Although she was still much taller than him, she knelt on one knee very naturally, looked up at him, and her voice was hoarse and magnetic with excitement. Master! Seraphina has fulfilled her mission. Thank you so much, Master. Chen Bin reached out and gently stroked her long silver hair that was like a waterfall, feeling the powerful energy flowing through it, and smiled with satisfaction. Get up, this is the result of your own accumulation. Seraphina stood up, her face beaming with happiness. The noise caused by her breakthrough was quite loud and would probably be sensed by the Empire soon. A newly promoted cosmic sage-level princess who is completely loyal to Chen Bin will undoubtedly further enhance Chen Bin's status and voice in the Empire. Chapter 204, The Inheritance of the Peak of the Universe Overlord. Chen Bingang brought the radiant Seraphina, who had completed her breakthrough, back to the office area of the Cloud Temple. Before he could sit down and taste the cup of spiritual tea handed to him by Suya, Angelica, Yili, and Ella appeared again in a hurry. They still maintained that beautiful huge body of over 3 meters, with their light wings, dark feathers, and butterfly wings trembling slightly, showing their inner restlessness. The calmness and composure he usually maintained when handling government affairs was replaced by a rare hint of anxiety. Owner. Angelica spoke first, her voice solemn. Just received urgent news from the heart of the sun. While we were conducting deep energy mining, we accidentally triggered a hidden barrier in the planet's core and discovered a secret realm of inheritance for a powerful being. Heart of the Sun was one of the rewards given to Chen Bin by Empress Estella after he defeated a powerful mechanical universe master for the first time outside the Blue Star, the precious master-level resource planet. This planet is not a traditional rocky planet, but a huge star that has been tamed and stabilized by special means. After millions of years of evolution and the transformation of imperial technology, its interior has formed a unique ecological environment, producing a rare resource called Yao Jing. This kind of crystal contains pure fragments of stellar laws and tremendous energy, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of the universe's supreme-level strongmen. At the same time, the planet is also home to many other rare minerals and energy crystals, and has always been one of the important sources of cultivation resources for Chen Bin and his female relatives. Angelica has sent people to be responsible for its orderly development. Yili added, her voice cold and tinged with regret. The most troublesome thing was that the energy fluctuations caused by the discovery of the inheritance were extremely severe, and there happened to be an external resource transport fleet on the scene at the time. The news couldn't be completely contained. It was leaked by one of the members through the virtual universe network. According to our intelligence, this inheritance is preliminarily judged to be left by a peak-level cosmic overlord. The pinnacle of cosmic dominance. These words were like a bombshell, making everyone present look horrified. Above the Lord of the Universe is the Overlord of the Universe, and at the pinnacle of the Overlord of the Universe is the terrifying existence that truly stands at the top of the pyramid of the known universe. It is only one step away from the legendary Lord of the Universe. The value of the inheritance left by such a powerful person is simply immeasurable. It is enough to drive any force, including the top wealthy families, including the imperial royal family, crazy. Ella also said anxiously, the news spreads very quickly. I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of several surrounding star regions and even some important figures in the core circle of the empire. It won't be long before countless forces hear the news and come to fight for it. Chenbin raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then turned into deep thought. He really didn't expect that there was such a huge secret hidden inside the resource star given by the Empress. The inheritance of the pinnacle of the universe. Chenbin tapped the armrest of the chair lightly with his fingertips. It's a pleasant surprise. It's also a big trouble. Since the news cannot be blocked, there is no need to block it. Chenbin's tone was calm, yet filled with unquestionable determination. Angelica, pass the order on. Strengthen the defenses of the Heart of the Sun. However, without my order, no active conflict with any external forces is allowed. Yes. Angelica immediately obeyed. Let's go there in person. Chenbin's mind moved, and the huge and elegant Jusei venerable strategic ship appeared directly above the Cloud Temple as if it was traveling through space. Let's go, take me to see who this inheritance that suddenly appeared is. Chenbin took the first step and his figure appeared on the bridge. Serafina, Alice, Angelica, Yili, Ella, Suyu, Suya, Lin Wei, Lin Yu, Sun Xiaoting, Lu Huilan, Nangongyu, Tong Yan, Huomeier, Lang Qingqiu, Lin Wango, 1-12, Fei Luo. 36 other beautiful women with different styles but equally powerful, as well as Fei Yi who lazily boarded the ship last, a total of 37 people, followed closely behind. The engine of Jusei made a low roar, tore through the space, performed a precise short-distance jump, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. In an instant, the Jusei seemed to have penetrated an invisible cosmic curtain, and the surrounding starlight was rapidly stretched and distorted, and then suddenly froze. The next moment, the battleship had crossed an endless distance and appeared in a star field shrouded in blazing light. There is no cold darkness here, only endless light. It was as if one had entered the interior of a furnace forged by an ancient god. Every inch of space was filled with an inexhaustible golden glow, warm yet inviolable. And at the source of all light, at the end of sight. The Heart of the Sun reigns here with an almost arrogant and majestic attitude. Its size is so large that it can easily accommodate hundreds of ordinary stars, and the field of vision is simply unable to capture its entire picture at once. Countless huge solar prominences stretch lazily into the void like the golden arms of a god, stretching for hundreds of millions of kilometers, and can easily sweep away the stars with a slight swing. The light it emits is not dazzling, but rather carries a gentleness that has accumulated over billions of years, as if all the edges and restlessness have been smoothed out by time and great power. But beneath this gentleness lies unquestionable absolute power, a vast origin that is enough to inspire awe in even the greatest masters of the universe. Deep in this slowly flowing ocean of pure light and heat, something strange happened. A huge, irregular space crack, like a scar tearing through a golden canvas, opened hideously. It is not pitch black, but a deeper, more ancient gold inside, slowly rotating, like a golden pupil looking down on all living beings indifferently. An indescribable law fluctuation is spreading from this pupil. This wave is ancient, as if it originated from the first light of the universe. Vast, carrying the weight of the passing of eras and the birth and death of stars. It also carries an absolute will that transcends all things. Just the natural aftermath of its emission caused the surrounding liquid flames that were powerful enough to melt stars to shrink back, forming a vacuum zone. Space twisted and whimpered around it, as if unable to bear the weight of its existence. Anyone who senses the existence of this fluctuation will involuntarily tremble in the depths of their soul, and feel as insignificant as a firefly facing the bright moon. The inheritance of the pinnacle of the universe overlord. The secret realm has been opened, just like a corner of Pandora's box has been opened, revealing tempting opportunities and unknown dangers at the same time. It can be foreseen that a violent battle that will sweep across countless star fields and attract giants from all sides will soon erupt with this glorious Heart of the Sun as the center. Chapter 205, Cosmic Overlord Guardian. Chenbin stood on the bridge, his eyes penetrating the porthole and falling on the inheritance entrance that was slowly rotating like a golden pupil. The ancient pressure it exuded was heart-pounding. He thought about it for a moment and then made a decision. Fei Yi, Alice, the three of us will go and investigate closer first.
The rest of you, stay on board the Peerless and remain vigilant. Do not act rashly without my orders. Chen Bin's voice was calm but carried unquestionable authority. Yes, master. The women responded in unison. They trusted Chen Bin's decision unconditionally. The next moment, the figures of Chen Bin, Fei Yi and Alice disappeared from the bridge. When they reappeared, they had already crossed a long distance and were hovering in front of the huge golden space crack. Feeling it up close, the pressure of the laws originating from the peak of the universe's overlord was as real as a substance, as if the entire space and time were worshipping and collapsing towards that point. However, just as Chen Bin tried to probe into the crack with his divine consciousness, or stepped into it, buzz! A figure made purely of light silently gathered at the entrance of the rift, blocking their way. The figure was blurry and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but the energy fluctuations emanating from its body were vast and unfathomable, reaching the level of a cosmic overlord. Although it does not seem to be a physical entity, but more like a preset program or energy projection, the pressure is real. An ancient, indifferent, and emotionless voice resounded directly in the three people's sea of consciousness. Stop! I am the descendant of light, the guardian of the inheritance under the Lord of Brilliance. The inheritance land has not yet been opened. It will take another standard cosmic month before it is officially opened. During this period, anyone attempting to forcibly enter will be considered disrespectful to the Lord and will be killed without mercy. The moment the words fell, a cold murderous intent with an absolute sense of destruction locked onto the three of them, causing Chen Bin and Alice to feel a sharp pain in their souls, as if they would be completely wiped out in the next second. Only Fei Yi still had that lazy look on her face, but her pink eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at this descendant of light, seeming to be very interested in its composition. Chen Bin's mind raced, and he instantly assessed the situation. The power of this guardian is unfathomable. It is not wise to force your way in. Moreover, the other party seems to be following some established rules. Since it's a rule, we should abide by it. Chen Bin suppressed the turmoil in his heart and responded calmly, "We'll come back in a month." The Lightborn Guardian stopped talking, his figure slowly faded, and merged back into the golden crack light, but the invisible sense of surveillance did not disappear. Chen Bin, Fei Yi and Alice exchanged a glance, and the three figures flashed again as they returned to the bridge of the Jusei. What's the situation? Angelica immediately stepped forward and asked. There are guardians, universe overlord level, and it will officially open in a month. Chen Bin explained succinctly, we'll wait here for this month. Angelica, increase vigilance and gather information on any forces attempting to approach this area. Yes. The next wait is destined not to be peaceful. Sure enough, the next day, even larger spatial fluctuations came from afar. The very next day, the mutation occurred again. The deep space probe Jusei issued the highest level alarm. In the distant void on the other side of the heart of the sun, the space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A space channel that is several times larger, more stable, and more majestic than the previous Star Phoenix chariot was forcibly constructed. Immediately afterwards, a fleet of astonishing size slowly emerged from the passage in an orderly manner, like a steel torrent. Leading the way was still the magnificent and noble Star Phoenix chariot, but beside it, there were two more royal exclusive venerable class flagships of similar size but more ferocious appearance, like war fortresses. The three venerable class flagships were arranged in a triangular shape, emitting a terrifying pressure that was enough to suppress the starry sea. Behind these three flagships are densely packed, endless Empire elite warships. Various warships formed a perfect attack formation, and their number was so large that it almost filled the starry sky. The solemn and murderous atmosphere can be clearly felt even from a long distance. This is no longer a simple honor guard, but an Imperial main force army capable of launching a large-scale interstellar war. The Starry Phoenix chariot did not approach the Peerless, but hovered in the void parallel to it. The hatch opened, and Empress Estella's perfect body, which was 10 meters tall, stepped out, accompanied by several important officials of the Empire, and appeared directly outside the bridge of the Peerless. Her eyes immediately swept over everyone on the bridge, and when she saw Alice's solid aura of the peak universe master level, a hint of expected approval flashed in her eyes. Being able to digest resources and reach peak levels so quickly, this Zerg Queen's potential is truly extraordinary. However, when her gaze fell on Seraphina, a hint of shock finally flashed across her calm amethyst eyes. The first level of the Universe Lord. How is this possible? According to her calculations, even with the resources she had given her and her own talents, it would still take Seraphina at least 10,000 years of hard work to break through that barrier. But how long has it been? Just over half a year.
Her gaze involuntarily turned to Chin Bin, who was surrounded by stars. The seemingly ordinary human man seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist. Is it him? What incredible means did he use to enable Seraphina to achieve such an incredible breakthrough? Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Empress Estella regained her graceful smile and nodded slightly to Chen Bin. Sir Chen Bin, it seems that you and your subordinates have achieved great success in the past 6 months. Congratulations. She took the opportunity to introduce several ministers beside her who had a profound aura. This is the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs, Venerable Rex. This is the Chief of Internal Affairs, Venerable Ophelia. This is the President of the Royal Academy of Sciences, Venerable Mo Hang. Every person who was introduced nodded to Chen Bin, their eyes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of imperceptible awe. After all, Chen Bin's deeds of defeating the mechanical Venerable and subduing the Zerg Queen had already spread. Now that he had a newly promoted Venerable level princess by his side, the speed at which his strength and influence were expanding was alarming. After a brief greeting, Empress Estella cast her gaze towards the golden entrance to the inheritance in the distance, her expression becoming serious. Sir Chen Bin, the revelation of the inheritance of the Lord of Brilliance is of great significance. The inheritance of a peak universe overlord is enough to change the landscape of the Empire and even the surrounding star regions. The mechanical Empire and other forces hiding in the shadows will never sit idly by. She looked at Chen Bin, her tone carrying unprecedented seriousness and a hint of expectation. The Empire will fully support you. You must do your best to obtain this inheritance. This not only concerns your personal chance, but also the future rise and fall of the Empire. Chen Bin could sense the weight of the Empress' words, and he responded calmly, I will do my best. The arrival of the Empress was like dropping a huge rock into a lake with undercurrents. It can be predicted that in the next month, this star field will become more and more lively. Chapter 2063 Major Forces. For nearly a month, the star field where the heart of the sun was located became the focus of attention of all forces in the universe, like a calm lake with waves caused by the throwing of a huge rock. Every day, new spatial fluctuations tear through the starry sky, representing the arrival of a new force. The first to flock in were the powerful people from all sides within the Dawn Empire. The Xinghui family, with its ancient heritage, the Lion Legion, renowned for its warfare, and the Tianji Pavilion, which controls a vast business network and intelligence system. These large families and powerful forces with complex connections within the Empire have sent out exploration teams with luxurious lineups led by the Lord of the Universe. They either ride on family flagships of different styles, or drive ferocious war fortresses, like sharks that smell blood. Surrounding the entrance to the inheritance, everyone remained vigilant and restrained, but secret testing and friction had already begun. Following them, there were even more powerful independent cultivators. They may be alone, with a fierce aura. Or they gather in groups of 3 or 5 to form temporary alliances. These lone rangers who have made a name for themselves in the universe are all arrogant and ruthless. Among them are even some ancient beings who have concealed their identities and whose aura is as deep as the sea. They are like ghosts in the universe, arriving quietly, hiding in meteorite belts or space folds, watching coldly and waiting for the opportunity. Then, forces from other human empires began to appear. The Dragon Blood Empire, bordering the Dawn Empire, had wild warships, many with ferocious dragon heads carved into their bows. The envoys who arrived bore dragon blood, and their aura was domineering and fiery. The Holy Spirit Federation, which advocates psychic power and technology, has a fleet that is pure white, like a mobile temple, and most of its members have spiritual power as vast as the ocean. There's also the Myriad Beasts dynasty, renowned for its command of giant star beasts. Their mounts are actually living, terrifying star beasts the size of stars. The strength of most of these empires is comparable to that of the Dawn Empire, or even slightly exceeds it. Their arrival makes the situation more complicated. The Dawn Empire controlled thousands of star regions, seemingly vast, but within the vast expanse of human space, it was not considered top tier. The truly top behemoths lay beyond. Time passes day by day, and there is only one day left before the inheritance is officially launched. Just when everyone thought that all the forces that were supposed to come had arrived. Boom! 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 3 spatial fluctuations that were far more terrifying than any previous ones, as if they could make the origin of the universe tremble, were like 3 heavy hammers, smashing heavily into the hearts of all the living beings in this starfield. 3 enormous space passages with different styles, like the bloody mouths of 3 giant beasts, opened simultaneously in 3 different directions. From the first channel, a fleet made entirely of pitch black metal and shaped like a crossblade emerged. They have no gorgeous decorations, only the most extreme coldness and solemnity. The only symbol on the hull is an abstract vortex pattern that seems to be able to devour the soul. The moment this fleet appeared, the surrounding starlight seemed to dim a little, and an aura of desolation, the end of all things, spread. The leading flagship was as large as a small planet. On the bridge, a blurry figure shrouded in pitch-black armor stood with his hands behind his back. The pressure he exuded was that of a cosmic overlord. A powerful person from the silent abyss empire. The second channel gushes out endless light of life. Warships that seemed to be carved from living jade and ancient wood slowly sailed out. They were elegant in shape, like elf boats in the forest, exuding majestic vitality and the rhythm of natural laws. The leader was an old man wearing a robe woven with vines and starlight, holding a green branch. His face was kind, but his eyes seemed to hold the cycle of life in the universe. His aura was unfathomable, and he had also reached the level of a cosmic overlord. This was the spokesperson for the ancestral court of life. The opening of the third channel is the most eye-catching. The passage was not torn apart, but rather like a starry sky being gracefully opened by an invisible force. The fleet that sailed out of it was a dreamy purple-gold color all over, with lines that were smooth and perfect to the extreme, as if it was not a creation, but a work of art naturally condensed from the laws of the universe. Light bands like galaxies flow on the surface of the ship, quiet and noble. Leading the way was a magnificent vehicle shaped like a phoenix with its wings spread. Its sophistication and majesty even surpassed the Empress's starry phoenix chariot. When this vehicle fully appeared, it seemed as if the light of the entire heart of the sun was eclipsed by it. A beautiful figure walked out from the phoenix chariot and stood in the void. The moment she appeared, it seemed as if the light of the entire universe was concentrated on her. She was about the same height as an ordinary person, and wore a simple purple-gold dress that outlined a breathtaking curve. The hem of her skirt was like flowing star sand, dotted with countless tiny, self-generating and extinguishing cosmic lights. Her appearance is a kind of perfection that transcends race, gender, and even the concept of beauty itself. Every proportion of the facial features seems to be a masterpiece carefully calculated by the laws of the universe. One more point will make it gorgeous, and one less point will make it dull. Her skin was as radiant as the material of a newborn nebula, and in her deep eyes, her left eye was like a concentrated purple star, spinning slowly, as if it could devour the soul. The right eye is like a pure golden crystal, penetrating the void and reflecting the laws. She did not deliberately exude pressure, but just by standing there, her existence itself made all the cosmic masters around her feel their own insignificance and the stagnation of the laws. His aura is that of a cosmic overlord. Moreover, it is far deeper and more unfathomable than the previous two. Byte. Name, ZUA. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Overlord level 5. Conquest degree, 0%. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Bin's mind, giving an astonishing 99-point rating. The woman named Ziyu swept her eyes across the entire place indifferently, pausing briefly on the overlord of the silent abyss, the old man from the ancestor of life. Finally, her double pupil seemed to accidentally fall in the direction of the Jusei where Chen Bin was. It stayed on Chen Bin and Fei Yi and Alice beside him for an imperceptible moment. The overlord-level powerful men from the three top empires arrived at the same time. Abyss of Nirvana, Ancestral Palace of Life, Temple of the Moon Goddess. Each of these three names represents a behemoth that spans countless starfields and is ruled by a cosmic overlord. It is a force that truly stands at the top of the pyramid of human territory in the known universe. Their arrival instantly raised the level of this inheritance competition to the highest level. The originally restrained atmosphere suddenly became tense, with invisible smoke of gunpowder filling the air. The inheritance has not yet begun, but the protagonists of the final competition have already appeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on the golden entrance to the inheritance, waiting for tomorrow, when the battle that was destined to shake the starry sea would officially begin. Chapter 207 Entering the Land of Inheritance. Just when the oppressive atmosphere brought by the arrival of the three overlord-level powerful men was about to solidify the star field, the inheritance entrance that looked like a golden pupil suddenly underwent a drastic change. Buzz. A grand humming sound that seemed to come from the origin of the universe drowned out all the noise and resounded in the depths of the soul of every living being. The huge golden crack suddenly expanded, shining brightly, like a real sun blooming, illuminating the entire heart of the sun-star field like daylight. A torrent of laws that was 100 times stronger than before, containing endless mystery and majesty, gushed out from it, washing away everything around it. The inheritance has officially begun.
The light gathered, and the guardian figure named Descendant of Light condensed again, more solid than before. The pressure of the overlord of the universe emanated enveloped all directions without reservation, making all the restless forces calm down in an instant.
The time has come.
The ancient and indifferent voice of the light descendants was like a law pronouncement, clearly transmitted into the consciousness of every waiting person.
The inheritance site of the Lord of Brilliance opens today.
His gaze seemed to sweep across the three overlord-class beings present, as well as the suffocatingly large fleet behind them, his tone remaining unchanged. The inheritance rules are as follows: overlord-level beings and above are strictly prohibited from entering. The inheritance land has its own rules and regulations.
Those who violate them will be destroyed.
As soon as these words came out, the black-armored overlord of the Abyss of Annihilation's aura stagnated slightly, and the old man from the Ancestor of Life paused for a moment while stroking his beard. And on the absolutely beautiful Ziyu's flawless face, the pair of eyes that pierced through the void narrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. The rules restrict their entry. This means that they cannot fight for it themselves and can only rely on the forces under their command.
However, the three overlord-level beings quickly regained composure.
They have absolute confidence in their own power. The elite venerables under his command, the young geniuses he carefully cultivated, and even the top-level secret treasures he carried were enough to sweep away most of the competitors without the overlord appearing.
Those who meet the requirements may enter now. The Lightborn's voice rang out again. The competition depends on your ability and luck.
As soon as the words fell, the forces from all sides, which had been unable to contain themselves for a long time, surged forward like a flood that broke through a dam.
Abyss of Annihilation, march forward.
Under the command of the black-armored overlord, hundreds of crossblade warships were like arrows shot from a bow, turning into dark streaks of death and rushing into the golden rift first.
Him to life, come in.
The old man from the ancestral temple of life gently waved the tender branch in his hand, and those emerald-like warships exuded vigorous vitality and sank into the light gracefully and quickly.
Moon guards, set off.
Ziyu just said lightly, and the gorgeous purple-gold fleet behind her was like a well-trained guard of honor, in uniform order, with a dreamy halo, and sailed into the land of inheritance. Next came the fleets of other human empires, the major forces within the Dawn Empire, and those powerful independent cultivators who were like locusts. Thousands of streams of light converged towards the golden entrance from all directions.
The scene was grand and chaotic, as if hundreds of rivers were flowing into the sea.
Mr. Chen Bin, it's time for us to leave.
Empress Estella looked at Chen Bin with a serious expression.
Chen Bin nodded, his eyes sweeping over the women behind him. Aboard, the Peerless set off. The huge Ju-Se venerable strategic ship's engines were fully opened, turning into a dark silver stream of light. It merged with the Golden Fleet composed of dozens of elite warships of the Dawn Empire, and like a giant metal dragon, it crashed into the golden light. The moment you pass through the entrance, it's as if you've crossed the boundaries of time and space, and a strong sense of spatial displacement comes over you. When the vision becomes clear again, what appears before the Ju-Se and all those who enter is an incomparably magnificent world that is far beyond imagination. This is not a simple cave or secret place, but a real and extremely complete universe. There are stars moving above the head, and under the feet is a boundless void continent emitting a faint golden glow. In the distance, there are nebulae and energy tides floating like colorful ribbons. The vastness of the space and the perfection of its laws make people almost feel like they have arrived in an unfamiliar new universe. Only the omnipresent and rich breath of the origin of the laws of light and heat that permeates the air reminds everyone that this is the place where the Lord of Yaowang is passed down. All the warships and creatures that entered dispersed and hovered at the edge of this vast space, looking at each other and the environment vigilantly. At this moment, the huge light and shadow of the light race once again condensed in the center of this universe, like the god of this world. Welcome to the dawning universe, the Lightborn's voice echoed in every corner.
The Master's inheritance test is now officially announced.
In this world, I have scattered 10 billion divine markers of radiant light. As he spoke, countless tiny points of light, like golden fireflies, suddenly lit up in every corner of the universe. Some float in the nebula, some are hidden in the mountains and underground, and some are even embedded in the stars, flickering and emitting unique fluctuations of laws. Obtain the divine marker. With the coordinates and energy contained within, you can reach the Temple of Inheritance located in the center of this world. In the temple, you can exchange the number of divine markers for various rewards left by the master skills, secret techniques, divine weapons, resources. Everything is available, and all are extraordinary items. The Lightborn paused, then offered the final, and most tempting, rule.
And ultimately, whoever first obtains and holds more than half of the total number of divine marks 5 billion will be recognized by the Master, receive his core inheritance, and inherit everything from the Lord of Brilliance. 10 billion cursors. You need to seize more than half to obtain the core inheritance. As soon as this rule came out, the breathing of everyone who entered became heavy. This is not just a fight for opportunity, but also a brutal super war that will sweep the entire world. There is no cooperation, only competition. If you want to obtain the inheritance, you must snatch enough cursors from all other competitors. The figure of the light descendant slowly dissipated, leaving only the last words echoing between heaven and earth. The test begins. Deadline, until someone gathers 5 billion divine symbols, or all intruders are destroyed. The battle for inheritance begins now. I'll be waiting for you at the inheritance temple. After saying that, Wang Yi disappeared. At this moment, without any hesitation, the fleets from different forces scattered like a school of frightened fish. They rushed in different directions, instantly tearing the originally dense array into pieces. Everyone knows that in this vast world of inheritance, it is important to find the cursor first. It means being one step closer to inheritance. If you are one step slower, you may get nothing or even become a target of others. Chapter 208. Quickly get the cursor. On the bridge of the Peerless, the perfect figure of Empress Estella, who was 10 meters tall, turned to Chen Bin, with a question in her amethyst eyes. Sir Chen Bin, the situation is changing rapidly. Should we split up and expand the search area, or should we unite and concentrate our forces? There was a subtle hint of consideration in her words. Separate actions are more efficient, but also riskier. It is safer to gather the troops together, but there is a risk of missing the initiative. She also wanted to take this opportunity to see what Chen Bin would decide. Without waiting for Chen Bin to answer, Serafina, who had just broken through to the level of Universe Supreme and was eager to prove herself in front of her master, stepped forward, her huge crystal wings flapping slightly, and her tone was full of concern. Master, this place is full of dangers. Those 3 major forces are definitely not good people, and there are countless independent cultivators hiding in the dark. In my opinion, it would be safer for us to concentrate our efforts so that we can look after each other. Chen Bin's gaze fell on the beautiful and noble face of Empress Estella. Her majesty in ruling the empire and her posture of soliciting opinions at this moment formed a unique charm. His heart moved slightly, and an idea quietly emerged. By joining forces, not only can they take care of each other, but perhaps, it can also create more opportunities for in-depth communication with Her Majesty the Empress. The meaning and sense of conquest involved in conquering an empire are far beyond ordinary. Serafina has a point. Chen Bin spoke slowly, his eyes meeting the Empress's. We've just arrived here, and the situation is unclear. It would be safer to unite our forces. Seeing that Chen Bin had adopted her suggestion and agreed with her, Estella's eyes flashed with approval and she nodded slightly. Okay, that's it, where should we go? Everyone's eyes were cast into the distance. The fleets of the 3 top empires had already made their choice. The Black Cross fleet of the Abyss of Annihilation, with its cold and dead silence, headed straight for the northern starfield. The Emerald fleet of the Ancestral Court of Life, surging with vigor and vitality, chose the southern region filled with primitive stars. The Moon Temple's magnificent purple-gold fleet sailed towards the western nebula where dreamy aurora was flowing. The 3 great powers have occupied the north, south, and west, Empress Estella analyzed. Let's explore the east. Okay, let's go to the east. Chen Bin readily agreed. With Chen Bin's Jusei as the core and dozens of elite golden warships brought by the Empress's wings, the mixed fleet turned into a torrent of gold and silver, rushing towards the vast eastern starfield. The starfield in the east is equally vast and boundless. There are floating giant continents, swirling nebulae and dust, the remnants of dead galaxies, and energetic swirls of star streams. As soon as the fleet entered, it immediately launched an efficient search. The Imperial army brought by the Empress numbered nearly 1 billion. Although the strength of most of them is not impressive at the cosmic level, most of them are at the planetary or stellar level, but at this moment they have taken advantage of their numbers and technology. Countless small reconnaissance aircraft and detection robots were released from each mothership like a swarm of bees, like a giant net being spread out. At the same time, the large-scale detection matrix carried on the main battleship was operating at full capacity, and the invisible scanning waves radiated out into the void within a radius of trillions of kilometers, centered on the battleship. Report. Left wing 3rd reconnaissance formation, cursor activity detected in the K-77 asteroid belt, approximately 300 in number. Report. The main detection array has detected dense signals in the Shattered Nebula area. There are suspected large cursor clusters, estimated to be over 10,000. Report. A high-energy reaction has been detected beneath the floating continental crust in the right front, matching the cursor characteristics. Good news keeps coming. With the combination of such a huge manpower and cutting-edge technology, finding those scattered Yagwang divine markers has become extremely efficient. There was no need for strong men like Chen Bin and the Empress to take action personally. The armies under their command were like efficient worker ants, accurately locating and collecting precious golden cursors in the vast starfield. These cursors vary in size and shape, some are like prismatic crystals, some are like flat disks. However, they all emit unique Yaowan law fluctuations, which cannot be forged or stored in conventional space equipment. They can only be carried with you or stored in warships. In just one day. With the huge fleets almost plowing like search, the harvest was amazing. A steady stream of golden light was sent back to the main battleship by the transport boat. After counting, the harvest at the edge of the Eastern Star region on this day alone had reached a huge number of 1 million. Inside the command room of the Zhushwang, the numbers representing the number of cursors jumped rapidly on the light screen. Chen Bin looked at this amazing efficiency with a calm expression, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This is a good start. 3 days passed quickly in the efficient and almost predatory search. The joint fleet of Chen Bin and the Empress continued to advance into the vast eastern starfield, and the number of Yagwang divine marks they harvested grew like a snowball, approaching the astonishing number of tens of millions. These glittering golden lights were concentrated and stored in several specially designed transport ships and heavily guarded, becoming the most valuable asset of the combined fleet. However, the peaceful gathering period was short-lived. Just as the fleet was preparing to head to the next nebula where a large cursor cluster was suspected to exist according to the planned route, a rapid communication with interference noise was forcibly connected to the command channel of Ju Se and the Empress's flagship. Your Majesty. Urgent help. This is the 7th Exploration Squadron. We've been attacked by an unidentified fleet at the edge of the shattered Starsea. The enemy is extremely powerful, and we have suffered heavy losses. Requesting immediate support. Repeat, request immediate support. The communication ended abruptly, leaving only an unsettling hissing sound. On the bridge, Empress Estella's beautiful face had a pair of purple crystal eyes that were slightly frowned, revealing a hint of doubt and coldness. The shattered Starsea is located to the rear of the area they are currently exploring. According to previous reconnaissance and analysis of the movements of various forces, there shouldn't be any forces in this direction that can threaten the Empire's regular fleet, let alone lunatics who dare to actively attack the Empire's fleet in the early stages. According to common sense, all parties should be busy collecting cursors at this moment and try to avoid premature conflicts with forces of the same level. The Empress pondered, then looked at Chen Bin. Sir Chen Bin, the situation is unusual. We need to go and investigate in person. Chen Bin nodded. He naturally noticed that something was wrong. The Ju Se and the Empress's flagship immediately adjusted their course, leading some elite frigates, turning their engines at full power, and transformed into several streams of light that tore through space, rushing towards the coordinates for the rescue. The broken Starsea is worthy of its name. It is an extremely chaotic and vast belt of debris formed by the shattered countless planets and asteroids. Huge rock fragments collided with each other, and energy turbulence swept in all directions like an invisible blade, creating an extremely harsh environment. When Chen Bin and the Empress's fleet arrived at the edge of the battlefield, what they saw was a mess. The wreckage of the Empire's 7th Exploration Squadron floated among the rubble like a cold tombstone. Some warships were still experiencing intermittent explosions, and electric sparks flashed silently in the vacuum. Obviously, the battle ended very quickly, it could even be called a massacre. In the center of the battlefield, 3 figures stood like demons. They are not driving warships, but crossing the void directly with their physical bodies. All 3 of them were humanoid in form, but their bodies were much taller than ordinary humans. They were surrounded by the radiance of laws that was as condensed as substance, and the energy fluctuations they emitted had reached the 5th level of the Universe Lord. The person on the left is covered with dark red scales and has a lizard-like head. His hands turned into sharp claws burning with dark flames, and the space around him was distorted by the high temperature, emitting the tyrannical aura of the laws of destruction and fire. The man in the middle was wearing a simple green battle armor, with a stern face, holding a spear wrapped in thunder. Electric snakes slithered around his body, making crackling sounds and triggering the thunder laws in the universe. The one on the right was the strangest. His body seemed to be made of translucent shadow energy, appearing and disappearing. He was playing with 2 pitch black daggers in his hands. Wherever the dagger passed, even the light was swallowed up, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations of the laws of shadow and assassination. The combination of these three people is both offensive and defensive, and they are capable of both long and short distances. Their strength should not be underestimated. Floating beneath their feet were several special containers originally belonging to the 7th Fleet, which were specifically used to store cursors. There was a golden light flashing inside, and it was obvious that they had just succeeded. Seeing the arrival of the main fleet led by Chin Bin and the Empress, the lizard-headed venerable grinned widely, revealing a cruel smile, and a hoarse voice came through the vibration of the law. "Hey, a few more big fish. Looks like we've had a good catch today." The venerable holding the thunder spear had a cold look in his eyes, and pointed the spear at the fleet of Chen Bin and others. The threat was self-evident. The Shadow Lord blended silently into the darkness of the background, as if he would launch a fatal sneak attack at any time. Empress Estella's face was cold. Not only did the other party attack the Imperial fleet and seize the cursor, but their attitude was also so arrogant. This had already touched her bottom line. "Who are you? How dare you attack the Dawn Empire fleet?" The Lizard Master sneered. "The Dawn Empire? In this land of inheritance, the biggest fist rules. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the cursors you've collected, and maybe I can spare your life." Chen Bin stood on the bridge of the Jusei ship, his eyes calmly sweeping over the 3 5th-level universe venerable opponents, but a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 reckless cultivators, or are they pathfinders sent by someone? He muttered to himself, then said to Alice behind him, "Since they have come to our door, let's take them down. It's just right, let me test your strength." Chapter 209 Easy Solution. Without waiting for Chen Bin to make a move, Empress Estera faced the arrogant provocation of the 3 5th-level universe lords, and the coldness in her amethyst eyes became even stronger. She tilted her head slightly and instructed the figure beside her, who had been silent and stood like a rock. "Rex, take them down." The man called Rex was the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs introduced by the Empress earlier. He was about the same height as a normal Empress, and wore a dark golden Imperial General's uniform without any unnecessary decorations. His face was as strong as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe, and his short hair stood up like steel needles. He didn't say much, but replied in a deep voice, "As you command, Your Majesty." With one step forward, Rex's figure disappeared from the bridge of the Empress's ship. The next moment, he appeared in the center of the broken battlefield as if by teleportation, facing the 3 powerful masters from a distance. There was no exaggerated energy leaking from his body, but a terrifying pressure that was as heavy as a galaxy and condensed like billions of stars. Like an invisible domain, it instantly enveloped the entire broken star sea area. The 7th level of the Universe Lord. This aura was released and then retracted, causing the faces of the 3 arrogant masters opposite to change suddenly. They can clearly feel the absolute suppression brought by the other party's life level. The 7th level versus the 5th level may seem like a gap of only 2 levels, but at the level of the Universe Venerable, the gap between each level is like a chasm. It is an all-round crushing of energy reserves, comprehension of laws, and the essence of life. This idea is tricky. Let's do it together. The lizard-headed venerable reacted the fastest. He roared and no longer cared about holding back. The majestic laws of destruction and fire in his body burst out. He suddenly grabbed forward with both claws, and the dark red scales on his body stood up, spewing out raging netherworld flames. This flame is not an ordinary fire, it contains the terrifying properties of corroding souls and burning laws. In an instant, they transformed into 2 giant flaming pythons spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, twisting the void, opening their huge lava mouths, and biting towards Rex. Wherever the flames passed, even the floating star fragments were instantly vaporized. Almost at the same time, the venerable holding the thunder spear looked fierce and raised the spear high in his hand. Buzz! The thunder energy of the entire broken star sea seemed to be summoned by the king and gathered towards him madly. Countless purple divine thunders as thick as buckets were born from the void, entwined around the gun body, and emitted a deafening roar. He threw the spear out suddenly. 9 heavens annihilation thunder. The lightning spear flew out of his hand and instantly transformed into a purple thunder dragon made purely of destructive thunder, its size no less than that of the 2 giant flaming pythons. With the terrifying power to pierce through the stars and destroy everything, it arrived first and formed a pincer attack with the giant fire python, stabbing Rex directly. As for the strangest Shadow Master, his body seemed to have completely melted away and disappeared without a trace the moment the 2 launched their attack. It is not simply invisibility, but true integration into the shadow dimension of the universe. Even the energy fluctuations are completely hidden, as if they had never existed. But a cold murderous intent, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey, firmly locked onto all possible spaces around Rex for dodging, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Faced with this overwhelming and well-coordinated triple attack, there was no ripple on Rex's resolute face. He didn't even take out any weapons, but slowly raised his fists covered with dark golden luster, which seemed to be able to crush the stars. The majesty of the Empire cannot be violated. The Legion's iron law, violators will be punished. His deep voice was like the beating of a war drum, carrying with it an absolute will of iron, blood, and order. Facing the roaring netherworld fire python from the left, he simply and directly punched out with his left fist. This punch did not have any fancy light, but it seemed to have attracted the mass of the entire void. Wherever the fist passed, the space groaned as if it could not bear the heavy burden, and collapsed and compressed inward layer by layer. That was not a clash of energies, but a manifestation of the purest and most extreme law of power. It is an absolute violence that is enough to shatter the galaxy. Star-shaking fist. Boom! The fist violently collided with the netherworld fire python. No stalemate, no explosive tug of war. The two netherworld fire pythons that were powerful enough to burn down galaxies, when they came into contact with the fist seal of the law of power condensed to the extreme, were like fragile glass hitting an iron hammer, shattering and disintegrating from head to toe. The structure of the laws that constitute the flame was forcibly shattered and annihilated by this brutal and unreasonable force. The lizard lord groaned, his body shook violently, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror. The netherworld flame that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single punch from the opponent. At the same time, the destructive thunder dragon on the right was roaring over. Rex didn't even look and swung out with his right fist, but this time, the force of the fist suddenly changed. It is no longer purely fierce, but carries with it the true meaning of the law of vibration and high-frequency tearing. Countless fine ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the space around the fist. Sky-breaking wave. The fist collided with the thunder dragon transformed from the thunder spear. Laugh. An extremely piercing noise erupted, as if billions of glasses were shattered at the same time by high frequency. The mighty thunder dragon seemed to have collided with an invisible but high-speed vibrating network. The huge thunder dragon's body started from the tip of the spear. It was forcibly disintegrated and torn into countless tiny electric snakes by the terrifying shock wave, and finally completely collapsed and dissipated. The venerable holding the lightning spear was hit hard, his knuckles cracked, the lightning spear flew out of his hand, and the whole person was thrown backwards, leaving a long trail of blood in the void. 2 punches. Just 2 punches. He easily defeated the full-strength attacks of 2 powerful universe masters with overwhelming force. This is the cruel manifestation of the gap between level suppression and law comprehension. However, in this lightning-fast moment when Rex's old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been born, something strange happened suddenly. In the shadow behind Rex, the disappeared Shadow Master quietly emerged like a ghost. The 2 pitch-black daggers in his hands were like the fangs of poisonous snakes, silent and yet so fast beyond thinking, piercing Rex's back and neck. The shadow annihilation law contained in the dagger is enough to erode the defense and vitality of the universe master level in an instant. This was a long-planned, real killer move. Be careful. Seraphina couldn't help but exclaim on the peerless. Queen Estella's eyes narrowed slightly, but she did not take action. She believed in Rex's strength. Faced with this insidious and deadly sneak attack, Rex seemed to have eyes behind him and he didn't even turn around. Just before the dagger was about to hit his body, countless intricate and complex imperial runes suddenly lit up on his dark golden military uniform. Law barrier. Buzz. An extremely solid dark golden energy shield, as if composed of countless diamond-shaped crystals, instantly emerged from his body surface, completely covering him. This shield not only contains extremely strong defensive power, but also carries a unique aura of order and suppression that is invulnerable to all laws. Ding! Ding! 2 extremely slight crisp sounds. The 2 daggers containing the law of shadow annihilation stabbed fiercely on the dark gold shield, but it was like stabbing the hardest substance in the universe, and it was difficult to advance an inch. The shadow law attached to the dagger and the order law on the shield were madly corroding, making a teeth-grinding sizzling sound, but they could never break through. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in Shadow Reverend's eyes. His ultimate blow couldn't even break the opponent's automatic defense? Chapter 210 Song Xian Empire. You are a rat. Rex's cold voice sounded, and he finally moved. He turned around suddenly and spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand like a dragnet, ignoring the distance and space, and grabbed directly at the venerable who was trying to merge into the shadow again. Between his 5 fingers, the laws of confinement, blockade, and capture intertwined into a web, locking all the space around him, including the shadow dimension. Star-catching hand. The Shadow Lord felt his whole body tighten, as if the entire universe had turned into shackles, binding him firmly to the spot, and even his ability to travel through shadows was completely deprived. He struggled desperately, the shadow energy boiling, but it was like a fly trapped in amber, all in vain. Rex's hand firmly grasped his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. The shadow energy that was enough to annihilate the light was like a gentle stream in Rex's palm, which contained majestic energy and the laws of order, and could not cause any harm. At this point, the 3 powerful enemies of the 5th level of the Universe Lords. One person was injured by the star-shaking fist and his breath was weak. One person was severely injured by the sky-smashing wave, his magic weapon fell out of his hand, and he flew backwards in a panic. The last person, the Shadow Venerable who was best at sneak attacks, was captured alive and could not move. The battle lasted only a dozen breaths from start to finish. With his absolute strength, Rex perfectly demonstrated the majesty and power of the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs. 1 against 3, crushing them with ease, and capturing one alive. The whole process was smooth and full of the beauty of power and law, which made Suyu, Tong Yan and other warlike people on the Jusei excited and their eyes were shining. Shen Bin also nodded slightly. This Rex is indeed worthy of his reputation. His application of the law of power and the law of order has reached the highest level. He is a rare strong man. Empress Estella showed a look of satisfaction on her face, and was about to give the order to capture the other 2 as well. Mutation and regeneration. Buzz. Without any warning, the void on the flank of the combined fleet violently twisted and distorted like boiling water, and thousands of thick, pale green ion beams containing destructive energy burst out. Like a swarm of poisonous snakes suddenly jumping out from the deep sea, they crossed a distance of millions of kilometers at the speed of light and instantly covered the airspace where the combined fleet was located. The density of its firepower and the wide coverage area made it seem like a long-planned saturation attack from a complete fleet. Enemy attack. All fleets, maximum combined shield power. Empress Estella's reaction was as fast as lightning, and her cold and majestic order instantly spread to all the Imperial warships. Almost at the same time as the order was issued, the energy shield systems of all the Dawn Empire warships, with the Empress's ship Starry Phoenix and Shen Bin's Peerless as the core, were overloaded. Golden energy barriers lit up instantly and connected quickly like water and milk, building an extremely thick composite joint shield around the fleet with the Imperial Star emblem flowing on it. Boom 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 boom. Dense, rain-like beams of pale green ion light slammed heavily into the golden joint shield, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions that were powerful enough to shatter a small star. Violet ripples appeared on the surface of the shield, and the energy readings flickered wildly, but it ultimately managed to steadily withstand this sudden and violent attack, isolating the destructive energy from outside. The light faded, but the combined shield remained solid, though the light was slightly dim. Although there was a violent shaking inside the fleet, no substantial damage occurred. "Humph, you rat who has been hiding your head and showing your tail, are you finally willing to show yourself?" The Empress snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in her purple crystal eyes as she looked in the direction of the attack. I saw a huge fleet slowly emerging from the empty void like a mirage. These warships were dark green in color and had ferocious shapes, like strange fish in the deep sea. A hideous skull symbol entangled with thorns was spray-painted on the bow. It was the fleet of the Xiangxian Empire, which had a long-standing feud with the Dawn Empire and whose territory bordered it. They obviously used some extremely advanced space concealment technology, or hid in a place owned by a powerful person in advance. He quietly sneaked into a precious space ring or cave magic weapon that could hold living things, and launched this sinister surprise attack at such a close distance. Their plan was to take advantage of the moment when Rex was fighting with the 3 Bait Masters and the fleet's attention was drawn to them. With the force of thunder and lightning, severely damage or even destroy the command core of the Dawn Empire, and snatch those nearly 10 million cursors. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Empress's vigilance and the reaction speed of the combined fleet. Estella, hand over all the cursors if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, today, all the elite troops of your Dawn Empire will be buried in this sea of shattered stars. A sharp and arrogant voice was heard from the channel of the main ship of the Xiangxian Empire fleet, obviously from the commander of the other side. Shenman stood on the bridge of the Jusei ship, a mocking arc on his lips. I see. Those 3 guys are just discarded pawns to attract our attention. The real killer move is this group of venomous snakes hiding in the dark. The Empress's eyes were icy, and she didn't seem completely surprised by the appearance of the Tsongxian Empire. She spoke slowly, her voice spreading across the battlefield through the public channel. The Sichuan Empire's thorny skull flag is still so ugly. With a bunch of you who only dare to launch sneak attacks, you dare to think of shaking the light of my dawn? The moment she finished speaking, there was no need for any additional orders. The Imperial fleet, which had already been enraged by the sneak attack, had already entered the highest state of combat readiness. All turrets rotated and locked, and energy weapons began to charge, emitting heart-pounding waves of destruction. Rex, who had been tricked, was even more furious. He directly threw the captured Shadow Reverend, whose face was as pale as death, into a transport ship like throwing garbage and imprisoned him. Then he turned around and faced the direction of the Tsongxian Empire fleet, his resolute face filled with iron-blooded murderous intent. Anyone who dares to defy the Imperial Majesty will be punished, no matter how far away they are. All forces attack. With his order, the Golden Fleet of the Dawn Empire, like an awakened lion, launched a fierce counterattack against the dark green Tsongxian fleet. A brutal interstellar fleet battle suddenly broke out in this shattered starfield. Energy beams crisscrossed, and the flames of the explosions continued to light up like festive fireworks, turning this sea of broken stars into a stage of death. Chapter 211: The Yellow Bird Behind. At Rex's command, the Golden Fleet of the Dawn Empire and the Dark Green Fleet of the Sichuan Empire collided with each other like two surging metal torrents. In an instant, the entire Broken Star Sea area completely turned into a furnace of death. Boom! 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 The roar of the energy main gun became the only background sound in the universe. The thick golden ion beams and the pale green decomposition rays were like countless crazy giant pythons, tearing, colliding and annihilating each other wildly in the void. Each collision exploded a terrifying energy ball that was powerful enough to devour a planet, instantly vaporizing the floating star fragments around it. Countless warships were like nimble hounds, shuttling through the hail of bullets, and rapid-fire cannons sprayed out dense energy barrages, trying to tear open the shields of the enemy's large warships. The massive battleship was like a mobile fortress, its thick joint shield rippling countless times under the intense firepower. At the same time, the densely packed secondary gun groups on the side continuously spewed out tons of fire, turning any small enemy ships that dared to approach into brilliant but short-lived fireworks. The energy cluster was like a migrating swarm of bees, dragging a lone tail flame, drawing a strange arc, bypassing the frontal energy bombardment, trying to attack the weak links of the fleet. The interception system weaved a dense anti-aircraft fire network, forming a constantly exploding death zone around the fleet. The light of the explosion rose and fell continuously, making the already broken star field flicker. The wreckage of the battleship, the melted metal, and the bodies of the unlucky people affected were all thrown around like hail under the push of the shock wave. The space was torn and distorted by the violent energy, and the communication channel was filled with noise, alarms and the commander's hoarse roar. This is a pure and brutal collision of technology and power, an epic of steel and energy. Its massive scale and destructive power are enough to shock any observer. Chen Bin's Jusei is like a ghost on the battlefield. With its excellent performance and Fei Ye's occasional subtle influence of the rules, it can move freely in the chaotic war. Its fearsome red beauty main gunfires after each short charge. They can accurately plow a terrifying blank area in the fleet array of the Tsongxian Empire, and wherever they pass, all the warships will turn into nothingness. Some of the Zerg units released by Alice were like a thorn in the flesh. They are not afraid of death. They use their flexible bodies and strange attack methods to specifically destroy the weak points of the Tsongxian warships, such as the engines and weapon arrays, causing great harassment. Rex led some of the Empire's elite troops and engaged in a fierce battle with the strong men of the Tsongxuan fleet in the small space between the warships. As his wings of light spread, the laws of the stars shone, and the enemy's star-level commanders were continuously defeated by him. The war situation seems to be developing in a direction favorable to the Dawn Empire. Although the number of the Tsongxian fleet seemed huge during the initial sneak attack, it was being consumed at a visible rate under the joint attack of the elite troops of the Dawn Empire and Chen Bin's new force. However, Chen Bin, standing on the bridge of the Jusei ship, frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. His powerful divine consciousness swept across the entire battlefield, clearly capturing the existence with the strongest energy fluctuations in the Tsongxian Empire fleet. Located inside the main ship, its strength is approximately at the 8th level of the Universe Lord class. This person is definitely a strong one, but... Chen Bin's gaze turned to the figure of Empress Estella not far away, who exuded the majesty of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme. There is no way the other party is unaware of the Empress's strength. With only 1/8 level venerable and a fleet that is large but not absolutely dominant, they dare to ambush the elite of the Dawn Empire, which is led by the Empress and assisted by Rex and others? This is like hitting a rock with an egg. Unless they have a hidden trick up their sleeve. A trump card that could turn the tide of battle, or even confront or suppress the Empress. What is this trump card? Is it some kind of powerful forbidden weapon? Or, is there a stronger master hidden who has never appeared? Chen Bin's mind instantly became alert, and he secretly sent a message to Fei Yi and Alice. Be careful, the situation is different. The Zhongxian Empire may have other resources to rely on. Be prepared to deal with emergencies at any time. Fei Yi replied lazily, I discovered it a long time ago, a bunch of idiots can't even act out a complete play. She seemed to have seen through something long ago. At the critical moment when the Dawn Empire fleet was about to launch an offensive and encircle the Zhongxian fleet, the mutation really happened. But it didn't come from the Zhongxian fleet itself. Millions of kilometers away from the main battlefield, there was a seemingly empty void with only sparse meteorites floating around. The space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible force. A space channel that was far larger and more unstable than when the Zhongxian fleet appeared, with blood-red energy arcs jumping on the edge, was brutally torn apart. Then, a fleet appeared, all dark red, with wild and ferocious shapes, as if it were made of countless giant beast skeletons in molten metal. With an aura of brutality, tyranny, and bloody murderous pressure, it surged out from the passage like a bloody torrent bursting through a dam. Their warship styles are completely different from the elegant ones of the Dawn Empire and the sinister ones of the Zhongxuan Empire. Full of primitive power and aggression, the bows of most ships are carved with roaring skulls or ferocious animal heads, and the portholes are like bloodthirsty eyes. A striking symbol was spray-painted on the hull, a broken blade dripping with blood. Blood Blade Dynasty. A powerful human empire bordering the Dawn Empire, with a similarly vast territory, but known for its advocacy of force and aggressive nature. Its comprehensive strength is even slightly above that of the Dawn Empire. The direction they appeared from was extremely tricky, right at the side and rear of the Dawn Empire fleet, a formation link that was slightly weak due to the pursuit of the Zhongxian fleet. The leading battleship was shaped like a burning, ferocious skull, and the energy fluctuations it emitted had reached the peak level of the universe venerable. Although the aura was not as deep and vast as that of Empress Estella, it had more of the cruelty and brutality that came from killing in a sea of corpses and blood. A rough, overbearing voice, filled with undisguised murderous intent, exploded like thunder in the starry sky. Estella! Didn't expect that? Zhongxian's trash is just bait to lure you out. Today, you, the Empress of the Empire, along with the cursors you have collected, will stay here. The legacy of the Lord of Brilliance should be inherited by our Bloodblade Divine Dynasty. Before he finished speaking, the huge blood-red fleet had already fired thousands of cannons. Countless thick dark red beams of light containing violent destructive energy, like giant spears emerging from the blood prison, bombarded the flanks of the Dawn Empire fleet. The fierceness of its firepower and offensive far exceeded that of the previous Zhongxian fleet. I see. The Zhongxian Empire is nothing more than a bait to attract firepower and attention. The real culprit is the fleet of the Bloodblade Dynasty that secretly colluded with the Zhongxian Empire and might even have been invited to move with huge promises of benefits. Their goal is not just to get the cursor, but to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The supreme ruler of the Dawn Empire and Chen Bin, an emerging force with great potential, will be surrounded and annihilated here in one fell swoop, severely damaging or even destroying the core elite of the Dawn Empire. The situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. The fleet of the Dawn Empire was in a deadly danger of being attacked from both sides by the Zhongxuan Empire and the Bloodblade Dynasty. Empress Estella's face instantly turned extremely cold, the stars in her beautiful eyes extinguished, and murderous intent soared to the sky. She finally understood that this was a carefully planned killing spree against her and the Dawn Empire. There was a cold light of, as expected, in Chen Bin's eyes, and an even more intense, boiling fighting spirit that was almost burning. Chapter 212. After the yellow bird, there is another yellow bird. There are jackals in front and tigers and leopards behind? Then, let's fight to our heart's content. He wanted to see how powerful this Bloodblade Dynasty was. Faced with the Bloodblade Divine Dynasty fleet's overwhelming and violent volleys like a bloody torrent, Chen Bin was not panicked. Instead, a smile of control appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to Alice, who was already eager to try, and said calmly, Alice, it's time for you to perform. Let these barbarians see what a true torrent of war is. Yes, master. Alice's eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. She raised her hand, and the world ring carrying her Zerg army shone brightly. The next moment, a scene occurred that made all witnesses' scalps tingle and their souls tremble. Starting from the void in front of the Jusei, a boundless living black cloud that covered the sea of stars suddenly spread out. That's hundreds of millions of Zerg units. They have different shapes and are hideous. The buzzing of their vibrating wings, the hissing of their shells rubbing against each other, and the cold and hungry spiritual fluctuations that come together instantly form a wave of terror that shocks the mind. Except for the 10 Zerg Supreme Guards, the peak of the Universe Supreme, who were the final trump cards and were left by Alice to guard Shinbin. She released all the Zerg troops under her command. Among them are 10,000 Zerg lords and generals of various types at the Universe Master level, as well as 1 million Zerg elites at the peak of the Star Domain level. Just as the destructive dark red beam of light from the Bloodblade Divine Dynasty was about to drown the flank of the Dawn Empire fleet. Roar! The swarm let out a unified, soul-rending scream. At the forefront are those fortress worms that are as big as stars and covered with thick chitinous shells. They gathered together in layers like living shields, and deep biological energy patterns lit up on their shells. And more of them are Zergs with long-range attack capabilities. The jet mayfly opens its toothy maw and spews out a cloud of highly corrosive, acidic spores. The biological turret on the back of the plasma thunder beast swelled, firing a continuous stream of spherical lightning. The bone-spiked dragon vibrates its membrane wings, raining down bone spears powerful enough to pierce through the armor of warships. What's more, psychic weavers have united to build a mental barrier that distorts reality and deflects energy. The Zerg's breath and energy attacks converged into a colorful reverse torrent that contained extreme destruction, and slammed into the blood-red light column of the Bloodblade Dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the two destructive energies seemed to make the entire Yaoguang universe tremble. In the core area of the explosion, the space shattered into pieces, forming a short-lived black hole effect that madly devoured everything around it. The shockwave spread in a spherical shape, instantly clearing out all nearby meteorites and even some small warships. What was shocking was that the Zerg's seemingly chaotic but actually highly efficient and unified joint attack actually managed to withstand the saturation salvos of the Bloodblade Dynasty fleet in a head-on confrontation. Even the destructive torrent composed of countless Zerg breaths was still pushing back towards the Bloodblade Dynasty's fleet little by little and unwaveringly. What? This is impossible. The Bloodblade god roared in shock and anger from the skeleton flagship. They obviously didn't expect that Chen Bin had such a large and powerful biological army hidden under his command. All venerable commanders, follow me and attack. Tear these disgusting bugs to pieces. The commander of the Bloodblade Dynasty, the strongest person at the peak of the universe, Venerable, named Bloodslaughter Venerable, finally could not sit still anymore and roared. The main ship's hatch was wide open, and including him, more than 50 Universe Master-level warriors, ranging from the 1st to the 8th level, rushed out fiercely, like dozens of blood-red meteors, and rushed directly into the Zerg army. They have to take action. Otherwise, relying solely on the firepower of the fleet, there is a tendency for them to be suppressed by the Zerg. The addition of these top powerhouses instantly set off a bloody storm in the Zerg army. Various powerful combat skills and laws broke out, and a large number of Zerg were wiped out in an instant. But there were also powerful Zerg elders who came forward and engaged in a brutal one-on-one battle with them in the starspace, temporarily curbing their edge. Just as the Zerg army was locked in a stalemate with the Bloodblade Dynasty fleet and its powerful warriors. On the other side, the battle between Empress Estella and Bloodslaughter Venerable also broke out instantly. Shua Tu. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. The Empress's voice was ice cold, and stars were spinning on her imperial robe. She took a step forward and crossed the void, coming face to face with the Bloodslaughter Venerable, who was shrouded in bloody murderous aura. Both of them are at the peak of the universe Venerable. When their aura is fully released, it is as if two stars are colliding. The surrounding space is completely distorted, the laws are wailing, and ordinary Venerables can hardly even get close to their battle circle. The light of the stars and the bloody evil spirit clashed fiercely. The Empress drew the power of the stars in the sky with every move, condensing it into a dazzling galaxy chain and a spear of destructive light. On the other hand, Venerable Shuetu used the secret combat methods of the Bloodblade Dynasty, creating a vast sea of blood and ferocious demonic shadows. The fight was so fierce that it was obvious that the winner could not be determined in a short time. On the front battlefield, the 8th level universe Venerable commander of the Tsongxian Empire, Venerable Yogu, saw that the Bloodblade Dynasty was being held back by the Zerg and the Empress was also being restrained. A hint of ruthlessness and opportunity flashed in his eyes. Now! Follow me to break through their fleet's defenses and seize the cursor. He roared fiercely and personally led the remaining venerable level strongmen of the Xian Empire, about 10 people, most of whom were low-level venerables. Like a sharp knife, it pierced straight into the frontal fleet formation of the Dawn Empire, which seemed a little weak because of the division of troops to deal with the Bloodblade dynasty. "Stop them!" Military Minister Rex roared, and he and 2 other venerable level generals in the Imperial fleet stepped forward to try to intercept them. However, the other party has an 8th level venerable as its core, and the strength gap is obvious. Boom! In a hard fight, although Rex managed to block the main attack of Venerable Yogu with his rich experience and powerful law of power, he was also shocked and his blood was churning, and he flew backwards. The attacks of the other 2 Imperial Lords were easily dispersed by the Netherworld Ghost Claw that Lord Yogu casually waved away. The 2 of them groaned at the same time, obviously at a disadvantage. The front fleet defense line of the Dawn Empire was suddenly in danger under the sharp attack of Venerable Yogu. Once it breaks through the defense line and rushes into the transport ship area where the cursor is stored, the consequences will be unimaginable. The situation seems to be tilting in a direction unfavorable to the Dawn Empire again. Shenmin stood on the bridge of the Jusei ship, calmly overlooking the entire battle situation, and his eyes finally fell on the Venerable Yogu who was killing everyone and was unstoppable. Chapter 213 The Sparrow was eaten by the eagle. Seeing that Venerable Yogu was unstoppable and the front line of defense of the Dawn Empire was crumbling, Chen Bin's eyes turned cold and he no longer hesitated. He calmly ordered Alice beside him, "Send 5 out to deal with the one who jumps the most happily." "Yes, master." A trace of cruel pleasure flashed in Alice's eyes, and her mind moved. The next moment, 5 terrifying dark golden lights shot out from behind the Jusei like arrows of death shot out from the abyss. He instantly crossed the battlefield and appeared precisely around Venerable Yogu, who was about to display his divine power and tear apart the Empire's defenses. The moment they appeared, a cold evil aura that was far more terrifying and more concentrated than that of a single peak venerable instantly enveloped the space of tens of thousands of miles like an invisible domain. Even the Empress and the Blood Slaughter venerable who were fighting fiercely could not help but look sideways. These are 5 exactly the same Zerg Supreme Guards. They are about 50 meters tall, and their entire bodies are covered in streamlined biological armor that seems to be made of dark gold and obsidian. The armor was naturally engraved with complex and hideous blood-colored patterns, which slowly squirmed like a living thing. Their heads resemble enlarged insect compound eyes and mouthparts. The huge compound eyes present a cold, constantly flickering blood-red prism of light, without any emotion, only an absolute will to kill. It has no arms in the conventional sense, but instead has 2 pairs of terrifying bone-bladed forelimbs that are like giant sickles with space-cutting ripples flowing on the edges. Stretching out from behind were 3 pairs of dark golden bone wings that were as thin as cicada wings but extremely hard, and whose vibrations caused ripples in space. Hiss! The 5 Supreme Guards did not communicate with each other at all, but their movements were completely synchronized as if they had the same brain. The bone wings behind them vibrate simultaneously at a strange frequency. Buzz! An invisible but heavy space confinement force field as heavy as a galaxy suddenly descended. It is not a simple space blockade, but a temporary peeling off of the space where Venerable Yogu is from the entire universe, forming an independent and solid death arena. Venerable Yogu suddenly felt his whole body tighten, as if he had fallen into an invisible quagmire, and even mobilizing the laws became obscure and difficult. What the hell? Venerable Yogu was both shocked and angry. He had never seen such a strange and powerful Zerg unit, and there were 5 identical peak-level venerables. He didn't dare to delay, and the ghostly aura around him exploded, trying to break free from the confinement of space. However, at this moment, the 5 Supreme Guards moved. Their movements were so fast that they were beyond the limits of visual capture, like 5 dark golden lightning bolts tearing through space. 10 sickle-shaped bone blade forelimbs, from 10 completely different yet perfectly complementary blind spots, with terrifying sharpness that could tear apart laws and sever cause and effect, slashed towards Venerable Yogu at the same time. The attacks of these bone blades are not simple physical cutting. They contain the ultimate principles of sharpness, armor breaking and annihilation, and even cause tiny cracks in space. The ghost of the Ghostbone Venerable was surging, and with a fierce roar, he concentrated all his life's cultivation into his hands, and the nether ghost claws expanded instantly. It transformed into 2 ghost hands that covered the sky and the sun, with the wrong souls on them howling, trying to grab and crush these bone blades. Clang! 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 The extremely harsh sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the starry sky, and the exploding sparks were like a supernova explosion. Venerable Yogu barely blocked the 6 attacks from the front and sides. The terrifying impact made his arms tremble violently, and most of the netherworld energy on his ghost hands was dissipated. But in the end, he couldn't completely defend against the 3 attacks coming from behind and from the blind spots below. Swish! A bone blade, like a hot knife cutting butter, easily tore through the netherworld law that protected his body. A huge wound was left on his back, so deep that the bone was visible, almost splitting him in half. The wound was filled with the law of annihilation, preventing the regeneration of flesh and blood. Puff! Puff! The other 2 bone blades pierced into his leg joints like poisonous snakes. The terrifying cutting force instantly shattered his leg bones and meridians. Ah! Venerable Yogu let out a shrill scream, staggered, and his breath instantly weakened. The cooperation between these 5 supreme guards is simply seamless. Their attacks seem to have been calculated with the utmost precision, with the force, angle, and timing all perfectly coordinated, without any redundancy or flaws, just to destroy the target most efficiently. Don't give Venerable Yogu any chance to breathe. The 5 supreme guards succeeded in their attack without stopping, and the blood-red prisms in their huge compound eyes shone to the extreme at the same time. They opened their hideous mouths covered with spiral-sharp teeth, and 5 extremely condensed, dark red destructive energy breaths began to converge madly inside. This breath is not fire or lightning, but highly compressed biological collapse energy, which contains the terrifying law that decomposes the basis of existence of all things. The surrounding cosmic energy was being extracted crazily, and even the space began to collapse towards the 5 giant mouths. A death crisis that made all the universe lords who sensed it shudder locked onto the seriously injured Ghost Bone Lord. No! Bone Master felt the fatal threat, his eyes filled with despair and madness. He desperately burned the source of his life, trying to make a last stand. But it's too late. Boom! 5 dark red breaths of destruction, like 5 roaring world-destroying dragons, bombarded Venerable Yogu from 5 directions at the same time. There was no bright light of explosion, only a heart-pounding annihilation of all things. The defense condensed by the burning life of the ghost bone Venerable melted instantly in the face of these 5 superimposed collapse energies, like ice and snow in the sun. His body, his soul, all traces of his existence were completely decomposed, collapsed, and turned into nothingness from the most basic particle level the moment they came into contact with the breath. A powerful cosmic master of the 8th level, with the perfect cooperation of 5 Zerg supreme guards of the same level, was confined in space and completely annihilated. The whole process took only 3 to 5 breaths. Clean and efficient, completely destroyed. When the dark red breath light dissipated, the confined space returned to its original state. Where was the figure of Venerable Yogu? There were only 5 cold, killing machine-like Zerg supreme guards, quietly suspended in place. The dark golden bone wings fluttered slightly, and the compound eyes scanned the battlefield indifferently, looking for the next target. The entire battlefield, whether it was the Bloodblade dynasty and the Zerg army that were fighting, the remnants of the Tsung-Shen Empire that were struggling to hold on, or the Dawn Empire, were all deeply shocked by this horrifying scene. 5 peak warriors of the same level worked together seamlessly and instantly killed an 8th level Venerable. What a terrifying killing efficiency! What a hopeless war machine! The morale of the Tsung-Shen Empire's fleet collapsed instantly. The blood slaughter Venerable of the Bloodblade Divine Dynasty was also shocked during the fierce battle with the Empress, and had a bad premonition. Shenbin looked at the 5 Supreme Guards who had returned to the formation and nodded with satisfaction. This is the true value of the Zerg Queen mass production of top-notch, absolutely obedient killing units. Chapter 214, Shui-Tu escaped. After losing its supreme commander, the morale of the Tsung-Shen Empire's fleet completely collapsed. The remaining warships fled in all directions like headless flies, and were soon divided and hunted by the Dawn Empire's fleet and the ferocious Zerg. Those warships carrying some cursors were given special attention, and all valuable spoils were quickly plundered. However, Chen Bin's attention did not linger on these trivial cleaning tasks. He looked into the distance at the area where the energy was the most violent and the laws were the most chaotic there. The fierce battle between Empress Estella and Blood Slaughter Venerable, 2 of the top cosmic masters, had reached a climax. The light of the stars and the bloody evil spirit collided wildly, and it seemed as if a galaxy was born and destroyed in every collision. The Empress's robe fluttered, and with every move she made, she drew the power of the stars in the sky. Billions of starlight turned into chains, spears, and giant swords. The offensive was like the galaxy rolling back, continuous and endless, showing the Emperor's majesty and power to the fullest. Venerable Shui-Tu was like a trapped beast fighting desperately. A sea of blood churned around him, evolving into all kinds of hideous demonic shadows and killing weapons. His murderous aura was soaring to the sky, and his moves were cruel and vicious. Every blow contained the terrifying power to tear the soul apart. The two men were of similar strength, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. But the death of Venerable Yogu and the 5 Zerg Supreme Guards who were quietly floating behind Shinbin, emitting cold murderous intent, were like a huge shadow, covering the mind of Venerable Shuetu. Damn it! Yogu is such a loser. Venerable Shuetu was shocked and angry. He knew very well that once those 10 Zerg Supreme Guards with perfect coordination and terrifying combat power joined the battle and joined forces with the Empress, he would have absolutely no chance of winning, and even escape would become extremely difficult. Must leave immediately. Once this thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. What about grabbing the cursor and killing the Empress? At this moment, all of these have become illusions. Saving your life is the top priority. He suddenly exploded, the blood in his body burning crazily, and he used his desperate secret method to punch out, turning into a roaring blood-red dragon. It temporarily forced back the Empress's continuous star offensive, creating a moment of respite. Then, without any hesitation, he turned into a streak of bloodlight, ready to tear through space and escape thousands of miles away. Want to leave? It's too late. How could Shinbin, who had been closely following the battle situation, let such a powerful enemy leave easily? His eyes turned cold as he gave Alice his final order: send out the remaining 5 as well. Assist the Empress, and leave him behind. Yes. A fierce look flashed in Alice's eyes. Whoosh! 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 The other 5 Zerg Supreme Guards on standby joined the battle in an instant, like 5 dark golden arrows shot from a bow. Together with the previous 5, a total of 10 Zerg Supreme Guards at the peak of the universe formed a perfect encirclement net, trapping the blood-slaughter Venerable who was about to escape in the center. 10 to 1. Moreover, there were 10 absolutely obedient, well-coordinated, and fearless killing machines besieging a strong man who had wanted to retreat and had lost his courage. Asshole! Venerable Shuetu was shocked and angry, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. He roared madly, pushing the secret techniques of the Bloodblade dynasty to the extreme. Bloodlight shot up from his body into the sky, transforming into a huge blood-colored energy ball covered with spikes, trying to break through the encirclement by force. Starfall Spear of Judgment. How could Estella miss such a good opportunity? With a clear shout, she clenched her hands, and the infinite power of the stars gathered together, condensing into a dazzling starlight spear that seemed to be forged from the core of the galaxy. With the supreme will of judgment and purification, she threw it towards the blood-colored energy ball. At the same time, the 10 Zerg Supreme Guards once again demonstrated their terrifying synchronization rate. Their compound eyes locked onto Venerable Shuetu at the same time, and the bone wings behind them vibrated at the same extreme frequency. Buzz! The space confinement force field, which was 10 times stronger than before, suddenly shrank, like an invisible cosmic shackle, tightly wrapping around the blood-colored energy ball, greatly slowing down its speed of breaking out. Immediately afterwards, 20 sickle-shaped bone blade forelimbs, from every possible angle in all directions, with a sharp claw that could tear everything apart, chopped down like a death storm. At the same time, the 10 hideous mouthparts opened again, and the dark red breath of the creature's collapse began to gather rapidly. All escape routes, in the sky and on the ground, in all directions, have been completely blocked. Before the attack even hit him, the gathered destructive energy had already made Venerable Shuetu feel suffocated. Ah! Blood escape! At this critical moment of life and death, Venerable Shuetu let out a desperate and crazy roar. He actually burned more than 1/3 of his original blood essence. A terrifying blood energy far exceeding the previous one burst out, even temporarily diluting the spatial confinement. His entire body transformed into an extremely fine, almost imperceptible blood-colored thread, moving in a way that transcended conventional space. Like teleporting, in the billionth of a second before the Empress's Starlight Spear and the Zerg Supreme Guard's destructive attack landed, he narrowly escaped from the impenetrable web of death. Boom! The Starlight Divine Spear and the 10 destructive breaths almost simultaneously submerged the location where the Blood Slaughter Venerable had originally been, completely annihilating that area of space and forming a short-lived zone of chaos and nothingness. However, that blood-colored thread had already appeared millions of kilometers away, without stopping, and flashed again. He completely disappeared into the vast sea of stars deep in the eastern region of the Yaoguang universe, leaving behind only a spiritual wave filled with resentment and rage that echoed across the battlefield. Estella! Shen Bin! And that damned insect queen! Just wait for me. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. The Bloodblade Divine Dynasty will surely crush your Dawn territory. The sound gradually faded away and finally disappeared completely. Empress Estella retracted the Starlight Divine Spear, a trace of regret and solemnity on her beautiful face. What a pity, he still got away. Shui Tu is a vindictive man. Now that we've made a mortal enemy, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. Chenbin looked at the direction where Venerable Shui Tu disappeared, his eyes calm and without much surprise. At the peak level of the Universe Supreme, who doesn't have a few secret methods of life-saving and escape? Especially when one is burning one's essence at all costs, it is extremely difficult to keep the other party. No problem. Chenbin spoke calmly, his tone filled with absolute confidence. How can a defeated general be called brave? If he dares to come again, what he leaves behind next time will not just be 1/3 of his original essence and blood. He ordered Alice to control the remaining Supreme Guards to return, and his eyes swept over the remaining fleets of the Zhongxian Empire in the Bloodblade Dynasty, which had been completely defeated and quickly wiped out due to the escape of their commander. This sudden battle of ambush and counter-ambush finally ended with the complete victory of the Dawn Empire in Chenbin. Although they escaped the great threat of Venerable Shui Tu, they also seized a large number of cursors collected by the Zhongxian Empire and severely damaged an elite detachment of the Bloodblade Divine Dynasty. After this battle, the terror of the Zerg army under Chenbin will surely shake the entire Yaoguang universe as the survivors spread the news. The number of cursors in their hands also saw a surge again. Chapter 215 1 month. The fruits of victory were rich, and the work of cleaning up the battlefield was carried out quickly under the efficient command of Minister of War Rex. The first and most important thing is to count and collect the cursor. From the destroyed or captured warships of the Zhongxian Empire and the Bloodblade Dynasty, as well as the relics of those fallen powerful men, the soldiers of the Dawn Empire looted a large number of Yaoguang divine marks. After intensive and precise statistics, the harvest of this battle reached an astonishing nearly 20 million. This number is almost twice the total amount that Chenbin and the Empress's joint fleet had painstakingly searched for over several days. Sure enough, in the land of inheritance, plundering is the fastest way to accumulate cursors. All these cursors were gathered together and temporarily sealed and kept by the Empress's ship and the Peerless. The shimmering golden light almost gathered into a small galaxy, emitting attractive yet dangerous fluctuations of laws. Secondly, it is the disposal of various materials, warship wreckage, and the corpses of strong men. Complete enemy warships that were still worth repairing were towed back, totaling hundreds of large and small warships, including some elite models. There are also various precious warship materials, energy cores, and weapon modules that were not damaged in the battle. The bodies of those fallen powerful beings, especially those at the level of universe lords, contain vast life essences and remaining fragments of laws, and are priceless. According to the pre-war agreement and the contribution to this battle, the spoils were divided fairly into two halves. Empress Estella took away half of what belonged to the Empire, which would greatly enhance the strength and foundation of the Imperial fleet. The half belonging to Chenbin was easily stored by him in the Universe Ring with an extremely vast internal space that the Empress had given him before. He swept his mind over them, leaving behind some particularly precious materials and energy crystals that might be useful to him and the girls in their cultivation. He handed over most of the remaining warship materials, ordinary resources, and the mountains of corpses of powerful men, including part of the remains of Venerable Yogu and the corpses of many star-level and low-level venerables, directly to Alice. Alice, these are yours. Convert them into the power we need as soon as possible. Chenbin ordered. Alice's eyes suddenly burst into a light of great desire. For the Zerg Queen. These nutrients containing rich energy and substances are the best food for her to improve her strength and expand the insect swarm. Thank you, Master. Alice will definitely not let you down. She respectfully took the resources, and with a flash of her figure, she entered a specially designated area inside the universe ring that was connected to her insect nest space. The next moment, the shadow of the nest, which was larger than the planet, appeared faintly again. Countless thick energy tentacles wrapped around those resources like hungry pythons and began to devour, decompose, and transform them frantically. It can be predicted that after this feast, Alice's strength may be further improved, and the Zerg army under her command will usher in a new round of rapid growth in both quantity and quality. After dealing with the spoils, the huge combined fleet took a short break and repaired the shields and hulls that were damaged in the previous battle. Although it was a fierce battle, the overall morale was unprecedentedly high. In particular, the terrifying strength displayed by the Zerg under Chenbin's command filled all the Imperial soldiers with confidence. Although there are many cursors, it is still a long way from the number of 5 billion. Empress Estella looked at the boundless radiant universe, and her amethyst eyes regained their calmness and wisdom. After this battle, our strength has been exposed. We must be more cautious in our subsequent actions. Other forces, especially the three top empires, will never sit idly by and watch us collect cursors so easily. Shenbin nodded in agreement. Not bad. Next, we must not only search for the cursor, but also be wary of joint strangulation by other forces. Perhaps we should change our strategy. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, a large army would be too conspicuous and easily become a target of public criticism. I suggest that the main force of the fleet continue to advance as a whole, taking steady steps. At the same time, we can dispatch multiple elite small teams to conduct reconnaissance and rapid data collection in more distant areas like tentacles, which can not only improve efficiency but also provide early warning. A hint of appreciation flashed in the Empress's eyes. That's exactly what I want. Rex, I will arrange for the immediate formation of 10 elite reconnaissance teams, equipped with high-speed ships and led by powerful venerables. Fan out deep into the eastern starfield, search for the cursor, and monitor all movements. Your Majesty, I obey your command. Rex responded in a deep voice and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, 10 elite teams like sharp arrows separated from the joint fleet, rushed towards the deeper and more unknown star field in the east, and disappeared in the vast sea of stars. The main fleet, under the command of Chen Bin and the Empress, adjusted its formation and, like a steadily advancing steel fortress, continued in the established direction and began a new round of searching and sweeping. Time flies, and a month has passed since the thrilling counter-ambush battle. During this month, the joint fleet of Chen Bin and the Empress was like an efficient and deadly reaper, steadily advancing in the vast eastern region of the Yaoguan universe. With its powerful strength, the all-pervasive reconnaissance capabilities of its warships, and the occasional rich harvests from stealing thieves, the number of Yaoguan divine flags in their hands has reached an astonishing number 300 million. If this number were to be spread, it would be enough to make any force jealous and crazy. This means that they already control 3% of the total inheritance target, which is an extremely huge advantage. However, the good times did not last long. When the number of cursors accumulated to a certain level, they clearly felt that the search efficiency began to drop sharply. Those ownerless cursors scattered in the starry sky, continents, and nebulae. It seems that it has been cleaned up over and over again by various forces like a comb, becoming increasingly rare. It often takes a lot of time to search for it, but the results are very little. Today, most of the attention has been concentrated in the hands of the major forces that have survived. The entire Yaoguan universe seems to have entered a new stage, the stage of competing for existing resources. Brutal melee is taking place all the time in every corner of the inheritance land. In order to grab the cursor from the other party and to reduce the number of competitors, there is almost no trust in cooperation between the various forces, and any encounter is a life-and-death fight. There are more and more warship wreckage and corpses of powerful people floating in the starry sky, turning this world that should be full of opportunities into a real Shura field. At this moment, in front of the joint fleet of Chen Bin and the Empress, in the void about billions of miles away, a fierce battle was reaching its climax. The combined fleet did not rush in, but rather hovered quietly at the edge of the battlefield like a hunter lurking in the shadows. The powerful concealment formation and energy shielding system were running at full capacity, coldly watching the fight between dragons and tigers in the distance. The main screen on the bridge of the Jusei clearly projected the scene of the battlefield in the distance. Energy beams raged across the sky, and the light of the collision of laws continued to explode like supernovas. Tens of thousands of warships were entangled together and engaged in a fierce battle. Empress Estella pointed to the fleet in the holographic image, which was all azure and had warships shaped like ice crystals, and introduced it to Chen Bin. That's the fleet of the Star Skeleton Empire. Their territory is located in the north of the Dawn Empire. Most of their citizens and warriors are proficient in the laws of ice and undead, and their combat power is quite good. He excels at protracted warfare and wars of attrition, and his style is ruthless and tenacious. Then her finger moved towards the fleet she was fighting. The warships of that fleet were dark red, and their hulls seemed to be made of cooled lava, covered with rough lines. Attacks are often accompanied by raging flames and explosions, and the style is violent and fierce. The one at war with the Star Skeleton Empire is the Molten Fire Dynasty. The Empress continued, her tone solemn. They control a vast and active star cluster. Their people are fierce, and they worship destruction and power. Most of its strong ones are known for their expertise in fire and destruction principles. Their attacks are extremely fierce, and they are good at crushing their enemies with absolute power. These two empires are on par with our Chensi Empire in strength, and they have a long-standing feud. I didn't expect them to meet here, and the fight turned out to be quite close. Shinbin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply at the fierce battle in the distance. The ice crystal warships of the Star Skeleton Empire continuously released a cold wave of absolute zero, trying to freeze the lava ships of the Molten Fire Dynasty. The Molten Fire Dynasty retaliated in their own way, using flames that could burn the galaxy to melt the opponent's ice. The fleets of both sides were in a fierce confrontation, and warships kept collapsing and exploding in the confrontation between extreme cold and scorching heat. The scene was extremely tragic. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Shenbin's lips curled up slightly. I'm afraid the number of cursors held by both parties is not small. A hint of intention flashed in Seraphina's eyes. Master, should we? She made an attacking gesture. The Empress also looked at Shenbin, obviously waiting for his decision. Taking advantage of the moment when both sides are suffering is undoubtedly the fastest way to obtain the cursor, but it also means facing the remnants of the two empires at the same time, with risks and opportunities coexisting. Shenbin pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. No rush. Let them consume it for a while. Alice, prepare your swarm and await orders at any time. Chapter 216, Being a Yellow Bird. The fighting in the distant void has reached its most brutal climax. The ice crystal fleet of the Star Skeleton Empire pushed the law of ice to the extreme, and the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into an eternal ice prison. Countless huge ice spikes pierced out from the void like a forest of death, piercing through the hull of the Molten Fire Dynasty's ship. The absolute zero cold wave was like an invisible giant beast, freezing and shattering even energy beams wherever it passed. There are even more powerful venerables who draw the chill of the stars, summoning attacks comparable to small ice comets, and smashing them hard into the enemy camp. The Molten Fire Dynasty responded with an even more violent offensive. Their lava warships spewed out destructive flames that burned the heavens and boiled the earth, continuously vaporizing the incoming ice and forming large areas of energy vacuum zones. A huge lava colossus stood up from the hull, brandishing a giant hammer made of solidified star cores, and fiercely smashed the shield of the ice crystal battleship. The venerable who practices the law of fire has even transformed himself into a walking sun, releasing a high-temperature field that is enough to eclipse the stars, and is fighting fiercely with the ice field of the Star Skeleton Empire. This is the ultimate showdown between extreme cold and scorching heat. The forces of ice and fire collided and annihilated wildly on a cosmic scale. The resulting energy turbulence tore apart space and created countless short-lived chaotic cracks. The number of warships on both sides continued to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames of explosions and the flashes of shattered ice crystals intertwined into a cruel symphony of death. A powerful venerable from the Star Skeleton Empire transformed himself into an ice core, detonating the ice law within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Dozens of molten warships and the soldiers inside were instantly frozen, and then shattered into cosmic dust. A powerful general from the Molten Fire Dynasty drove a lava colossus into the core of the Star Skeleton Empire's fleet and chose to self-destruct. The violent fire energy exploded like a supernova, clearing out a large area. The battle lasted for several hours. When the last shouts and explosions gradually subsided, only 1/10 of the two originally huge fleets remained. There are less than 1,000 ice crystal warships left in the Star Skeleton Empire, and most of them are scarred, with dim energy shields, like candles swaying in the cold wind. The prince of the Star Skeleton Empire, who was sitting in the center and whose aura had fallen to the bottom, was leaning on his ice crystal scepter and looking at the devastated battlefield, his eyes full of fatigue and sadness. The situation of the Molten Divine Dynasty was equally dire. Only a few hundred lava warships were left, like dying charcoal fires, barely maintaining their formation. Their commander, a molten general covered in blood and with shattered armor, was breathing heavily, his eyes burning with unwilling anger, but he could not hide his deep sense of powerlessness. Both sides suffer. In order to fight for the cursor in each other's hands, both sides paid an unbearable price, and their strength was sharply reduced to less than 10% of their peak period. At this moment, they even lost the strength to continue fighting, and could only fight through the broken void. They glared at each other with hatred, while seizing every second to regain their strength and being alert to other possible threats. However, the thing they worried about most still happened. Now. Shenbin's voice was calm, yet it carried the coldness of a final judgment. Alice, attack with all your forces. Leave no one behind. As you command, my master. Alice's eyes flashed with fanatical and cruel light. She raised her hands high, and the world ring resonated strongly with her own hive will. The next moment, a terrifying scene occurred that made the starry sky pale in comparison. In front of the combined fleet, the void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a huge space rift spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, as if connected to the abyss of hell, suddenly opened. Then, it was like a doomed volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years erupted completely. Roar! It was a terrifying sound wave formed by the soul-tearing screams emitted simultaneously by billions of Zerg units. It seemed as if the entire universe was trembling at this moment. The dark golden swarm of insects, like a true sea of death, rushed out from the space rift. Its scale is far greater than any previous appearance. This is the result of Alice's all-out attack after digesting part of the spoils. Rushing in the front are still the fortress worms that are like moving mountains. They are stacked layer upon layer, forming a living wall that stretches as far as the eye can see. Following closely behind are tens of billions of various Zerg combat units, the agile blade predator. Long-range attack bugs that spray acid and plasma, psychic hives that release mental storms. And many more killing machines with strange shapes and functions. And above this sea of insects, there is an even more despairing force of full 10,000 Zerg lords and generals emitting the aura of a cosmic sage. They have different shapes, but all of them exude a cold and powerful aura of killing. This naturally includes the 10 Zerg Supreme Guards, who are the absolute trump cards. This force far exceeds the combined strength of the remnants of the two empires that are exhausted from the bloody battle. The appearance of the insect swarm instantly attracted the attention of all survivors on the battlefield. Whether it was the Frost Mage of the Star Skeleton Empire or the Flame Warrior of the Molten Fire Dynasty, they all felt the most extreme fear derived from the instinct of life at this moment. What is that? Zerg! It's Chen Bin's Zerg! It's over, it's all over! Desperate cries and wails echoed through the communication channels of the two empires. However, the Zerg did not give them any chance to react, beg for mercy, or even escape. Under the absolute control of Alice's cold will, the sea of insects instantly split into two larger tributaries, like two nets of death. Accurately and swiftly, they encircled and covered the remaining fleets of the Star Skeleton Empire and the Molten Fire Dynasty. For the glory of the Master. Kill! Alice issued the final attack order through the hive mind. Boom! The battle, or rather the massacre, broke out in an instant and was coming to an end in an instant. Countless Zerg units ignored the opponent's weak shields and sporadic counterattacks, and overwhelmed the remaining warships like a swarm of locusts. The Blade Predator easily tore through the battleship's armor, penetrated into the interior, and started a massacre. The breath of the long-range Zerg washed over the battlefield like a rainstorm, melting all resistance. The mental impact of the psychic hive is like an invisible sickle, harvesting the consciousness of the survivors in large pieces. The 10,000 Zerg venerables were like tigers among a flock of sheep. They precisely found the remaining venerable level strongmen of the other side. They often have an absolute advantage of 10 to 1, or even 100 to 1. In just a few breaths, they can completely tear apart and devour those enemy masters who are already seriously injured or exhausted. The last frost barrier that the Star Skeleton Empire tried to form shattered like paper under the impact of the sea of insects. The dying flames that erupted from the Molten Fire Dynasty were also extinguished by the endless swarm of insects using human wave tactics. This was a crushing victory without any suspense. It is a destruction with extremely high efficiency. When the dark golden insect tide returned to the space rift in an orderly manner like the receding tide, and hid behind Chen Bin's camp again, the void that was originally filled with fierce fighting has become dead silent. All the warships and powerful men of the Star Skeleton Empire and the Molten Fire Dynasty, as well as all traces of their existence on this battlefield, were almost completely wiped out. Only some floating, gnawed metal debris remained. And a few transport ships loaded with cursors, deliberately preserved by the Zerg, float there alone, proving what had happened here. The Zerg army, with just one wave of offensive, used its absolute power to annihilate the elite remnants of the two major human empires like a whirlwind. On the Bridge of the Peerless, even though Empress Estella had already witnessed the power of the Zerg, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous about this pure and efficient destructive force. She looked at Chen Bin, who was standing beside her with a calm expression, and her evaluation of him rose again. With such an absolutely loyal and almost endless Zerg army, Chen Bin's personal power has surpassed most interstellar empires. Rex and other Imperial generals were even more excited, and at the same time they were secretly glad that such a force was on the side of the Empire. Soon, the troops clearing the battlefield reported the final results of the battle. More than 100 million Yaoguang divine flags were seized from the wreckage of the two empires. At this point, the total number of cursors jointly controlled by Chen Bin and the Empress has exceeded 400 million. Chenbin looked at the numbers on the screen that skyrocketed again, his eyes still calm. He knew that the closer he got to the finish line, the more brutal the competition would become and the stronger the remaining opponents would become. But with the Zerg as his trump card, he already has the absolute confidence to compete for the final victory in this bloody hunting ground. Keep going. He gave a calm order, and the huge joint fleet set sail again, like a king patrolling his own territory, heading deeper into the dazzling universe, heading towards the destination that was destined to be more bloody and glorious. Chapter 217 Announcement. Time flies by in the constant searching, lurking, and ruthless hunting. The combined fleet of Chenbin and the Empress was like the shadow of death roaming in the radiant universe. With the absolute strength and terrifying efficiency of the Zerg army, the number of divine marks of light in their hands accumulated at an astonishing rate, and finally broke through the 1 billion mark. This has already reached 1/5 of the total inheritance requirement, a number that is enough to make any force jealous. However, just as they were looking for their next target and preparing to continue this cruel accumulation game, a joint announcement composed of powerful spiritual power mixed with special law fluctuations, like an invisible storm. It instantly swept across the entire Yaoguan universe, resounding clearly in the deep consciousness of every survivor. Notice to everyone in Yaoguan Huanyu. Considering that the continued melee has caused unnecessary casualties and violated the original purpose of the inheritance selection, the three parties of Nirvana Abyss, Life Ancestor Temple, and Moon Temple jointly ruled. From this moment on, all fighting must stop. All those holding the cursor are required to go to the designated area outside the Temple of Heritage within a limited time. In the temple area, a safe trading zone will be opened, allowing all parties to transfer cursors through non-combat methods such as transactions and negotiations. From the date this announcement takes effect, any proactive attack will be regarded as a joint provocation against the three major forces and will be subject to indiscriminate joint sanctions from the three major forces. Repeat, stop all fighting and go to the Heritage Temple immediately. This announcement carried the unique majesty and unquestionable will of the three top forces, and was engraved in everyone's mind like a cold code. For a moment, the Yaoguan universe, which was originally full of war and fighting, suddenly became quiet at an eerie speed. No matter how unwilling the warring forces were, they had to forcibly separate and retreat cautiously. All the surviving fleets and strong men, after a brief hesitation and weighing, began to change direction, like rivers flowing into the sea, heading towards the towering temple in the center of this world. No one dares to challenge the combined authority of the three major forces easily, as that would be tantamount to self-destruction. Inside the bridge of the Jusei ship, Chenbin and Empress Estella naturally also received this message. A trace of solemnity and doubt crossed the Empress's beautiful face. A joint announcement from the three major factions? Stop fighting and head to the temple to negotiate? Mr. Chenbin, how credible do you think this is? Chenbin stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes penetrating, as if he could see through the fog behind the announcement. It's just a high-sounding excuse. Reduce casualties? Gathering everyone in the temple is either to facilitate their surveillance, or to prepare for a complete siege and forcibly confiscate all cursors. Seraphina said worriedly, should we still go? This clearly looks like a trap. Go, why not? Chenbin's lips curled up in a confident arc. He looked at Alice, who was standing quietly beside him, with an increasingly unfathomable aura. What we worry about is never the traps, but the prey not being fat enough. His eyes swept across the virtual star map, representing the huge and frightening group of light spots that represented the Zerg army under his command. After a month of non-stop hunting and resource feeding, Alice's Zerg army has undergone a complete transformation. In addition to the original 10 Supreme Guards, she used massive resources, especially the essence of those fallen Supremes, and successfully hatched nearly 100 new Zerg Supremes whose strength reached the 9th level of Universe Supreme. Their forms are more perfect, their laws are more condensed, and they are pure masters of killing. Add to that tens of thousands of other levels of Zerg Elders, and hundreds of millions of elite Zerg Seas. The strength of the Zerg army under Chenbin's command has expanded to a level that is difficult and frightening for any single force, or even 2 or 3 top forces combined. This is his greatest confidence. Empress Estella felt the absolute power and confidence hidden in Chenbin's calm words, and a hint of determination flashed in her purple eyes. She was well aware of the horror of the Zerg under Chenbin's command. After these few months, their strength was unfathomable. Being on par with such a force does indeed entitle one to ignore most conspiracy traps. In that case, let's go meet them. The Empress' voice regained its usual dignity. Let's see what tricks these three major forces are trying to play. Inform the entire army, adjust the course, target the Temple of Heritage. Estella gave the final order. The huge joint fleet changed direction and turned into a resolute metal torrent, joining the many forces heading towards the temple. They did not believe in the kindness and justice of the three major forces, but believed in their own absolute strength that was enough to crush all conspiracies. The huge joint fleet, following the torrent of numerous forces, sailed steadily towards the center of the Yaguang universe. The closer you get to the core area, the more fleets from other forces you will encounter. These fleets vary in size, some still flying flags and looking very imposing. Some were badly damaged, obviously having suffered heavy losses in the previous melee. But no matter what, at this moment all the fleets maintained a strange peace, keeping a distance from each other cautiously, and no one dared to launch the first attack. The joint announcement of the three major forces was like an invisible shackle, temporarily restraining this killing battlefield. During the voyage, a fleet with a unique style caught the attention of Chen Bin and the Empress. The warships of this fleet are all streamlined silver white, with elegant and sophisticated shapes, as if they are not war machines. Rather, it was some kind of top-notch interstellar artwork, with an emblem of a giant silver tree with lush branches and leaves and roots reaching deep into the stars branded on the hull. It's the Protoss Federation fleet. Empress Estella recognized the newcomer, and a hint of friendliness flashed in her amethyst eyes. They have been friends with our Dawn Empire for generations and are trustworthy allies. As the two fleets approached and made friendly identifications, the hatch of the other side's main ship opened, and a beautiful figure, surrounded by a group of honor guards, appeared at the entrance of the connecting passage. When Chen Bin's eyes fell on this figure, even though he was used to seeing stunning beauties, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She is about 3 meters tall, with a slender and perfect figure, like a masterpiece carefully crafted by the laws of the universe. Her skin is fair and delicate, with a soft glow like moonlight. Her appearance is one of exquisiteness and nobility that transcends racial boundaries and is extremely impactful. Every line of the facial features is just right, and when combined together, they form a breathtaking perfection. A pair of eyes like the purest amethyst, deep and full of wisdom, as if containing the secrets of the endless sea of stars, and his gaze carries a natural majesty of someone who has been in a superior position for a long time. She has long hair like liquid mithril, flowing to her waist, and there seem to be tiny starlight dancing between her hair. Her ears were not the traditional elf's pointed ears, but more rounded and graceful, with 2 miniature star-shaped earrings adorning her earlobes. Her figure is incredibly hot, and she is outlined by a silver-white dress that is tailored to her body and sparkles with starlight. The towering peaks on her chest seem to be about to break free from their restraints, forming a breathtakingly exaggerated arc, which formed an extreme contrast with her slender waist that could not be held in one hand. The plump and perky buttocks and the long and straight legs show the beauty of female curves to the peak. This is a charm that perfectly combines the elegance of a queen with the ultimate feminine temptation. Byte. System scan. Name, Iseline Silver. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, peak universe venerable level. Conquest degree, 0%. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. Chapter 218 Iseline. Your Majesty Estella, it's been a long time since we last met. You look even more elegant than before. Iseline Inhue's voice flowed like a clear spring, with a unique sense of rhythm. She smiled and greeted the Empress. His eyes immediately fell on Chen Bin, and a trace of undisguised curiosity and scrutiny flashed in his amethyst-like eyes. This must be the recently world-famous Lord Chen Bin, right? I've long heard of your great name. Seeing you today is truly extraordinary. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Alice, who was silent beside Chen Bin. She was obviously very interested in the queen and her master who could command such a terrifying zerg. The Empress smiled and introduced the two parties. Your Excellency Chen Bin, this is the Supreme Counselor of the Protoss Federation, Ms. Iseline Silver. Nice to meet you, Ms. Iseline. Chen Bin responded with a smile, looking at the beautiful elf queen calmly. He was naturally very happy to meet another powerful and beautiful person with unlimited potential. Your style is truly amazing. Iseline was not disgusted by Chen Bin's direct gaze. Instead, she felt that his eyes were clear and frank. She smiled sweetly, and the charm of that moment seemed to eclipse the surrounding stars. Your Excellency is very kind. Your deeds are truly legendary, especially your ability to subdue someone like Queen Alice. It is truly admirable. After the two sides exchanged greetings, the topic quickly returned to the current situation. Iseline restrained her smile, and her amethyst eyes revealed a solemnity similar to that of the Empress. The joint announcement from the three major forces seems to be intended to quell the conflict, but I always feel that there is something strange about it. Gathering everyone under the temple is more like for the convenience of management or cleaning. Chen Bin nodded. Great minds think alike.
We also believe this is likely a conspiracy, one led by three major forces, aimed at eliminating destabilizing factors and ultimately controlling all cursors. Easily looked at Chen Bin and said sincerely, in this case, our Protoss Federation is willing to form a temporary alliance with the Dawn Empire and His Excellency Chen Bin to jointly deal with the upcoming changes.
What do you think, Your Excellency? Chen Bin and the Empress looked at each other and saw recognition in each other's eyes.
Having a powerful and trustworthy ally will undoubtedly increase the chances of victory in the coming storm. Of course, we are honored to fight alongside the Protoss Federation.
Chen Bin responded on behalf of his side.
Thus, the fleets of the Dawn Empire and the Protoss Federation officially merged to form a larger allied fleet, sailing together towards their final destination.
After sailing for a while, the legendary Inheritance Temple finally appeared clearly at the end of everyone's sight.
It was not a palace in the traditional sense, but a towering giant that seemed to support the entire Yaoguang universe. It is unknown what material the tower is made of, but it is a dark golden color. The surface is flowing with the light of laws like a living thing, and countless mysterious runes are faintly visible on the tower. The tower is unknown how high it is, piercing deep into the endless void, exuding an ancient, vast, and awe-inspiring majestic atmosphere. And below the base of the giant tower, the largest and most energy-rich platform area has been completely occupied by the three largest and most impressive fleets. On the left is the pitch-black fleet of the Silent Abyss that looks like a cross-shaped blade, and the air is filled with a deadly silence. On the right is the Ancestral Court of Life, a fleet of vitality composed of jade and ancient trees, flowing with natural rhythm. In the very center, closest to the tower entrance, is the purple-gold, gorgeous and dreamy Phoenix fleet of the Moon Temple, noble and mysterious.
These three fleets formed a shape, almost completely surrounding and blocking the only entrance area to the Heritage Temple.
Any force that wants to enter the temple must pass under their noses and obtain their permission. An invisible, suffocating sense of oppression emanated from the fleets of the three major forces, enveloping the hearts of all the forces that arrived here. They are like the judges and hosts of this final feast, coldly examining all the guests who come to pay tribute. Chen Bin's allied fleet, like many other forces, stopped in the void tens of thousands of miles away from the fleets of the three major forces, facing the designated core area from afar. After arriving at the outer area of the Heritage Temple, the next few days were unexpectedly calm. There is no conflict, no provocation, only fleets of forces that continuously converge from all directions of the Yaoguang universe. Like migrating stars, they eventually settled at the edge of this vast airspace that was invisibly demarcated by the three major forces.
This makes the area increasingly crowded, yet it also maintains a fragile peace that no one dares to break.
The fleets of the three major forces still firmly controlled the entrance to the temple, like silent beasts, watching the arrival of the guests coldly without any further expression or action.
This silence only made the tension in the air even more intense.
For Chen Bin, these few days are a rare period of leisure. The external situation is at a stalemate, and the search cursor is meaningless.
The huge alliance fleet only needs to maintain basic vigilance.
Therefore, he spent most of his time inside the Jusei, his own paradise. In the most luxurious and comfortable private area of this huge warship, Chen Bin comfortably enjoyed the gentle embrace of his many beautiful female relatives. Chen Bin was immersed in this gentle ocean of 37 beauties, each with their own unique style but equally in love with him.
Exploring the mysteries of life.
Occasionally, he would leave his peaceful home and go to the bridge or a special reception room to meet and talk with Empress Estella and Iseline Silver, the speaker of the Protoss Federation. Communicating with two powerful women who are both of noble status, powerful and equally beautiful is a different experience. Mr. Chen Bin always seems to be so calm, Iseline said, smiling at Chen Bin during the meeting, with a hint of inquiry in her tone. Even facing the siege of three major forces, he still has the leisure to enjoy life. Chen Bin took a sip of the spiritual tea handed to him by Suya and smiled calmly. Tension and anxiety cannot solve the problem, Speaker Iseline.
You have to enjoy it, don't you?
Upon hearing this, Empress Estella nodded slightly, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes as she looked at Chen Bin. This man indeed has a mentality and vision beyond that of ordinary people, and he is lustful. The peaceful days passed quietly, more and more forces gathered, and the entrance to the temple that was blocked by the three major forces. It is like a huge whirlpool, attracting all attention and accumulating enough power to subvert the sea of stars.
Chapter 219 Meeting.
3 days passed in a flash, and the number of forces gathered outside the Heritage Temple reached its peak, almost including all the surviving strong men and fleets in the Yaoguang universe. On this day, all the leaders or representatives of the forces received a joint invitation from the three major forces.
Access to temporary virtual universe network channel jointly constructed by three major forces.
Chen Bin, Empress Estella, and Iseline Silver of the Protoss Federation, as representatives of the Alliance, connected their consciousness at the same time. The scene before my eyes changed, and I was already in an incomparably magnificent circular virtual palace that seemed to be constructed by starlight and data streams. The dome of the hall is a flowing galaxy, with countless light seats floating around it, representing different forces. The seats are distributed according to some unspoken rules. The closer the seat is to the center, the stronger the power it represents. In the center of the hall, on the three tallest thrones that exuded invisible pressure, sat three figures. They were the initiators and hosts of this meeting. On the left throne sat a young man wearing black armor, his face shrouded in shadows. His breath was cold and dead, as if he was the incarnation of the end of all things. He was the representative of the silent abyss, the son of the abyss. On the right side of the throne sits a young man wearing a robe woven from emerald green vines and starlight, with a gentle face yet an unquestionable majesty. He is Prince Aoki of the ancestral court of life. The most eye-catching thing is the throne in the center. Sitting there was a woman wearing a gorgeous purple and gold palace dress. Her face is breathtakingly beautiful, and her style is completely different from that of Iseline and the Empress. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her facial features were so delicate that they seemed to embody all the beauty of the moonlight and starlight. Her lavender eyes were like stars, deep and mysterious. Her temperament is ethereal and otherworldly, yet she carries a kind of nobility and holiness that seems innate, like a goddess walking out of the moon palace. Its aura surprisingly reached the 9th level of the Universe Lord. Byte. System scan. Name, Z Shinrue. Binding status, unbound. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 0%. Daily feedback, 0 o'clock. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Bin's mind, another 99-point beauty. Chen Bin's eyes swept over the saintess of the Moon Temple calmly, without too much ripples in his heart. At this level, the appearance of the top strong men is almost perfect, but this does not affect him from considering them as potential collection targets. In the virtual hall, representatives from almost all forces have arrived. There are crowds of people and a mixed atmosphere, but the atmosphere seems extremely depressing and silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the three figures in the center, waiting for them to speak. The Abyss Emperor's cold and indifferent voice was the first to sound, breaking the silence. I summoned you all here for one reason. The battle for inheritance has already resulted in heavy casualties. To avoid unnecessary losses, we, the three parties, have come together to offer a final solution. Prince Aoki interjected, his voice gentle but with a natural sense of superiority. All forces, please trade all of your divine marks of radiant light to us three parties. The three of us will pool our resources and ultimately decide who will inherit the inheritance. Moon Temple Saint Z Shinrue finally spoke. Her voice was ethereal and pleasant, yet it carried an undeniable meaning. This move can avoid subsequent fighting and preserve the strength of all parties. The three parties will ensure the fairness of the transaction and promise to provide appropriate compensation to those who hand over the cursor. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire virtual hall fell into deathly silence, and then an uproar broke out. Trade them all? Are they the ones who decide who will inherit the property? Give fair compensation? How can this be called a trade fair? This is clearly robbery. The three major forces, relying on absolute force, want to seize without bloodshed the fruits of everyone's hard struggle, even at the cost of blood. The so-called compensation is simply a joke in the face of the inheritance of the pinnacle of the universe overlord. Representatives of many forces showed expressions of anger, unwillingness, and even despair on their faces, but under the accumulated power of the three major forces, no one dared to speak out in opposition. The expressions of Empress Estella and Iseline Inhui also darkened instantly. They expected that the three major forces would take action, but they did not expect it to be such blatant acts of tyranny. However, amidst this suppressed uproar and silent struggle, a calm yet incredibly clear voice, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, resounded throughout the entire virtual hall. I object. Swish. All eyes instantly focused on the source of the sound, the seat where Chen Bin was sitting. Chen Bin slowly stood up and looked calmly at the three people on the central throne. Especially the saint of the Moon Temple, Z Shinrue, there was even a hint of sarcasm on the corner of her mouth. Why? Chen Bin's voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power that reached the ears of every representative. Just because you are one of the three major forces? Just because you control the entrance to the temple?
He looked around, sweeping his gaze over the representatives from all parties who dared to be angry but not to speak out, and finally looked at the representatives of the three major forces again. The cursor is something we all fought for through strength, chance, and even our lives. You want to take it all away with just one word, and you call it avoiding casualties and fair trade? The inheritance rules were set by the Lord of Brilliance. Whoever collects 5 billion cursors will receive it. When will it be your turn to judge the final ownership? Want a cursor? Sure. Shin Bin's tone suddenly turned cold, with a sharp look that looked down on the world. Then try to snatch it from my hands with your own ability. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Chen Bin's earth-shattering words. He actually dared to directly and forcefully refute the joint resolution of the three major forces. This is tantamount to declaring war on the three top forces at the same time. The deadly aura surrounding the Abyss Emperor suddenly became dangerous. The gentle smile on Prince Aoki's face froze and his eyes turned cold. And for the first time, the lavender starry eyes of Zixinrui, the saintess of the Moon Temple, showed obvious surprise, which then turned into a cold scrutiny as she looked deeply at Chen Bin. Are you that Chen Bin? The Abyss Emperor's voice was as cold as ice. Do you know the consequences of provoking our three parties? Chen Bin stood with his hands behind his back, showing no fear at all. Instead, he took a step forward, emitting an invisible, yet powerful confidence and momentum that seemed to support the starry sky. Consequences? I only know that whoever has the bigger fist has the right to make the rules. And now. His gaze swept across the three representatives, finally settling on Zixinrui, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. I think my fist is not necessarily smaller than yours. Inside the virtual hall, the smell of gunpowder instantly became extremely intense. Conflict is imminent. Chen Bin's uncompromising attitude undoubtedly pushed the already tense situation to the brink of the cliff. Chapter 220 Cooperation. At this moment, the cold and ethereal voice of Saint Zixinrui rang out, don't forget the rules of the inheritance land. Or, if someone collects 5 billion cursors and obtains the inheritance, this place will open by itself. Or, all intruders will perish, and the inheritance land will return to silence. If you don't focus your cursor, do you want to be trapped here forever, or shed every last drop of blood in this endless fight? These words were like a drop of cold water on their heads, causing many representatives of forces who had originally felt hopeful because of Chen Bin's opposition to waver again. Yes, if the cursor is not focused, the inheritance cannot be completed. Are we really going to be trapped here forever, or fight until the last man standing? Although the three major forces are overbearing, they at least provide a possibility of leaving. Just as people were in turmoil, Chen Bin spoke again. His voice was still calm, but it carried a strange incitement. Your Excellency the Saint, what you said makes sense. Focusing the cursor is indeed the key to leaving. But since it's a free trade, then the trading partners shouldn't be limited to just you three. He swept his gaze over the numerous representatives of various factions in the virtual hall and announced loudly, everyone, if you are interested in trading cursors, I, Chen Bin, along with the Dawn Empire and the Star Federation Alliance, are also open to you. I believe that the conditions we offer, whether it's resources, treasures, or future protection and friendship, will never be lower than anyone else's. Why do we all have to hang ourselves on a tree? As soon as he said this, it was like tearing a hole in the monopoly acquisition situation that the three major forces had just tried to establish, and openly raising prices to grab business. On the throne above, the aura surrounding the Abyss Emperor was almost condensed into a tangible murderous intent. The gentleness on Prince Qingmu's face completely disappeared, and although Zixinrui's beautiful face was still calm, the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Bin was even colder. They all felt that this fellow named Chen Bin was simply here to disrupt the situation, and he was doing so with such righteousness and confidence. It seems that some people do not cherish the opportunity for peace we give them. The Abyss Emperor's cold voice carried an undisguised threat. You can take your time to think about it and weigh the pros and cons. Prince Aoki suppressed his anger and tried to regain control of the rhythm. Zixinrui finally spoke, her voice still ethereal, yet carrying an undeniable sense of finality. The conditions have been given. The decision is up to you all. We will give you 3 days to consider. After saying this, without giving anyone else a chance to comment, the figures of the three representatives became blurred first, and then the entire virtual hall began to dissipate, and everyone's consciousness was bounced back to reality. Inside the bridge of the Jusei ship, Chen Bin, the Empress, and Iselin opened their eyes almost at the same time. They are trying to use their power to coerce everyone into submission. Empress Estella's face was covered with frost. Iseline also frowned. And they gave us a 3-day deadline. I'm afraid things won't be peaceful during these 3 days. Shenbin seemed quite relaxed and said with a smile, "It's okay, we didn't expect them to be reasonable anyway. Only by muddying the waters can we have a chance." Before they could continue to exchange views, an encrypted communication request with the unique mark of the Moon Temple was sent directly to Shenbin's private terminal. The source was Z Shinrui. "Oh?" Shenbin raised his eyebrows and revealed a playful smile. "You came to my house right after the meeting? You're quite quick." He looked at the Empress and Iseline. "Would you two be interested in going to the virtual universe again? Look at what Her Highness the Saint is up to." The Empress and Iseline looked at each other and nodded. They were also curious about Z Shinrui's sudden contact. The three of them connected to the virtual universe again. This time it was not the grand palace as before, but a quiet classical courtyard that seemed to be under the moonlight. The pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water are filled with a faint, cool fragrance that matches the temperament of the purple heart core. In the stone pavilion in the center of the courtyard, only Z Shinrui was sitting quietly. Her beautiful figure looked even more mysterious under the hazy moonlight. "Your Excellency Shenbin, Her Majesty Estella, and Speaker Iseline." Z Shinrui nodded slightly as a greeting, her eyes mainly fixed on Shenbin. "I apologize for the intrusive invitation." Shenbin sat down leisurely and looked at the stunning saint. "Saint, why did you come to us alone? What advice do you have for us? Are you here to call for punishment?" Z Shinrui shook her head slightly, her lavender eyes looking directly at Shenbin, and she said straight to the point, "I'm here to discuss cooperation." "Cooperation?" Shenbin raised his eyebrows, showing just the right amount of surprise. "Have you forgotten, Your Excellency, that we were almost on the verge of a fight at the conference just now? Besides, aren't you three major forces united as one, advancing and retreating together?" The corners of Z Shinrui's mouth curled up slightly, and the smile was no longer ethereal, but instead had a sharpness that didn't match her temperament. "To cooperate, we must naturally talk with people who are capable and courageous. As for the three major forces..." She paused, her tone holding a hint of sarcasm. "It's just a temporary combination based on current interests. Those lunatics in the abyss of annihilation who only know how to destroy, and those hypocritical old antiques in the ancestral court of life, are they ideal partners? The more people there are, the fewer benefits there are, and the more variables there are, right?" Her meaning was clear. She thought Shenbin was qualified to be her partner, and she wanted to get rid of the other two companies and reap the benefits alone. The Empress and Iseline were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that the three major forces were not united, and the Saint of the Moon Temple had such great ambition and courage. Shenbin quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Cooperating with Z Shinrui is undoubtedly courting disaster and is extremely risky. But the benefits are equally obvious. It can break the joint blockade of the three major forces, have the opportunity to obtain more cursors, and even, it is possible to take this opportunity to truly come into contact with the inheritance. Moreover, Z Shinrui's initiative to come to them also shows that the other party is wary of and recognizes their strength. For cooperation, there must always be a set of rules. Shenbin didn't agree immediately. Instead, he calmly asked, "How do we cooperate? What's the goal? How will the cursors be distributed?" Z Shinrui seemed to have anticipated Shenbin's question and replied calmly, "It's very simple. We will join forces to eliminate all other forces, including those from the abyss of annihilation and the ancestral court of life. Take all the cursors from their hands." Her words were calm, yet filled with chilling murderous intent. "As for the distribution, after this is done, we can each compete based on our own abilities for the final 5 billion. How about that? At least, by then, we will be the only two competitors left. This is better than being enemies with the entire universe like we are now. This plan is ruthless and decisive, and it aims to harvest all forces except theirs as prey." Shenbin looked at Z Shinrui's lavender eyes that were full of ambition and wisdom, and was silent for a few seconds. This woman's courage and appetite were greater than he had imagined. "Okay." Shenbin finally nodded slowly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "I agree to this cooperation. Risks and opportunities coexist." Chapter 221 Transaction. Over the next 3 days, the atmosphere in the outer area of the Heritage Temple became extremely strange and busy. Under the joint pressure of the three major forces and the real threat of being trapped here forever, many forces that are weaker or unwilling to participate in the peak competition finally chose to compromise. With reluctance and helplessness, they drove their warships and carefully approached the fleet arrays of the three major forces to conduct cursor transactions. The three major forces did indeed offer some rare treasures, skills, or resources in the universe as compensation. But for the inheritance of the pinnacle of the universe overlord, the value of these compensations is undoubtedly unequal. However, not all forces buy into the three major forces. The alliance headed by Qinbin, the Empress, and Iselin also offered generous conditions, attracting some forces that were also unwilling to be coerced by the three major forces or were optimistic about Qinbin's strength to come and trade. The Empress took out the star cores and ancient secret books treasured by the Empire, and Iselin provided the Protoss Federation's unique psychic technology and life springs. Qinbin was even more generous. He took out a large amount of precious materials seized from previous battles, and even some fragments of the venerable level martial arts techniques. With their strong capital, they also successfully traded a considerable number of cursors. When the 3 days were up, the airspace outside the temple, which was originally crowded, suddenly became empty. After completing the transaction, most forces drove their fleets away from this troubled place without hesitation, heading towards other areas in the Yaoguang universe where opportunities may exist, such as rare mineral veins, energy singularities, ancient ruins, etc. For them, the final battle for inheritance is no longer something they can covet. If they stay here, they may be affected by the war between the top forces at any time. It would be better to look for some tangible treasures that can enhance your own strength. At this moment, only 4 forces remained near the Heritage Temple. Qinbin's allied fleet and the 3 major forces that formed a triangle and surrounded it in the center: the Abyss of Annihilation, the Ancestral Palace of Life, and the Moon Temple. After 3 days of transactions and integration, the number of cursors in the hands of each party reached an extremely terrifying level. Qinbin's alliance holds approximately 2 billion cursors. The Abyss of Nirvana and the Ancestral Palace of Life each controlled more than 2 billion. The Moon God Temple, which was the most active in secret operations and transactions, controlled a staggering 3 billion cursors. It was the force with the largest holdings. A solemn atmosphere permeated the air. The next morning, when the sun rays in the universe illuminated this airspace, the fleets of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestor of Life, along with the Moon Temple fleet that was ostensibly cooperating with them, slowly pressing forward, from 3 directions, they completely blocked all the retreat routes of Qinbin's alliance fleet, trapping it firmly in the core. Qinbin! The Abyss Emperor's icy voice rang out, like a cold wind blowing past. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the cursors in your hands, as well as the control of the Zerg Queen, and we will let you leave safely. Otherwise, this place today will be where you will die. The enormous pressure was like a substance, crushing down from 3 directions. Qinbin, Empress Estella, and Iselin Inhui stepped out from the Bridge of the Peerless. Floating in the void in front of the fleet, facing the combined pressure of the 3 major forces. The Emperor's son is so arrogant. Qinbin's expression remained unchanged, even with a hint of mockery. The cursor is in our hands. If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. You're so stubborn. Prince Qingmu snorted coldly. Since you're determined to die, you can't blame us. Do you think that those bugs of yours can stop the 3 of us joining forces? Although they were afraid of Qinbin's Zerg army, they were confident that the combined strength of the 3 parties was enough to suppress or even annihilate it. Can you block it? Just try and you'll know. Qinbin raised his lips in a cold arc, and without further ado, he gave an order to Alice, who was hiding inside the Jusei. Alice, let our friends come out to meet the guests. Yes, master. Alice's eyes flashed with excitement and cruelty. The next moment, a scene occurred that made the pupils of the Abyss Emperor and Prince Qingmu shrink suddenly. Buzz! A Zerg army, larger and more terrifying than any before, surged out from the void behind Qinbin's alliance fleet like a cosmic undercurrent bursting through a dam. This time, it's not just the Zerg units that have been shown before. Amidst the torrent of countless star-level and low-rank venerable-level Zergs, there were surprisingly more than 100 dark golden figures emitting the terrifying fluctuations of the 9th-level peak of the universe. Venerable, a new type of Zerg Supreme. They are like the vanguard of killing gods, their cold compound eyes locked onto the enemies in front. The number and quality of the Zerg are several times more terrifying than what the Prince of the Abyss and Prince Qingmu had expected. How is this possible? How could he still have so many peak Supreme level Zerg? Prince Aoki cried out in shock, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face. The deadly aura around the Abyss Emperor's body also began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that Qinbin's hidden strength was beyond their expectations. However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Now that things have come to this, they can't back down. Humph. So what if there are more? In front of my three-party coalition, you are nothing but chickens and dogs. All troops, listen to the order, attack. Crush them. The Prince of the Abyss suppressed the shock in his heart and roared to attack. For the glory of the ancestral temple. For the will of annihilation. The fleets of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestor of Life erupted with earth-shaking energy fluctuations, and countless gun barrels lit up with destructive lights. The huge fleet was like two huge death millstones, crushing towards Chenbin's alliance surrounded by Zerg from the left and right sides. Meanwhile, the Moon Temple's fleet, under Xinrui's secret signal, also seemed to be advancing, but in fact, its formation was subtle and its speed was slightly slower, as if it was waiting for something. The war broke out at this moment. Chapter 222 Rebellion. The coalition forces of the Prince of the Abyss and Prince Qingmu, like two destructive cosmic tides, carried with them icy silence and violent life energy, and rushed towards Chenbin's allies surrounded by a sea of insects from both sides. Boom! 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 The light of the energy collision instantly became the main theme of this starry sky. On the left, the pitch-black fleet of the Abyss of Annihilation pushed the law of annihilation to the extreme. Countless dark beams containing the will of end and annihilation poured down on the insect tide like a rain of death. Wherever it passed, even the space seemed to lose its vitality and become gray and fragile. A large number of low-level Zergs turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with these beams. Even the shells of star-level Zergs were being eroded and decomposed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the right, the Emerald Fleet of the Ancestral Court of Life displayed a completely different fighting style. They are not purely destructive, but rather they invoke the majestic laws of life. Countless gigantic vine shadows emerge from the void like living things, entangling, binding, and even absorbing the vitality of the Zerg. Emerald green energy ripples spread out, and wherever they passed, the Zerg's attacks seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, becoming slow and powerless. At the same time, they released the Hymn of Life aura containing extreme vitality, constantly repairing and strengthening the shields and armor of their own warships. Chenbin's Zerg army responded to all this in the most primitive and violent way. Like an endless black tsunami, the Zerg units, under fierce artillery fire, launched a death charge with absolute numerical advantage. The Fortress Worm used its body to crash into the annihilation beam, and exploded before being annihilated, creating a piece of energy vacuum. The Blade Predators transformed into dark shadows, weaving between vines and energy ripples, cutting the Emerald battleship's shield with sharp bone blades. The Psionic Hives jointly unleashed a mental storm that distorted reality, interfering with the enemy fleet's targeting and command. And those newly appeared hundreds of Zerg Supremes were like the gods of death thrown into the battlefield. They directly found the venerable level strongmen in the fleets of the two major forces. When the dark golden bone blades were swung, the laws collapsed and the space was torn apart. It often takes several opponents of the same level to barely withstand the crazy attack of a Zerg Supreme. The flames of the explosion, the brilliant halo of the collision of laws, the shattered shells and sap of the Zerg, the metal wreckage of the disintegrating battleship. Together they constitute an incomparably grand and cruel picture of cosmic war. Every moment, tens of thousands of Zergs are transformed into cosmic dust, and warships from the Abyss of Annihilation or the Ancestral Palace of Life are also submerged, torn apart, and devoured by the Zerg tide. The battlefield instantly turned into a huge meat grinder, and the loss of lives was counted in billions. The Prince of the Abyss sat in the main ship of silence, watching the battle situation coldly. Although the tenacity of the Zerg and the sudden appearance of the Supreme Beings surprised him, but he still firmly believed that with the elite troops and foundation of the coalition forces of the three major forces, victory will eventually belong to them. He was even calculating how to negotiate the distribution of the cursor with the nearby Life Ancestral Hall and Moon Temple after defeating Chenbin. However, just when the battle seemed to be in a stalemate and everyone's attention was drawn to the brutal fighting ahead, something strange happened suddenly. The Moon Temple's main ship, the Moon Palace, which had been coordinating with the Abyss of Annihilation's main ship and seemed to be attacking the Zerg with all its might. The huge, crescent-shaped crystal on the bow of the ship suddenly deflected slightly at an extremely tiny angle without any warning. The next moment, a moonlit divine light that was so condensed that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and only the soul could perceive its terrifying power. As if it had crossed the boundaries of space and time, it shone silently towards the bridge of the nearby Silent Abyss main ship. The target was directly aimed at the Abyss Emperor. This attack came too fast. Too sudden. So unexpected. It was not until the moonlight was about to reach his body that the Abyss Emperor suddenly woke up. An unprecedented sense of crisis of death almost froze his blood. Presumptuous! He roared, and an inconspicuous black bone piece that he had been wearing on his chest suddenly burst out with a huge dark light. This dim light transformed into the shadow of an ancient shield covered with hideous faces in front of him. This is the Overlord-level protective secret treasure bestowed by his father, the Lord of the Abyss of Annihilation. Bang! The Moonlight Divine Light slammed heavily into the Ghostface shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only violent annihilation and erosion at the level of laws. The shield's shadow shook violently, and the Ghostface on it wailed silently. Cracks spread instantly, although it finally managed to block the fatal blow. But the recoil force still made the Abyss Emperor's son groan, and a trace of dark blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Purple Heart Core. How dare you! The Prince of the Abyss was shocked and angry, and could hardly believe his eyes. The Moon Temple actually betrayed them at this critical moment. But the attack missed, and Zi Shinrue's figure disappeared from the Moonlight Palace, as if she had never appeared. But her order was instantly transmitted to the entire fleet through the Moon Temple's unique spiritual network. Moon God Guards, listen. Target the Abyss of Annihilation and the flanks of the Life Ancestral Palace fleet. Attack indiscriminately. As the order was given, the Moon Temple fleet, which had originally seemed to be fighting side by side with the two major forces, had all its turrets, missile silos, and energy matrices relocked and recharged the target in an instant. Then, when the Silent Abyss and Life Ancestor Palace fleet were completely unable to react, the long-accumulated, violent torrent of purple gold energy, like a dagger of betrayal, stabbed fiercely into their unprotected flank. Boom 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 boom. Brilliant and deadly purple gold explosion light lit up in the fleet arrays of the two major forces. The shields of countless warships were instantly overloaded and shattered by the backstabs from friendly forces, and the hulls were torn apart and exploded by the violent energy. Chaos and panic spread like a plague among the fleets of the two major forces in an instant. The Moon Temple has rebelled. Be careful to the side. It's an attack from the Moon Temple. Shrill alarms and desperate cries exploded in the communication channel. There is a terrifying swarm of insects in front that devours everything crazily, and on the flanks and rear, there is a fatal backstab from the strongest ally. The coalition forces of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestral Court of Life were instantly plunged into an unprecedented desperate situation. The battle situation was reversed instantly because of Zi Shinrue's crucial blow. Shinbin stood in the void, looking at the sudden changes in front of him, with an expected cold smile on his face. Now, the hunt truly begins. He whispered to himself and gave Alice the order for the general attack. The more violent insect swarm, like a group of hungry beasts that received an order, rushed towards the coalition forces of the two major forces that were in chaos and despair. Launched the final and most ferocious attack. The final reckoning has arrived. Chapter 222. Two Powerful People. Zi Shinrue's fatal betrayal and the Moon Temple fleet's defection were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly pushing the coalition forces of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestral Court of Life into an abyss of no return. The previous moment, they were aggressive hunters, but the next moment, they were trapped in a jar between three forces. Boom boom boom. The intensity of the war instantly escalated several levels. The already chaotic battlefield was completely transformed into a furnace of death. The Moon Temple's fleet, these originally elegant and gorgeous purple gold warships, have now turned into the most ruthless executioners. They harvest the lives of their allies precisely and efficiently. The dense beams of moonlight, like a scalpel, precisely cut into the weak points of the engine array of the Silent Abyss fleet, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. The deadly phase missiles ignored the heavy biological armor of the Life Ancestral Court battleship and directly caused destructive space ripples inside it. The attack from the most trusted direction caused the fleet command systems of the two major forces to fall into temporary paralysis and extreme chaos, and the formation was in chaos. At the same time, Chen Bin's Zerg army, driven by Alice's ruthless will, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and launched a general attack. The hundreds of Zerg Supremes were like a real killing storm. They no longer entangled with the enemy Supremes. Instead, they transformed into dark golden sharp knives and rushed into the main battleship group that had lost the protection of the formation. Their bone blades swung, easily tearing through the thick armor of the warships. Their breath of destruction was like a fountain of death, creating huge holes one after another in the densely packed areas of the fleet. Countless star-level and low-level venerable-level Zergs, like a surging black tide, rushed in madly along the gap torn open by the Supremes. They ignored casualties, relying on sheer numbers to secure victory. The warships of the Abyss of Annihilation were corroded by their acid and dismantled with their sharp claws. The emerald ships of the ancestral court of life were rammed with brute force and devoured with their jaws. The Zerg's efficient biological predatory instinct was fully demonstrated. They not only killed, but also devoured all available matter and energy to fight and sustain themselves. On the battlefield, the powerful masters of the two major forces also met their end. An 8th rank venerable from the Nirvana Abyss was surrounded by 3 Zerg Supremes. His space was confined, and he desperately detonated his own Nirvana core. The black destructive ripples spread out, indeed annihilating a large number of Zergs, but the 3 Supremes hid in the shadows in the moment before the explosion, and then reappeared, crossing their bone blades and completely crushing his remaining soul. A spirit would venerable from the Life Ancestor Court attempted to perform a life praise to revive the damaged fleet, but was interrupted by the mental screams released by several psychic mother nests. It was then overwhelmed by the swarming blade predators, and even its core containing tremendous vitality was eaten away. Explosions. Explosions everywhere. The explosion of the warship was like a chain reaction, spreading continuously among the fleets of the two major forces. The roar of the Zerg, the roar of the Moon Temple's artillery fire, as well as the desperate cries and dying howls, together played the elegy for the demise of this coalition army. The dead black fleet in the Abyss of Annihilation dimmed and shattered one after another, like burning black paper, turning into cosmic dust. The vibrant emerald fleet of the ancestral court of life quickly withered and collapsed under the gnawing of the insect swarms and the attack of the moonlight, like a field invaded by locusts, in a mess. The war situation is one-sided and overwhelming. Every minute and every second, tens of thousands of soldiers from the two major forces died, and entire warships were destroyed. They tried to organize a counterattack, but under the tacit siege of the two sides, any resistance seemed pale and futile. The front line collapsed completely, the command system failed, and defeat was inevitable. In this abyss of despair, two auras containing endless anger, sorrow and terrifying power, like ferocious beasts that had been sleeping for billions of years, suddenly erupted from the core of the coalition that was about to be destroyed. Shen Bin. Zi Xinrui. You all have to die. The roar of the Abyss Emperor shook the galaxy. A dark resentment as solid as a substance surrounded him. His aura rose again under his extreme anger, and he was faintly touching the threshold of a half-step overlord. In the name of the ancestral court, I ignite the flame of my life. Purify all this betrayal and filth. Prince Aoki's voice was filled with determination and holiness, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an emerald green torch. The vast life energy was burning crazily, transforming into a devastating purifying force. The light was so bright that it even temporarily drove back the surging insect swarms around. Seeing his coalition forces being defeated like an avalanche, countless loyal soldiers and precious warships turned to ashes in the insect swarm and betrayal. The Prince of the Abyss and Prince Qingmu's eyes were bloodshot, and the accumulated anger and humiliation finally broke through the critical point of reason. Two figures, carrying a resolute and destructive force, like two retrograde disaster stars, crashed into the madly enraging Zerg army. A hideous black giant sickle appeared in the hands of the Abyss Emperor, as if it was compressed from countless broken spaces. As the giant sickle was swung, the invisible laws of cutting and ending spread out like mercury pouring on the ground. He didn't need to aim deliberately, he just simply charged and slashed. Swish! A huge black crack spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air along the trajectory of the sickle. Wherever the crack passed, whether it was the thick shells of the star-level Zerg or the tough biological force fields of the venerable-level Zerg, they were all like a scroll thrown into nothingness, and a large area was erased in an instant. Dozens of Zergs rushing in the front, along with the space they were in, were completely swallowed up by this terrifying scythe of annihilation, without even a trace of debris left. He was like the incarnation of death, plowing out shocking vacuum zones in the insect swarm. Any insects that approached him would quickly disintegrate and die under the absolute law of end. Several Zerg Supremes tried to intercept him. The moment their indestructible dark gold bone blades collided with the black giant sickle, they were covered with cracks, and then, along with their huge bodies, they were shattered into powder by the waves of annihilation that followed. On the other side, Prince Aoki showed another side of the law of life, the ultimate purification and burning. In his hand, he held an emerald green scepter that seemed to be carved from the trunk of a world tree, and on the top of the scepter was embedded a beating core of life. He did not attack directly, but slammed the scepter heavily into the void. Buzz! A circle of emerald green light that was so dense that it could not be dissolved spread rapidly with him as the center. Wherever the halo reached, those ferocious Zerg seemed to be thrown into the ice of a steel furnace. Their shells, muscles, and even the biological energy that constituted their existence were all shattered. They were all being purified, decomposed, and transformed into the purest stream of life at a terrifying speed, and were absorbed by the source core on the top of the scepter, making the prince's aura even more powerful. He raised his hand and pointed, and a beam of light as condensed as emerald glass shot out, instantly piercing through the 3 Zerg Supremes who were trying to attack from the side. The beam of light contained not destruction, but the distorted laws of life of overgrowth and energy overload. The body of the Zerg Supreme that was hit expanded uncontrollably. Then it exploded like an overinflated ball, and the green flames of life swept around, dragging more Zerg into it. These 2 heirs, who gave their all, displayed terrifying strength far beyond that of ordinary peak venerables. They were like tigers among a flock of sheep, setting off 2 destructive storms in the endless swarm of insects. Hundreds and thousands of Zergs were as fragile as paper in their hands. Large swarms of Zerg were cleared out, and the offensive of the Zerg army was temporarily curbed. Shen Bin. These 2 are fighting desperately, and ordinary Zerg cannot stop them. Empress Estella said solemnly. Iseline also clenched the starlight magic weapon in her hand, ready to attack. Shinbin looked at the 2 people wreaking havoc in the insect swarm with cold eyes, and said to Zi Shinrui through the encrypted channel. Your Highness, it's your turn to take action. One for each of us, quick battle and quick decision. Chapter 223 The 2 powerful men died. Zi Shinrui's cold voice responded immediately, with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Can. Leave it to me, the Emperor's son. His law of extinction counteracts my moonlight, so it's perfect for a fight. The Prince, I leave it to your excellency. Okay. Chen Bin responded concisely. The next moment, just as the Abyss Emperor slashed with his sickle, turning another group of Zerg into nothingness, the old power had just faded and the new power had not yet emerged. The void beside him rippled like water waves, and a cold and bright moon appeared without any warning. In the bright moon, Zi Shinrui's figure condensed. She formed seals with her hands, and the moonlight around her condensed into countless extremely sharp moon crystal blades. Like a violent storm, with the chill that freezes the soul and the sharpness that cuts the laws, it instantly enveloped all the space around the Son of the Abyss. This attack had been brewing for a long time, with a tricky angle and precise timing. Zi Shinrui. You finally dare to show yourself. The Abyss Emperor roared, and the black giant sickle swirled, forming an impenetrable death barrier. It clashed crazily with the moonlight crystal blades, unleashing a continuous, piercing clang. The aftermath of the collision of laws shattered the surrounding space into pieces. Almost at the same time that Zi Shinrui made her move, Chen Bin also gave Alice the final order against Prince Qingmu. All Supreme Guards, concentrate your firepower to trap and kill the Crown Prince. Buzz. More than 50 Zerg Supremes instantly gave up their other targets and rushed from all directions towards Prince Aoki, who was releasing life purification, like sharks smelling blood. They no longer fought in close combat, but opened their ferocious mouths from a distance. The dark red breath of the creatures was like 50 torrents of destruction, interweaving into a web of death, covering the prince. At the same time, their huge compound eyes locked onto the prince, jointly releasing a powerful mental shock to interfere with the operation of his laws. Prince Qingmu's face changed as he felt the terrifying energy gathering and threatening his life. He had to interrupt the continuous purification and held the emerald green scepter across in front of him. The life source core shone brightly and turned into a solid emerald barrier. Boom boom boom. 50 breaths of destruction slammed into the emerald barrier, erupting into an energy storm that was enough to make the stars pale in comparison. The barrier trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. The prince's body was also shaken back by this huge force. The battlefield was divided into 2 top-level battle circles. On one side is the fateful duel between Yuehua and Jaime. The crystal blade collides with the black sickle, and coldness and deathly silence are intertwined. On the other side, there is a head-on confrontation between life and destruction. The emerald barrier is crumbling under the impact of 50 torrents of destruction. Shenbin calmly hovered in front of the Jusei, like a commander in control of everything, watching the 2 key battlefields that would determine the final victory or defeat. The confrontation between Zi Shinrui and the Abyss Emperor has reached a fever pitch. Every collision between the moon crystal blade and the scythe of annihilation unleashes ripples of laws that tear the soul apart. Zi Shinrui's movements were erratic, as if she was traveling through the gap between reality and the void. Her attacks were not simply fierce. Instead, it carried the unique eclipse and penetration properties of the moonlight. The cold moonlight seemed to penetrate every pore, constantly eroding the annihilation force field around the Emperor's sun, looking for gaps in defense. The son of the Abyss Emperor looked like a madman, dancing his giant black scythe wildly, smashing the attacking crystal blades one after another, but Zi Shinrue's attacks were too dense and tricky, and also carried a strange restraining force against his law of annihilation. He roared angrily, trying to forcibly tear the space to close the distance and crush the opponent with absolute strength, but Zi Shinrue could always predict in advance and avoid his edge with exquisite spatial movement.
Your extinction, before my moonlight, will eventually return to eternal tranquility.
Zi Shinrue's cold voice was like a declaration.
She seized the moment when the Emperor's son showed a hint of impatience due to the long-term attack and suddenly clasped her hands together. The shadow of the bright moon behind her suddenly expanded, and its light converged, turning into a pale beam of light that was condensed to the extreme and seemed to be able to freeze time. The beam of light was no longer sharp, but it carried an absolute will of stillness and returned to the abyss. It ignored the giant sickle wielded by the Emperor's son and shone directly on his chest.
No! The son of the abyss roared unwillingly. He felt that his boiling power of annihilation, his furious will, and even the speed of his thoughts were rapidly cooling and stagnating under the light of the pale moonlight. The dark shield on his body melted away like ice and snow encountering sunlight, and the giant sickle condensed from the broken space also became illusory.
Now is the time.
A fierce look flashed in Zi Shinrue's eyes, and her figure merged with the moonlight. She instantly appeared in front of the Emperor's son.
With a slender jade finger. The fingertips condensed the extremely compressed moonlight singularity and gently tapped it on his brow.
Boo! A slight sound like a bubble bursting. All the movements of the Abyss Emperor came to an abrupt halt. The madness and anger in his eyes solidified, replaced by a complete and silent emptiness. His powerful aura instantly dissipated like a punctured balloon, and his body, starting from the point where his fingertips touched, became like a weathered sand sculpture. It decomposed and dissipated silently, eventually turning into a piece of cold cosmic dust, along with the giant sickle of annihilation, and was completely annihilated into nothingness. Zi Shinrue, the saintess of the Moon Temple, killed the Abyss Emperor with precise and ruthless methods. Almost at the same time, the outcome of another battlefield was also determined. Faced with the continuous destructive breath and mental shocks from more than 50 Zerg Supremes, the emerald barrier held up by Prince Aoki has reached its limit.
Cracks spread across the entire barrier like spider webs.
The vast life energy in his body was being consumed madly, and the life source core at the top of the emerald green scepter also became dim.
Life is endless. A trace of attachment and determination flashed in the prince's eyes.
He wanted to make a final struggle, forcibly activating the source core, trying to detonate part of the source of life in exchange for a glimmer of hope.
However, Chen Bin would not give him this opportunity. It's over.
Following his indifferent words, the compound eyes of the 50 Zerg Supremes simultaneously lit up with scarlet light. They gave up on dispersing their attacks, and under Alice's precise guidance, all their breaths of destruction converged in the air into a torrent of destruction with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles and a color as deep as blood. This torrent contains more than 50 laws of collapse that have the same origin but different focuses. They are superimposed and amplified on each other. Its power has already surpassed the scope of what ordinary cosmic masters can understand. Boom! The torrent of destruction was like the spear of judgment at the beginning of the universe, crashing fiercely into the emerald barrier that had long been unable to bear the weight.
No stalemate, no tug of war.
The barrier that condensed Prince Qingmu's lifelong cultivation and the secret method of the ancestral court of life exploded completely like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with the torrent of destruction. The emerald green life energy fragments splashed like a rainstorm, and were then completely annihilated by the collapse energy that followed.
The torrent continued to surge, completely engulfing Prince Aoki in an instant.
His body, burning with the flames of life, could not withstand even 1,000th of a second under the ultimate destructive force. It was like a drop of water dropped into a steel furnace, evaporating and decomposing in an instant, along with the emerald green scepter and the life source nucleus in his hand, turning into the most basic particles and returning to the origin of the universe. The prince of the ancestral court of life, Qingmu, has fallen. With the successive deaths of the two heirs, the remaining fleets of the Abyss of Annihilation and the ancestral court of life completely lost their last will to resist and their core pillars. The remaining warships were either torn apart by the insect swarms in moonlight in despair, or chose to surrender, but in this cruel place of inheritance, surrender often meant being devoured. The noisy and brutal battlefield gradually subsided. In the void, only Chen Bin's Zerg army, the Moon Temple's purple gold fleet, as well as Chen Bin, the Empress, and Iseline who were floating in the air, and Zi Shinrue, who had just completed a kill and was breathing slightly but with bright eyes. All obstacles seemed to have been cleared. The gate of the Inheritance Temple seemed to be right in front of us. Chen Bin's eyes met Zi Xinrui's in midair. They both knew that their temporary cooperation had achieved its goal, and what was next? This is the moment to decide the final ownership of the ultimate inheritance of the universe overlord. The tense atmosphere that had just subsided in the air quietly spread again in another form. Chapter 224, Falling Out. In the void, the two major camps that had just joined hands to fight the enemy suddenly became hostile and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Purple Hardcore was floating in front of the Moon Temple fleet, and behind it was a huge fleet that covered the sky and flowed with a dreamy purple gold luster. Like the spread wings of a phoenix, it exudes a cool and noble light, but also contains deadly murderous intent. Shenmin stood at the bow of the Jusei ship. Behind him was the boundless Zerg Ocean emitting a cold and murderous aura and the steel fleet of the Dawn and Protoss Coalition. The hissing of the Zerg and the roar of the battleship engines together formed a suffocating torrent of war. In the melee just now, both sides consciously snatched and collected the cursors on the scattered or destroyed warships. At this moment, after a rough estimate, the number of cursors controlled by Qin Bin's side is about 4 billion. Zi Xinrui also holds more than 4 billion cursors thanks to the earlier layout of the Moon Temple and previous active transactions. There is still a shortfall to the 5 billion needed to unlock the inheritance, and this final part can obviously only be obtained from the other party. There was a faint smile on Zi Xinrui's beautiful face. Her lavender eyes looked at Qin Bin, and her voice was ethereal but carried an unquestionable meaning. Sir Qin Bin, now that the obstacle has been removed, how should this cursor be allocated to initiate the inheritance? Upon hearing this, Qin Bin's face showed a seemingly gentle arc, but there was no smile in his eyes. He spread his hands and spoke in a relaxed tone as if he was discussing a trivial matter. Isn't this simple? Your Highness, please hand over all the cursors in your hands to me, and I will open the inheritance. You will definitely benefit from it. How? Zi Xinrui's smile remained unchanged as she shook her head slightly. Your Excellency Qin Bin, you're joking. How about? Your Excellency's cursor be handed over to me, and my Moon Temple will inherit the lineage of the Lord of Brilliance. I guarantee that you and your allies will receive rewards far beyond your imagination. It seems that we can't reach an agreement. Qin Bin nodded, and the smile on his face suddenly faded, turning into a cold murderous intent. In that case, without any warning at all, he directly gave Alice the order to attack through the mental link. Then let's see for ourselves. Alice, kill. Roar. The Zerg army, which had been ready for a long time, suddenly erupted with a deafening roar like a torrent of death with the flick of a switch. Hundreds of millions of Zerg units, like a black tsunami bursting through a dam, launched a fearless charge towards the fleet array of the Moon Temple. Those Zerg Supremes turned into dark golden death lightning and rushed forward first. I knew you would do this. Zi Xinrui seemed to have anticipated this. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she shouted, Moon God Guards, cast the Moonlight Sky Curtain. Meet the enemy. Buzz. The purple gold fleet behind her instantly moved, countless warships connected to each other, and an enormous energy shield, flowing with bright moonlight and dazzling starlight, instantly unfolded. It was like a huge translucent crystal cover, protecting the entire Moon Temple fleet. At the same time, the main and secondary guns of all Moon Temple warships lit up at the same time, and countless condensed moonlight beams, law beams, and the psychic fluctuations that distorted space, like a purple galaxy flowing upstream, erupted violently towards the surging insect tide. Boom 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 boom. An energy collision more intense and brilliant than any previous one erupted in front of the gate of this inheritance temple. The Zerg's biological breath and the moonlight beams clashed frantically in the air, exploding into clouds of energy mixed with dark red and purple gold. The spiritual impact of the psychic mother nest and the purifying ripples released by the Moon Temple warships clashed fiercely and visibly, disturbing the stability of space. The Zerg Supreme's bone blade fiercely chopped down on the Moonlight Sky Curtain, causing dazzling sparks and violent ripples to erupt. The powerful ones hidden in the Moon Temple also appeared one after another, using various powerful secret techniques to fight with the Zerg Supreme who rushed into the front line. The coalition warships on Qin Bin's side also opened fire at the same time. The dense energy artillery fire was like a metal storm, assisting the Zerg in attacking the Moon Temple's defense line. Zi Xinrui's figure was erratic, and her hands attracted the moonlight of the whole sky. The cold moon discs were like shuttles of death. Under her precise control, it easily cut through large swaths of Zerg, and even forced several Zerg Supremes that rushed too far forward to retreat again and again. Her strength was even more fully demonstrated when she faced the Zerg army alone. Qin Bin watched the battlefield calmly and did not take action immediately. He was observing, looking for flaws in the Moon Temple's defenses, and also assessing the limits of Purple Heartcore.
Chen Bin. Is all you can do to control these mindless bugs?
Zi Xinrui's cold voice penetrated the battlefield, carrying a hint of provocation. With a wave of her hand, she condensed a huge moonlight sword, and with one slash of the sword light was like the Milky Way descending from the sky, instantly clearing out the Zerg within tens of thousands of miles ahead.
They are enough to deal with you.
Chen Bin responded calmly, and at the same time ordered Alice, concentrate all the Supreme Guards and attack her. Under Chen Bin's command, the 80 Zerg Supremes gave up other targets and, like 80 dark golden Death Stars, firmly locked and surrounded the Purple Heartcore from all directions. The blood-red prisms in their compound eyes merged into one, forming a powerful mental shackle that tried to restrict her actions. At the same time, 80 hideous mouthparts opened, and the dark red breath of destruction of the creature began to gather madly. The destructive energy fluctuations made the entire void tremble. Faced with such a desperate situation, Zi Xinrui's beautiful face showed no sign of panic, but instead revealed a hint of cold sarcasm.
Chen Bin, do you think that these mindless killing machines can do anything to me?
Before she finished speaking, she formed an extremely mysterious seal with her hands in front of her chest, and the mark on her forehead that looked like a moon mark suddenly lit up.
A wave of power far more ancient and vast than her own aura awakened from her body. The moon goddess tears illuminate the universe.
As she sang in a clear and cool voice, a crystal-clear teardrop-shaped gem, as if condensed from pure moonlight and endless star dreams, slowly emerged from the moon mark on her forehead. The moment this gem appeared, all the light around it seemed to be absorbed by it, and only it itself emitted a hazy and sacred light, and a law-based pressure that surpassed the level of the universe's supreme being spread out. This is actually a forbidden secret treasure that contains a trace of the power of the universe overlord.
Not good. Empress Estella and Iseline Inhue's expressions changed at the same time.
They felt a fatal threat from that drop of tear of the moon goddess. Zi Xinrui held the tears of the moon goddess in her hand and gently pushed it forward. Buzz! A soft yet irresistible moon-white halo spread out silently with the teardrop as its center. Wherever the halo passed, the space seemed to be slowed down, and even the 80 breaths of destruction that were about to erupt became stagnant and slow.
This is not over yet.
Zi Xinrui's eyes became fierce, and she madly injected her own majestic power of law into the tears of the moon goddess.
Moonlight, purification.
The teardrop gem shone brightly, and instantly split into countless purifying light needles that were as thin as cow hair but extremely sharp.
Chapter 225 Cursor, and your belonging.
These light needles ignored the distance in space, as if they had their own navigation, and accurately shot towards the core nodes of energy operation such as the compound eyes, mouthparts, joints, etc. of the 80 Zerg Supremes.
Puff. 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 The teeth-grinding piercing sounds rang out frequently. Those dark gold shells that were strong enough to withstand the attacks of the Peak Masters were as fragile as paper in front of these light needles that contained the properties of purification and breaking laws. The light needle easily pierced into the body of the Zerg Supreme, and the terrifying purifying power contained in it instantly erupted, disintegrating their biological structure from the inside and annihilating their soul core. The compound eyes of a Supreme Zerg were the first to dim, and its huge body stiffened. Then, like a piece of dry firewood being lit, pure moon-white flames emerged from inside and quickly turned into ashes. Then came the second, the third.
Like harvested wheat, the powerful Zerg Supremes fell and were annihilated in large numbers under the attack of this Overlord-level secret treasure. In just a few breaths, more than 50 Zerg Supremes were completely killed by the terrifying power of the tears of the moon goddess.
The remaining 30 were all injured and weak, and their offensive was completely broken.
Zi Xinrui held the tears of the moon goddess with a slightly dimmed light, floating in the void, with moonlight flowing around her body. Although it consumed a lot of energy, her momentum reached its peak.
She looked in the direction of Chen Bin, her tone filled with absolute confidence and a hint of pride. Chen Bin, you think I'll cooperate with you if I'm not sure of victory? She really has something to be proud of.
With this trump card, she almost single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the top Zerg combat force that Chen Bin relied on the most.
There was silence on the battlefield, and everyone was shocked by Zi Xinrui's earth-shaking counterattack.
The Moon Temple's fleet burst into cheers, while the morale of Chen Bin's side suffered a severe blow. The Empress and Iseline looked at Chen Bin with worried expressions, ready to join forces with him to deal with this unprecedented powerful enemy. However, Chen Bin's face did not show the shock or panic they expected. He even sighed softly and helplessly, as if regretting something.
Sure enough, none of the characters who make it to the end are simple.
Chen Bin shook his head, then turned his head slightly, facing the empty space behind him, and said in a slightly apologetic tone, "I'm going to. It seems that I still have to trouble you. Fei Yi, could you please go there?" As soon as Chen Bin finished his seemingly casual request, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield suddenly changed. An indescribable feeling of oppression, as if derived from the deeper laws of the universe, spread silently like an invisible tide, instantly enveloping the airspace that had just been filled with energy explosions and the roar of laws. In the shadow of the Jusei Bridge, the lazy pink figure slowly stood up. Fei Yi didn't even completely walk out of the bridge, but just took a small step forward casually. With this seemingly insignificant step, she had already appeared in the void beside Chen Bin, still with sleepy eyes, as if she had no interest in anything. Zi Xinrui's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt an unprecedented sense of danger from the woman in the pink dress, as if she was facing an endless abyss. It was an instinctive tremor caused by the absolute gap in life levels. Another one? Zi Xinrui suppressed the throbbing in her heart, tightly grasped the slightly dimmed tears of the moon goddess in her hand, and said sternly, "No matter who you are, anyone who stands in my way will die." Without hesitation, she activated the secret treasure once again, pouring all the remaining moonlight power in her body into it. The tears of the moon goddess lit up again, a pale beam of light that was more condensed than before and carried a sense of determination. Like an ice spear that pierces through eternal annihilation, it tears through the void and shoots straight towards Fei Yi, who just appeared. She attacked without reservation, striving to kill this sudden variable instantly. Faced with this terrifying attack that was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary peak-level universe master, Fei Yi was too lazy to even lift his eyelids completely. She simply raised her slender, jade-white right hand casually and gently grasped the pale beam of light that was shooting towards her. No sound, no explosion. The pale beam of light, which contained the full power of the purple heart core and part of the original power of the tears of the moon goddess, was still 100 meters away from Fei Yi. It was like hitting an invisible and intangible, yet absolutely insurmountable barrier. All the energy, all the laws, all the destructiveness contained in it. They were all decomposed, absorbed, and turned into nothing in an instant by a higher level force. It was as if it was not a devastating attack at all, but just a ray of sunlight cast into the sea, being silently embraced and swallowed up. What? The confidence and pride on Zi Xinrui's face froze in an instant, turning into unbelievable horror. Her strongest trump card, a blow she had put all her might into, was actually so casually wiped out by the other party? This was completely beyond her understanding. Too weak. Fei Yi finally opened his eyes that contained the stars in the universe, and his gaze fell calmly on Zi Xinrui. The gaze was not sharp, but it made Zi Xinrui feel as if she was standing naked in front of the other person, with all her secrets, all her strength, and all her emotions exposed. Immediately afterwards, Fei Yi performed a simpler action. She extended her right index finger and gently pointed it downwards towards Zi Xinrui and the huge moon temple fleet behind her. Buzz! A terrifying force field that was invisible and intangible, yet so vast that it seemed like the will of the entire universe had descended, suddenly enveloped all moon temple units centered on the purple heart core. Law, desire sinks. Law, life imprisonment. This is not a clash of energies, but a supreme law that directly acts on the origin of the soul and the vitality of life. Zi Xinrui suddenly felt her whole body tighten, as if she had fallen into an endless, warm and attractive pink quagmire. The most primitive desires and deepest longings in her heart were infinitely magnified and distorted. Her rationality was swaying like a candle in the wind, making her almost give up resistance and sink into the ultimate illusion of temptation. At the same time, the life energy in her body seemed to be frozen, and the operation of the power of law became extremely obscure and heavy, and even lifting a finger became extremely difficult. The light of the tears of the moon goddess in her hand flickered rapidly, as if it wanted to protect its master on its own, but under the suppression of the higher-level law, it was as if sealed, and the light quickly dimmed. She struggled desperately, her eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, but in front of the absolute strength of Fei Yi, who was half a step away from becoming the overlord of the universe, all her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. She was like an insect frozen in amber, fixed in the void, even her thoughts seemed to stagnate. And this is just the suppression against her personally. At the same time, the huge moon temple fleet behind her, which was about to follow her in launching a general attack, encountered an even more bizarre and terrifying scene. The energy shields of all warships shattered silently like bubbles in the sun. The roar of the engine suddenly stopped, and the tail flame of the thruster suddenly went out. Inside the battleship, whether it was the operators, combatants, or those hidden venerable level strongmen, they all fell into a similar situation as Zi Xinrui at the same time. Trapped in the endless illusion of desire, life vitality is greatly suppressed, as if falling into the deepest nightmare, losing all ability to move. The entire prestigious Moon Temple fleet, consisting of thousands of powerful warships, was completely paralyzed by Feiya's seemingly random point. Like a toy model with the pause button pressed, it was floating quietly and silently in the starry sky, losing all threat. Silence. Deathly silence once again enveloped the battlefield. This time, the silence was even more frightening than when the Inheritance Guardian's pressure descended before. Because this time, it comes from a living, incomprehensible, terrifying force. On Shen Bin's side, everyone was staring at this scene in amazement. Even though they knew Fei Yi was very strong, they didn't expect him to be so incredibly strong. With ease, he suppressed a peak-level venerable who was holding the Overlord's secret treasure, and the entire huge fleet under her command. Fei Yi did all this as if he was just brushing off the dust on his sleeves. She lazily withdrew her fingers, without even glancing at the imprisoned Zi Xinrui and the paralyzed fleet, and turned her gaze to Qin Bin. Solved. After she finished speaking, her figure faded again, like ink blending into the water, and she quietly disappeared from the spot and returned to the Jusei as if she had never appeared. All that remained was Purple Heartcore, imprisoned by absolute power, in the center of the battlefield, and the deadly fleet cemetery behind her, symbolizing the Moon Temple's ultimate defeat. Shenbin looked at the scene in front of him and a smile appeared on his face, saying, as expected. He took a step forward and came before Zi Xinrui, whose eyes were empty, full of despair and unwillingness. Now, Shenbin said calmly, his voice clearly reaching Zi Xinrui's ears, we can have a good talk about the cursor, and your ownership. Chapter 226 Binding Purple Heartcore. Zi Xinrui was trapped in the void by the invisible power of the law, and watched helplessly as the fleet she relied on lost all vitality like withered petals. Watching the unfathomable woman in the pink dress easily dissolve her strongest attack and suppress her like a mosquito. Her heart was filled with humiliation, unwillingness, and a hint of fear that she herself was unwilling to admit. When Shen Bin came to her and reached out to stroke her beautiful cheek, the warmth from his fingertips made her shiver. She forced herself to remain calm, trying to maintain her dignity and leverage. Shen Bin, this time, you win. Her voice trembled slightly, but remained cool and clear. The cursor is all yours. Let me go. I swear in the name of the Saintess of the Moon Temple that I will immediately lead the fleet to withdraw from the battle for the inheritance and will never become your enemy. Shen Bin's fingers slid down her smooth cheek to her chin, and he lifted her head slightly, forcing her to look at him. His eyes were calm, yet contained a profound insight that seemed to see through everything. Let you go? Shen Bin chuckled and shook his head. Letting a tiger go back to the mountains will only bring endless trouble. Don't you understand this principle, Her Highness the Saint? Zi Xinrui's heart sank, but she still tried to maneuver, pointing out the stakes. You dare to kill me? The heirs of the Silent Abyss and the Ancestor Court of Life all died here. If I perish too, and the top heirs of the three major forces were completely annihilated here, how would the outside world be shocked? When the three major forces unite to track you down, even if you have a powerful person protecting you, can you really withstand the wrath of the three major forces? She paused, her tone inducing, but if I leave peacefully, all the blame will be directed at the Moon Temple. I was the one who betrayed you first. I collaborated with you, yet in the end, I was the only one to escape alive. The wrath of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestral Court of Life will naturally be borne by my Moon God Temple. Isn't this the best outcome for you? You can digest the inheritance with peace of mind without having to worry about the troubles of the outside world. Her analysis is reasonable and indeed points out the key to the current situation. The Empress and Iseline listened from the side and also felt that this was the less risky way to deal with the situation at the moment. However, the smile on Shen Bin's face became more and more obvious. He leaned close to Zi Xinrui's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of unquestionable strength. What you said makes sense, but I have a better idea. A better way? Zi Xinrui was slightly stunned. Before she could react to the meaning of Chen Bin's words, she felt her body lighten and the terrifying restraining force disappeared instantly. But before she could rejoice or try to resist, an even more irresistible force embraced her waist. Chen Bin directly picked her up by the waist. What are you going to do? Zi Xinrui finally lost her composure, and for the first time, a look of panic appeared on her beautiful face. She tried to struggle, but her body, which had just been freed from the restraints, was immediately restrained again, and she could not escape. Shen Bin did not answer, but just held her in his arms and strode towards the hatch of the Jusei under the gazes of countless shocked, puzzled and ambiguous people. Shen Bin! How dare you insult me? The moon god temple will never let you go. Zixinrui's voice was filled with shame, anger, and severity. In her opinion, Chen Bin's action was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to her. Chen Bin looked down at her, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement and absolute control. Insult you? No, I'm just offering you a more reliable way of cooperation. As for the moon temple. He paused, but continued walking. His tone was calm but filled with unparalleled confidence. You'll deal with them when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bin's figure disappeared behind the hatch of the Zhishuang with Zixinrui, who was struggling and cursing. The heavy hatch slowly closed, blocking out all sight and sound from the outside world. All that was left in the starry sky was the dead silence of the Moon Temple fleet, as well as the Empress, Iseline, and others who looked at each other with complicated expressions. The door of the most luxurious and heavily guarded master bedroom on the Jusei was tightly closed, completely isolating it from all the noise and sights from the outside world. Chen Bin threw Zixinrui, who was still struggling in his arms, onto the wide and soft bed covered with the fur of alien beasts without any mercy. As soon as Zixinrui was free, she immediately turned over and sat up, the moonlight around her instinctively condensed, and she tried to fight back or escape. However, she was horrified to find that the power in her body seemed to be firmly imprisoned by an invisible shackle, and she could not mobilize even a little bit. Not only that, a strange heat was quietly emerging from her limbs and bones, making her skin slightly hot and her breathing involuntarily quickened. What did you do to me? She was shocked and angry, her beautiful face was covered with frost, and her lavender starry eyes were fixed on Chen Bin, who was sitting at ease beside her. Before Chen Bin could answer, Fei Yi, who was lazily leaning on the couch in the hall outside the bedroom, didn't even raise his eyelids, but just casually snapped his fingers. Pop. The sound was very soft, but it seemed to have touched some invisible law. The next moment, a pink mist with a faint sweet fragrance was visible to the naked eye. It seeped out silently from every corner of the room and quickly filled the entire space, enveloping Zixinrui on the bed and Chen Bin beside the bed. This pink mist seemed to have life. It ignored Zixinrui's futile attempts to hold her breath and seeped directly into her body through her skin and even her soul. Ah! Zixinrui let out an uncontrollable, trembling moan. The mist seemed to be the most intense catalyst and sensory amplifier. She only felt that all the hidden desires in her heart that were suppressed by her reason were being madly aroused and magnified at this moment. The sensitivity of her body increased by more than 100 times. Just the slightest friction of clothing brought waves of electric current that made her soul tremble. My sanity was rapidly collapsing, and a primitive feeling of emptiness that longed to be filled surged from deep within my body. Bastard! Bastard! Moon Temple won't let you go. She gritted her teeth, trying to use anger and threats to fight the unfamiliar pleasure that surged like a tide, but the words that came out were intermittent, with an unconcealable trembling and charm. Her body twisted slightly uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed, and her originally cold eyes were now sparkling, full of contradictory struggles and confusion. Chen Bin stood by the bed, calmly watching the almighty saint gradually shed her cold shell in front of him, revealing her most primitive female instincts. He knew that this was Fei Ye's law of desire at work, undermining her will and amplifying her senses. He no longer hesitated and leaned forward. No. No. Take your dirty hands away. Zixinrui felt him approaching and used her last bit of strength to scream and push him away, but her strength seemed so insignificant in front of Chen Bin, and the push-off was more like a weak caress. Conquest and being conquered, resistance and sinking, all unfold fiercely in this confined space. Bite. Bound target, purple hardcore. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, universe venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 15%. Daily feedback, rule of 50 points. The system prompt sounded in Chen Bin's mind, marking the completion of the initial binding. But this is far from enough. In the next few days, this bedroom became Zixinrui's purgatory and paradise. Chen Bin hardly gave her any time to breathe, working day and night. Under the continuous catalysis of the pink mist, and in the waves that pushed her body to the extreme peak again and again, Zixinrui's reason and pride were crushed and erased bit by bit. She went from fierce resistance and cursing at first, to powerless struggle and begging, and then began to respond involuntarily. Purple Heart Conquest Degree, 35%, 58%, 72%, 89%. The conquest value is rising continuously and steadily. Finally, after who knows how many days and nights had passed, she opened her eyes and looked at Chen Bin. All that remains is endless obsession, absolute trust, and complete belonging. It is a kind of conversion that comes from the depths of the soul. Bite. Bound target, purple hardcore. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, universe venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 1000 rule points. The system's final prompt announced the complete fall of another extremely powerful person. When Shenbin walked out of the bedroom with the refreshed Zi Shinrui and appeared in the lobby of Jusei again, the long-awaited Empress Estella and Iseline Silver could hardly believe their eyes. The purple hardcore in front of me is still beautiful, but its temperament has changed drastically. The coldness and arrogance disappeared without a trace, replaced by a kind of lazy charm that was fully nourished, and the undisguised, almost pious obsession and gentleness when looking at Shenbin. She stood quietly half a step behind Shenbin, like the most loyal guard. Where was the trace of the saint who had sworn to die rather than obey and look down upon the world? Chapter 227 I Want You. Shinrui, go back and comfort your fleet. Shenbin said lightly. Yes, master. Zi Shinrui responded softly, her voice melodious and pleasant. Fei lazily snapped his fingers again, and the invisible restraint that enveloped the Moon Temple fleet outside was instantly lifted. The warships and personnel resumed their actions in confusion, but received the news that their saint was safe and sound. He also ordered them to keep quiet, and that they had reached cooperation with Mr. Shenbin again, and to obey all the spiritual messages arranged by Mr. Shenbin. The Empress and Iseline watched as the purple heart pistol transformed into a ray of moonlight and flew back to their fleet obediently. He looked at Shenbin, who had a calm face as if he had just done something insignificant, and his heart was filled with shock. This is not an ordinary slavery contract or mind control at all. They could clearly feel that Zi Shinrui's soul was complete and her will was clear. But her mind, her emotions, and her loyalty were completely changed, and she was completely and willingly dedicated to Shenbin. What kind of bizarre method is this? Shenbin felt the shocked, complicated, and even frightened looks of the two people. He turned his head and, looking at Empress Estella and Elf Queen Iseline Silver, he showed a calm but ambitious smile on his face and said directly and frankly, now, all the obstacles have been cleared. Estella, Iseline. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the two noble, powerful, and stunning women, his tone carrying an irresistible force and a hint of temptation. I want you guys. Shenbin's calm but ambitious words exploded like thunder in the ears of Empress Estella and Elf Queen Iseline Silver. These 5 words are clear, direct, without any disguise, and full of unquestionable possessiveness. The two of them fell into an icy cave in an instant. They witnessed with their own eyes how Zi Shinrui transformed from a proud and unyielding saint into a woman who was completely obedient and infatuated with Shenbin in just a few days. That kind of complete mental distortion frightened them more than any torture or slavery contract. Almost at the same moment when Shenbin finished speaking, Estella and Iseline looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. Escape. Must escape from here immediately. We must not be controlled by Shenbin's strange ability. A brilliant law suddenly burst out from Estella's body, trying to tear the space apart. Iseline attracted the starlight, her figure became blurred, and she was ready to merge into the void and escape. However, although they reacted quickly, Shenbin and Fei Yi, who were well prepared, reacted even faster. At the moment when they activated their power, a trace of pink mist that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It seemed to have life, silently permeating every inch of space around them. This pink mist seemed to be able to ignore all energy defenses and law barriers and penetrate directly. Estella felt her whole body tighten, and the originally surging Emperor's law seemed to have fallen into an endless. In the warm and sticky honey, the movement instantly became stagnant and obscure, and it was difficult to mobilize it at all. What was even more terrifying was that a feeling of laziness and restlessness rose up from the depths of her soul, making her limbs weak and her heart wavering. The same was true for Iseline. Her connection with the stars was forcibly cut off, and her spell to merge into the void was abruptly interrupted. Her delicate body trembled, and she was forced out of her semi-hidden state, her pretty face full of horror. The two were horrified to find that it had become extremely difficult for them to even lift a finger, let alone tear through space to escape. They were like beautiful moths caught in an invisible spider web, and could only watch helplessly as the hunter approached. Shenbin turned his head and nodded slightly at Fei Yi, who was leaning lazily behind him, with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Fei Yi didn't even change her posture, she just casually raised her slender, jade-white palm and waved it lightly at Estella and Iseline. The next moment, the figures of the Empress and the Elf Queen disappeared from the hall in an instant, like a portrait erased by an eraser. After doing all this, Shenbin calmly released a message through the Joint Fleet's public channel. Empress Estella and Speaker Iseline are discussing the important matter of opening the inheritance with me. I need to stay in seclusion for a few days. I hereby order all joint fleets to disperse immediately and closely guard the starfield surrounding the Heritage Temple. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. Anyone violating this order will be killed without mercy. His voice, with unquestionable authority, spread through the channel to all the coalition warships. Although some people had doubts, given the terrifying strength Chen Bin displayed and the power he had just used to suppress the Moon Temple, no one dared to raise any objections. The huge coalition fleet began to move according to orders, like loyal guards, guarding the temple ruins floating in the starry sky. After Chen Bin arranged the external affairs, he turned around slowly and walked towards the luxurious bedroom deep in the Jews say that had been prepared for the distinguished guest and was engraved with countless isolation and amplification arrays. He pushed open the door, and the first thing that caught his eye was the breathtakingly beautiful body lying on the huge bed. Empress Estella. She was not bound, but Feiya's powerful law of confinement still existed, forcing her to lie powerlessly on the huge bed that was large enough to accommodate a small spaceship. Her perfect body, 10 meters tall, looked like a work of art carved by the greatest artist in the universe, quietly displayed there, exuding a breathtaking charm. His skin was whiter than snow, yet tougher than the finest interstellar alloy, and exuded a faint, royal golden aura. The slender and plump legs are like ivory-carved mountains, winding and undulating, outlining breathtaking curves. Her waist was slender yet full of power, and upwards were majestic peaks, rising and falling slightly with her somewhat rapid breathing, as if it could carry the stars. Her beautiful face was now intertwined with anger, humiliation, and a faint blush caused by the pink mist, which she herself was unwilling to admit. Those bright golden eyes that used to be full of majesty and wisdom were now staring fiercely at Chen Bin, who walked in. If looks could kill, Chen Bin would have been torn into pieces long ago. Chen Bin! How dare you insult me like this? The Dawn Empire will fight you to the death. Her voice trembled slightly, but she still tried to maintain the majesty of an emperor. However, that majesty seemed particularly fragile and seductive in this situation. Chen Bin didn't answer, but slowly walked to the bed. He is a normal human being, but standing next to the 10-meter-tall empress, he looks extremely small. But this huge contrast in body size only aroused a strong desire to conquer deep in his heart. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the empress's calf skin, which was as smooth as jade but had amazing elasticity. It feels warm and cool when you touch it, as if you are touching the finest warm jade, and you can also feel the terrifying power contained underneath, which is enough to shatter the stars. Fight to the death? Chen Bin raised his head, meeting the empress's angry gaze, and a devilish smile curved his lips. When you become one of us, the Dawn Empire will naturally be mine. Don't even think about it. Estella was filled with shame and anger, and she tried desperately to struggle and mobilize the strength in her body, but under the heavy influence of Fei's law. Her struggle was more like an unconscious twisting, which made her perfect body look even more seductive. Chen Bin said no more. He enjoyed the unique sense of conquest brought by this huge size difference. He did not become as huge, but began his exploration and conquest of the noble empress with his original size. He slowly moved up along the ivory-like, slender legs, his fingertips sliding across the tight and powerful thigh skin, feeling the amazing elasticity and heat. The empress's body trembled slightly, and she bit her lower lip, trying to resist the strange touch that kept coming from the contact point and was magnified countless times by the pink mist. When Chen Bin finally arrived at that sacred area, Estella let out an uncontrollable groan that was a mixture of humiliation and unfamiliar pleasure. Chen Bin was like a devout pilgrim and a ruthless conqueror, leaving his own mark on this perfect body that was 10 meters tall. Bite. Bound target, Estella. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 25%. Daily feedback, rule of 50 points. The system prompt sounded, indicating the success of the initial binding. Chen Bin knew that this was just the beginning. He wanted to use the same method to completely erase all the pride and resistance of the Empress, making her belong to him completely from body to mind, just like Xi Xinrui. He did not pause, continuing this long and erotic journey of conquest, enjoying the process of dragging this noble, gigantic, peerless beauty step by step into the abyss of lust. Chapter 228 Conquer All. 3 days later. The hatch of the room where Estella was imprisoned opened again. Chen Bin walked out first, his expression as calm as ever, as if he had just completed an ordinary training. Following closely behind, Empress Estella also stepped out. She still had that perfect 10-meter tall body, a beautiful face, a noble temperament, and powerful fluctuations of laws flowing around her,
seemingly no different from before. However, if you look closely, you can find subtle but fundamental changes. Her pair of bright starry eyes that once contained endless majesty and wisdom, now only showed a kind of gentleness and absolute obsession that penetrated deep into her bones when she looked at Chen Bin's back. It was a sense of belonging that came from the soul, as if Chen Bin was the only meaning of her existence, the absolute master whom she must serve and obey with everything. She followed Chen Bin quietly, her step steady but with an indescribable submissiveness. Bite. Bound target, Estella. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 1000 rule points. The system's prompt confirmed the complete fall of another stunning queen. You go command the fleet. Yes, master. Chen Bin watched as Estella's huge figure, now completely his, transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the fleet command center. Then he turned around and his gaze calmly turned to the tightly closed hatch at the end of the corridor where the speaker of the Protoss Federation, the elf queen Iselin Silver, was imprisoned. He stepped forward and the hatch slid open silently. The scene inside the room came into view. Iselin Silver, the queen of the Protoss Federation, is famous for her elegance, wisdom and affinity with nature. He was lying on a bed simulated by energy, covered with soft moss and glowing flowers. Although her 3-meter-tall body seems petite compared to the Empress, her proportions are perfect, like a work of art carefully carved by the laws of the universe. Her skin was a lustrous moon-white color, so delicate that one could almost see the starlight flowing beneath it. The pointed ears peeking out from the cascading silver hair add a touch of exotic charm and mystery. Her face is ethereal and beautiful, like an elf myth shrouded in the morning mist of the forest, and every line contains the rhythm of nature. However, at this moment, this beautiful face and body were eroded by Fei Ye's pervasive law of desire for 3 whole days. She couldn't move, but her emerald green eyes, which were once as clear as a lake in the forest, seemed to be thrown into a hot coal fire, burning with confusion, chaos and uncontrollable desire. The water shimmered in her eyes, like a spring tide that was about to burst its banks. Her breathing was rapid and hot, her full chest rose and fell violently with her breathing, and her moon-white skin revealed an abnormal. The captivating blush and the dense beads of sweat oozing out made her whole body seem to be shrouded in a layer of passionate waterlight. The original cold and aloof temperament has long since disappeared, replaced by a kind of fragility and coquettishness that is on the verge of collapse and extremely seductive. She is like a holy snow lotus burning in the fire of desire, contradictory and alluring. Chen Bin walked to the bedside, calmly admiring this beautiful creature tormented by desire. The unique charm brought by different races, and the state of completely letting down one's guard and letting instinct take over at this moment, are indeed unique. He didn't rush to act, but instead spoke calmly to the air, release her restraints. In the hall, Fei leaned lazily with a faint arc on his lips, and snapped his fingers casually. Pop. In the room, the invisible and intangible force that held Iselin in the purgatory of lust dissipated in an instant. Ugh. The moment the confinement disappeared, the desire that had accumulated for 3 days surged like a river bursting its banks, instantly destroying Iselin's last bit of sanity and reserve. She let out a long, tearful moan that sounded almost like relief and pleading, and her emerald green eyes were completely drowned in the misty light of the water. She didn't even look at Chen Bin. The moment her body regained freedom, she relied on the most instinctive impulse of life. She suddenly stretched out her jade-white arms, which were trembling slightly with emotion, and hugged Chen Bin, who was beside the bed, tightly. Then she almost roughly pulled him onto the bed, which was full of natural scent but now filled with strong smell of lust. Chen Bin did not resist and let the usually elegant and noble elf queen wrap her hot body around him tightly like a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood. She could feel the heat of her body, hear her rapid heartbeat and broken breathing, and see the fire in her eyes that was completely dominated by desire and almost burned him with it. Amid Iselin's active, almost frantic entanglement and demands, Chen Bin's mind clearly heard the system's prompt. Bite. Bound target, Iselin Silverlight. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 20%. Daily feedback, rule of 50 points. The initial binding is complete. But this is just the beginning. Chen Bin could feel that deep within Iselin's suppressed and released desires, the hidden essence of her soul was still tenacious, and she was far from completely surrendering. For the next 3 days, this room simulating the environment of the elf forest became the battlefield and hotbed for Chen Bin and Iselin. Chen Bin transformed himself into a tireless conqueror and diligent gardener, watering this noble elven flower day and night.
He was not only satisfying her aroused and magnified physical desires, but also in this most intimate contact. Through the mysterious power of the system, it continuously penetrated and assimilated her will, leaving its own mark deep in her soul. Iselin was driven by desire and demanded madly at the beginning, but gradually became submissive. Later, she began to actively cater to the demands and even showed dependence and infatuation. In her emerald green eyes, the coldness and wisdom of the Elf Queen were gradually replaced by an obsession and gentleness towards Chen Bin. She began to get used to his aura, his control, everything about him. 3 days passed quickly in the extreme entanglement and fusion of souls in the reversal of day and night. When Chen Bin took Iselin out of the room again, the Elf Queen had been reborn. She was still stunningly beautiful and ethereal, her 3-meter-tall figure graceful and captivating, her pointed ears trembling slightly, her silver hair flowing like moonlight. But her temperament had undergone a fundamental change. The majesty and alienation that belonged to the speaker disappeared, replaced by a kind of tenderness and gentleness after being completely conquered. She stood quietly beside Chen Bin, with her head slightly lowered, like the most loyal maid. When those emerald green eyes looked at Chen Bin, they were filled with unreserved love and absolute belonging. Bite. Bound target, Iselin Silverlight. Appearance score, 99. Strength level, Universe Venerable level 9. Conquest degree, 100%. Daily feedback, 500 rule points. The system's final prompt announced that the Elf Queen's body and mind had completely been placed under Chen Bin's command. At this point, all potential threats and uncertainties outside the Temple of Inheritance have been transformed into the most loyal forces by Chen Bin in this unique and thorough way. His gaze could finally be cast unhindered towards the final door leading to the pinnacle inheritance of the Overlord of the Universe. Chapter 229 Inheritance. Chen Bin's mind moved, and he issued an order through the mental link. A moment later, Empress Estella and Saint Zixin Rui of the Moon Temple arrived at the bridge of the Ju Se and stood quietly in front of him with Iselin Inhui. The 3 women who were once powerful and respected now had gentle eyes and respectful postures, waiting for their master's orders. Hand over all the cursors you have collected. Chen Bin ordered. Yes, master. The 3 women responded in unison without any hesitation. Since the cursor could not be stored in the space equipment, a small transport spacecraft was dispatched. Under Chen Bin's gaze, Estella, Zixin Rui and Iselin took out all the cursors collected by their fleets. Countless divine flags of radiant light flashing with different lights and containing different laws were like streams flowing into the sea, and were carefully transferred to the cargo hold of the transport ship. These cursors are huge in number, piled together, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. After a quick inventory and statistics, the final number was fixed at 9.5 billion. This far exceeds the 5 billion needed to start the inheritance, and almost covers most of the cursors born in this Yaoguan universe. Chen Bin looked at the transport ship laden with cursors and nodded slightly. With this enormous key, the gate to the Heritage Temple would be completely open to him. He did not go alone. His eyes swept over several core members around him, the lazy and unfathomable Fei, Alice, the ruler of the Zerg Legion, and the powerful Estella, Zixin Rui, and Iselin who had just been completely conquered. This core team composed of stunning beauty and strength will accompany him into the mysterious land of inheritance. Let's go. At Chen Bin's command, he took the lead and left the Ju Se and flew towards the ruins of the Inheritance Temple in the distance, which had been silent for who knows how many years and exuded a vast ancient atmosphere. Fei followed silently beside him, followed closely by Alice, Estella, Zixin Rui, and Iselin. The transport ship carrying 9.5 billion cursors was also slowly sailing towards the entrance of the temple under the escort of a team of elite Zerg. As they approached the towering temple gate, built of countless broken stars and ancient stones, the 9.5 billion cursors in the transport ship seemed to have received some kind of call, and began to buzz and vibrate at the same time. The majestic energy radiance shot up into the sky, like 95 rivers of light, actively pouring towards the tightly closed huge stone door covered with mysterious patterns. Boom! Having absorbed enough cursor energy, the extremely heavy door of the Inheritance Temple that had been sealed for endless years finally emitted a soul-shaking roar and slowly opened a gap inward. Behind the gap was a chaotic and brilliant light, as if connected to another universe, containing endless mysteries and powerful pressure. Chen Bin's eyes were sharp, and without any hesitation, he led his team, transformed into several streams of light, and resolutely shot into the gap, disappearing in the vast sea of light. The heavy temple door slowly closed again after they entered, completely isolating the inside and outside. Only a huge fleet was left on the periphery, standing ready for battle, quietly guarding this sacred airspace that was about to determine the fate of a future overlord of the universe. When Chen Bin and his group stepped into the Temple of Inheritance, the scene before them suddenly became clear. The interior is not the ancient stone temple imagined, but an extremely sci-fi, strange space that seems to be constructed by pure light energy and data streams. Countless colorful energy channels meander through the void, forming a complex three-dimensional network. The surrounding walls are like flowing light screens, reflecting the vast picture of the birth and death of the universe and the evolution of laws. The air was filled with the extremely rich breath of the laws of light and heat, warm and fiery, as if one was in the core of a star. They walked along a wide passage paved with solid white light, heading towards the deepest part of the space. At the end of the passage is a huge circular platform. In the center of the platform, light gathered, and the shadow that had appeared before, emitting the aura of a cosmic overlord, descendant of light, condensed into shape again. His figure was still blurry, and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but the majesty that surpassed all things was clearly felt. Inheritors, you have collected enough keys to qualify for redemption and receive the final inheritance. The Guanyi's magnificent voice resounded directly in everyone's consciousness, without any emotion. As he spoke, the void around the platform rippled like water waves, and objects emitting terrifying energy fluctuations appeared out of thin air. There are cores burning like miniature stars, armor condensed by the laws of pure light, spiritual crystals containing unknown top-level skills, and environmental modification devices that can instantly reshape star regions. There is a dazzling array of treasures, all of which are treasures of the level of the overlord of the universe. They are dazzling and full of laws, which are dazzling. Tell us what you need, pay the corresponding cursor, and you can get it in exchange. Guanyi's voice sounded again. Chenbin glanced at these treasures that were enough to drive any cosmic master crazy, but his eyes were unusually calm. With the stunning conqueror system, his greatest treasure is to bind and conquer those stunning women with unlimited potential. Through their feedback, his growth has almost no bottleneck. External assistance is not necessary for him. He calmly glanced at the women beside him, his voice gentle but with a sense of control. Whatever you want, just ask. Fei leaned lazily against the pillars of the corridor built by the light stream, playing with the ends of her hair nonchalantly. These things are useless to me. At this moment, Empress Estella suddenly took half a step forward. Her 10-meter-tall body leaned forward slightly. The ruler of the empire who once looked down upon the galaxy was now looking up at Chen Bin like a child craving candy. There was a gleam of light in her bright starry eyes, and her slender jade-like fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her luxurious skirt. "Owner!" She called out softly, her voice trembling with a rare tremor, but her gaze was fixed on the light source suspended atop countless treasures, the inheritance core that contained the ultimate secrets of the universe. "Please, let me accept this inheritance." She bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes filled with piety and longing, as if she was praying for God's mercy. Even though she maintained a respectful kneeling posture, her tall figure still exuded an innate nobility, but at this moment, this nobility was willing to bow down to the man in front of her. Chen Bin's gaze lingered for a moment on Estella's beautiful face, which was filled with desire and pleading. Her noble body trembling slightly with excitement was all captured in his eyes. To him, this inheritance that could shake the galaxy was nothing more than a toy to please his woman. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if what he agreed to was not the inheritance of the overlord of the universe, but an ordinary gift. He waved his hand casually, his tone filled with undeniable laziness and doting. "Since you want it, then I'll give it to you." As soon as these words came out, Estella's eyes, which were as bright as stars, instantly burst into an irrepressible light of surprise. She lowered her head deeply, her voice choked with emotion. "Estella, thank you, master, for your gift." Zixinrui, Iseline, and Alice also stepped forward. Although they were completely conquered by Qin Bin, their independent consciousness and judgment remained. Faced with these hegemon-level treasures, they each selected one according to their own cultivation principles and needs. Zixinrui chose a lunar star core that could greatly amplify moonlight and spiritual power. Iseline chose a piece of the first branch of the world tree that contained the ultimate life and natural laws. Alice chose a ball of chaos essence that can optimize and accelerate the evolution of the Zerg. Seeing that they had finished their selection, Shen Bin also stepped forward. He did not choose those artifacts that directly increased combat power. Instead, they selected several of the purest, gentlest, and easiest to absorb essences of the origin of the universe, as well as some top-notch treasures that can strengthen the body and enhance potential qualifications. These things were obviously prepared for other women under his command. "That's all," Shen Bin said to Guanyi. The shadow of the light elephant wavered slightly, without any extra words. The transport ship carrying 9.5 billion cursors was instantly disintegrated by an invisible force, and the huge torrent of cursors turned into the purest energy and was absorbed by the temple. Correspondingly, the treasures selected by Empress Estella and others, as well as the large amount of original essences and rare treasures selected by Chinbin, flew towards them and were collected by each of them. When all the transactions were completed, the bright light source above the platform, representing the core inheritance, slowly descended and finally hovered in front of Empress Estella. Estella took a deep breath, and under Chinbin's encouraging gaze, she stretched out her hands and solemnly held the light. Boom! The moment she touched the light source, a vast flow of information like the sea of stars and extremely pure law energy instantly poured into her body. Her 10-meter body burst out with indescribable blazing light, and her entire body seemed to have turned into the source of light and heat. Ancient runes circulated around her body, the sound of grand chanting echoed in the void, and the Tao rhyme belonging to the Universe Overlord level began to merge with her. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in this hard-earned ultimate inheritance. Chapter 230 Overlord Level 3. Shen Bin and his group stood quietly at the edge of the platform, their eyes focused on the figure in the center shrouded in endless light. The process of Empress Estella accepting the inheritance of Lord of Glory can be described as a feast of vision and laws. Her 10-meter-tall, perfect body seemed to have transformed into a huge energy vortex, madly devouring the vast information and pure energy from the inherited light source. The blazing light radiated outward with her as the center. It was not ordinary light, but the embodiment of the laws of light and heat power condensed to the extreme. Countless ancient runes composed of pure light energy emerged from the void. They spun and danced around her as if they had life, and then like a swarm of bees returning to their nest, they all flew into her body. The grand chanting sound was not transmitted through the air, but resounded directly in the depths of everyone's soul. That is the Lord of Brilliance's understanding and perception of the origin of light and heat in the universe, and it is the voice of truth that goes directly to the origin of the law. The entire space inside the Inheritance Temple resonated with it, and the glittering energy channels became more active, as if celebrating the birth of the new owner. Under this powerful infusion, Estella's aura began to rise wildly at an astonishing speed. She was originally at the peak of the Universe Venerable level. At this moment, under the impact of the power of inheritance, that incomparably solid barrier quietly melted away like snow in the spring sun. Boom! A new, immense pressure, surpassing even that of a venerable, suddenly erupted. Universe Overlord level. And this is just the beginning. The inherited energy seemed endless, pushing her realm to continue to move upward. Her body seemed to transform into a small universe, with countless stars inside it being born, burning, and evolving in the light. Her aura soared, unstoppable. Overlord Level 2. Overlord Level 3. Finally, the surging aura reached the peak of the third level of the Overlord level before slowly stabilizing and converging back into her body like a tide. The dazzling extreme light gradually faded, revealing the figure of Estella. She still maintained her perfect figure of 10 meters tall, but her entire aura had changed dramatically. The former majesty and nobility still exist, but with an unfathomable vastness and depth. It was as if she herself was the source of light and heat, and her every move could resonate with the fundamental laws of the universe. As her eyes opened and closed, golden runes of law flashed by, carrying the power to pierce through the void. She slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze first fell on Shen Bin. In her eyes as deep as the sea of stars, their docility and loyalty remained unchanged, but their increased strength gave them an added sense of calmness and absolute belonging. She bowed slightly, her voice ethereal and resonant with the law. Master, I have fulfilled your mission. Chenbin looked at Estella, who had a majestic aura and had already reached the third level of the Universe Overlord, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This not only means that he has gained a top-notch fighter under his command, but also proves the power and value of the Lord of Glory inheritance. Very good. Shen Bin nodded. How do you feel? Stronger than ever before, with a completely new understanding of the laws of light and heat. Estella answered truthfully, her tone filled with a hint of awe for power and gratitude to Chen Bin who had given her all this. The inheritance has been accepted and the goal has been successfully achieved. Shen Bin looked around this sci-fi and mysterious temple space and knew it was time to leave. Now that we're done here, we should go back. He said calmly, his eyes seemed to have penetrated the walls of the temple and saw the vast starry sky outside waiting for him to dominate. As he finished speaking, the Heritage Temple seemed to sense their intention, and the heavy door slowly opened again, revealing the huge fleet waiting outside. Chenbin led Estella, whose strength had greatly increased, as well as Fei Yi, Alice, Zixin Rue, Iseline and others, turned into streams of light, and flew out of the Temple of Inheritance calmly. Shen Bin and the others had just returned to the Jusei and had no time to rest when that grand and indifferent voice. The Light Descendants announcement spread like invisible ripples throughout the entire Yaoguang universe. The inheritance has already been acquired. Yaoguang universe will be completely closed in 3 days. All those who remain, proceed to the entrance immediately. Those who fail to leave within the time limit will perish along with this place. The sound echoed in every corner of the starry space, carrying with it the unquestionable power of law. Chen Bin's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he immediately issued an order to all his fleets. Full speed ahead, target entrance, evacuate. A huge joint fleet integrating the ships of the Dawn Empire, the Protoss Federation, the Moon Temple, Chen Bin's direct Zerg and its affiliated forces. He immediately changed direction, started the engine at full speed, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the entrance coordinates he remembered when he came here. Along the way, they encountered many fleets from other forces that had also received the information and were evacuating in a hurry. Most of these fleets were incomplete, having obviously suffered heavy losses in the previous melee. When they saw Chen Bin's large-scale, well-organized and murderous joint fleet, they all gave way and did not dare to stop it in the slightest. Relying on its absolute speed and power, Chen Bin's fleet encountered almost no obstacles and arrived at the entrance area with disordered space on the first day. Without stopping at all, Chen Bin's fleet was the first to pass through the constantly rotating space vortex and left the Yaoguang universe. The outside world is still the airspace near the resource planet Heart of the Sun, which serves as the coordinate. But what is different from when they came here is that more people and fleets have gathered here now. They are obviously waiting for their own children or various forces to gather information. Among them, the fleets of the 3 dominant forces, the Abyss of Annihilation, the Ancestral Court of Life, and the Moon Temple, are the most eye-catching, exuding a depressing atmosphere. As soon as Chen Bin's fleet appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially when people saw the Empress Estella, the Elf Queen Iseline Silver, and the unfathomable Moon Temple Saint Zixinrui. When they all flew out from this joint fleet, all kinds of speculations and discussions instantly boiled over in secret. Chen Bin turned a blind eye to this and exchanged a knowing look with Zixinrui beside him. Then, the two fleets separated tacitly. The joint fleet of Chen Bin, Estella, and Iseline did not stop at all, and did not even intend to communicate with any external forces. He immediately activated the hyperspace engine, and under the complex gazes of the crowd, he turned into streams of light and quickly disappeared into the deep sea of stars. Zixinrui piloted her Moon Temple flagship and led the remaining Moon Temple fleet towards the location of the Moon Temple's main fleet. Zixinrui's figure flashed and turned into a pure moonlight, gracefully landing in front of the Moon Temple's most magnificent vehicle, which was shaped like a phoenix with its wings spread out. The hatch slid open silently, and a beautiful figure walked out slowly. She was wearing a simple purple gold long dress that outlined a breathtaking curve, and the hem of the skirt was flowing with star sand and cosmic light. Her face was so perfect that it transcended the concepts of race and gender. Her left eye was like a purple star, and her right eye was like a golden crystal. She did not deliberately emit pressure, but her very existence caused the laws around her to stagnate slightly. She is the current master of the Moon Temple, an unfathomable overlord of the universe Ziyu. Mother. Zixinrui bowed slightly, her expression respectful, just like usual. Ziyu's eyes swept over her daughter, and her voice was ethereal and calm, with no emotion to be found. How was the harvest? Zixinrui raised her head, with a perfectly fitting expression that matched the feeling of after a fierce struggle. Some gains were made, but not entirely satisfactory, and replied. Replying to mother, the harvest is not bad. My daughter has fortunately obtained a hegemon-level treasure, the Lunar Star Core. If she can fully refine it, she may be able to help me reach the threshold of hegemony. She flipped her palm, and the Lunar Star Core emitting pure moonlight and spiritual fluctuations appeared. Chapter 231 Crisis. Ziyu's gaze lingered on the lunar core for a moment, and she nodded slightly. Well, it's okay. A dominant treasure was precious to the Moon Temple, especially one that matched the purple heart core's path. This result was within her expectations. It wasn't a surprise, but it was definitely not bad either. However, Zixinrui took a step forward, approached Ziyu, and replied in a subtle voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of caution. Mother, this happened suddenly. In the final battle, my daughter joined forces with Chen Bin, Estella, Iseline, and others. They devised a plan to surround and kill the Prince of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Prince of the Ancestral Court of Life, as well as all the core forces they brought with them. There was no change in expression on Ziyu's flawless face, but in the depths of her pupils, one purple and one gold, the light of the birth and death of the universe flashed extremely quickly. Her gaze once again turned towards the direction where Chen Bin's fleet disappeared, her voice still calm.
The group of people who came out with you just now?
Yes. Zi Xinrui replied with her head down.
Ziyu did not ask for details, nor did she show any surprise or approval.
She simply turned around calmly and walked towards the Phoenix vehicle. At the same time, her cold voice spread throughout the entire Moon Temple fleet.
Return.
The huge Moon Temple fleet, flowing with purple-gold starlight, slowly started up like an elegant and silent interstellar beast. He adjusted his direction and drove away from this troubled place, temporarily leaving behind the countless speculations from the outside world and the impending storm. Inside the bridge, Ziyu stood alone in front of the porthole, looking at the stars rapidly passing by outside the window. In those eyes that could see through the void, her thoughts flowed, and no one could know. As Chen Bin's fleet and the Moon Temple's fleet left one after another, the forces gathered in the outer airspace of the heart of the sun gradually decreased, but the atmosphere became more and more solemn. The black fleet of the Abyss of Annihilation, as cold as a crossblade, and the fleet of life, flowing with emerald light. They are still like two silent giant mountains, guarding the entrance, waiting for their people to return.
2 days passed in oppressive waiting.
During this period, members of the Abyss of Annihilation and the Ancestral Court of Life also stopped other scattered explorers who came out of the Yaguang universe to inquire about the situation.
However, the answers were almost unanimous: not sure, didn't see it, and it was too chaotic inside. This almost uniform ignorance itself is unusual. When the hourglass of the third day ran out, the space entrance connected to the Yaguang universe emitted a violet wave.
Then, like a healing wand, under the gaze of all forces, it slowly shrank and healed, and finally disappeared completely, as if it had never existed.
The entrance is closed.
However, the Emperor's son from the Abyss of Annihilation, the Crown Prince from the Ancestral Court of Life, and all the elite troops they brought in, none of them showed up.
The result is self-evident. Deathly silence enveloped the fleets of the two overlords.
That figure shrouded in pitch-black armor, coming from the Abyss of Annihilation. The aura of end emanating from his body seemed to turn into tangible ice, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to drop sharply. As for the old man holding the tender green branch in the ancestral temple of life, the kind smile on his face had long disappeared. The image of the cycle of life in his eyes seemed to be solidified, revealing a deep compassion and coldness. No need to ask anymore, no need to check anymore. The couriers they sent to the land of inheritance, along with their subordinates, had been completely wiped out and buried in the starry sky that was about to close. However, to the surprise of all onlookers, the expected outrage did not break out. The overlord-level existence of the Abyss of Annihilation simply slowly raised his armor-covered arm and made an extremely simple, metallic gesture in the direction of the ancestral palace of life. The old man from the ancestral temple of life nodded slightly and lightly tapped the air with the tender green branch in his hand. There was no communication, no exchange, just these two simple actions, but it seemed as if they had completed the transmission of information and the reaching of consensus. The next moment, the black fleet that swallowed the light in the Abyss of Annihilation started its engines first. Like a ghost sinking into the deep sea, it silently changed direction, tore through space, leaped into the superluminal channel, and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the Emerald Fleet of the Life Ancestor Court also rippled with majestic life ripples, and the ships were like spirits that merged into nature. It disappeared gracefully and quickly into the void, as if it had never appeared. The two dominant powers, after confirming the cruel fact of the heir's death, did not issue any threatening remarks.
Without any attempt to investigate, they evacuated the airspace calmly and even tacitly. This abnormal calmness is even more frightening than hysterical revenge. It was like the suffocating silence before a storm. All the forces that witnessed this scene knew in their hearts that this matter would never end like this. The temporary silence may just be accumulating strength, or perhaps it is planning a more deadly and thorough counterattack.
Beneath the starry sky, undercurrents surge. The future situation becomes even more confusing and full of crises due to the outcome of this inheritance dispute. At this time, Chen Bin and their huge joint fleet were sailing rapidly in a stable hyperspace channel. The starlight was stretched into long lines and passed through the porthole.
Sudden. An extremely violent and completely unreasonable space shock came without warning, like an invisible giant hand tightly grasping the entire fleet. The shrill alarm instantly rang out on every warship. Warning! Encountering unknown strong space interference. Hyperspace engine overload.
Forced to exit jump state. Severe turbulence and a sense of loss of control came, and the Jews say where Chen Bin was in the entire joint fleet. It was like being violently thrown out from a high-speed train and being forcibly squeezed out of the hyperspace channel. The vision was distorted and blurred for a moment, then returned to normal. The fleet had already left the jump state and suddenly appeared in the unfamiliar and silent vacuum of the universe. Before Chin Bin could give the order to find the source of the interference, everyone's attention was attracted by the scene outside the porthole. All I could see was the fleet's front, back, up, down, left, and right. The entire starry sky was filled with an endless, cold torrent of metal.